This is a tale of a dragon, yet it bears no connection to glory. Sakavi, the weakling among the five-colored dragons, lost everything amidst betrayal and pursuit. Yet within the depths of his human soul lies a weapon that transcends mere minions, wisdom and magic. When the laws of the D&D world collide with the bloodline of dragons, the fate of the Lord of the Undead quietly entwines with his shattered wings. From hunting a pig-headed fisherman to confronting deities perched high above, he shall demonstrate that the most terrifying darkness often emerges from the most despairing abyss. Chapter 1. Who am I? Where am I? In the throes of excruciating pain, Wang Kai abruptly opened his eyes, only to find himself not in the familiar confines of his dormitory, but in an endless forest, where towering trees obscured the sunlight, casting a gloomy pallor over the surroundings. Wang Kai lifted his gaze to inspect the source of his agony. His emaciated, darkened form bore a deformed right wing, and a pitchfork was embedded in his left shoulder, making him appear as a malnourished lizard with wings. Have I traversed into another realm? Where's this place? These questions surged within Wang Kai's mind. After approximately half an hour, his gradually awakening consciousness recalled the experiences of the original inhabitant of this body. The original soul belonged to a young dragon named Sakavi Dulax Hyperixa. The naming convention for dragons typically involves the father's and mother's names as surnames, followed by their own name. The original inhabitant was cornered in a dragon's lair by a band of pig-headed warriors while his mother was away, unwittingly following them in a cage through various terrains, until ultimately being pursued by his mother near a small town. Taking advantage of the chaos during the ensuing battle, the five siblings slipped away. As for why they did not seek out their dragon mother, it was because she was primarily focused on reclaiming the treasures that had been stolen, rendering them invisible to her gaze. Once they confirmed their safety, the eldest sister, Domina Dulax Hyperixa, proposed they should uphold the noble traditions of the five-colored dragons. After several days of searching, they located a nearby village adjacent to the forest, planning to enact their scheme. However, they severely underestimated the fighting prowess of the farmers, as a large group of pig-headed warriors armed with farming tools relentlessly pursued the five young dragons. In a moment of desperation, Domino once again exemplified the noble traditions of the five-colored dragons, decisively abandoning the weakest, Sakavi. The unfortunate original inhabitant slipped and fell from a cliff, encountering the five-headed dragon Tiamat. Having come to terms with his current predicament, the reborn Sakavi contemplated how to survive moving forward. His first priority was to satiate his hunger, followed by understanding his surroundings. Fortunately, the cliff was not exceedingly high, merely about 10 meters, and he could ascend. However, he could not ascertain the safety of the terrain above, so it was prudent to wait until nightfall to climb. Sakavi extracted the pitchfork and temporarily stabilized his fractured wing with mud, though the effectiveness was minimal. Once darkness enveloped the landscape, Sakavi cautiously ascended the cliff. Drawing upon the memories of the original inhabitant, Sakavi located a small river where he had hidden a few days prior, using his shoulder wound to attract several fish, thus alleviating his hunger. Dragons possess remarkable digestive capabilities, capable of consuming everything from metal ores to vegetation and soil. However, relative to normal food, those substances provided only enough energy to sustain life, insufficient for a young dragon still in its formative stages. Nutritional intake directly affects future development. In areas deficient in magical energy, a dragon may never attain legendary status. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Sakavi resolved to utilize a dragon's remarkable ability to remain submerged for extended periods without impairing vision for an ambush on the pig-headed fisherman. As dawn broke, Sakavi submerged himself in the water, holding his breath 5 times before finally spotting a pig-headed fisherman. To avoid alarming the other pig-headed beings, Sakavi followed him for a full 2 hours. At last, seizing the opportunity when the fisherman was distracted, Sakavi sprang from the aquatic vegetation and blasted a mouthful of acidic fluid onto the fisherman's face, the sudden turn of events clearly startling the fisherman. Sakavi seized the moment to bite the fisherman's calf and dragged him into the water. As the fisherman gradually ceased his struggles, Sakavi pulled him to the shore. It was then that Sakavi truly beheld the fisherman's visage. He stood over 2 meters tall, his body devoid of excess flesh. The massive, curved tusks extended robustly from his jaw, and his arms were thicker than Sakavi's own legs in his past life, rendering any connection to pigs utterly implausible. In truth, pig-headed beings can swim. However, having been splashed with acid and thrown into a panic, their minds were in disarray. As the fisherman coughed up water, Sakavi threatened, "If you do not cleanse your eyes promptly, they shall surely be ruined. Answer my questions honestly, or your vision shall be forfeit." The fisherman nodded in furious agreement. From the fisherman's lips, Sakavi learned that this place was called Muksu Village, and the nearby town was named Ju-Axe Town. Within the surrounding forest resided a goblin tribe, consisting of approximately 300 adult goblins. At a distance, a wolf pack could occasionally be spotted, while little else was known. Finding no further information, Sakavi seized the opportunity while the fisherman washed his eyes to snap his spine with a decisive bite. Dragging the fisherman's incredulous form into the depths of the water, he swiftly vanished into the forest. Chapter 2. Hunting Goblins. The corpse of the pig-headed fisherman would drift downstream, alleviating Sakavi's immediate concerns about exposure. However, the existence of more than one pig-headed fisherman meant remaining by the river was still fraught with danger. Sakavi needed to find a place to conceal himself and tend to his wounds before the villagers discovered him. The goblin tribe mentioned by the fisherman presented a perfect refuge, as goblins reproduce rapidly and are weak, often preyed upon by various beasts. According to the fisherman, villagers seldom ventured into the goblins' territory for hunting or gathering. However, goblins occasionally arrived in the village to scavenge. Thus, by positioning himself near the goblin tribe, Sakavi could effectively evade the incursions of wild beasts and villagers alike. Typically, goblins are often enslaved by dragons, reveling in the destruction wrought by their powerful overlords, but this pertains to adult dragons, at least juveniles. For Sakavi, still in his youth, he lacked the strength to subjugate a goblin tribe. Unlike the kobolds, goblins do not possess dragon blood. Their subservience arises purely from a desire to align with strength. Following the direction indicated by the fisherman, Sakavi walked for approximately 3 hours before discovering a marker he had made, realizing he had lost his way. Goblins frequently roamed near the village, and the pig-headed chieftain occasionally led expeditions against the goblins. Thus, a path connected the village and goblin tribe. Unfortunately, Sakavi was unaware of the activity ranges of either party, fearing detection by hunting villagers or ambush by goblins, and therefore dared not tread openly, opting instead to navigate through the underbrush. Moreover, the scent of blood from the wound on his shoulder would attract various predators, as many animals favored traversing paths. He needed to minimize encounters with wild beasts. Regarding his disorientation, Sakavi ultimately devised a solution. He would wait until nightfall to climb a tree and mimic the calls of an adult dragon. Goblins, being highly sensitive to such sounds, would undoubtedly come to investigate it that time. One could follow the scent emitted by the goblins to locate them. As for why they did not simply track the goblins directly, Sakavi explained that they would be unable to defend themselves against other beasts or magical creatures that might come to investigate. Goblins prefer to engage in nocturnal activities, as the night allows them to evade numerous aerial predators. However, this does not imply that goblins do not appear during the day. In fact, many weaker goblins often face the threat of having their food stolen at night, and thus opt to forage during daylight hours. After Sakavi learned a few oddly peculiar roars, he perched quietly on a tree, observing the surrounding movements. The typical roar of a dragon is imbued with an overwhelming sense of draconic might, a power that the juvenile dragon evidently lacked. In the distance, the goblins seemed to have noticed this discrepancy. After about 10 minutes, 2 sneaky heads emerged from the thicket. Following a brief observation, one of them suddenly emitted a terrified shriek and dropped its spear, fleeing in haste. As its companion regained its wits and prepared to escape, a shadow leaped from the tree, tackling it to the ground and seizing its throat. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be an ebony-coated cheetah, considerably larger than the ones back on Blue Star. The goblin could not muster the strength to break free. Once the goblin's breath dwindled, the cheetah directed a few roars towards the direction of Sakavi before retreating slowly, carrying the goblin's lifeless body. As he watched the figure fade into the jungle, Sakavi finally relaxed his vigilance somewhat. However, the presence of other lurking figures was not limited to just this one. The cheetah's escape appeared to be fraught with difficulty, and the night promised to be anything but peaceful. After the distant sounds of conflict gradually subsided, Sakavi moved closer to the goblin's lair, guided by the distinct odor that characterized them. It was a foul amalgamation of decay, blood, and sewage. It was difficult to fathom what kind of creature could endure such an environment. Gritting his teeth against the nauseating stench, Sakavi stealthily approached the pine forest. He was not concerned about startling the goblins, but rather about attracting the attention of their hunting parties. As a traditional slave race of dragons, goblins epitomize the traits of the chaotic evil alignment, often resorting to bullying the weak. Faced with a juvenile dragon merely 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall, their instinctive reaction would likely be to swarm and attack. Goblins are omnivorous, willing to sample whatever is edible, yet their diet primarily consists of pine cones, berries, and small animals like mice. A couple of solitary goblins posed little threat to Sakavi. Once the majority of the foraging goblins departed, he commenced his hunt. Goblins possess an acute sense of smell, and those that survive to adulthood do so not merely by chance. Therefore, opportunities for hunting are limited. After careful selection, he ultimately chose a goblin that appeared not yet fully grown. Its skin was a filthy shade of dark green, suggesting it had never bathed. Its long, pointed ears hung raggedly like bat wings. With a gaping mouth filled with small, sharp yellow teeth, it stood hunched at around 70 to 80 centimeters tall, its arms almost reaching its knees, burdened with a tattered sack, foraging for pine cones and insects. A child's most defining trait is an insatiable curiosity, accompanied by a penchant for play. Capitalizing on this characteristic, Sakavi extended his tail, beckoning to the little goblin, which was indeed drawn to the peculiar black insect. As it lunged forward to grasp the tail, its owner swiftly seized its throat, and after a brief struggle, the little goblin gradually lost its life. Gazing at the filthy little goblin, Sakavi felt a profound resolve, yet found himself unable to consume it. Ultimately, he dragged the corpse to the stream's edge for a thorough cleansing before managing to eat it, which caused a tumultuous sensation in his stomach. Now, Sakavi harbored a singular question: who had spread the rumor that dragons would consider goblins as sustenance? Yet, compelled by the harshness of life, even such a repugnant meal remained essential for his survival during the juvenile phase, given that goblins are easily bullied. After satisfying his hunger, he needed to devise a way to stabilize his fractured wing. Although magic exists in this world, and even without stabilization, there are methods for later repairs. The absence of wings would make survival in this perilous forest exceedingly challenging. The method of stabilization was straightforward. Find a stick, place it atop the right wing, and bind both the stick and the wing to his body with a slender vine. While this approach may not yield significant effectiveness and would limit vigorous movement, it constituted a feasible solution given the current circumstances. The presence of dragons influences the surrounding environment, rendering it more suitable for habitation. For instance, the territory of a black dragon gradually transforms into a swamp, emanating an intensely foul odor. Sakavi could not afford to linger here for too long. He must depart before the surrounding magical beasts or other unknown entities sense the environmental changes. In a place rife with hostility towards dragons, any misstep could prove fatal. Nevertheless, the condition of the dragon directly impacts the environment. The role of a juvenile dragon is not markedly significant, yet who could guarantee that it would go unnoticed? Chapter 3. Gathering intelligence. One notable advantage of the dragon is its ability to go for extended periods without sustenance. In simpler terms, it can feast and then slumber for months or even years. In the realm of dreams, the dragon acquires its legacy, growing and maturing. And it is said that the dragon deities can even respond to the prayers of their followers while in slumber. After satisfying its hunger, Saka sought a secluded spot to entrench itself for a deep sleep. To guard against potential ambushes from wild beasts during its slumber, Saka exerted considerable effort to excavate a hollow within a massive boulder, enlarging it to twice its current size to ensure that upon waking, it would not find itself ensnared. The dragon's physique is exceptionally robust, rendering the excavation of stone relatively effortless, even for a yet immature hatchling. After a day of toil, a cavern resembling a gourd was completed. According to the wisdom of its ancestors within the dragon's legacy, a sleeping chamber should possess multiple exits to facilitate a swift escape in the event of an enemy blockade, as dragons often have numerous adversaries. However, under the present circumstances, an overly protracted construction period might attract the attention of wild animals. If faced with a predator like the cheetah encountered previously, Saka could manage, but a larger creature, such as a bear, would necessitate a hasty retreat. This consideration applies even to ordinary beasts. Should it encounter more formidable magical creatures, the prospect of escape would be uncertain. Once the chamber was largely completed, Saka burrowed inside, excavating a stone slightly smaller than the entrance to serve as a barrier, ensuring it could obstruct most beasts while still allowing for adequate ventilation. After confirming that there were no signs of sentient beings within several miles of its newly crafted lair, Saka entered its dormant state. Within the goblin tribe, goblins frequently went missing or met with accidental demise, so a few less would raise no alarm. By the time Saka awakened, it would be capable of confronting an entire hunting party of goblins. Closing its eyes and reopening them, 5 months had elapsed. Rather than awakening, Saka was roused by the peculiar odors within the cave, and at that moment, It comprehended why dragons preferred to have lesser beings, such as the dog-headed kin, maintain their lairs. With sleep eluding it, Sakaw decided to venture outside. After displacing the stone, it emerged into the open air, examining its healed wings before ascending into the treetops, revealing itself in the sky, uncertain of the presence of magical beasts below. Was a perilous endeavor. In this forest, no creatures posed a threat to Sakaw, as those on the ground could not fly, while those that could were too intimidated to engage on the ground. It was time to scout the surrounding environment. Sakaw returned to the vicinity of the goblin tribe, this time with a different hunting objective than the younglings tasked with gathering pine cones. The goblin hunting parties might not be fully aware of the various powers within the forest, yet they certainly recognized the predatory threats that loomed. For Sakaw, still largely oblivious to its surroundings, they represented an easy target. However, while the goblins assigned to hunt may not have been particularly skilled, they were undeniably vigilant, making the capture of a live specimen a challenging task. This, however, posed no problem for a dragon that had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Through 2 days of observation near the goblin tribe, Sakaw discerned the hunting party's operational range and schedule. Thus, on a dreary morning, it seized a monkey lured by wild fruits, using its claws to prod the monkey's forepaw, eliciting a piercing scream. Approximately 5 minutes later, a gaunt goblin, resembling a wind-dried rib, emerged from the mist-laden underbrush, its disproportionately large ears rotating rapidly to catch the faintest sounds. Its nostrils flared as if tasting the scent of fear in the air, and after several breaths, it vanished back into the thicket. Had Sakaw not previously understood the goblin's hunting routes, it might have overlooked this goblin entirely. Sakaw had hoped that the rain from the previous night would wash away its distinctive scent, yet it had underestimated the keen alertness of the goblin scouts. Perhaps the lack of successful hunts the previous night had placed the entire hunting party in precarious straits, or perhaps the goblin captain assessed the threat to be manageable. Approximately 5 minutes later, 5 small, agile figures emerged from the fog. The goblin behind the scout was particularly robust, its rough green skin marred by countless white scars. One eye was a murky orb, while the other sparkled with pure intelligence and alertness. It raised a simple longbow and loosed an arrow toward the monkey, silencing its cries. As Sakaw admired the prowess of this seasoned hunter, the goblin captain suddenly gestured downward and then vanished into the underbrush. The other goblins followed suit. But it was too late. Observing the panicked goblin hunting party flee, Sakaw propelled itself off a tree trunk, dashing toward the goblin squad like an arrow released from a bow. The 5 goblins scurried through the underbrush like startled groundhogs, but their efforts were in vain. A goblin brandishing a stone spear seemed to sense something amiss and looked back, only to behold a shadowy figure diving down with a piercing shriek that rent the air. Before it could utter a terrified scream, its neck was seized, leaving naught but a thin strip of flesh connecting its head to its body. Just as Sakaw prepared to swallow the morsel, a sudden pain pierced its chest. It glanced up to see the goblin captain drawing back its bow once more. An arrow already knocked before it. Swatting away the bone arrow with its claw, Sakaw charged toward the captain, perhaps intimidated by the sheer force of its advance. Or perhaps realizing it had no avenue of escape, the captain froze in place. Perhaps it was the favor of Maragoth, the legendary goblin king, that spared this captain. Sakaw had no intention of slaying it immediately. Instead, it rendered the captain unconscious with a swift blow and resumed the hunt. After a series of consecutive kills, the remaining goblins appeared to have learned from their mistakes, retreating into the denser thickets. However, this evasion proved futile. Sakaw soared once more, diving toward the initial scout, which, relying on its animal instincts, managed to roll aside just in the nick of time, narrowly avoiding Sakaw's lethal claws. Nevertheless, its left arm was torn away, causing it to writhe in agony upon the ground, emitting continuous screams of distress. Subsequently, Sakaw unleashed its draconic majesty upon the remaining 2, instantly rendering them weak-kneed and kneeling in submission. Under normal circumstances, a hatchling's draconic aura would not be so formidable. Yet when unleashed upon the diminutive goblins facing an unknown peril, the effect was markedly different. Just as Sakaw prepared to finish off the trembling goblins, it suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over its mind, as though the goblin captain had coated its arrows with poison. It had been careless. Resisting the urge to succumb to slumber, Sakaw dispatched the last 3 goblins, severing the captain's legs and arms, before finally succumbing to sleep. Upon awakening once more, Sakaw discovered the forest bathed in golden twilight, sending a chill of sweat down its spine. It had inadvertently slept through an entire day on the ground. Fortunately, this area was frequented by goblins, posing no threat from larger beasts, or it might have missed witnessing the splendor of this world. Ordinary toxins posed no lethal threat to dragons. Those that had matured into their juvenile phase could disregard the poisons of all beasts, though the toxins of magical creatures were an entirely different matter. Turning to regard the goblin captain, Sakav found it glaring back with fierce eyes, evidently disgruntled at having been captured by a hatchling. As Sakav pressed its claw against the captain's injured calf, the once defiant gaze transformed into one of clarity. The captain began to plead, addressing Sakav as the great dragon, professing loyalty and a willingness to serve in any capacity. Sakavi harbored profound skepticism towards this statement. Drawing from the wisdom of his ancestors as chronicled in the Longji Chuan Chang, he believed that only subjugated goblins could be considered benevolent. For those races impervious to physical means, conversion into a loyal vassal was deemed feasible. Sakavi produced a fallen scale, allowing a drop of his blood to fall upon it before pressing it against the old hunter's forehead. Observing the old hunter's convulsions, Sakavi momentarily doubted whether his predecessors had been deceiving him. The goblin appeared to be on the brink of demise. Fortunately, the old hunter's robust constitution prevailed. As the old hunter gasped for breath, Sakavi inquired about the name of the goblin tribe's leader and the number of adult goblins within the tribe. The old hunter, still panting, replied, "Esteemed master, I am called Huashipi. Our leader is Glashon Meow, and our tribe boasts approximately 300 combat-ready goblins, though the exact number eludes even the leader." Excellent. What forces reside in the vicinity? Are there any magical beasts present? Upon further inquiry, Sakavi gleaned an understanding of the surrounding situation. Apart from solitary wild beasts, the only significant threats were a pack of wolves to the northwest and a tribe of fishmen to the south, numbering around 100. However, it was said that a formidable moose dwelled in the eastern forest, wielding the power to manipulate trees, and few dared to trespass into its territory. Sakavi suspected this creature might be a druid who had lost its way, and he considered a visit when circumstances permitted, though druids were known to harbor animosity towards dragons, thus making haste unwise. Having clarified the situation, Sakavi unleashed his most potent spell, the second-tier healing incantation, to mend Huashipi's wounds. He could not afford to lose a vassal he had painstakingly transformed. The categorization of spells varies, with dragons typically classifying them into 12 tiers. Although mainstream views often label the 13th tier as low-level, the 4th to 6th as mid-level, and the 7th to 9th as high-level, with the subsequent ranks referred to as master. It is said that above the master tier lies the legendary level. Yet Sakavi had found no evidence of any ancestor achieving such a status within his draconic heritage. With an insider in place, future hunting endeavors would be significantly simplified. Once he surpassed his wormling stage, he would no longer need to tread so cautiously. Chapter 4. First encounter with the druid with an insider at his disposal. Hunting goblins became considerably easier for Sakavi, although the flavor of goblin flesh was unremarkable, being magical beasts. They contained trace amounts of magical elements essential for the growth of a wormling. Ordinary beasts could not provide such nourishment and would only attract the attention of other factions, leading to unnecessary complications. After a year of diligent effort, Sakavi had grown to 18 meters in length. Within a year, he would enter his juvenile phase. At that time, the nearby pig-headed village would come to realize that the tales of the vengeful chromatic dragons were not mere rumors. While Sakavi envisioned a promising future, he was abruptly confronted at his entrance. Such indignities were intolerable. He promptly tunneled through the stone wall and exclaimed, "Who dares to obstruct the great black dragon? Do you value your life so little? Oh, it is you, esteemed druid. I was unaware of your long journey. Please allow me a moment to gather some wild fruits to honor your presence." Upon noticing a towering 2-meter-high moose gazing intently at him, Sakavi's expression shifted to one of clarity. The potency of its magical essence was far beyond what a mere wormling could contend with. His only recourse was to flee. Although the druid mentioned by Huashipi made no immediate aggressive move, elves had never been particularly fond of chromatic dragons, and their unpredictable nature posed a significant threat. One could easily become mere sustenance for the earth. Noting that the druid showed no signs of opposition, Sakavi hastened toward the pig-headed village, intending to take refuge. As he approached the village's edge, a voice resonated in his mind. "Great black dragon, where do you intend to go?" Startled, Sakavi collided directly with a tree. Watching the great moose gallop towards him, despair filled his heart, realizing that his flight was no match for its speed. "Little black dragon, are you well?" "I am still alive, esteemed one. We bear no enmity. Would you not consider letting me go?" "Humph, to claim no enmity. Is there any chromatic dragon that has not wrought havoc? Releasing you would simply allow you to grow and unleash chaos upon the land later." You have certainly engaged in your share of slaughter recently. Esteemed one, I am a carnivore. Would I not starve if I refrained from killing? Furthermore, there are countless beasts to prey upon. Why must you single me out? Enough of this. The elves have long departed from here, and your existence is of no concern to me. Then how should I address you? Great Druid, Valancer Ye One, a lifelong ally and mount of the Winterthorn family. I am Sakavi Dolak Zibaruksha. You may simply call me Sakavi. May I call you Sister Valancer? I am unaccustomed to that. Simply call me Valancer. I desire solitude. Thus you must vacate before the pig-headed scouts discover you. Valancer, you must understand that leaving now would be tantamount to a death sentence. You should at least wait until I have surpassed my wormling stage. Additionally, I am unfamiliar with this area and need to ascertain the factions present. You are unlike other chromatic dragons, yet I am not inclined to trust you. I will allow you to remain here for 1 more year. Once you enter your juvenile stage, you must depart this place. Thank you immensely. I have a question. Might you assist me? I cannot. Why did the elves leave? Why did you not depart with them? Approximately 500 years ago, a boar-headed creature known as Boj Shwe Axe arrived in this realm, disrupting the balance of power among the factions. Humanity, having secured dominance after defeating the orcs a millennium ago, had not experienced war since. Against the formidable rise of the boar-headed beings, humans were utterly defenseless. Internal strife among the elves ensued, rendering them incapable of intervening in the affairs of lesser races. By the time the boar-headed creatures had vanquished humanity and turned their blades toward the elves, we found ourselves without allies to assist us. Reluctantly, we accepted the invitation from the Phaland realm and left this place that we had inhabited for millennia. I was born and raised here. Each tree is intimately familiar to me, and I am loath to depart. During their ensuing conversation, Sakavi gradually discerned the overall dynamics of the magical beast factions within the forest. After careful consideration, he concluded that the marshlands on the western edge of the forest would provide an excellent hiding spot for the black dragon. The presence of the black dragon would render the environment damp and emit a foul odor, gradually evolving toward the marsh. Remaining within the marsh would not only perfectly resolve the issue of being discovered due to environmental changes, but also obscure various factions' means of reconnaissance. Valancer indicated that she had been aware of the black dragon's presence near the village long before, sending a chill down Sakavi's spine as the dangers of this world surpassed his imagination. When their conversation concluded, Valancer declared her intent to return. Sakavi insisted on visiting her home, but after repeated refusals from Valancer, he reluctantly acquiesced. It was no jest, having finally found someone to rely on. He could not simply abandon that opportunity. As Valancer moved forward, the underbrush parted to create a path, and after Sakavi passed through, the foliage reclaimed the pathway. It was no wonder that druids could reside in such seclusion. This mode of travel, if one did not wish to reveal their identity, left little trace of their existence. The two arrived at a glade, particularly blessed by the moonlight. What flourishes here is not the ordinary thicket or weeds, but rather the shimmering silver-leaf grass. The deep blue nightmarish blossoms, towering trees adorned with vividly colored fruits, and the crimson lichen that serves to staunch bleeding. In the distance, a clear spring emerges from the rocks, coalescing into a small, crystal-clear pool. The bottom is strewn with white pebbles, where several silvery fish swim gracefully. All of this signifies that the two individuals have arrived at the abode of the druid. Her dwelling is not man-made. Rather, it has been shaped by ancient, intertwining oak trees that have grown under the influence of magic. The stout trunks are intricately woven and overlapped, forming a structurally sound spherical space. The ground is carpeted with moss that emits a soft blue glow, and the walls are adorned with a plethora of nameless flowers in a riot of colors. Upon witnessing such an exquisite home, Sakavi momentarily regretted his decision to visit. Despite repeated invitations from Wylance, Sakavi resolutely refused to set foot in this sacred place, opting instead to lie on a chair crafted from a giant mushroom cap. Faced with Wylance's bewilderment, Sakavi could not bring himself to admit that he had not bathed in nearly a year, feeling too embarrassed to enter the fragrant abode, and thus concocted a falsehood, claiming that his past bloodshed might disturb the various plants within. Surprisingly, this explanation delighted Wylance, who believed she had found a kindred spirit. She promptly presented an abundant array of fruits to Sakavi and began a lively conversation, ranging from ancient elven legends to the recent births of beasts in the forest. The heavy indigo and black hues were gently dispelled by a soft salmon pink and lavender purple on the horizon. The golden morning sun filtered through the towering oaks, casting dappled shadows that made the dew on their bodies glisten. Listening to the crisp calls of unknown birds in the distance, Wylance exclaimed, "My dear friend, It has been ages since anyone has conversed with me so joyfully. I have dwelled here for over 700 years, and since the elves departed 500 years ago, I have not encountered a soul with whom I could share words. The magical beasts nearby always harbor greed and malice towards the land beneath my feet. Will you stay and accompany me? Under normal circumstances, Sakavi would have readily agreed, for a fledgling dragon faces numerous perils in this forest, and remaining here to navigate his fragile youth before venturing forth seemed a wise choice. However, differing paths often lead to discord. Having been granted a second chance at life, Sakavi, after grasping the general state of this world, resolved to carve out a path of his own, one that would inevitably be drenched in blood. He did not wish to lose this druid friend, nor did he want to implicate her in his struggles. To voice such sentiments would likely result in immediate hostility from the druid, so Sakavi merely remarked that the environment here was too tranquil for a chromatic dragon. Losing vigilance is perilous, and therefore, he could not remain. Very well. You are always welcome to return, Wylance replied, and upon speaking, the distant oaks parted to clear a path. After bidding farewell, Sakavi turned and walked away, the journey back seeming to stretch on interminably. Having traversed from morning to noon without encountering familiar surroundings, Sakavi decided to rest in a clearing ahead. I happen to have prepared lunch. Would you care to join me? Sakavi felt as though he had stumbled into an otherworldly telemarketing scam, unable to fight back, and perceiving that the other party had no intention of reasoning. He approached the situation with a mindset of trying his luck. Wylance, did you not agree to let me go? Why have you changed your mind? I have not changed my mind. You returned of your own accord, and until you pass through your fledgling phase, you are not permitted to leave unless you can defeat me. You might as well stay and hone your magical prowess. It will prove beneficial once you venture out. Put away your other ambitions. I have lived for over 7 centuries as a druid, and have seen all manner of unruly youths. According to the teachings of the ancestors in the Legacy of Dragons, a dragoness bottom line is to have no bottom line. Adjusting their values according to the circumstances faced, a lesson essential for a chromatic dragon. Thus, the current Sakavi is an ardent lover of nature, embracing a vegetarian lifestyle as a proponent of druidic ideals. As for why he is not a druid himself, it is because, while theoretically any race can become a druid, not every individual is suited for it, and Sakavi happens to be among those who do not meet the criteria. Nevertheless, the fruits and herbs in this place are imbued with abundant magical energy, proving to be exceedingly friendly to a fledgling dragon's growth. Chapter 5. Journey to the Great Swamp. Life in Wyland's home has been exceedingly pleasant. The fruits here are rich in magical energy, and over the course of a year, Sakavi not only successfully navigated his fledgling stage, but also grew to a length of 3 meters. In the wild, he would have only reached around 2 to 4 meters during this phase. However, during this time, Wyland's home has become quite chaotic, permeated by a lingering odor. And although Wylance has said nothing, Sakavi feels he can no longer overstay his welcome. Throughout his year here, he has experienced a wealth of knowledge. The elves' mastery of magic is unparalleled, rendering the rudimentary spells from his dragon heritage almost laughable. Wylance has generously imparted her wisdom on various forms of magic. And even as Sakavi prepared to leave, she insisted on gifting him several magic tomes, along with seeds for various fruit trees and herbs, advising that should he ever find himself in dire straits, he could sustain himself through potion sales. Ultimately, under Wyland's insistence, Sakavi agreed to accompany her to the Great Swamp on the western edge of the forest, with a master-level druid by his side. The journey was devoid of any ill-fated encounters with magical beasts. Upon reaching the edge of the swamp, Sakavi requested to confront the swamp monsters that plague the area alone. For a young dragon, every battle with magical beasts is an invaluable experience, and Wylance did not oppose this notion. However, it would not be easy for a juvenile dragon to combat the swamp monsters, and Sakavi had no intention of recklessly charging in. According to information relayed by the birds, there exists a tribe of lizard men at the swamp's periphery, perfectly suited to become future subordinates. Unlike dragonkin, lizard men do not possess the same level of loyalty to dragons, thus requiring a display of formidable strength to instill respect. Therefore, it is crucial to allow them to witness firsthand how their master vanquishes the swamp monsters. As for the price of admission, it will naturally be the losses they incur in the process. A dense fog enveloped the swamp. The village of the lizard men lay upon a distant mud island, the air thick with the scents of fish, smoke, and decay. Suddenly, all sounds, the croaks of frogs, the chirps of insects, and the hisses of lizard men, vanished. After several breaths, a deeper, predatory pressure enveloped the area, accompanied by a thunderous roar as the dragon might radiated like a tangible shockwave. Most of the weaker lizard men fainted on the spot. while the stronger lizardmen warriors dropped their bone spears and shields in terror, cowering on the ground. Meal insects. The voice of the black dragon was like two grinding stones, laced with a hiss of sulfur and acid. This swamp now belongs to me. The response from the black dragon was suffocating silence. It seemed as though the encounter would end there. However, danger lurked in the shadows. From a mire concealed by rotting reeds, a highly compressed water arrow shot forth like a venomous snake. It tore through the air with a sharp shriek, aimed directly at the black dragon's relatively vulnerable eyelid. Undoubtedly a meticulously calculated lethal strike, imbued with the caster's full fury and resolve. The assailant was a lizardman sorcerer, long overlooked. Its ancient bone ornaments flickered with a faint light in the murky air, and its scales slightly parted as it summoned its power. However, for a dragon, particularly a black dragon renowned for its cunning, the concept of an ending is one that necessitates repeated confirmation. This lizardman sorcerer had already caught the attention of Sakaway from the moment the spell was cast. The notoriety of the chromatic dragons as targets of universal disdain is not merely an empty reputation. Sakaway chose not to evade. He abruptly tilted his massive head aside, as a water arrow whizzed past, grazing the scales at the edge of his eye socket. The scale that was brushed against instantly crystallized into a layer of icy frost, emitting faint crackling sounds, a testament to the magical potency and chill contained within the strike. How intriguing, since you are so fond of resistance. Let the slave contract commence with you. With that, Sakaway produced a contract inscribed on parchment, a common method employed by the chromatic dragons to gather their followers. Given that chromatic dragons harbor no trust for any of their subordinates, an assertion proven true, the contract merely serves to restrain them from treachery, while their combat prowess is always lacking. Under the dragon's scrutinizing gaze, the lizardman sorcerer had already succumbed to terror, allowing Sakaway to press his hand upon the contract for an imprint. Subsequently, the contract ignited spontaneously without fire. Where's the chieftain? Show yourself. A quaking, aged lizard man resembling a shaman crawled forth from the ground and spoke. Luan Hajiaomao is at your service, great master. His head was more slender than that of an ordinary lizard man, with sharp angles resembling an aged dragon or crocodile. The dark green scales had dulled with age, their edges tinged with gray, akin to moss-covered stones. His face and crown were marked with intersecting scars, suggesting a formidable adversary. His eyes were a murky amber, with pupils resembling a vertical black line. His hunched back did not indicate frailty, but rather bore the weight of tribal responsibilities and the strain of communicating with the spirit world. He donned a heavy ceremonial robe crafted from dark moss, stitched with giant lizard skin and woven reeds. The robe was adorned with various spiritual artifacts, desiccated serpents, owl feathers, the teeth of aquatic monsters strung together, and small pouches filled with mysterious powders. He grasped an ancient staff, its shaft a massive, petrified serpent bone, or perhaps the spine of some monstrous beast, topped with a skull radiating an ominous green light, wrapped in runes. This was not merely his staff. It was also a conduit for channeling the forces of nature and the wrath of ancestral spirits, exuding a complex aroma mingling with herbs, aged earth, incense, and a hint of blood. Residing near the marsh monsters, this venerable shaman was destined to be no ordinary figure. In terms of magical prowess, he might even surpass Sakaway, playing a significant role in the future development of the territory. Nonetheless, Sakaway had no intention of sparing this old shaman. Until his power grew sufficient to disregard the presence of subordinates entirely, the art of management remained paramount. Sakaway could not draft a slave contract for every lizardman. Should a newly promoted lizardman sorcerer appear while he was in slumber, treachery could very well ensue. Thus, Sakaway intended to sow discord among them, prompting mutual oversight within their ranks. Very well, you appear quite impressive, but that is not enough to spare your life. That sorcerer who attacked me is your pupil, is he not? I care not who defies me, for such efforts are destined to be in vain. However, incompetent subordinates have no right to stand before me. With that, Sakaway unleashed a fireball, reducing the old shaman to ashes amidst his agonized wails. Witnessing the fate of their former chieftain, no matter who succeeded him, they would strive to avoid treading the same path. Consequently, the target of the lizardmen's resistance shifted from Sakaway to the minions serving Sakaway. Those who succeeded in rebellion would become the next minions. Who among you is the strongest warrior? Upon hearing this, a burly lizardman rose, declaring, Luan Shuamiao is at your service, great master. Sign this contract, and you shall become the next chieftain. In Sakaway's design, the priest should serve as a purely spiritual leader, engaging in rituals without excessive interference. Power breeds ambition. As a chromatic dragon, trust in any individual is folly, and thus, no subordinate should be granted excessive authority. Following this, Sakaway appointed the sorcerer who had attacked him as the next priest. This sorcerer, bold enough to assail Sakaway, was presumably no coward and would prove useful in dealing with the marsh monsters to come. With the matter of his subordinates settled, Sakaway began devising a plan to eliminate the marsh monsters. According to the newly appointed leader, Lawn, there were 60 combat-ready lizard men, among whom 15 were skilled archers. There were 3 sorcerers capable of casting third-level spells, 5 who could cast second-level spells, and 8 who could manage the most rudimentary spells. This combat strength was sufficient for self-defense, yet inadequate for a proactive assault against the marsh monsters. However, they were intended to serve as cannon fodder. Thus, their individual strength was not of primary concern. Having assessed the battle capabilities within the Lizardman tribe, Sakaway planned to initiate basic training. Their previous tactics consisted of archers firing wildly, followed by spearmen charging forward, a strategy that was indeed perplexing. Sakaway commanded all the elderly, weak, women, and children to craft javelins, sharpened wooden poles, and organized the Lizardman spearmen for javelin throwing. After 5 consecutive days of training, initial results began to manifest, it must be said. This group of subhumans indeed possessed a combat aptitude superior to that of humans, though their cognitive agility was somewhat lacking. The next phase involved practicing coordination. In truth, whether utilizing javelins or bows, their efficacy against marsh monsters was limited, with sorceress attacks proving most effective. After 3 days of practice, Sakaway resolved to test the effectiveness of their training. While Sakaway toiled tirelessly training the Lizardman, Willenser enjoyed a rather pleasant existence. This vibrant locale, distinct from the forest, offered surprises at every turn. Merely the discovery of over 100 types of herbs suitable for potion crafting was remarkable. Upon hearing of such a wealth of herbs, Sakaway had a sudden inspiration, inquiring whether a potion workshop could be established, enabling the Lizardmen to sell their wares in the nearby pig-headed town. To his surprise, Willenser wholeheartedly supported this suggestion and resolved to assist in building a potion workshop here after dealing with the marsh monsters. Unlike Willenser's enthusiasm for herbs, Sakaway was more intrigued by the agricultural and pastoral potential of the marshland. Together, they meticulously surveyed the terrain surrounding the Lizardman tribe, ultimately concluding that while farming was unsuitable, aquaculture for fish and shrimp held considerable promise. Given the Lizardmen's lamentable fishing techniques, aquaculture appeared to be more efficient. With ample food supplies, the population would increase, consequently enhancing Sakaway's strength. Chapter 6. The Hunt for the Marsh Monsters. After training the Lizardman forces, the eradication of the marsh monsters moved to the forefront of Sakaway's agenda. A magical beast that had dominated the Great Marsh for centuries could not possibly lack strength. Sakaway, as a treacherous black dragon, would not opt to engage in combat in unfamiliar territory. From the Lizardmen, Sakaway learned that the marsh monsters periodically cleared the surrounding area of various races to prevent any one race from gaining excessive power. Less than 6 months had elapsed since their last encounter with the Lizardmen, and now luring the beast out would require considerable effort. For a large magical beast, nothing is more intolerable than having its territory encroached upon. Thus, Sakaway devised a plan to masquerade as a diminutive marsh monster and wreak havoc in the vicinity. The marsh monsters primarily employed acidic attacks. Without close contact with other races, Sakaway could utilize the black dragon's acidic breath to create a convincing ruse. According to the Lizardman leader Lawn, the area surrounding the marsh was inhabited not only by the Lizardman tribe and neighboring lizard folk, but also by 2 groups of Loca fishmen, a tribe of marsh toads, and the youthful Naga serpent folk. The Lizardmen have traditionally allied with the Saurians, but due to the latter's questionable intellect, they were summarily dismissed by Sakaway. It is said that within the Zhoutswa tribe exists a priest capable of casting 4th-tier spells, making their presence a potential risk. The Serpentmen tribe, hesitant to provoke even the swamp creatures, appears formidable despite their unknown strength. Adhering to the principle of targeting the weak, Sakaway has resolved to strike against the 2 nearby tribes of fishmen. The nights in the stinking marsh are typically filled with the croaking of frogs, the fluttering of wings, and the low murmurs of the fishmen. Warriors of the Swaylin tribe patrol among the swaying bioluminescent mushrooms, everything seemingly in order. However, this night is destined to unfold differently. Sensing an anomaly, the high priest hastily exits his reed-thatched dwelling to pray before the totem. An unexpected visitor of immense power has arrived, causing even the fishman's deity, Kor, to feign slumber. With no response forthcoming, the high priest collapses in terror, leaving the chieftain in a state of confusion. Suddenly, a tentacle lined with suckers emerges from the water, striking towards the high priest. A patrolling warrior, witnessing this sudden turn of events, is rendered speechless in shock, resulting in an incoherent alarm. A deafening crash reverberates as the totem collapses along with the supporting wooden stakes. Amidst the splintering wood of the dwelling and the brief, piercing cries of the fishmen, a colossal, nearly intangible gelatinous form rises from the depths of the swamp. Awakened from their slumber, the fishmen scream in terror as they scatter aimlessly, all in vain. Wherever the massive tentacles reach, reed huts, drying fishing nets, and stored provisions are obliterated. Some fishmen attempting to resist are horrified to discover that their bone arrows inflict no harm upon the creature, which retaliates with a foul-smelling, acidic liquid. When the first rays of dawn pierce the lingering mist over what was once a fisherman's settlement, the scene reveals a desolate, polluted surface dotted with countless fishermen corpses. Observing the grim tableau of the fisherman tribe, Wylance furrows his brow, at a loss for words. Sokavi, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrains from boasting about his achievements and suggests gathering the fishermen bodies for cremation, as their accumulation could lead to various diseases. You are right, but Sokavi, I hope this is merely an exception. No creature deserves such slaughter. Of course, once I establish my influence in this swamp, there will be no further bloodshed. Upon closer inspection of the ruins, one would note the absence of corrosion, only the presence of a small amount of tree sap. The remnants of the fishmen's power likely fear returning. Given their limited intellect, their first inclination would be to confront the swamp creature and question its actions. After instructing the birds to keep watch over the swamp creature, Sokavi begins to set traps in the area. When the swamp creature enters this domain, it will find the submerged path strewn with spikes. However, Sokavi does not intend to afford it any time to clear the way. Intelligence reports indicate that the swamp creature will arrive by evening. Perhaps due to an extended absence of adversaries, its vigilance has significantly waned, allowing it to travel during daylight. As dusk approaches, the mist dissipates, and the water's surface is bathed in the hues of the setting sun, with the calls of returning waterfowl echoing. Wylance reflects on the joy of having company to witness the sunset, wishing he could indulge in this experience daily. At this moment, Sokavi has no time for such contemplations. Despite the water's calmness, his instincts tell him the swamp creature has arrived. Suddenly, a shriek pierces the tranquility as a massive head surfaces from the water. Who dares to attack the mighty Visas? In response, a fireball detonates before him, and with a terrified cry, the swamp creature hastily submerges. Another scream follows as a tentacle thicker than Sokavi emerges, instantly corroding the surrounding aquatic vegetation. You insolent creature, you have thoroughly provoked my wrath. In retaliation, a blade of water hurtles toward Sokavi. Assessing the attack strength, he makes no attempt to evade, allowing it to strike against his scaled chest. The seemingly fearsome water blade merely leaves a white mark upon his scales, prompting Sokavi to mock. The lord of the swamp is not as formidable as I presumed. It seems a change is overdue. Enraged, the swamp creature lashes out with 3 tentacles towards Sokavi. Seizing the moment, Sokavi casts a stasis spell, instantly transforming the water's surface into viscous mud. Concurrently, a dozen prepared lizardmen sorcerers unleash water arrows, severing 2 of the tentacles. Just as the final tentacle approaches Sokavi, a sudden wind blade materializes, cleaving it into 3 segments. The strength of dragons lies not only in their lineage, but also in their inherent affinity for the elements. While humans and elves must chant to communicate with the elemental realm to wield elemental magic, dragons possess an innate magical affinity that allows them to manipulate elemental magic with ease. Nevertheless, more intricate spells require the shaping of elements and the recitation of incantations. Release. With a command from Sokavi, 45 poison javelins pierce the swamp creature's body, followed by a second and third volley. Sensing impending doom, the swamp creature expels a water bomb, blasting open a path for its escape, quickly retreating into the water while the mud has yet to settle. Though it appears the plan has encountered a flaw, Sokavi intentionally allows it to flee. The lizardmen cannot endure excessive strain. Should they falter here, it would be a significant loss. After witnessing the swamp creature's retreat, Sokavi resolves to grant it a surprising gift. As the swamp creature struggles back to its lair, the ground beneath it suddenly rises swiftly, forming a small island, thus stranding the creature. Observing the bewildered swamp creature, Sokavi inquires, "My friend, how do you like this gift? You black lizard." Upon realizing it is the notorious black dragon responsible, the swamp creature erupts in curses. However, as a universally reviled black dragon, would he allow such trivial matters to affect him? "My dear friend, Do remain calm. As a world-renowned villain, is it not my right to bully other races? How can you chastise me for this? Sakavi's laughter resonates. Just as he revels in mirth, a tentacle emerges from the ground, ensnaring him tightly. Initially believing that leaving the water deprived the swamp creature of its ability to resist, he has evidently underestimated it. As Sakavi nears asphyxiation, the swamp creature unexpectedly releases its grip, letting out a pained cry. I didn't expect you to employ your backup plan so soon. What a pity. Long before devising an ambush for the swamp creature, Sakavi had anticipated potential emergencies, coating the javelins with spores from a carefully nurtured plant. This plant's sole purpose is to awaken upon the casting of a spell, rapidly rooting itself. Though the plant appears unremarkable, its effectiveness changes dramatically when implanted within an animal's body. After being ensnared, Sakavi bites through a scroll hidden in his mouth, causing the spores to spring to life. As a creature that has lived for over a century, the swamp creature is not easily vanquished by such rudimentary tactics. However, after several breaths, it employs its acidic fluid to destroy the plant. Nonetheless, this delay affords Sakavi the opportunity to escape. Learning from his experiences, Sakavi ascends into the air, intending to engage from a distance. Yet, to his astonishment, the swamp creature unleashes a plethora of offensive techniques, leaving Sakavi utterly defenseless. A simple water arrow is transformed into a rain of projectiles. After narrowly avoiding a water vapor bomb, Sakavi decides to engage in close combat. Perhaps sensing the intentions of Sakaway, the swamp monster intensified its assault. 5 water cannons erupted in the air, creating countless lethal droplets that seemingly blocked Sakaway's path entirely. Utilizing an almost unfathomable speed, Sakaway evaded the fatal water cannons, dashing towards the swamp monster like a black arrow. However, he collided with a highly concentrated vaporous cannonball. Observing the dark shadow plummeting from the sky, the swamp monster finally sighed in relief, planning to teach the lizardmen tribe a lesson once it had healed. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through its head. Before it could react, Sakaway had ripped off half of its skull. Watching Sakaway leap off its body, the swamp monster was filled with both terror and rage. It was terrified that Sakaway could silently attack after being struck, yet furious that it had almost been killed. Gazing at the half-regenerating skull, Sakaway couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of life, unlike himself, who relied on illusions to dodge attacks. Without time for further contemplation, Sakaway lunged at the swamp monster again, which retaliated with its whipping tentacles. 2 hours later, Sakaway turned to Villainser, who was admiring the moon on a small island, and inquired if there were any herbal remedies for healing. No, Villainser replied. If you are so capable in combat, why would you need healing spells? Wouldn't it be better to be killed outright? Unexpected. Ha ha ha. This time I got carried away. I promise it won't happen again. I could have bitten down on a fatal spot, but chose to tear off the tentacles one by one. It was manageable this time, but what about next time? Aren't you afraid of being ambushed after the fight? I know I was wrong, Sakaway admitted. Observing Sakaway, whose body was covered in tentacle lashes and corrosive acid wounds, Villainser ultimately refrained from saying more. After bandaging his wounds, Sakaway, now wrapped in burlap, joyfully exclaimed to Villainser, "Do I not resemble a mummy now?" Villainser rolled her eyes. "I don't know what a mummy is, but I do know I want to kick you into the swamp ahead." Sakaway suddenly recalled that there seemed to be no mummies in this world. Fearing Villainser might inquire further about them, he quickly changed the subject. "I collected many scales this time. I can transform quite a few subordinates from them. What a great profit." "Then you can keep your scales here," Villainser replied. "I'm leaving." "Don't go. I can't fly now, and I dare not touch the water." "What will I do if you leave?" Upon returning to the lizardmen tribe with Villainser, Sakaway could only nod in agreement to her continuous lectures, not daring to retort even a word. Chapter 7. Post-war planning. During the time following the battle with the swamp monster, Sakaway focused on recovering, while Villainser managed the daily operations of the lizardmen tribe. Taking advantage of Sakaway's need for rest, she took charge of all affairs, organizing the tribe beautifully and even attracting nearby tribes such as the fishmen, swamp toads, and snake people to seek allegiance. For a moment, Sakaway suspected she might also be a traveler from another world until one day, when he casually asked if there was any Matai liquor, Villainser retorted that if he dared to drink, she would smash his head. This confirmed to Sakaway that he had overthought the situation. During his recovery period, aboard Sakaway began to review the details of his battle with the swamp monster. The development of water-based magic by the swamp monster greatly astonished him. Despite being of mid-tier magic level, it had dealt damage akin to that of a high-tier mage. Sakaway resolved to experiment with the various techniques employed by the swamp monster once he had fully healed, confident that with his superior magical affinity, There was no reason for him to lose in a magical contest against a mid-tier beast, in stark contrast to its magical prowess. The swamp monster's physical combat abilities were surprisingly disappointing. Initially, Sakaway had assumed that the large creature would excel in close-quarters combat. Yet it merely unleashed acidic liquid and flailed its tentacles. Upon realizing this, Sakaway adjusted his strategy. He would bite off its tentacles one by one before ultimately slaying it. The continuous wailing sounds would surely make the surrounding magical beast races come to terms with reality. Faced with a young black dragon, most magical races would instinctively resist. If the black dragon could easily kill the swamp monster with such brutal methods, no one would dare to stand in its way. After half a year of recuperation, Sakaway decided it was time to venture out. Had it not been for Vilencer's presence, he might have thought he had wandered into the wrong place. The lizardmen tribe now bore no resemblance to the dilapidated state he had first encountered. The residential areas were now organized wooden houses, and the walls even painted green. The breeding zones were divided into small enclosures, where lizardmen were scattering what appeared to be nutrients. Upon seeing the planting area, Sakaway momentarily doubted whether he had returned to his own world. Staring at what resembled a vegetable garden, Sakaway was left speechless. However, Vilencer remarked that such arrangements had been common before the elves departed, indicating that Sakaway was simply uninformed. Take a whiff, see if you can still detect that pungent stench. Sakaway had already noted the absence of the foul odor, believing Vilencer must have employed some druidic magic to suppress the suffocating stench. Indeed, it's gone. I never expected the ways of the druids to be so remarkable. You are mistaken, this isn't druidic magic. It's a mandate for the lizardmen to bathe regularly, to relieve themselves only in designated areas, and to plant vegetation that absorbs foul odors. Realizing he had gone 6 months without bathing, Sakaway felt an immediate urge to find a place to hide. Suddenly, he noticed that the altar had been transformed into a vast flat area, with a large round platform placed in the center. When Sakaway inquired about its purpose, Vilencer explained that it was specially designed for him to hold meetings or receive representatives from other factions. Sakaway had to commend Vilencer's meticulousness. After touring the lizardmen tribe, Sakaway decided to accompany Vilencer to the swamp monster's lair. During this period, Vilencer had sent lizardmen to guard the area, preventing other factions from approaching. As they reached the cave entrance, Sakaway caught the scent of gold. Having been impoverished in his previous life, he finally felt like a wealthy man. Upon venturing deeper into the cave, Sakaway was momentarily captivated by the mountain of treasures, unable to look away. Ultimately, reason triumphed over greed, and Sakaway proposed a fair division. Each would take half. Vilencer insisted on refusing, yet Sakaway was adamant, and she reluctantly accepted various magical artifacts, leaving behind coins and precious metals, which left Sakaway exhilarated. After distributing the spoils, Sakaway resolved to summon representatives from the various races to declare sovereignty and sign contracts once everyone had gathered. He produced several handwritten contracts for all mid-tier and above individuals from races other than the Snake People to sign. The priests serving as leaders were to step down. The Snake People, realizing that Sakaway had no intention of providing them with a contract, instantly panicked. Once Sakaway observed the collapse of their psychological defenses, he presented the scales, inviting them to receive their gifts in order. After transforming the Snake People, Sakaway called upon the lizardmen who had assisted in battling the swamp monster, selecting 3 warriors, including the leader. He then summoned the lizardmen priest, but was met with silence. The lizardmen present exchanged glances. This bewildering scene left Sakaway puzzled, until Vilencer quietly reminded him that the lizardmen priest had been obliterated by a water cannon during the ambush on the swamp monster. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for the lizardmen upon hearing the fate of their priest, Sakaway's skin was thick enough to quickly bypass the matter and proceeded to transform the remaining 2 sorcerers and 3 warriors into his subordinates. He articulated his principles to the subordinates present. In the case of rebellion among them, he would only hold the leader accountable. He had no need for incompetent followers. Those who exhibited sufficient strength or had rendered significant contributions could be transformed from mere slaves into cherished allies. After this declaration, he instructed his subordinates to commence the renovation of their lair, placing great trust in Wei Launch's aesthetic sensibilities and design expertise. He decisively entrusted her with the command of the renovation task. 3 months later, as he gazed upon the transformed cavern, he felt he had struck gold. The cave not only ensured safety and comfort, but also included ventilation to prevent any unpleasant odors from lingering over time. Even in his sleeping quarters, a designated planting area was established, with Wei Launchi explaining that it would allow the gathering of magical energy, as the region would be cultivated with magical herbs, effectively minimizing environmental impact. Most pleasing to him was the grand bed fashioned from gold, for the dragon's innate desire for treasure was ingrained in its very genes. No dragon could resist such a lavish creation. Beneath the bed lay a secret passage, providing an escape route should he find himself cornered. Following the completion of Sokavi's abode, Wei Lanqi turned her attention to the planning of the daily lives of the various allied tribes. Observing her tireless efforts, Sokavi encouraged her to take a moment's respite, assuring her there was no need for such haste. Yet, Wei Lanqi, embodying the spirit of a moose, expressed that she had never been afforded such opportunities before. This time, she sought to unleash her imagination and demonstrate that moose were no lesser beings than elves. After more than a year of renovations, Wei Lanqi was immensely satisfied with her masterpiece and finally found time to stargaze and converse with Sokavi once more. "Sokavi, what say you to continuing the renovations of your abode when you have grown larger?" she inquired. "Who can predict the future? If I reach maturity, I wish to explore the outside world and journey through other realms." "Other realms, you say? I would much prefer to remain in that forest. Upon your return from your travels, do not forget to regale me with tales of your adventures. I fear by then, I may be regarded as a villainous dragon, and you might very well chase me from your home." He chuckled. "Ha ha ha, you remain ever so amusing. I have faith that such an entertaining dragon as yourself would not resort to thievery in my abode." In the ensuing 6 months, Wei Lanqi elaborated on the various factions of other realms and the state of their own. If she harbored ambitions, Sokavi had no doubt she would become a formidable figure. When Wei Lanqi resolved to return, Sokavi insisted on accompanying her and requested a unique leaf from the forest as a keepsake. This puzzled Wei Lanqi, as the journey to her location was merely 3 days' travel, suggesting she could visit at any time. Sokavi understood, however, that their next meeting might occur on the battlefield, as divergent paths would not allow for collaboration. Unwilling to remain a nameless black dragon lord, Sokavi aspired to grow stronger through the study of magic. Magic requires lineage, and the dragon heritage was often fragmented, especially at higher levels. Other factions were unlikely to share magical knowledge with the chromatic dragons, yet exceptions existed. The dragon cult, aligned with the chromatic dragons, was one such example, primarily utilizing necromancy. Although the dragon cult harbored its own schemes against dragons, it remained the only source of comprehensive magical knowledge available thus far. However, Sokavi did not intend to seek out the dragon cult at present. With his current strength, he risked being transformed into a skeletal dragon. Once he matured and surpassed the more vulnerable stages of youth, he would then pursue the dragon cult, affording him leverage in negotiations. In the days that followed, Sokavi planned to implement systematic training for his subordinates. Despite their lackluster skills in management and construction, he believed that, having spent time in the 21st century, he could train a competent military force to assert dominance over the surrounding races. He first instructed the lizardmen and fishmen to attempt the manufacture of several ballistae based on his designs. It was not only Sokavi's memory that faltered. Their craftsmanship was exceedingly poor. The ballistae produced were severely lacking in both range and durability. After numerous modifications, they finally succeeded in creating a ballista that met Sokavi's requirements, prompting him to order mass production and instruct the fishmen and lizardmen tribes to construct elevated platforms for their placement. Concurrently, he commanded them to build walls around the tribe using a mixture of mud infused with special seeds, effectively encircling their settlement. Vines, nurtured by druidic magic, rapidly enveloped the entire wall, reinforcing its strength. While they labored, Sokavi did not remain idle. He successfully replicated a youthful version of the Juga crossbow. Given the fishmen's small stature and limited strength, they struggled to draw traditional heavy bows. Equipping them with this charged crossbow allowed them to maximize their potential. As for the robust lizard men, Sokavi instructed each warrior to carry 5 javelins, a round shield, a bone spear, and form groups of 5 with an archer and a sorcerer. Under Sokavi's direct guidance, within a month, these 5-member combat units had developed considerable fighting capability. Next, he focused on the trio of warriors, sorcerers, and archers executing collective attacks, a strategy that the trained lizard men quickly mastered. Responding to the previous scenario where shamans doubled as sorcerers, Sokavi restructured their roles, unless exceptionally gifted. One could only choose one path. Based on the sorcerer's affinity for magic, he limited their training to 1 or 2 offensive spells, resulting in a significant increase in their numbers. Consequently, they gained the strength to confront the harpies and gnolls that frequently sought to exploit them. The fishmen, however, were different. Their strategy was strictly a 3-to-1 approach. With their low intelligence, they struggled to learn anything beyond basic ambush and reconnaissance tactics. Yet, The fishmen sorcerers could effectively unleash a volley of water arrows or fireballs from a distance, yielding commendable results. As for the swamp toads, their expertise lay in traps and illusions, rendering them less adept with tools than the fishmen, leading Sakavi to conclude that intervention was unnecessary. Chapter 8. Management. After training the lizardmen and fishmen, Sakavi resolved to observe for a while before resting. For awakening to find his hard-won allies had been taken would not be amusing. During this time, he discovered that the swamp toads exhibited remarkable talent in potion making. Within a tribe of just over 100, he managed to identify more than 60 alchemists. However, the swamp toads had previously relied on enslaving fishmen and lizardmen for fishing and gathering. Now, with Sakavi prohibiting the existence of slaves, their resources were supplied by the nearby fishmen tribe. Sakavi deemed it necessary to activate a production line. The fishmen would be responsible for cultivating herbs, the lizardmen for crafting glass or ceramic containers, and the swamp toads for producing potions, which would then be sold by the lizardmen in the nearby town. This town was essentially a larger pig-headed tribe. After the legendary Boj Bloodaxe led the pig-headed out of the wilderness, they established a feudal system akin to that of humans. The tribes that followed Boj settled in several key cities, while smaller tribes occupied or claimed to be towns, with the tiniest tribes becoming villages. To solidify his rule, Boj even decreed that the commanders of the major cities had the right to tax and conscript from the surrounding villages and towns. Had it not been for the pig-headed's overwhelming sense of territoriality, other pig-headed tribes would not have been able to settle in their towns, and their strength might have extended beyond merely the arable plains. Despite their exclusionary tendencies, they exhibit a remarkable impartiality towards various races that come to trade, never harboring animosity towards any particular group. This characteristic is, in fact, a significant improvement over the empires established by humans. Regarding their occasional penchant for masquerading as brigands on their own territory, Saka admits to sharing this inclination. Potions are essential for every adventurer or warrior traversing the wilderness, particularly healing potions, which are produced in limited quantities, creating a situation where they are valuable yet scarce. The ability of Dajao to supply potions in bulk is sure to attract individuals from various other factions vying for them. Saka plans to utilize these opportunistic forces to test the combat prowess of his trained subordinates. After all, if his identity were to be revealed, it would surely provoke the wrath of the boar-headed military commander. This opportunity presented itself unexpectedly swiftly. After the lizardmen returned from selling their first batch of potions, the presence of warg scouts emerged near the swamp. This was Saka's territory, and no disturbance could escape his notice. On a dark night, amidst a continuous drizzle that had persisted for 2 days, the mist over the swamp enveloped everything in its grasp. Apart from the occasional call of unknown birds, the water's surface was devoid of any other sound. In this pitch-black night, the warg Rog Bloodclaw quietly approached the lizardman tribe with his men, paddling their canoes silently. The mist coalesced into droplets on Rog's face, trickling down his beard and onto the canoe. With his remaining eye, the one-eyed leader fixed his gaze intently ahead. Sensing something amiss, Rog abruptly signaled for the fleet to halt and turned to his son. The young warrior swiftly brandished his spear and plunged it into the water, instantly staining it crimson. When he raised the spear again, it bore a bloodied merman, the weapon having pierced through the creature's skull, leaving it no time for reaction before its demise. Rog nodded discreetly and motioned for the fleet to advance once more. As they neared the lizardman tribe, Rog once again ordered the fleet to stop. Drawing an iron-tipped arrow from his quiver, he aimed it at a specific direction, striking a lizardman atop a watchtower, who promptly fell into the water with a great splash. Enemy attack. Sound the alarm. A flurry of urgent gongs echoed, throwing the lizardman tribe into disarray. The lizardman leader, Laoan, shouted for the elderly, women, and children to retreat to the chief's longhouse, archers to take positions on the shooting platform, and warriors to fortify the front wall while the sorcerers prepared to provide support. As Laoan's commands rang out, the lizardman tribe swiftly entered a state of battle readiness. However, Rog, the seasoned brigand, did not intend to launch a frontal assault. His previous shot was merely to gauge the lizardmen's combat capabilities. As the initial chaos subsided, the wargs led by Rog completed their landing in the lizardman's agricultural area and began stealthily advancing. Laoan seemed to sense something, hurling a spear into the thick fog behind him, which was met with a piercing scream. Scatter! Fire arrows! Aware of their exposure, Rog immediately commanded a counterattack. The lizardmen, unwilling to be outdone, also prepared for retaliation. The sorcerers withdrew to the sides, archers fired freely, and spear-wielders awaited his command. Yet, both sides struggled to inflict damage upon one another, as visibility was severely limited. Seeing the ineffectiveness of ranged attacks, Lawan quickly ordered the infantry to engage in close-quarters combat. The cunning Rog did not plan to charge headlong into the fray. Instead, he ordered the deployment of poison gas grenades. Realizing the danger, Lawan commanded the sorcerers to disperse the toxic fumes. Nevertheless, dozens of lizardman warriors succumbed to the poison, writhing on the ground. The wind began to clear the mist, and upon observing the lizardmen's unwavering morale, Rog promptly ordered a retreat. With only 30 men, all clad in leather armor and wielding iron weapons, close combat might not guarantee victory, and he could not afford to lose all his subordinates in this place. Lawan tore open a scroll, illuminating the night in an instant. The sudden light temporarily blinded the lizardmen, and by the time their vision returned, the wargs had vanished. Lawan immediately ordered his men to board their vessels in pursuit. The two factions engaged in a relentless chase across the swamp, with the lizardman shaman seizing an opportunity to launch a water arrow at Rog's head, only to be deflected by Rog's axe. Assessing the enemy's strength, Lawan decisively ordered the pursuit to be abandoned. The enemy was reckless, and it was uncertain whether he could withstand their ferocity. The thought sent a chill down his spine. However, Rog faced considerable difficulty in extricating himself. For the one orchestrating the pursuit was the great toad shaman, Glapufuo. This master of traps had dominated the Dajao for centuries without failure and had no intention of letting the wargs escape. As the lizardmen slowly faded into the mist, Rog exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, his years as a brigand had taught him that the danger was far from over before leaving this swamp. Listening to the distant croaking of frogs, Rog felt a sense of gloom lift, and he found himself growing drowsy. Suddenly, sensing an impending threat, he drew a dagger and stabbed it into his calf, the sharp pain jolting him awake. True to his instincts, the area around the fleet was now swarming with mermen armed with crossbows. Everyone on guard. On guard, he bellowed, as a level 4 warrior. His voice carried a powerful resonance, yet it was too late. The great toad shaman, realizing their exposure, immediately commanded a volley of arrows, resulting in the instant death of numerous wargs who could not raise their shields in time. Once the mermen had discharged their bolts, they submerged into the water. Enraged, Rog slashed at the surface with his sword, bringing down over 40 mermen who had failed to escape. Yet, the shaman remained indifferent to the loss of his kin. His plans continued unabated, while Rog's situation grew increasingly dire. The experienced Rog understood he had become the target of the great toad people. However, he was well prepared for such circumstances. He produced a special wind flute, which seemed to momentarily deter the shaman's appearance. This unique instrument was devised during the era of the human empire to counteract the illusions of the great toad people, utilizing specific frequencies to dispel their presence. With the wind flute, the path ahead became significantly clearer, and even the mist was blown away, perhaps due to the tension of the night. The wargs caught a faint fragrance of flowers in the breeze, and before they realized it, they sank into the swamp. Rog continued to blow his wind flute vigorously, feeling his canoe slow down considerably. "Put your backs into it. Get us out of this cursed place," he shouted, but received no response. Looking back, he saw that he was the sole survivor of the entire fleet. In that moment, Rog comprehended that he would not escape this swamp. As expected, countless mermen surrounded him with crossbows drawn. A single level 4 warrior could not hope to sweep through them all, and combined with his own poisoning and weakness, he was soon riddled with bolts. As he witnessed the last warg fall to the rain of arrows, the serpent leader, accompanied by 2 sorcerers, vanished into the mist. Saka had observed the entire battle unfold, and the great toad shaman had been dispatched by him, with 3 mid-tier serpents assigned to monitor the situation to prevent any potential mishaps. However, it seemed he had been overly cautious. The lizardmen, having survived in the Dajao, were far from incompetent. The performance of the great toad shaman had genuinely astonished him, yet he was grateful that it was his subordinate. Having witnessed the practical exercise, it was now time to reward the achievements. The iron weapons and leather armor of the wargs were of no use to the great toad people and would be given to the lizardmen instead. Saka considered himself a dragon of his word. Having promised rewards for merit, he directly arranged for Glapu to be transformed into a subordinate. Transforming into a vassal comes with the advantage of enhancing one's potential limits, which is directly correlated with the strength of the dragon. Once Sakaway enters his youth phase, there is a significant probability that these vassals will evolve into mid-tier or high-tier beings. However, for a 5-colored dragon, it is imperative to remain vigilant at all times. Hence, Sakaway resolved to observe for a year, and once he confirmed that all was well, he would slumber until reaching his youth phase. Generally speaking, A dragon's life stages are categorized as follows. From ages 0 to 5 is the hatchling stage. From 5 to 15 is the juvenile stage. And from 16 to 26 is the adolescent stage. In the adolescent phase, a dragon can flee at will, as no being below legendary status can impede their escape. In the forthcoming year, Sakaway intended to delve deeply into the magical tomes gifted by Wylanzer. These tomes, tailored to Sakaway's circumstances, primarily contained water-based spells along with a few volumes on healing and alchemy. Thanks to the ability to bypass the incantation process, Sakaway found learning water magic to be a straightforward endeavor. Chapter 9. Goblin Assassin. Perhaps the annihilation of the werewolf army shocked the surrounding factions, for in the ensuing year, the swamp remained untouched by any forces, and even the traveling merchants vanished. After convening his vassals to discuss their prospects, Sakaway decided to take a long slumber. At the age of 8, he reasoned that after another 8 years, he would be ready to wreak havoc in the world. After instructing his vassals to awaken him in case of emergencies, Sakaway closed his eyes and began to acquire new dragon legacies in his dreams. Great Master, I sincerely apologize for awakening you at this moment. We have encountered an insurmountable issue, and we hope you can guide us personally. Sakaway abruptly opened his eyes to find a goblin standing before him, filled with confusion. When did the Great Swamp come to host a goblin tribe? However, Sakaway refrained from expressing such sentiment directly. Is that so? Which short-sighted tribe dares to challenge me? Indeed, Master, the one who has come is General Sack the Great Hammer, a subordinate of Commander Gosh. According to my reconnaissance, he leads 500 pig-headed warriors, 20 of whom are clad in iron armor, 100 in leather armor, accompanied by another 50 shamans. Could this be a punitive expedition against me? Sakaway deemed it prudent to temporarily evade the situation, though he could not articulate this to his subordinates. What is our combat strength? Under your esteemed leadership, we possess 500 lizardmen spearmen, 200 archers, 180 sorcerers, and 3,000 fishmen capable of wielding crossbows. This unexpected abundance of subordinates surprised Sakaway, for he knew lizardmen reproduced annually, laying 6 to 8 eggs at a time, and could be battle-ready in 3 years. Yet, their growth rate seemed astonishing. He had only been in slumber for 5 years. Observing his subordinates' combat capabilities, Sakaway resolved to hold his ground. He would not flee until the enemy breached the lizardmen's stronghold. Once all his vassals were assembled, Sakaway proclaimed, "Listen closely, I shall outline our strategy. The lizardmen shall defend the stronghold, under the command of Lorne, and shall not initiate any offensive. The elderly, weak, and infirm will be relocated to the Fishman tribe. The Fishmen will send 1,000 archers to assist in the defense, while the remainder will be commanded by Priest Glap. The marsh toad shall engage in guerrilla tactics against the enemy, avoiding close-quarters combat. The snake people will serve as a reserve force, remaining with me and prepared to strike at any moment." After issuing these orders, Sakaway instructed them to adjust their tactics as necessary without needing to report back. Once each vassal acknowledged their tasks, he dismissed them. 5 days later, Sack's army arrived at the swamp's edge. It is said that when an army surpasses 10,000, it becomes boundless. Yet Sakaway observed the encampment established by these 500 warriors, which was no small feat. Moats, barricades, and fortifications were all present, indicating they were indeed a regular army. This battle would not be easily won. Contrary to Sakaway's apprehension, the lizardmen tribe brimmed with confidence, as most were newly matured youngsters, unacquainted with the savage battles of previous years in the swamp, and were filled with anticipation for the impending conflict. On the 3rd day of the pig-headed army's encampment, they commenced their advance toward the lizardmen tribe. The pig-headed shaman pressed their palms to the ground, causing the soil along the route from the swamp's edge to the lizardmen's stronghold to rapidly rise, creating a path wide enough for dozens to traverse side by side. With a thunderous command from Sack, the pig-headed warriors began to advance with shield carts and siege engines, while the soldiers followed closely behind, each armed with a round shield. Observing such cautious foes, Sakaway felt a wave of anxiety for the lizardmen tribe. Nevertheless, Lorne was no novice. He directed the crossbows to target the soldiers trailing behind. After a series of volleys, perhaps realizing the casualties were too great, Sack ordered the shamans to destroy the crossbows atop the stronghold. Lorne, unwilling to yield, commanded the sorcerers to concentrate their fire on the opposing shamans. The enemy was evidently unprepared for the sheer number of sorcerers present among the lizardmen, resulting in heavy losses for the shamans. Just as Lorne reveled in his tactical prowess, several towering warriors emerged from the opposing side, undeterred by the rain of arrows. Before anyone could react, they leapt onto the stronghold, unleashing havoc. Lorne, incensed, commanded his troops to shoot them down. Despite the pig-headed warriors being clad in iron armor and above level 3, they could not withstand the close-range bolts. The deaths of these few pig-headed warriors granted their comrades precious time, while the lizard men were preoccupied with eliminating these extraordinary fighters. The pig-headed siege engine reached the gates of the stronghold. The hastily constructed gate shattered under a few blows, and dozens of armored pig-headed warriors surged into the stronghold, swiftly advancing inward. A brutal melee ensued. The lizard men were as robust as the pig-headed warriors, yet as amphibians, they excelled in aquatic combat. As the lizard men began to lose ground in the melee, Lorne urgently commanded the numerous fishmen to provide cover fire, allowing the lizard men to regroup into a formation. Under such a dense formation, even mid-tier warriors could not dominate. At Lorne's command, the formation began to advance slowly, sensing they would be forced out of the stronghold. The pig-headed commander ordered a formation of their own. However, the pig-headed side lacked a sufficient number of archers for support, and they gradually began to falter. Witnessing his subordinates struggle, Sack charged into the fray with his battle axe, prompting Sakaway to hastily order the snake people to intercept this high-tier warrior. 3 level 5 snake people managed to corner this level 7 warrior, leaving him in a dire predicament. Meanwhile, the pig-headed forces within the stronghold could no longer hold out and began to retreat. Lorne immediately commanded a pursuit. Unexpectedly, in their retreat, the pig-headed warriors managed to regroup under their commander's orders, launching a wave of throwing axes that resulted in the lizard men suffering the loss of over 30 warriors. Observing the orderly retreat of the pig-headed forces, Lorne had no choice but to order a fallback to the stronghold. After a day of bloody combat, the lizard men lost 200 spearmen, 50 archers, and 300 fishmen, while they eliminated 150 pig-headed warriors. As night fell, under Sakaway's orders, Lorne dispatched a peace envoy to return the bodies of the pig-headed warriors and offered 1,000 gold pieces worth of potions as a proposal for both sides to cease hostilities. Sack immediately agreed, not out of fear, but because the lizardmen tribe was too formidable. Otherwise, Commander Gosh would certainly intervene personally. They needed to understand that the Great Swamp was a tough nut to crack. Having resolved the pig-headed crisis, Sakaway finally found the opportunity to inquire about the goblin. Before he could speak, the goblin began recounting the hardships he endured in finding his way here. Through his account, Sakaway gleaned the essence of the situation. It turned out that this was the same informant, Hui Shu Pai, he had once encountered in the goblin tribe. After becoming a subordinate, I unexpectedly awakened my assassin talents. Progressing to level 4, and, guided by the bond of subordination, I found my way here. Upon encountering the goblin, Sakavi felt a surge of anger towards the other subordinates. A group of them, despite their various resource offerings, developed far less quickly than their wild counterparts. Master, I have discovered a skull that bears a similar scent to yours. I found it in the lair of a great earthstorm bear. With that, Huishupi produced a skull that seemed to belong to one of Sakavi's blood relatives, though the exact identity remained elusive. Recognizing Huishupi's unique talent, Sakavi deemed it beneficial to have him assist in locating other siblings. Days later, Huishupi indeed found a head, reportedly discovered within the Swamp Toadman tribe, which had been used as a spellcasting material. It appeared to belong to his elder brother, Rain. Observing Huishupi's remarkable efficiency, Sakavi felt compelled to bestow upon him a fitting name to inspire continued diligence. Without delay, Sakavi summoned him and declared that he would henceforth be known as Gopu Yuing. Having a name conferred a sense of respect, and the gesture moved Huishupi deeply, as it was a significant reward. During the last great battle, Sakavi was struck by the sheer number of pig-headed extraordinary warriors and felt the necessity to acquire a few tomes to facilitate the advancement of his subordinates. Such books were typically unavailable for purchase, yet one must attempt to ascertain their existence. To Sakavi's surprise, a lizardman merchant caravan indeed procured 2 mid-tier warrior manuals. Lorne explained that a black market existed in the city of Giant Hammer, where tribes would sell books they could not utilize. Upon inspecting the manuals titled Berserker and Shield Warrior, Sakavi discerned that Lorne had been duped. These were merely basic training manuals for military endeavors, lacking higher-tier content, yet were priced at 2,000 gold coins. After instructing Lorne to train the soldiers, Sakavi summoned Gopu and tasked him with a journey to Giant Hammer. Seeking opportunities to pilfer tomes concerning the extraordinary, Gopu set forth, but a month later returned empty-handed. It turned out that the library in Giant Hammer was fortified with powerful magical barriers that Gopu, given his abilities, could not breach. However, he did bring back intriguing news. He had detected a scent similar to Sakavi's at the winged cavalry outpost in Giant Hammer. Without hesitation, Sakavi commanded Gopu to eliminate this black dragonkin. To maintain the power of his faith, Tiamat, the five-headed dragon queen, had decreed the prohibition of mutual slaughter among the chromatic dragons, with the penalty of the soul being barred from entering the divine temple. Yet, every rule has its loopholes. While direct action was prohibited, no such restriction existed for others. Consequently, Sakavi devised 3 plans to ensure this blood relative met an untimely demise. To his astonishment, 3 months later, Gopu returned once more without success. According to Gopu, Domina had vacated Giant Hammer and was stationed at the Blackstone Fortress to the north. In his initial attempt, he had intended to unleash a toxic smoke that would enrage the great dragon, but the furious black dragon was swiftly subdued by a winged knight's punch. In the second attempt, he mixed crushed poisonous mushrooms into meat intended for Domina, only for the accompanying shaman to rescue her just as the mushrooms began to take effect. In the third attempt, he was nearly caught by vigilant guards before he could act. Hearing this, Sakavi pondered whether Tiamat had taken notice of him, deliberately leading him to successive failures. Just as Sakavi contemplated giving up, Priest Grapp appeared, offering to try his hand. While Sakavi harbored doubts regarding Grapp's capabilities, given his amphibious nature and the distance to Blackstone Fortress exceeding 2,000 kilometers, he felt it unwise to undermine Grapp's confidence. After acquiring a map, Grapp set off without requesting travel expenses. Chapter 10. The visit from the dragon worshippers. While awaiting Grapp's news, Sakavi suddenly sensed dozens of magical creatures rapidly approaching. Anticipating ill intent, he decisively overturned his golden bed and fled into the depths of the swamp through a secret passage. However, his efforts proved futile, as the adversaries swiftly reached his position, launching a blade of wind. Realizing evasion was impossible, Sakavi charged forward, unleashing a water cannon at one of the figures, who was evidently unprepared for such a swift attack. The creature's body exploded in midair. Fueled by a sense of impending danger, Sakavi quickly vacated his previous location, just as a thunderous explosion erupted behind him. In an instant, the spellcaster was struck by numerous water arrows, falling like a severed kite. The game concluded here. Little Black Dragon, we harbor no desire to engage in combat with you. Indeed, the anticipated had arrived. The ability to accurately sense Sakavi's location indicated that the approaching beings were at least of the master tier, on par with Villaincer, while Sakavi, limited to an 8th tier water spell, found himself unable to contend with them. It appeared they had no intention of delivering a lethal blow, leading Sakavi to believe a negotiation might be feasible. What brings you, harpies, to my domain? Do not claim it is merely a social visit. I find that hard to believe. We seek to borrow an item. What item do you wish to borrow, and what price do you intend to pay? The price is the lives of all your subordinates. Of course, you may choose to refuse. In that moment, Sakavi was overwhelmed by the urge to curse. The 5-colored dragons, notorious for their lecherous tendencies, had always toyed with others, yet today someone dared to do the same to him, an utter reversal of fate. Alas, unable to retaliate, he realized that fleeing would likely cost him his subordinates. Reluctant to regress to a state of helplessness, Sakavi acquiesced to this almost shameless transaction. However, he stipulated that he would only accept a master-tier leader for breeding, and it must occur within the Great Swamp. All other terms were non-negotiable, or combat would resume. After a brief discussion among the harpies, they agreed to Sakavi's demands and presented a signed demonic contract for him to endorse. Sakavi carefully examined it, ensuring there were no hidden clauses disguised as ornate patterns, and upon confirming its simplicity, he boldly signed it with his brother Rain's name. After all, he was a black dragon renowned for his cunning. He could hardly sign his own name with sincerity. Once signed, the contract spontaneously ignited, signifying its formal enactment. Subsequently, the harpies and Sakavi returned to his lair. After the harpies took their leave, Sakavi vowed that upon reaching adolescence, if he did not raise the harpy tribe and capture their leader as a slave, he would abandon the Cardivan Plain and never return. The 5-colored dragons transition from hatchlings to juveniles at 6 years of age, then to adolescents at 16, and finally to young adults at 26. Entering adolescence, a dragon possesses a degree of magical capability, enabling them to subjugate formidable races such as harpies and minotaurs, renowned for their grudges. 5-colored dragons often recount tales of ancestors who tirelessly sought opportunities for vengeance over centuries. Amidst his fury, Sakavi encountered an even more infuriating situation when his subordinates reported a visit from the dragon worshippers. Sakavi instantly suspected that the harpies had orchestrated this blockade, and these dim-witted individuals dared to approach him. He promptly resolved to teach them a lesson, but upon stepping outside and discovering they were all master tier, he immediately adopted a welcoming demeanor, warmly inviting them to sit, share a meal, and engage in conversation. After a round of commercial flattery, the discussion shifted to the matter at hand. The Bai Long Jiao sought to enlist Sa Kawei to eliminate a certain individual, one with a rather formidable background. A high-ranking priest of the Church of Light, one of the most powerful churches in this realm. As for the rationale behind the assassination, Sa Kawei decided against probing too deeply. As long as the benefits were substantial, he was willing to wade through this murky water. He set his price at a tome of necromantic magic of legendary grade or higher, in addition to an advanced assassin class book of master rank. Action would commence upon receipt of the goods. The dragon necromancer expressed skepticism, arguing it was utterly impossible. If Sa Kawei took the benefits and fled, who would they hold accountable? After repeated negotiations, the reluctant human assassin finally produced his shadow combat technique. Seeing the other party's willingness, Sa Kawei resolved to set out the following day to confront this priest, who was his equal in strength. Upon first entering the astral realm, Sa Kawei felt as if he had been transported back to Lanxing. The surroundings bore an uncanny resemblance to the cosmos of Lanxing. If one were to draw a distinction, it could be said that the concept of gravity was seemingly absent here. At least Sa Kawei felt no change in gravitational pull. Setting aside these trivial thoughts, he hastened to the location provided by Bai Long Jiao to stake out the target. Perhaps he had arrived too early. He waited for a full 2 days before finally spotting the figure of the priestess, Selena, clad in a flowing white robe, hurrying past. "Excuse me, can the esteemed bishop spare a moment?" Sa Kawei called out to the black dragon lying on a nearby rock, eliciting a puzzled response from Selena. "Are you calling me?" "Indeed, young bishop," he replied. "You misunderstand. I am not yet a bishop, merely a priest. You shall be one in due time. I merely address you in advance." "Thank you, stranger." "No need for thanks. It is rare to encounter someone willing to converse with a dragon of many colors. I have many dragons of various hues at home, including several black ones. I do not find them particularly fearsome." "Is that so? Then your family must be quite wealthy. Do tell me where you reside, that I might pay you a visit." "Ha ha ha. You are quite amusing. Truly the most entertaining dragon I have encountered." "Humph. Hand over your gold, or I might just have to kidnap you." "Oh, and how old are you?" 13, in a few years. I will be ready to embark on grand heists." "Are you frightened?" "Terrified, absolutely terrified," he laughed. "You nearly scared me to death. Let me tell you, I am already 20. You, at such a tender age, harbor thoughts of mischief. Watch how I educate you today." With that, Selena seized her staff and swung it towards Sa Kawei's head. He deftly dodged and snatched her staff away. "Ha ha, today's robbery is complete. Priestess, shall we sell this staff, and I will treat you to a meal? If you dare sell it, I shall skin you alive." "Is that so? Do you know how to get to Canison City?" "I need to go there and sell this staff." "Indeed, I not only know the way, but I also reside there." "That is splendid. I have been commissioned to eliminate someone there, a Selena Wei Lin. Do you know her?" "I do. Not only do I know her, but I am quite familiar." "Can you disclose who sent you?" "Bai Long Jiao, priestess." "My friend, may I borrow your head for a moment?" "Of course, come here. I shall lend it to you." With that, a burst of holy light erupted where Sa Kawei had just stood, followed by a barrage of holy beams raining down simultaneously. Caught off guard, Sa Kawei was struck by 3 of them. After witnessing his perforated body, he consumed a potion and declared, "Priestess, I concede you possess great talent. However, this game must end here." With that, spikes suddenly erupted from the ground beneath Selena, only to be shattered by holy light. Hundreds of water arrows surged toward her vital points, triggering a holy shield to materialize, blocking the lethal strike. Yet, the water arrows, deprived of momentum, rapidly heated up and exploded. In that critical moment, Selena's necklace glimmered, transporting her 10 kilometers away in an instant. However, this life-saving artifact merely bought her time. As she prepared to contact the guards of Canison City, a massive mud hand suddenly rose from the ground, striking toward her. Without her staff, Selena had limited spells at her disposal and could only resort to a holy light ray attack. But was it truly so? After a holy light shattered the mud hand, Sa Kawei's roar, laced with dragon might, rendered Selena momentarily unconscious. When she regained her senses, a colossal dragon claw loomed within half a meter of her. "Die," Selena declared, tearing open a scroll, unleashing a fierce conflagration. Caught unprepared, Sa Kawei could only shield himself with a water barrier. After the explosion, Selena was again transported 10 kilometers away, while Sa Kawei was left charred and missing his left hand from the violent blast. Unwilling to concede defeat, he retrieved his severed hand and continued the pursuit. As Sa Kawei relentlessly wore her down, Selena gradually succumbed to fatigue, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion. Once he confirmed that Selena could no longer wield holy magic, Sakawe descended beside her. Priestess, your staff is returned. Thank you, you vile black dragon. You had better be cautious. If I die, the Wei Lin family of Kanison will pursue you to the ends of the earth. I apologize. I do not wish to kill you, nor do I desire enmity with your family. However, I must seize every opportunity to ascend. I lack the resources and connections you possess. Is that your rationale for deceiving friends? How utterly ridiculous. You must die today, and I will leave your body intact and free of wounds. This is the utmost I can do. Do you have any final words? Final words? If I had any, it would be for my father to ensure that when he captures you, he must strip your skin before my grave. Very well, I shall deliver that message. I have already sent a letter to your family. Someone will soon come to collect your remains. You may rest assured and depart to the divine realm of Nualuo Duo. Once he confirmed the arrival of Kanison's people at the scene, Sakawe quietly departed. The cost of this venture had been rather steep, and he would have to lie low for the next few years. After securing a safe hiding place, Sakawe promptly instructed Gopu to demand his due reward, warning that they could refuse, but he had ample time to deal with the three of them. Upon successfully acquiring the withering technique, Sakawe and Gopu retreated into a medium-sized underground realm, where he planned to break through to master rank before emerging. According to the intelligence Gopu gathered from the astral realm's black market, the Kanison Wei Lin was merely a legendary thief. Once he reached master rank, he could spar with him before making his escape. Chapter 11. A new beginning. Having resided in the Blood Moon realm for 6 months, Sakawe's injuries had nearly healed, and it was time to gather new followers. This realm was named Blood Moon because, regardless of where one stood, a blood moon hung ominously in the sky. Of course, in the underground world where Sakawe currently dwelled, this was not visible. During this time, Gopu had thoroughly investigated the surrounding situation. It was now time to recruit followers. The first choice was the nearby Grey Dwarves. Grey Dwarves are a branch of the Dwarven race, originally part of the same family, but gradually forgetting their culture and faith due to prolonged enslavement by heartstealers. After freeing themselves from this bondage, they became increasingly paranoid and cold-hearted under the influence of their guardian deity, Radug. Following the betrayal of the god of shadows and assassins, Dialog, Radug's influence waned, allowing the faith of the Deep King to rise. Under its influence, the Grey Dwarves settled in the lightless underground world. Even after Radug returned to the divine seat, the dynamics of the underground world remained unchanged. However, it mattered little what the Grey Dwarves believed, as long as they were useful. According to Gopu's investigation, this town of the Hue Iren is home to a warrior capable of wielding 8th-level martial skills and a priest who can cast 7th-level spells. It seems an intense battle is inevitable. Upon arriving near the town, Sakavi instructed Gopu to hold off the priest while he dealt with the Hue Iren warrior, promising to provide support once the warrior was dealt with. Currently, Gopu is a 6th-level assassin, and managing to stall a 7th-level priest should not pose a significant challenge. To the insects within, he declared submission or annihilation. Under the overwhelming pressure of the dragon's might, most of the Hue Iren collapsed instantly, while even the advanced warriors trembled, their legs weak. Great Lizard, this is not your playground. Leave at once, or you shall regret ever setting foot in this world. Courtesy of my grandfather, Helen Ironhelm. Without engaging in further dialogue, Sakavi launched a water projectile, which Helen shattered with his hammer without evasion. Suddenly, a claw lunged at his chest, but Helen deftly dodged just in time, activating his martial arts. Insect, your strength is commendable. Submit to me, and I shall spare your life. What say you? In response, Sakavi unleashed a heavy strike, the force of which shattered the water shield and continued its descent, crashing through the wall behind. Before Helen could retract his hammer, a steam projectile erupted before his chest, sending him flying several dozen meters. Even as he activated his martial arts steel armor, upon landing, spikes erupted from the ground but were shattered by a single blow from his hammer. However, in those fleeting seconds, Helen's chest bore 3 new wounds. The Hue Iron warrior gazed in disbelief at his injuries, recognizing he was no match for the dragon. Yet, refusing to concede defeat, he summoned his remaining strength and hurled his heavy hammer at the black dragon, ignoring the warrior's final strike. Sakavi immediately engaged the priest in battle while Gopu found himself in dire straits. The disparity was staggering, even with only a single level difference. The gap in strength felt absurd, a situation exacerbated by the assassin's ability to meld into the shadows. Seizing an opportunity while the Hue Iron priest was distracted, Sakavi swiftly crushed his skull with a single slap. The dragon's speed remained unmatched. The priest's melee instincts were evidently inferior to those of the warrior. and he lacked the time to evade the impending danger. With the two high-tier foes vanquished, the remaining Hui Iron posed no threat. Among them, Sakavi selected a seemingly agreeable individual to be appointed as the new priest, tasked with leading the Hui Iron to adopt the worship of the Deep Earth King. He also designated the strongest warrior as their leader. The supreme deity, Radug, has a penchant for treating his followers as slaves. And given that Dialog holds a grudge against him, it would be unwise to meddle in this affair. The only relatively safe option remained the Deep Earth King. The Hui Iron only needed to know who their temple housed and did not require a deeper understanding of this treasure-loving deity. Having resolved matters here, Sakavi promptly set forth towards the next faction he intended to subjugate, the Goblin War Fortress, which had long collaborated with the Hui Iron City. The goblins, known as Da Di Jing, bore resemblance to regular goblins but had developed grayish-white skin from prolonged subterranean dwelling. These goblins were more aggressive and disciplined than their ordinary counterparts. Yet they struggled to produce high-tier warriors, with few ever reaching advanced levels. Consequently, they often operated as mercenaries among various factions. Sakavi desired to acquire this armed force without the burden of financial compensation. The goblins made it clear there would be no negotiations without payment. However, Sakavi presented an irresistible proposition. Anyone who dared refuse would be sent to meet the War King, Maglubi, on the spot. His methods were crude yet effective. After the high-ranking officials at the fortress signed the contract, Sakavi declared that the leader whose subordinates fled the most would be the one sacrificed to Maglubi. With the dragon's presence ensuring their safety, the Hui Iron could devote themselves fully to production, resulting in a notable increase in revenue. While researching the withering technique, inspiration struck Sakavi. He sought to recruit a few drow elves as scouts. Enslaving drow elves is notoriously challenging, given the notorious jealousy of Goddess Loth. Yet this posed little issue for Sakavi. The drow community was not monolithic. Apart from Goddess Loth, there existed the unique figure of the exile, Vilya. In certain corners, her followers had never truly vanished, and these were precisely the individuals Sakavi sought. However, locating them was no simple task, and even if found, they might hesitate to serve him. Rather than searching aimlessly like seeking a needle in a haystack, it would be more prudent to approach Vilya directly. As a deity lacking followers, she would be unlikely to refuse the establishment of her temple. Without delay, Sakavi commanded the Hui Iron to construct a temple for Vilya adjacent to the existing one, complete with her statue, confident she would notice this development. As anticipated, the moment the offerings were placed, a voice resonated in Sakavi's mind. "Black Dragon, what do you require of me?" "Great Exile Protector, Vilya, I seek to borrow a few of your followers. I'm afraid I cannot risk my followers aligning with you, given your unstable faction. Their numbers are limited, and each one is invaluable. They need not come to me. When I require their services, they must attend to my needs." "Very well. They will contact you of their own accord. Best of luck, Black Dragon. Farewell." Days later, several drow elves arrived, a mix of male and female, all appearing to be formidable warriors. Through a combination of persuasion and coaxing, Sakavi ultimately secured 30 contracts of allegiance over the following month. Thus, within a 1,000-mile radius, over 500 drow elves defectors fell under his command, proving the worth of the temple was immeasurable. If he could establish a market for surface weapon sales, gold would flow ceaselessly into his coffers. With this thought, Sakavi felt a surge of confidence. Once he matured into adolescence, he would gather followers from the surface. With surface followers at his disposal, Sakavi would be well equipped for both offense and defense. Temporarily setting aside impractical fantasies, he focused on mastering the withering technique, attempting to craft a unique magical artifact tailored to his needs. The hallmark of the withering technique lies in its detailed parameters for various artifacts, allowing each practitioner to adjust the data based on their circumstances, thereby creating a truly personalized magical tool. Sakavi fashioned a singing skull of a Da Di Jing, though the melodies it produced were anything but benign. With this artifact, combat against warriors became significantly easier. Chapter 12. A reunion with Vilya after hiding in the realm of the Red Moon for 3 years. Sakavi not only matured into adolescence, but also ascended to the rank of a 12th-level necromancer, on the brink of transitioning from master to legendary mage. Upon entering this medium-sized realm, Sakavi finally understood why his ancestors had never attained legendary status. According to popular belief in this realm, the size of a plane directly correlates with the concentration of magical energy. The larger the plane, the more likely legends emerge in those vast planes. Even certain magical beasts can reach the legendary domain. Moreover, each legendary being significantly disrupts the magical equilibrium of their realm, once a plane reaches its limit of legendary entities. No further legends can arise. Typically, a small plane can sustain up to 35 legends. A medium-sized plane can accommodate 1,030 or 15 demigods. As for larger planes, the specifics remain yet to be discovered. Having comprehended this knowledge, Sakha felt it imperative to make a return to Kaduin before embarking on his legendary journey. Otherwise, the intense magical disturbances emanating from the minor plane could inflict irreversible damage upon both himself and the entire realm. The Kaduin plane had not witnessed a legendary figure for many years, likely indicating that it was already at full capacity. After arranging the production tasks for the Grey Dwarves for the coming 6 months, Sakha intended to set off for Kaduin immediately, where the 9th-level assassin Gapu was stationed, ensuring that any troublesome drow elves would pose little threat. Upon returning to Kaduin, the first order of business was to audit the accounts. As a dragon, nothing was of greater importance than wealth. Just as Sakha was patiently reviewing the towering ledger before him, a furious roar echoed in his mind. "Sakha, come out." It was Valanche, and she appeared intent on a confrontation. Had he wronged her in any way over the years? "Ah, Valanche, it has been a while. What brings you to my domain?" "Silence, you shameless wretch. I have no friend like you. Prepare to pay with your life." With that, countless leaves, sharp as blades, hurtled towards Sakha, relentlessly pursuing him. Realizing evasion was futile, he summoned a wall of withering that drained the moisture from the oncoming leaves. As he watched the desiccated foliage descend, Valanche's fury intensified, and she cursed. "I must have been blind to associate with such a filthy creature. Had I known, I would have struck you down, ridding the world of your scourge." "Valanche, do you harbor some misunderstanding? Why resort to violence at our first meeting? Is the accusation of you murdering the priest of the Church of Light a misunderstanding? Is the use of necromancy before my very eyes also a misunderstanding? I will no longer trust you." It seemed reconciliation was not on the horizon, and thus, they could only settle matters through strength. 3 arrows imbued with necromantic magic shot towards Valanche, only for her to evade them effortlessly. The ground where she once stood withered, covered in a thick frost, showcasing the potency of the necromantic arrows. Unyielding, Valanche retaliated by unleashing a multitude of seed projectiles at Sakha, leaving him in a state of disarray. The seeds that struck the stones took root swiftly, transforming the boulders into mere rubble within moments. Having failed her first assault, Valanche began to chant again, and suddenly spores around Sakha detonated. Having inhaled a considerable amount, he coughed up blood and fell. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Sakha unfurled his wings, soaring back into the air. Yet, sharp wooden spikes erupted from the ground where he had aimed to land. The counterattack was equally fierce. A skeleton wielding a dagger emerged from the shadows, targeting Sakha's vital points. Just as the blade was about to pierce the throat of the stag, flowers bloomed all over the skeleton, causing its arm to drop the dagger limply. Moments later, it disintegrated into dust. As the dagger hit the ground, a torrent of water struck mere moments later. With no time to catch her breath, Valanche hastily conjured a shield and leaped aside, narrowly avoiding dozens of water blasts aimed at her previous location, while hundreds more fell where she had stood, always a step behind. Just as she evaded this onslaught, the black dragon's claws descended upon her, only to be repelled by a bare paw that sent it sprawling. Where the black dragon landed, 3 sharp spikes sprouted, but soon withered away. The giant bear lunging at the black dragon was suddenly upended by the soil beneath it, followed by several water droplets penetrating its body. Realizing she was outmatched, Valanche transformed back into a stag and fled. In her wake, the dirge of withering resounded, causing the surrounding flora to decay. She screamed in agony as a massive skeletal arm reached for her, only to be shattered by a swift blow. A beam of holy light struck, obliterating the skeletal head of the earth elemental. Another ray of holy light followed, and before Sakha could evade, it pierced through his right chest. A cloud of water vapor rapidly condensed around Valanche's right wrist, heating up and exploding into steam, sending her staff and right hand flying. Without hesitation, Valanche dashed into the forest, but was struck by a dragon claw that sent her flying several meters. Observing her bleeding, Sakha landed beside her and declared, "The victor is clear. Your hand back to you. This ends here. Perhaps, or perhaps not." Suddenly, 2 tree trunks behind Sakha pierced his body, beginning to wither. "Had I not extracted my heart in advance, this would have cost me my life. What a pity, you madwoman. Valanche, you should not have meddled in this. Return to your forest." A beam of holy light illuminated the entire forest. Had Sakha not been prepared, he might have been reduced to ashes. Reality holds no what-ifs. And Valanche's trump card was now depleted. "I nearly forgot. Elves also revere the Church of Light. Let us engage. If skill is lacking, there is nothing more to say." Very well. I shall personally escort you back to your home in the forest. Begone. With that, Valanche turned and departed without a backward glance. Watching his former friend retreat, Saka found himself momentarily at a loss. She had commanded him to leave her home. It seemed he had no choice but to comply. Upon returning to his lair, Saka immediately summoned all his subordinates, dissolving their bonds. He announced that those willing to accompany him could re-sign the subordinate contract, while those unwilling could take their share and depart. To Saka's astonishment, only the swamp toad shaman Jelapu expressed a desire to leave with him. Luin stated that leaving his homeland was difficult, while the fishman leader claimed his weakness would only bring chaos. Even more infuriating were the serpent folk, who claimed that following Saka had yielded no benefits, and they had long wished to leave. Very well. As a former acquaintance once said, sands that cannot be grasped are better cast aside. After distributing the funds, Saka finally voiced a long-held curiosity. How had Valanche discovered his return when he had taken such precautions to remain hidden from his enemies? Luin's response was infuriating. Valanche had been lying in wait all along, having squatted here for 3 years, during which she had resided with the lizard folk tribe. During this time, she had also managed matters concerning the Great Swamp. And the moment Saka returned, the lizard folk had notified her. Upon hearing Luin's explanation, Saka was incredulous. She had come seeking vengeance, yet had been allowed to stay here for years. Truly, those who revel in the chaos of others should count their lucky stars. He was fortunate to have dissolved the subordinate contract early, or he might not have seen the dawn of the next day. Having distributed the funds, it was time to make his escape. The ruckus from the previous night's battle had undoubtedly drawn the attention of the pig-headed chieftain Boj, who was rumored to have 2 legendary commanders at his side, any one of whom could easily overpower him. Upon returning to the Dark City, Saka suddenly remembered that he had sent Jelapu to slay a dragon and had yet to inquire about the outcome. Jelapu revealed that he had completed the task 3 years prior. He had used illusions to compel a nearby red dragon to sever Dominea's neck, accompanied by a breath of dragon fire, ensuring her immediate demise. Such expertise was indeed commendable, befitting a professional assassin. Reflecting on this, Saka realized that during his trip to Kaduin, he had neglected his primary mission, and the existence of the Harpy tribe was utterly intolerable. He immediately ordered Gapu to capture the Harpy leader for him. Gapu complied, at which point Jelapu mentioned that he had successfully advanced to the 7th tier of Druidism. He assured that his skills in killing and arson were no less than Gapu's. Wait a moment, when did the swamp toad become capable of self-training as a druid? Can he also break through to higher tiers? Could it be that Jelapu is also a traveler from another world, perhaps with a built-in system? It seems this individual cannot be allowed to remain. However, Saka was clearly overthinking, as Jelapu hastily clarified, stating that his path as a druid had been taught to him by Valanche. It is not uncommon for an individual to wield multiple schools of magic or to hold various professions. The dragon serves as a quintessential example of this phenomenon. It appears that the favor of Wei Lan Se remains unreciprocated. With the presence of this formidable druid, the apothecary industry can be revitalized. In due time, I shall subdue several subterranean gnome tribes to cultivate medicinal herbs for my own benefit. As for the matter of employing them, Saka Wei expressed his reluctance, stating that he had grown weary of poverty and dared not spend a single coin, leaving him no choice but to resort to theft. Having resolved the issues surrounding Ka Duo 1, the next objective is to explore opportunities on the surface. Saka Wei commanded his subordinate drow elves to venture above and ascertain the various factions present. Regarding the notorious reputation of the drow, Saka Wei questioned whether it was truly worse than his own status, as his bounty had even reached Ka Duo 1. It was surprising to discover that the pig-headed inhabitants of Ka Duo 1 were indeed a collection of cowards, willing to accept any bounty offered. However, upon seeing the figure of 10 million gold coins on the bounty notice, Saka Wei felt a strong temptation to sell himself. In this world, a live chicken is worth merely 5 copper coins. 1 gold coin exchanges for 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be traded for 1,000 copper coins. This currency is issued by the Just Church, one of the 3 major sects of the Pantheon, though other factions may also issue currency, the acceptance of which outside the Dominion remains uncertain. Chapter 13. Wrapping up. Due to the haste of my previous departure, many items were left behind. Thus, Saka Wei deemed it necessary to send Gulapu back to Ka Duo 1. After years of managing the Great Swamp, he had failed to retrieve various instruments, materials, and seeds essential for potion production. At that time, only gold coins were divided, and these items went unmentioned. He also intended to persuade a few swamp toads to accompany him back. With this in mind, Saka Wei instructed Gulapu to cease his current tasks and return to the Great Swamp. In addition to the aforementioned duties, he sought to acquire as much knowledge as possible regarding the swamp toad's poison-making and trapping techniques, as his side was in dire need of such talents. After completing these tasks, Sakawe felt the necessity to take a well-deserved rest, for Wei Lan Sei's combat prowess had far exceeded his expectations. Had he not been concerned about insufficient magical energy, having specifically replaced his heart with a magical stone purchased from the astral black market, he feared he might not have survived their last encounter. Wei Lan Sei's ability to cast spells of legendary strength and variety had undoubtedly reached the realm of the extraordinary. It seemed that the limitations of the Ka duo one dimension prevented her from advancing to the master level. The distinction between a legendary and a master lies in the fact that the former represents the pinnacle attainable by an ordinary individual, capable of influencing the dimensional structure of magic and directly contracting with elemental forces, casting elemental magic without incantations. Moreover, a legendary can possess their own domain, a unique space for storage or habitation. To prevent a recurrence of such perilous situations, Sakawe believed it was time to delve into life-preserving magic. Within the Dragoness legacy, there exists a curse that, once a contract is signed, inflicts damage reciprocally between the two parties. Demons from the depths of Batu Hell had deceived dragons into signing such contracts on multiple occasions, ultimately meeting their demise at the hands of Tima Yate after provoking her. The method of creating this contract, along with its inventor, was reduced to ashes. Should he reverse this contract's application, could he not secure himself additional lives? Resolute in his decision, Sakawe immediately dispatched drow elves to the astral black market to procure detailed information regarding this contract. Before the drow returned, Gopu made his appearance, accompanied by a harpy, which ignited Sakawe's fury. How dare she remain so audacious after falling into his hands? Little bird, did you not expect my return? It is time for you to pay the price. Father, please do not harm me. I am your daughter. You cannot kill me. Humph, spineless wretch. Today, even if you call me grandfather, it will be of no use. I shall pluck every feather from your body. Master, please calm your anger. She truly is your daughter. The harpy you mentioned has been slain by the pig-headed overseer. Nonsense. I would recognize that harpy even reduced to ashes. She looked just like this, you old fool. Master, it is absolutely true. The entire harpy tribe has been exterminated, and I discovered this in their lair. With that, Gopu produced a young dragon skull. Upon recognizing the familiar aura emanating from the skull, Sakawe finally accepted that the harpy tribe had indeed been eradicated. The harpy before him appeared to be a smaller version of the one from years past, and seemed to carry the essence of dragon blood, suggesting a shared lineage. As the dragon fixated its gaze upon her, the harpy tentatively inquired, Father, with mother gone, if you wish, could you consider me? How infuriating. Which fool raised such a child? Your morals are as distorted as your features. With that, Sakawe suspended her from the beam of the room, ignoring all pleas for intervention. Eventually, it was the newly appointed leader of the Grey Dwarf tribe who intervened, advising Sakawe to allow her to don some clothing before continuing the punishment. Very well, Sakawe conceded. He had no need for clothing, and the harpy had never been accustomed to it, which he had momentarily forgotten, though reluctant to acknowledge her. The presence of his daughter before him made it impossible to disregard her existence. Sakawe resolved to keep her close and educate her in the ways of a civilized harpy. After resolving this matter, Sakawe gleaned the broader context through Gopu's narrative. It turned out that following the completion of the transaction, the cult of the dragon had sold him to the Light Church, which demanded that Bog submit individuals. Unable to deliver, Bog resorted to capturing a few subordinates from the Great Swamp as a substitute. Unknown to him, Wei Lan Se had received word and persuaded Bog to capture the harpy instead, claiming it would be more effective to turn her in, asserting that she was Sakawe's consort and would be more useful than the worthless subordinates. Having borne a child with dragon blood, the harpy leader was left with no recourse and was taken away for execution, along with the slaughter of her entire tribe, leaving only little Ta Li, who, for reasons unknown, was spared. It seemed that Wei Lan Se's power exceeded Sakawe's initial assumptions, as she had managed to sway Bog, the tyrant of the Ka duo one dimension. Nevertheless, Sakawe remained skeptical that the Light Church would permit Ta Li's return. As anticipated, the holy mark of light was discovered upon little Ta Li, a mark that only activated during the manifestation of holy light. Fortunately, the dominant religious force in this dimension was the War God Church, one of the three major sects of the Pantheon, which meant that the influence of the Light Church had not yet penetrated here. However, should he venture beyond this dimension, caution would be paramount, for the Light Church likely already knew of Sakawe's presence in this realm. with only a few fissures leading out of the dimension. Deploying a few individuals to keep watch would complicate Sa Ka-wei's future attempts to leave, while Sa Ka-wei immersed himself in the study of necromancy. Gula-pu returned, not only bringing the necessary materials and instruments, but also 30 swamp toads. The performance of this druid consistently met expectations without fault. Additionally, he brought news of Wei Lan Se, who requested that Sa Ka-wei return the holy light mirror taken during their previous confrontation. In all honesty, he had nearly been purified to ashes by that very object, and the skull he had painstakingly crafted had been destroyed. Surely, it was only right for her to relinquish her artifact. Nonetheless, Sa Ka-wei refrained from mentioning this, fearing that it might prompt her to demand medical expenses from him. Not only did Sa Ka-wei return the holy light mirror, but he also provided the transfer contracts for the slaves from the Great Swamp. A group of charming individuals genuinely believed that Sa Ka-wei had lifted his control over them. What a jest! As a devious black dragon, how could his words be trusted? What he had dispensed was merely the contract of servitude. The slave contract had never been stated to be nullified. Since Wei Lan Se took such a keen interest in the Great Swamp, it would only be fitting to grant her this favor. After a year of repeated experiments, I have confirmed that the puppets I crafted indeed possess the ability to withstand damage on my behalf. However, there is a minor issue. They can only endure once before becoming useless. The materials required for their creation are not inexpensive, demanding the soul of an intelligent being. Although the underground world is rife with the deranged, including the Kotao Yuren, who often do not even know their own identities, capturing too many of them will ultimately attract attention, leading to the discovery of countermeasures. It seems these puppets can only be employed in dire situations. While locating numerous dragons may prove challenging, finding materials harder than dragon scales is relatively straightforward. Observing the completed puppets being placed into stone coffins, Sakavi no longer needs to worry about being easily slain by others. Nonetheless, these puppets are only effective against foes below the legendary tier. Facing a demigod would undoubtedly pose a greater challenge. 6 months ago, Sakavi sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through to the legendary level. Yet he lacked the necessary catalyst. Although the legendary figures in the Hanyu dimension are not at full capacity, various factions here would certainly not welcome an unfamiliar black dragon's ascension. It is imperative to make proper introductions in advance. Upon the return of the Drow Elves, I began to visit various factions one by one. During this waiting period, Gopu returned, bringing the latest news from the Great Marsh, though this news left Sakavi heartbroken. My kind gesture of distributing funds to my subordinates upon parting was met with ingratitude. Not only did they disregard my goodwill, but they also returned the money to Wylance after my departure. It appears that these individuals are more afraid of authority than appreciative of virtue. Nevertheless, I have not returned in years and have accumulated quite a fortune. Let them choose whichever powerful ally they wish to court. There is no need to concern myself with these fools who have never ventured beyond their own plane. Time swiftly passed, and after 6 months, Sakavi finally awaited the return of the Drow Elves, who appeared to have brought back even more individuals than had initially departed. It turned out that not all defectors worshipped Wei Lan. A significant number had chosen to follow other deities. This revelation brought Sakavi considerable delight. Exile, what is your name? Walna Defo, a defeated competitor in the competition of the Underdark City, formerly a high priestess of the Spider Goddess, now a devotee of the War Church, and a master assassin, I salute you, great black dragon. The succinct manner of her speech and subtle flattery greatly pleased Sakavi. Nobles certainly possess an exquisite way of communicating. However, judging by her demeanor, it would not be easy to recruit her under my banner. Indeed, I admire your abilities. Name your price. I require a retainer such as you. I require 10,000 gold coins and a city of subterranean gnomes. I shall offer you 100,000 gold coins and commission the gray gnomes to construct a city to your satisfaction. You and your subordinates will become my retainers. That is insufficient, my lord. Your offer remains too low. Retainers come at a different price. Is that so? What can you provide for me? I have no shortage of gold, but not a single coin is superfluous. My lord, what you require now is an organization capable of providing you with comprehensive intelligence across the entire plane, or perhaps even information from beyond the plane. Why should I trust you? No one can rival the Drow Elves in the shadows. This is a token of our meeting, one you will find appealing. With that, Walna presented a book titled Puppet Master. It seems my current strength is insufficient to recruit this Drow family. Nevertheless, familiarizing myself with them may prove advantageous in the future. Walna, what prompted your choice to come to me? The Duke of Lastra above does not favor those who operate in darkness. My family often faces exclusion there, and I intend to seek a new employer. 1 year for 10,000 gold coins. along with a small town built to your specifications. My lord, it seems you have forgotten, my family does not engage in menial labor. I will create labor-capable puppets in accordance with your style. Deal, Wilna shall serve you. Chapter 14. Duke of Scorpion Lion. After signing the contract with Wilna, the drow elf exile presented an invitation, stating that Duke Lastra, the Scorpion Lion beast, requests my presence. Gazing upon this exquisite gilded invitation, Sakavi pondered whether this duke might not be a benign figure. Since he extended an invitation, it is unlikely that I would be seized and enslaved upon arrival. Thus, I deemed it prudent to attend. Disregarding the local power would complicate my future endeavors. To prepare for this banquet, Sakavi sought out Wilna to provide detailed advice on the nuances of high-end gatherings and appropriate gifts. A banquet serves as a social venue, where one must engage with multiple individuals. Caution is warranted to avoid offending anyone. Ultimately, Sakavi decided it would be best to bring Wilna along, as specialized matters should be entrusted to experts. Initially, Sakavi wished to include Gopu, but Gopu steadfastly refused to partake in the festivities. According to Wilna, Duke Lastra is the ruler within a radius of 1,000 miles. His city permits any race or individual to reside and trade freely, provided they pay the head tax to become lawful residents. Within his domain, all forms of violence are prohibited. Under his rule, even murders and robberies, common occurrences elsewhere, are virtually non-existent. This piqued Sakavi's curiosity. How could a legendary beast be granted the title of Duke while wielding such formidable authority? Sakavi was particularly intrigued by how races such as the Gnolls, naturally inclined towards thievery, managed to survive under his governance. He promptly requested Wilna to take him to a nearby Gnoll tribe. Having witnessed a multitude of races, it was notable that in this town, no one even glanced at the unusual assemblage of dragonkin, drow elves, marsh toads, and gray gnomes. Unable to contain his curiosity, Sakavi approached a vendor and inquired, "Good sir, how much for this bagpipe, and what material is it made from?" "Ah, young man, is this your first venture far from home?" "Indeed. I felt bored at home and wished to explore." "Ha ha, you young folks dare to venture forth as adventurers, despite knowing so little." "Old man, you jest. I have read extensively. How could I be ignorant?" "Oh, then tell me, what is this bagpipe used for?" "Get it right, and I shall gift you one. It is used by the Gnolls for performances during celebrations, and is unique to their kind." "Ha ha ha, I knew you were unaware. At least you guessed half of it correctly. I shall give you this one. However, it is not for celebrations. It is utilized during Gnoll funerals. But alas, the youth have all turned to worship the god of war, and few remember Yenigu. This bagpipe, which embodies the culture of the Gnolls, has become a symbol of their former barbarism and wickedness. Do not be disheartened, for in the far west, many Gnolls still revere this deity. Their culture has never truly ceased. A deity that embodies slaughter and betrayal, whether to believe or not, is inconsequential. Yet it is a pity for a culture that has endured for countless years. Young man, you must be cautious of those with ulterior motives here. If anyone urges you to kill, regardless of their character, do not acquiesce. Why? Shouldn't bad people be eliminated? Who deserves death is determined by the Duke's judiciary. We Gnolls are responsible for maintaining order in this territory. You could say that as long as our Gnoll security team remains, no criminal can roam free." "Old man, were you a constable in your youth?" "Ha ha, young man, you truly have an eye for talent. Alas, time is unkind." "Old man, why is it that not a single child is present here? Only outsiders and the elderly abound. The young ones have all become constables. As for children, they are at school. Follow this road ahead, turn left after seeing the church, and you will soon find the school." "Thank you. I wish you prosperous business. I shall explore the area near the school. Farewell, young adventurer. Here is your bagpipe." "Thank you. Take care." The small town is not particularly large, and within 5 minutes, we arrived at the war god cathedral mentioned by the elder of the Chai Langren. This cathedral is unlike the underground temples seen by Sakaway. Although 2 Chai Langren stand guard at the entrance wielding knives and shields, there is no sense of oppression. Instead, it evokes a feeling of solemn respect. They are the heroes of our town, who sacrificed their lives in the war against demons, their souls ascending to the divine realm of Phylong. These 2 statues represent the war god's acknowledgement of their bravery and symbolize their eternal guardianship of justice. "Your Grace, we apologize for any offense towards the divine and hope for your understanding. It is of no consequence. Phylong treats all beings equally, regardless of race, as long as they harbor reverence for war. Please, do come in and take a seat. Then we shall not be rude. Welcome, esteemed guests. Behold the figure standing in the center, wielding a mighty axe. That is Lord Phylong. It is said that when he walked among mortals, he proclaimed that no race should be deemed superior or inferior. He often shared meals and lived alongside his soldiers until he took on the role of the Grand Chancellor of the Pantheon, at which point he distanced himself from direct contact with his followers. To the left, the demon holding a letter is Legoshur, Fei Long's advisor and a brilliant commander. It is said that he was repeatedly defeated on the battlefield by Fei Long, and moved by Fei Long's ideals of equality among all races, he resolutely joined his ranks. To the right, the troll grasping a medicinal herb is Bruzy, a renowned apothecary who has followed Fei Long since his rise. His stories are few, yet every warrior turns to him in prayer for healing from ailments afflicting themselves or their families. The other statues commemorate valiant warriors throughout the ages who were granted divine favor for their bravery in battle. Esteemed guests, I present to you this bone carving blessed by Fei Long, wishing you safe returns in your forthcoming adventures. Your Grace, this gift is far too precious for us to accept. Haha, do accept it, young one. The world has many stories yet for you to uncover, and Fei Long shall guide every brave soul. Faced with the one-legged, one-eyed Chai Langren elder, Sakaway reluctantly accepted the gift and presented a finely crafted dagger made by the gray dwarfs in return. After bidding farewell to the elder, Sakaway and his companions arrived at the local school. Even before reaching the entrance, they heard the vibrant sounds of children reciting their lessons. For a moment, Sakaway was taken aback. Having traversed into this realm for 18 years, it was the first time he had heard such familiar sounds of learning. Following the sounds, they entered a modest building where Chai Langren children of various ages were fervently reading aloud. In the open area in front, many were practicing archery and combat skills. Werna explained that they were studying the laws of the Duke's domain. Every Chai Langren must serve as a constable after graduation, and those who do not meet the standards are not permitted to graduate. Those who excel in combat skills are selected to join the scout team after 3 years of service in the constabulary, becoming soldiers. Such is the life in a Chai Langren town. Other regions are likely similar. With a basic understanding of the Duke's governance, Sakaway decided to hasten his journey to the Duke's castle, Wayland City. Wayland City appears less a city and more a gathering place. It lacks typical defensive structures like city walls and moats, featuring only a few towering watchtowers, which might be more aptly termed observation towers. Upon reaching the toll station at the city's edge, a Chai Langren riding a large hyena approached. This Chai Langren, adorned in a blue uniform, clearly differed from those collecting tolls and appeared to be a constable. "Hey, dragon, over here. Constable Quick Bloodhand has been awaiting your arrival, esteemed guest from afar. The Duke has entrusted me with your reception. Would you like to tour the civilian district first or head directly to the inn? I would like to see what makes the civilian district unique. Then you have come to the right person. I, Quick, am quite renowned as the leader of the local faction. The constabulary. Allow me to give you a brief introduction to this city. The area at the core is where the prominent figures reside, commonly referred to as the noble district. Before us lies the outskirts, a breeding ground for various crimes and gang murders, primarily inhabited by vagrants, criminals, and cultists. Why not clear these people out? Shadows lurk in every corner, and Wayland City is no exception. If anyone claims that there is no crime here, feel free to give them a punch. But do be cautious not to attract the attention of the constables. In truth, the outskirts are deliberately tolerated by the higher-ups, regardless of preventive measures. Demons from hell and tendrils from the abyss can never be entirely eradicated. Instead of allowing them to infiltrate among the ordinary citizens, it is preferable to keep them amidst the refuse, making them easier to monitor and control. There is a moat separating the outskirts from the true residential area, with passages guarded by constables who would not permit these ruffians to enter. The residential area is divided into 4 sections. As we proceed inward, the first area encountered is the Trade District, also known as the Outsider District, where merchants from various corners of the world reside. Here, you will find gambling dens, brothels, and slave markets. Perhaps you may even find a foreign beauty to your liking. With a wink directed at Sakaway, Quick wore an expression of someone in the know. However, Sakaway held little interest in such matters. Moreover, those with genuine skills would have been drawn to larger cities, leaving behind only scraps for these impoverished souls. Let us discuss that later. Please continue with your introduction. To the left of the Trade District lies the Industrial District, or the Blacksmith District, primarily focused on the production and sale of locally unique weapons, herbs, agricultural tools, and even some tables and benches. To the right is the Residential District, also known as the Landlord District, where most houses are rented rather than sold, accommodating merchants, the families of local civil servants, and workers from the Blacksmith District. Lastly, we have the Artisan District, also referred to as the Craftsman's District, where most residents are elves, along with a few artisans from various races. From gemstone necklaces and exquisite garments to coarse linen clothes and snacks, all manner of handcrafted goods can be found here. Sir, which area should we explore first? Let us visit the industrial district. As Chapter 15 unfolds, Quick shares his perspective on Wayland City while walking alongside Hawk along the broad road leading to the moat. Observing the bustling brown stone-paved streets, where 5 carts could pass side by side, and the throngs of people alongside various animals transporting both known and unknown goods. The scale of trade in Wayland City is astonishing. Perhaps sensing Sakaway's astonishment, Quick explained, "Do not be deceived by the abundance of goods. Their value is quite low, consisting mainly of raw materials. The Duke's territory has limited production capabilities, and most of the grains, iron ingots, and silk threads must be imported. Even herbs and timber cannot meet the demand." After following the crowd for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a square filled with goods. Quick informed him that all merchant goods must be inspected here to prevent any forbidden items from entering, although weapons like swords and knives are not prohibited. Crossing the grand bridge connecting both sides of the moat, they finally beheld the city walls of Wayland, gazing at the 2 massive stone statues before the city gate. Their rough contours and indistinct features made it hard to believe these were the symbols of the Duke's residence. "Sir, did you see those 2 colossal statues? The Chai Lang Ren on the left, wielding a meteor hammer and riding a hyena, is the founder of our constabulary, Loka Haju, and one of the builders of Wayland City. The one on the right, holding a large hammer, is the Minotaur Maya Lai Ti, the first judicial officer of the Duke's domain and the author of the laws governing this land. It is said that she is as unyielding as iron and delivers justice with divine precision. Moreover, she possessed a remarkable breadth of knowledge and wisdom. Aside from her fluency in the common tongue, she was also well versed in the ancient languages of the elves and dwarves. Half of the tomes in the Great Library were contributed by her, and she even authored the textbooks used in the schools of various races. Her presence rendered the Minotaurs, Harpies, and Gnolls as the trifecta of law enforcement. Regrettably, she was not an extraordinary being and passed away 120 years ago, at the venerable age of 215, gazing at the towering city walls and the watchtowers positioned every 20 paces. Sakavi finally comprehended why the outer districts could not infiltrate the inner sanctum. Walking along the road adjacent to the city walls to the left for approximately half an hour, they finally arrived at the entrance of the industrial district, which appeared markedly quieter than the trade district. The city gate here was adorned with carvings of harpies and dwarves, undoubtedly the initial followers of the Scorpion Lion Duke. Upon entering, they were greeted by orderly streets lined with uniformly arranged shops, suggesting meticulous planning. Traversing the thoroughfare, they followed Hawk into a nearby alley that was evidently more vibrant, bustling with goblin vendors. Here one could find an array of wares, from old armor and enchanted staves to rusted steel blades, indicating they had arrived at a flea market. Perhaps sensing their numbers, or perhaps intimidated by Keek, the shoppers hastily made way for them. Even the usually persistent goblin merchants feigned ignorance. Exiting the alley, under Keek's guidance, they meandered through several twists and turns to reach a marketplace selling second-hand furniture, which left Sakavi quite astonished. There were stools missing legs, cracked pottery, and even iron pots that had seen better days. Adults would surely wonder why such junk was not discarded, yet these battered items were precisely what most people could afford. Not that they were broken, but because they could never afford anything new. Rusty steel blades and tattered armor were all that ordinary adventurers or mercenaries could hope to purchase. The grand shops demanded hundreds of gold coins for their wares, accessible only to the affluent. Indeed, this ordinary life proved to be rather fascinating. "If you do not mind, my lord, I know of a quaint tavern where we can enjoy a drink," suggested Keek, gazing at the murky fruit wine before him. Sakavi began to regret entering the establishment called Beauty and Spirits. It was not a matter of personal distaste for the filth, but rather the presence of Wyerna. Amidst a haze of foul language, mingled with the stench of sweat and alcohol, and the floor littered with phlegm and grime-covered tables, there were also those lingering, invasive gazes that never seemed to falter. For a noble, this was undoubtedly a torment. Perhaps due to their numbers, the drunken patrons only dared to harass the tavern's courtesans, not daring to approach Wyerna. Yet, Sakavi clearly underestimated this exceptional elf. She sat quietly consuming the unappetizing steak and gulping down an unknown fruit brew, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. As a local, the Gnoll Keek showed no aversion to the food, directly ordering a hearty soup and rye bread, devouring it with gusto. After finishing the hard, dark bread, Sakavi expressed a desire to visit a blacksmith's workshop. Typically, such places were off-limits to the general public. Yet Keek was no ordinary individual. The workshop differed significantly from Sakavi's expectations. It was filled with steam pipes and exposed gears produced by gnomes. To Sokavi's surprise, even the notoriously stubborn dwarves had adopted semi-automated equipment. After exploring the industrial district, Sokavi and his companions ventured into the handicraft district, where the atmosphere was evidently unwelcoming. Numerous shops, upon spotting Sokavi's draconic heritage, outright refused service, even with Captain Keek's intervention. It was only thanks to Wyerna's presence that they managed to procure a few items. Navigating through the handicraft district, they reached the residential area, flanked by shops offering daily necessities and agencies. To Sokavi's astonishment, there were even several bookstores. However, upon entering, disappointment washed over him, as the offerings consisted largely of erotic literature and tales of knights and adventurers. It seemed that enthusiasts in any world shared a common affinity. My lord, do you know why the workers in the forging district must travel so far for work? I truly do not. It is said that someone advised the Duke, indicating that the residents of the forging district wield weapons and are numerous. Dwarves are notoriously hot-headed, and should they ever rebel, it would be troublesome. Hence, they were forced to reside here. Finally arriving at the trade district, the atmosphere was palpably more lively. The wares on display were an eclectic mix. But what piqued Sokavi's interest most was the sight of someone selling dragon eggs. Wyverns, offspring of dragons and various other creatures, emerged in bizarre forms. According to the merchant, the outcome of hatching was entirely a matter of chance, and he bore no responsibility for any mishaps. Indeed, wyvern species were numerous and varied in strength, from those resembling dragonkin to others akin to tortoises. After wandering through the district, a tipsy Keek began recounting his youthful exploits. I'm not boasting, but when I was 3, a troll merchant from afar struck one of my good friends. My temper couldn't bear it. I rallied a dozen comrades and gave that fellow a beating he wouldn't forget. In this very district, we used to command respect. Are you certain it wasn't you who called the master? Ha! I dared to call, and they had to dare to respond. After their banter, Sokavi returned to the inn located in the upper district, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease regarding the Knoll Keek. My lord, be cautious. Keek has been tainted by demons. Wyerna, how can you be so certain? His every action reveals he hails from the outer district. In the elven jewelry store, he hesitated to enter. Only one type of person from the outer district behaves thus, and that is a cultist. The tainted dare not touch blessed elven adornments. You seem quite knowledgeable about the outer district. I lived there for a time. What was your profession in Wayland City? Silk, my lord. Do not forget. The followers of the spider goddess possess weaving skills that rival those of the followers of Kellulin. Moreover, my lord, this place harbors a restless energy, which is why I departed. The influence of cultists has seeped too deeply, while Duke Lazite remains oblivious. A crisis looms near, if you intend to act. Preparations should be swift. How much do you know about Lazite? He resembles a goblin in formal attire. From a distance, he appears respectable, but upon closer inspection, he is not only crude but also short-sighted. Compared to other beastmen, he possesses remarkable insight, yet his thinking is not on par with that of intelligent races. How did he become a duke? It is said that when he was just coming of age, he was captured by orcs and made a mount. Later, his rider ascended to the throne, and his status rose accordingly. Perhaps due to a powerful magical disturbance on the battlefield, he achieved legendary status during the Abyssal War. Subsequently, when the Emperor fell in battle and he was sidelined, he had no choice but to retire. Upon returning to his homeland, he gathered various subhuman and beastman factions to establish his dominion. The Emperor, recognizing his military achievements, bestowed upon him the title of Duke and assigned the war church to assist in governing his fief. It seems this invitation was orchestrated by the higher-ups of the Rosen Empire. Tomorrow, I shall meet this puppet Duke and see what he has to say. Sokavi realized he had underestimated the woman before him. After failing in the cutthroat competition of the Shadow City, she still managed to lead her family to safety. Having lived in the outer district of Wayland City, knowing Lazite, and running a textile workshop in a haven for elves, she had made a remarkable transition from priestess to assassin. Each endeavor is beyond the capability of an ordinary person, which explains why one can easily discern Hoiku's dilemmas. Such talents are surely coveted by every faction. The ability to be a mercenary under my command likely stems from a more complex background. I have often heard that once one reaches a certain level of status, the desire to remain stagnant is futile. Tonight, Sokavi finally comprehends this truth. With power comes the inevitable approach of various individuals with ulterior motives, and it is a precarious situation that one cannot easily evade. Be cautious on your return. Tonight may not be particularly tranquil. If my suspicion holds true, Wyerna has offended the higher echelons of the Luosin Empire, or perhaps the War God Church. We shall discern which it is by nightfall. At midnight, indeed, a figure clad as a maid knocked upon Wei Er Na's chamber door. The two conversed for approximately half an hour before the maid discreetly departed. However, the nature of their discussion appeared far from pleasant, as Wei Er Na seemed to have struck the wall in frustration. The content of their dialogue remains unknown to Sa Ka Wei. Chapter 16. The Transaction. Esteemed Lord Rain. How do you find my dominion? It is rather astounding. I propose a transaction that I believe will pique your interest. Pray, enlighten me. You aspire to establish your influence here, yet no inch of land in the Hongyu realm is unclaimed. Do you grasp my meaning? What is it that you desire from me? Your service. What can you offer? The colossal fortress to the south of my territory can be yours, with half of the tax revenue allocated to you. It appears this old curmudgeon is unwilling to part with a single coin, expecting me to act as his gatekeeper. If I were to acquiesce to this, would I not be a fool? Moreover, I have journeyed far only to become someone else's subordinate. I am presently occupied with pressing matters. When I find the time, I shall share a drink with the Duke. Please, do not rush, Lord Rain. Since you are reluctant, I have another proposition. It would be wise to hear it before departing. Is that so? The Duke is indeed intriguing. I require your assistance in eliminating a legendary tier demon who has slain the third prince. Currently, the War God Church and Batua Hell are collaborating to eradicate Abyss 357. The Luosen Empire cannot intervene directly, thus your aid is sought. Speaking of the Abyss, it is a mystical realm. Simply put, all demons originate from the Abyss. Yet its true nature remains shrouded in mystery. The Pantheon refers to the entity governing the Abyss as the Abyssal Overlord, but the number of overlords is unknown, and their existence is even more enigmatic. No one can ascertain how many layers the Abyss possesses. Powerful factions, including the Pantheon, Batua Hell, and others, are dedicated to colonizing the Abyss, purging demons, and expanding their influence. The demons within often infiltrate other realms, wreaking havoc and corruption upon myriad races. Legend has it that Batua Hell was established by a formidable demon who escaped the control of the Abyssal Overlord, leading an entire realm to start anew. Whether this is truth or mere defamation by the Pantheon has eventually faded into obscurity. Nonetheless, it is widely acknowledged that Batua Hell has been expanding, now boasting 25 layers of hell. Aside from the original 9 layers, the remainder belongs to colonies that provide resources for Batua Hell. You expect me to slay a demon that even you are unwilling to confront? Do you truly believe I would take on such a task? I had thought the bounty of 10 million gold coins would reflect your prowess, yet it seems you have been intimidated by the fanatical faction of the Church of Light. I wasted my breath inviting you. Better to have one capable individual than a realm full of incompetence. How dare you speak of fear when you are so timid yourself? Humph. I have followed His Majesty the Emperor into the Abyss on numerous occasions, participating in countless battles, and have slain 5 legendary tier demons. When have I ever feared anyone? If you are so formidable, why do you not continue your conquests? Why return? If you complete this task, I shall guarantee you at least a title of count and a territory to govern. I need to achieve a breakthrough to the legendary tier here before I can undertake the task. You can also achieve your breakthrough within the Abyss. Time waits for no one. You must eliminate him while he is still in Abyss 634, or we risk losing his trail. You treat this as a trivial endeavor, sending me to confront a legendary demon. If I were to perish, it would be a different story. To toil for an empty promise and not even be afforded the opportunity to ascend to the legendary tier, if I were to agree to this, I would surely lose face as the Black Dragon. After I complete this task, if you do not grant me a title and land, to whom shall I appeal for justice? I possess a fair contract from the Church of Justice. You may sign it before proceeding. Do not attempt to deceive me with this. Who is unaware of how the Luosen Empire has borrowed from the Church of Justice? If they could truly uphold justice for me, I would consume that contract on the spot. I have a reason you cannot refuse. You must understand that upon reaching the legendary tier, further advancement can only be achieved through professional employment. The extraordinary professions in this world include mage, warrior, priest, druid, ranger, thief, and assassin. Mages are sometimes referred to as sorcerers, while priests may also be called clerics or shamans. Upon reaching the legendary tier, professions further subdivide. For instance, warriors can become sword saints or berserkers. This is akin to selecting a major in college, only to further specialize in graduate studies. However, obtaining a second opportunity for professional advancement is exceedingly difficult. Many innate magical beings can ascend to the legendary tier through instinct, but the second opportunity relies solely on the profession tomes left by predecessors. Of course, legends speak of prodigies discovering new professions, but such tales remain mere folklore. What can you provide? I possess a tome titled The Withering Messenger, If you desire it, consider it. Deliver it to me first, and I shall proceed with the task. What if you run away with the book? Then you have but a piece of parchment. A most agreeable collaboration, Mr. Rain. No, your terms are insufficient. I also require the admission of my daughter into the Luo Sun Empire's Magic Academy. That is reserved for nobility. This is a matter for you to ponder. Very well. Should you accomplish the task, I shall comply. Once the essential matters were concluded, Sa Wei was set to partake in the 300th anniversary celebration of the founding of Wei Sun City the following day. The arrangements had all been pre-discussed. The subsequent proceedings were merely formalities. Previously, Sa Wei had been skeptical, but today he was convinced. Great warrior, conqueror, supreme ruler of the Luo Sun Empire. His Majesty grew in, Black Dragon Rain extends his greetings, and may the blessings of Fei Long always be with you. Ha ha ha, Lord Rain, I sincerely appreciate your blessings. May Tiamat be with you. Thank you. The ruler of the beast realm, slayer of demons, intimate ally of His Majesty grew in, the most loyal subject, Duke of Wyland City. The esteemed Lord Lazite, I offer you my heartfelt congratulations. My friend, I am exceedingly grateful for your presence at this celebration. Your Excellency, I present to you a great sword crafted by the master artisans of the Grey Dwarves, inscribed with runes that can communicate with the elemental spirits of wind. I hope you find it to your liking. In accordance with Wei Erna's advice, it is customary to present gifts in such scenarios that are impractical. The less useful the item, the more imperative it is to gift it. Items deemed useless become treasures, as they cannot be utilized or discarded, instead languishing in storage. Ultimately treated as refuse. Following this, under Lord Lazite's guidance, Sa Wei greeted each high-ranking official of the Luo Sin Empire in attendance. Afterward, he was left to his own devices as Lord Lazite withdrew. Initially intending to cultivate a rapport, Sa Wei found himself ignored, leading him to seek a secluded spot to indulge in a feast. Cease your eating. If you continue, the Duke's estate will be entirely consumed by you. I paid for this. Why should I not partake? You claim to have paid? I suspect you snuck in here to swindle food and drink. Being a black dragon, you can enter. Why may I not? I have grown up in the Duke's manor. Of course, I can enter. You, who emerged from obscurity. How dare you presume to enter? I shall confide in you a secret. I too was raised within the grand estate of the Duke, albeit obscured by shadows, rendering me invisible to your sight. How amusing you are. Your attire appears to be of considerable worth. Pray tell, where is your abode? I might procure the funds for us to share equally. If wealth eludes me, then perhaps I shall offer my life in exchange. My goodness, not only do you refuse to provide me with coin, but you also dare to suggest I support you. You frighten me, since you claim to be my mother. Is it not only natural for you to provide for me? Your audacity knows no bounds. How could one pursue a young maiden without a thick skin? At such a tender age, you have already mastered the art of roguery? I am no longer a child. I shall soon turn 19. And you? 17 this year. Alas, dear sister, I am, in fact, your long-lost half-brother. Spare me the fraternal nonsense. With that, I kicked Sakavi down the stairs and leapt after him. How dare you assault a guest? If you do not part with several thousand gold coins today, do not expect to escape unscathed. Why not resort to theft? It is not as if I could contend with the Duke. I have never heard that the Duke's household harbors dragons. From whence do you emerge? Not a dragon, but a drake, merely tasked with intimidating disobedient commoners, ill-equipped for combat. Would you care to accompany me back? I possess a plethora of spellbooks, certain that you would master them with ease. Once you defeat the Duke, I shall believe your fanciful tales. If I had such prowess, I would simply seize you without ado. Why bother with negotiation? No need for theft. As a cunning black dragon, I revel in being a fence-sitter. Is the Duke aware of this? I am off home. Upon my return, my first task shall be to send Gopu to investigate Abyss 634. Logically, one would dispatch the more experienced Verna for such a mission. However, Sakavi harbors doubts regarding her trustworthiness, so it is best left to someone he knows. According to Rast, the God of War's church will divert members of the Church of Light from the dimensional rift. As for how to return, that is not their concern. Fortune favors the bold. It is a gamble, whether to emerge victorious or to lose one's head. Unlike dimensional creatures, demons, akin to devils, cannot reveal their true names, often opting for nicknames or aliases. Once their true name is known, one can draft a slave contract, rendering it effective with the name inscribed, even without the individual's presence. The target to be hunted bears the moniker Fei Luo Zi, presumably one he has chosen himself. If this title persists long enough and exclusively refers to him, a contract signed with it would also be valid. Of course, I do not refer to the kind that does not require the individual's signature. After ensuring his puppet posed no issues, Sakavi set forth from the Red Moon dimension. Chapter 17. Dimension 634. Upon receiving information from Gopu regarding the dimensional rift, Sakavi resolved to witness it firsthand. It was not a matter of distrust towards Gopu. Rather, the abyss concealed myriad dangers that a mere 7th-level assassin would struggle to contend with. Upon arriving in Dimension 634, he found the terrain utterly incomprehensible. The parched earth cracked open, revealing surging magma, the landscape ever-changing. A place that was once a mountain could return as plains moments later. And beneath the lava lurked countless demons radiating pure malice. This dimension seemed to possess a will of its own, incessantly attempting to invade Sakavi's mind. The madness and chaos within instilling dread. It was imperative to find Gopu and ensure his swift departure. Black Dragon, are you searching for this? From a distance, flames began to coalesce into a tangible form. A skull resembling that of a goat emerged first, its hollow eye sockets ablaze with eternal infernal fire. Its dark red skin was armored with rigid black bone plates, akin to a natural suit of armor. The surface bore scorch marks and fissures resembling molten rock. 2 immense bat-like wings unfurled from its back, and its hands were formidable claws capable of crushing skulls, while its feet resembled the backward-bending hooves of a goat. A long, powerful tail swayed behind, its tip adorned with glimmering bone spines. The slightly hunched figure stood over 3 meters tall, clutching a goblin's severed head. It grinned widely, revealing shark-like teeth, and laughed with a sound reminiscent of countless tormented souls, sending chills down one's spine. Devil, you have provoked a dragon you should not have. It seems this goblin was of great significance to you. Behold, this is its head. With that, the demon crushed the head in its grip, emitting a triumphant cackle. Domain catastrophe. At that moment, the sky darkened considerably, and with the frost extending from beneath Sakavi's feet, wherever it spread, the magma cooled, demons withered, and even the ground ceased its movement. Black Dragon, this is not how one utilizes a domain. Allow Fei Luo Zi to demonstrate the consequences of such misuse. With that, a bolt of hellfire materialized from thin air and surged towards Sakavi's domain's edge, but Sakavi's response was swifter. The domain vanished without a trace. Impressive, Black Dragon. Your magical foundation is quite solid, a rarity among dragons. In response, skeletal arrows suddenly erupted from the ground, but the demon evaded them and unleashed a fireball. Sakavi countered with a water shield, but the demon was already upon him, raising a sword engulfed in flames. The Black Dragon dodged the swing and unleashed a breath attack towards the demon's sword-wielding hand, causing white smoke to rise from its arm. Seizing the opportunity, Sakavi struck with his claws at the demon's dark red chest, sparks flying as his claws grazed the sword. Failing to land a blow, the Black Dragon bit down on the demon's left arm. In an instant, the arm withered, only to burst into flames, and as the dragon released its grip, another claw strike began to corrode the demon's right shoulder. The demon retaliated, thrusting a dagger towards the Black Dragon's right eye, but Sakavi swiftly evaded. The demon suddenly clutched its chest, howling in agony, as decay spread rapidly from the 3 arrow wounds. Hellfire ignited once more, turning corruption to ash and restoring flesh. Demon, you possess remarkable courage to engage a great dragon in close combat. You have enraged me, Black Dragon. With that, hellfire rapidly spread outward, only to be halted by an unseen force. Standing beyond the flames, Sakavi watched the demon with vigilant eyes. Without the support of the fire elemental dimension, how long can your hellfire endure? Do you think this will be sufficient to slay me? You underestimate me greatly. Suddenly, a melody wafted through the air, causing the hellfire to gradually extinguish, and the demon appeared to be disturbed. From the ground, several bones erupted, piercing the demon's body and swiftly draining its essence. The undead prelude is prepared just for you. Are you satisfied? The demon swiftly cleaved the bones with its sword and plunged the blade into the earth. The cooled magma beneath surged back to life, and the demon seemed on the verge of breaking free. Sakavi lunged forward, and the demon, unable to withdraw its sword in time, resorted to summoning hellfire. However, Sakavi remained unfazed, continuing until the demon was left with no unscathed limb. Gazing at the extensive burns upon his own body, Sakavi understood that he could no longer endure further combat. He must depart swiftly. Rain, I have awaited you here for quite some time. Fusa Cowan, captain of the 3rd Holy Knight Order of the Nuwa Duo Diocese, has come at the behest of Archbishop Sinzahagen to confront the Black Dragon, Rain Dalakshi Hippariksha. Lain, blood debts must be repaid with blood. Today, your demise is inevitable. It seems that old scoundrel, Lazite, has sold himself out. In comparison, Sakaway feels he still possesses some principles. However, without direct evidence to prove that the war god church betrayed him, any retaliation must be conducted in secrecy. Observing the dozens of legendary masters surrounding him, Sakaway realizes that leaving this place alive is an impossibility. Yet, surrendering in such a manner is out of the question. If skill is lacking, there is no room for discourse. Gentlemen, please proceed. I shall not submit without a fight. As he watches the paladin, Fusake, clad in white armor and wielding a great sword, approach him while the others stand at a distance, Sakaway understands that this is a challenge intended to humiliate him, proving that they can still slay a dragon in honorable combat. How admirable the Order of Good is. When it comes to critical matters, they act decisively. Unlike his own chaotic and evil faction, where avoiding betrayal is considered a moral high ground. Regrettably, he is not only clad in black scales, but is also quite treacherous. With the paladin drawing nearer, Sakaway decides to strike first. He presses his forepaw against the ground, unleashing the undead death domain, causing the earth around him to crack and countless skeletal hands to reach skyward. The paladin, invoking holy purification, drives his sword into the ground, causing the skeletal hands to vanish instantly. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion sends the paladin hurtling dozens of meters away. Before he lands, a beam of holy light strikes towards Sakaway. Narrowly evading this blow, he is then confronted by 5 simultaneous attacks. Realizing that his escape route has been sealed, Sakaway employs the puppet exchange technique, swapping positions with a puppet previously placed at a distance. After a fierce battle with the devil, Sakaway finds his magical energy dwindling. Anticipating that he could be completely drained of his power, he unleashes a barrage of water arrows. As the paladin raises his holy light shield to block, Sakaway closes the distance and engages in close combat. The paladin, discarding his cumbersome great sword, resorts to unarmed combat against the black dragon. However, Sakaway grossly underestimates the paladin's prowess in melee. Though he fights with his fists, Sakaway feels as if his very organs are being pulverized. Despite suffering multiple injuries in exchange for striking back, he successfully tears through the paladin's radiant armor. Alas, the cost has been exorbitant. Even a dragon as resilient as he is nearing the brink of being reduced to pulp. The disparity between equipped and unequipped combatants is profoundly disheartening. It appears that he must resort to his final gambit. Sakaway seizes the head of Boluozi and swallows it whole. The searing sensation in his abdomen is excruciating, yet he manages to suppress the urge to regurgitate the head. The paladin, Fusake, seems to be brimming with confidence for victory, watching as Sakaway digests the head. Once completed, Sakaway feels invigorated, unleashing hundreds of necromantic arrows. In an instant, the onslaught renders the paladin unable to lift his head. However, to assume that the paladin possesses only this level of skill would be a grave underestimation. With a flourish, the paladin's sword releases a gust of holy light, causing the arrows to fall harmlessly to the ground. Suddenly, a massive skeleton emerges from behind, wrapping its arms around the paladin and swiftly siphoning his magic. The paladin, unwilling to be manipulated, retaliates with a burst of holy flame, incinerating the skeletal figure into ashes. Necromantic magic excels in ambush and assassination, in direct confrontations. It cannot compete with other practitioners. It seems Sakaway must develop more offensive necromantic spells in the future. Yet, he may have little opportunity left. For a beam of holy light suddenly pierces through his chest. Gazing at the gaping hole in his torso, Sakaway chuckles. Do you wish to kill me? I fear you shall have no chance. With that, a fireball erupts upon him, igniting his rapidly decaying form. Chapter 18. Mobilization and preparation for battle within an unknown plane. Inside a stone sarcophagus, Sakaway abruptly opens his eyes. With great effort, he pushes the lid aside, lamenting the unfortunate Lord of Kanison, who could neither avenge his daughter nor grant her soul peace in the divine realm of Nuaduo. Yet, on the flip side, the detestable Lane has indeed perished. Now, only his nefarious brother, Sakaway, remains alive. Indeed, Sakaway has now emerged from the shadows. In these times, one cannot afford to remain tainted, for with a blemish, no one is willing to cooperate. However, where is this? Is it his magic that is unreliable? Or is the power of holy light too overwhelming that he has been resurrected in a random location? Brother, any news lately? A major headline. Have you heard of the Black Dragon Lane, with a bounty of 10 million gold coins? Of course. The one who killed the priests of the Radiant Church and audaciously left his name. How could I not know? Sakaway noted that not only was he aware of Lane, but he also possessed the dragon's skull. However, he chose not to interject. Was that dragon captured? He was slain by the Radiant Church themselves. there were no remains. It was a tragic end. The Radiant Church is quite unscrupulous. They issued a bounty and then claimed it themselves. Are they mocking us? This bounty isn't something just anyone can earn. I heard that the Radiant Church deployed 20 legends to encircle him, nearly allowing Lane to escape. How could 20 legends not defeat that black dragon? Each could have simply kicked him to death. Why would I lie? A friend witnessed it firsthand. And one of the paladins almost perished. His armor was shattered. Then Lane must at least be a demigod. So formidable. Close enough. Listening to the increasingly exaggerated accounts of himself in the tavern, Sakaway found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This brother seems somewhat familiar. I hail from the Red Moon Plain, known as Sakaway, a dragonborn sorcerer. The Red Moon Plain is quite distant. What brings you here? I was hired to kill, but my employer was found dead. With no money to claim, I intend to seek other means of fortune. Brother, I might have a lead, but I wonder if you dare to pursue it. Do tell. The merchant ship of the Just Church was hijacked by Lapu. The church cannot spare manpower and is recruiting mercenaries. There is no pay. Only those who can survive the assault may seize what they can. From his description, Sakaway surmised that Lapu was likely a pirate operating around the Astral Sea, since it was a risk-free venture with the church backing it. This opportunity should not be passed up. Before long, the designated assembly time of the church arrived. Observing the chaotic crowd, Sakaway's mind conjured the phrase rabble. Among this throng, the highest-ranking individuals were legendary, while the lowest were even mid-tier warriors. After surveying the cannon fodder, Sakaway felt that the promised reward might not be easy to secure. Yet, having come this far, leaving without action seemed pointless. Brother, this crowd appears rather unreliable. How about we team up? Gazing at the towering figure before him, a giant wielding a great sword, clearly at least of legendary status, Sakaway saw the potential for a temporary alliance. Once they seized the treasure, they could each depart with their own gains. Brother, allow me to be transparent. I am a legendary necromancer. Splendid. I am a legendary warrior. My secondary profession being sword saint. You may call me Yaluzi. Sakaway, do not act rashly. Follow my lead, allowing them to charge first. Watching the horde rush towards the mage tower, Sakaway felt a wave of exasperation as the group charged recklessly. In an instant, they were met with 3 massive fire spells fired from the tower, decimating a third of their number. The survivors quickly retreated to engage in ranged combat. After half an hour of ineffective assault, the mage tower remained unscathed. Indeed, such was the nature of extraordinary levels of defense, unless one reached the legendary tier. Many at the master tier could only wield a select few types of attacks, which, even for ordinary individuals, were quite formidable. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Sakaway resolved to take action himself. A tremendous dragon roar suddenly echoed through the heavens, prompting both sides to instinctively cover their ears. The formidable presence of the dragon instilled a tremor in their legs, stemming from the primal bloodline's oppressive force, causing considerable distress among the humans present. A bolt of black lightning pierced through the numerous defenses of the mage tower, shattering its pinnacle with a single claw. The necromantic magic swiftly spread along the tower structure, leaving a trail of frost in its wake, rendering the mage tower inoperative. Following this, the black dragon approached the second tower rapidly, unleashing a surge of power that instantly disordered the tower's functional systems. With a thunderous explosion, a gaping hole was blown into the structure. However, the occupants were evidently incensed, as 2 legendary tier warriors soared out from within the tower. In a moment of playful mischief, Sakaway contemplated whether he could engage in close combat against both opponents simultaneously. Without hesitation, he charged forward, initiating a fierce melee where both sides exchanged blows with great fervor. Sakaway, stop fighting and retreat. There are still matters unresolved. Why withdraw now when we've already seized the treasure? Let's make a run for it. Reluctantly, Sakaway followed the larger group as they retreated. Observing the 2 individuals who continued to spew forth obscenities, Sakaway waved his left claw, indicating that he remained unfazed and encouraged them to maintain their intensity. Sakaway, those 2 mage towers aren't entirely destroyed, are they? If they can be repaired, that would be fortunate. If they are rendered inoperative, they might need to evacuate. And we shall have no further opportunity to seize treasures next time. The onlookers, witnessing Sakaway's empty-handed return, clutched their purses tightly, fearful that Sakaway might rob them as well. Given the notorious reputation of the chromatic dragon, Sakaway, today you have accomplished a significant feat. Let us split the spoils evenly. Seeing the generosity of Yaluz, Sakaway declared that a good friend should not suffer loss. He then turned to the others, demanding the immediate return of his wallet, warning that he would not be so gracious if they hesitated. The crowd, faced with the shamelessness of the black dragon, could only stand in astonishment. The members of the Church of Justice appeared unfazed, pretending not to notice. Ultimately, they placed the plundered treasures upon the ground and departed. Although their haul contained several legendary items, none of which were capable of contending with a dragon of the same tier, especially since those present were no pushovers either. My friend, I must say I find your reasoning sound. Let us indeed split the spoils. Sakavi, robbing our own kind is against the rules. Isn't the Church of Justice all about merit? I merely requested them to assist me in collecting my dues. It is not my fault if they have come to possess my wealth. Yuluz felt his understanding of the chromatic dragons had been thoroughly challenged, as even robbery was articulated so eloquently that it left him in awe. My friend, I see that you, a troll, thrive among humans. You must be quite remarkable. Haha. My dear brother, you possess keen insight. I am the spokesperson for the trade alliance of the Manrod dimension. Whatever you require, I can procure it, though I cannot guarantee the price. You understand, ordinary goods seldom come my way. When discussing the trade alliance, one must mention the three pillars of the current economy. The Church of Justice, responsible for minting currency, lending, and selling contracts. The trade alliance, which oversees the transportation of bulk commodities such as food and steel. And the Wealth Temple, which supplies military arms, slaves, and intelligence to the Pantheon, the depths of Bada Hell, and various planar powers. It is said that the Wealth Temple is covertly supported by the Lord of Hell from Badu, with its headquarters located on the 9th level of that infernal domain. The upper echelons are primarily composed of demons, with a smattering of Pantheon members and planar elites. The Trade Alliance is a loose confederation wherein any entity with a trade network in the planes or astral realms may apply for membership, with representatives elected from each plane or neighboring region. After establishing himself in the semi-plane, Sakavi approached Yuluz and procured a substantial quantity of materials for crafting skeleton warriors. The semi-plane, also known as an unformed plane, experiences significant elemental disturbances or an imbalance of single elements. It is often referred to as the moon when attached to a complete plane, while those unattached may eventually form small planes after several years. Determined to reform his ways and become a better being, Sakavi resolved to create souls himself, vowing never to terrorize the Ko-Tau fishmen again, as it had severely tarnished his reputation. Souls are created by the Lord of the River Styx and subsequently cast into the currents of eternal chaos, destined for each new life. Ordinary individuals lack the capability to create souls, and naturally, Sakavi did not intend to forge fully functional ones. What Sakavi aimed to create were entities resembling the puppets popular in this world, automata imbued with specific programming, allowing for rudimentary cognitive abilities, yet limited to simple and singular thoughts. He decided to integrate this technology within a soul that possessed only a shell, a concept yet unattempted by anyone, at least not to Sakavi's knowledge. The experimental process proved to be arduous and protracted over the course of more than a year. Sakavi extensively revised his design theories over 30 times and undertook over 2,000 trials to create souls. Ultimately, he succeeded in producing a prototype capable of comprehending basic commands, with the most rudimentary skeleton soldier managing to coordinate its limbs. After another 6 months of relentless refinement, the youthful version of the soul, bearing Sakavi's patent, finally met the production standards. He promptly summoned Yuluz, purchasing the remaining materials needed for crafting skeletons. 6 months later, standing before a legion of 100,000 death knights, 20,000 skeleton crossbowmen, 8,000 necromancers, 3,000 undead assassins, and 10,000 enhanced gargoyles, Sakavi concluded that expanding territory through arduous training was far less efficient than outright purchasing an army to wreak havoc upon the plains for the sole purpose of generating simple skeleton soldiers, a task fit only for the impoverished. Having bolstered his forces, Sakavi felt it was time to confront that old rascal Rast. Chapter 19. Return to the Red Moon 2 years after successfully assuming the role of the Withering Envoy, Sakavi felt invincible at the legendary tier, able to dispatch any foe lacking a second profession with ease. Those with a secondary profession, skilled in melee combat, found their ranged attacks ineffective against him, while mages specializing in ranged combat could not endure a single claw strike. It was time to return to the Red Moon Plain. Allowing those who dare to harm him to go unchallenged would only invite further transgressions. However, he could not simply march back with his army in a show of bravado. Doing so would likely provoke the legions of the Rosen Empire along the way. After securing his forces within his domain, Sakavi transformed into a dragon man, donning a purple robe, and assumed the guise of a missionary from an unknown church. In a world teeming with deities, the average person could only recognize the more prominent ones. Thankfully, His undead army did not require breathing and could be stacked together, with his domain barely accommodating the majority. The remainder was stored in 10 oversized spatial bags. Upon returning to the Red Moon Plain, Sakavi's first task was to ascertain whether his gold had diminished. To his astonishment, not only had it not decreased, but it had multiplied several times over. Grap's managerial prowess was astonishing, as he had successfully opened up a market for herbal remedies in the Rosen Empire. Overjoyed, Sakavi promptly promoted him to the position of chief steward, granting him full authority over external relations and internal operations. The good news did not end there. Having surpassed the legendary tier, Verna, who had evaded the pursuit of the Holy Light Church, expressed her unconditional willingness to become his vassal, bringing with her hundreds of thousands of troops. This thrilled Sakavi, who was in dire need of personnel, and he immediately signed a contract with her. As a gesture of respect, he personally extracted her dragon scales for the agreement. Sakavi appointed her as the chief of intelligence, tasking her with monitoring that old rascal Ras to discern when those cultists might strike. Half a month later, Verna relayed news that the cultists were indeed preparing to act. The good news was that they planned to initiate multiple large-scale sacrifices across the entire Rosen Empire. The bad news was that these actions would open a portal to the abyss. What a hopelessly deranged group. The most troubling aspect is the involvement of royal family members, which severely hampers the response time of the Luos Indigua. It is no wonder that last remains inactive. He is evidently fearful of being eliminated under the pretext of this chaos. The affairs of the Luos Indigua do not extend far enough for them to intervene. But perhaps Last can be persuaded to stir the waters. Let them engage in mutual destruction, and then seize the opportunity to eliminate this duke. Even the God of War Church cannot claim any wrongdoing in such circumstances. 2 nights hence, within a modest dwelling on the outskirts of Wayland City, a group of peculiar individuals with distorted features engaged in fervent debate. Suddenly, a blade sliced through the throat of a ward with goat horns, igniting a tense atmosphere within the room. Raimu, how dare you act so brazenly? No, it wasn't me. Die. Abruptly, a fireball radiating a green luminescence struck the individual named Raimu, and combat erupted. Both parties swiftly retreated to gain distance and retaliated. Report, officer. Last night in the 3rd Outer District, 5 gang conflicts occurred, resulting in 28 deaths and 50 injuries. Residues of demonic magic were found at the scene. Were there any survivors? No survivors, officer. Aside from a few who perished instantly from spells, the others all had their throats slit, suggesting the work of professional assassins. What of the witness interrogations? According to witnesses, the deceased were all gang members who had gathered multiple times recently, seemingly plotting something. No outsiders were observed entering or exiting. What of your captain, Queek? Such a significant incident occurred within his jurisdiction, yet not a shadow of him is in sight. Duff. Go check if that fellow is still lounging in a brothel in the foreigners' district, still in bed. That wretched man, I shall flay him alive. Officer Shar. What has ignited your fury? 5 homicides in the outer 3rd district, with traces of demonic magic left behind, and Queek, the captain of the enforcement team, has derelict his duty, absent during his watch. My position as an enforcer in this outer district is surely at its end. What a trivial matter. Last night, a 100-man brawl occurred in the outskirts, and 12 murders transpired in the landlord district. Our aerial enforcement bureau has not had a moment's respite. Is the upper echelon planning to intervene? That is not our concern. Heed my advice. Consider this a mere gang skirmish. Very well, I understand. In a certain basement within the industrial district, Wyerna stood before the half-conscious Queek, who was being tortured, while listening to her subordinate's report. Withdraw immediately through the secret passage. There are reinforcements waiting in the outskirts. Leave these cultists here, but ensure that people from Wayland discover them. Shall we not wait for Wayland to act before departing? We want Wayland to know that other forces are planning to intervene, not that someone intends to eliminate him. If he learns that the Master still lives, would he dare to act? Master-level Druid Glapu nodded in understanding. As they swiftly retreated to the outskirts, several ox-drawn carts transporting slaves had been waiting for some time. They brazenly passed by multiple warg enforcement teams responsible for maintaining order. How goes the operation? In a cave? Sakawi asked without raising his head while eating a non-spicy hot pot. This world boasts a plethora of edible meats and seasonings, yet lacks chili peppers. After extensive exploration, it has been confirmed that there are 1,599 types of meats that are both edible and delicious, including elven sashimi. That number rises to 1,600. Sakawi instinctively recoiled at the thought of consuming sentient beings. A childhood experience of goblin meat left him with significant trauma, causing nausea at the mere mention of eating intelligent beings. Master, We have successfully captured Wayleen's attention, and Last has ordered a lockdown across the entire territory. They remain unaware of your return. Excellent. You have done well. Once we have dealt with that old rascal Last, you may choose 5 items from his treasury, Glapu. You too. As you command. Is the teleportation array in Wayland City prepared? It is ready, Master. Before activation, no one will be able to detect its presence. Well done, Glapu, my most reliable assistant. It is my honor to serve you. On the following night, while patrolling the outer 5th district, Zorohagian suddenly noticed a heated argument erupting within a nearby house. Already displeased by the overtime, his anger flared. What is the commotion? Do you not know there is a curfew? Where are the sentries? Can they not hear such a racket? After shouting for some time without a response, he begrudgingly dismounted his hyena and approached the door to warn the residents. Cease your noise, or I shall have you taken to the security bureau. These sentries are perpetually slacking off. I must report this to Officer Shar tomorrow. They must be dealt with severely. And you lot, why do you continue to argue? As he kicked open the door, Zoro was struck by several arrows. Just as he opened his mouth to declare an attack, he was dragged into the house. His subordinates, concerned by their captain's prolonged absence, intended to check on him, but suddenly spotted someone fleeing from a nearby alley and immediately pursued. When they finally cornered a goblin child at the wall, the deputy captain, Mello, was about to command his men to apprehend the child for interrogation when he sensed something amiss. Turning around, he realized his companions had vanished without a trace. Just as he placed the whistle to his lips to sound the alarm, a sharp pain struck his waist. Looking down, he saw the goblin child had plunged a dagger into his side. The child, seeing the blood flow, screamed and ran deeper into the alley, crying for his mother. The dagger appeared to be poisoned. Mello felt his strength waning and collapsed to the ground. As he gradually lost consciousness, he vaguely saw countless feet passing by him, both adult and child. The riot in Wayland City commenced. The commercial district suddenly erupted in flames, the inferno quickly spreading to all surrounding wooden structures. The mob raged, smashing and looting, yet a keen observer would discern that some among the rioters congregated, seemingly sketching a design. The mastermind behind this riot, a cultist and the leader of the Duke's domain, High Priest Waylin, was actually a master-level mage, for a legendary tier capable of disturbing the elemental fabric of the planes. A breakthrough would effectively announce their coordinates to the entire realm. Naturally, one could choose to break through externally and return, but if one possessed such exceptional talent, the first order of business would be to rid themselves of the demons lurking behind. Recognizing his own inadequacy, Waylin planned to gain greater power through the teleportation array. Determined to eliminate him before raiding the Luos and Digua, Sakawi would not allow his desires to unfold. The arrays across Wayland City lit up in succession, with demons emerging from within, indicating Wayland's plan was nearing fruition. However, as the final and largest array, hidden in the blacksmith district, began to glow amidst the incantations of surrounding sorcerers, a deathly arrow suddenly flew forth. The demon's form wailed and swiftly dissipated. Sensing impending doom, Waylin turned to flee. But as he nearly melded into the crowd, his head fell to the ground. Well done, Wyerna. I knew you would never let me down. Under the influence of the rampaging demons, the mob's grotesque mutations became increasingly apparent, and their brutality intensified. Seeing the opportune moment approaching, Sakawi commanded Glapu to activate the teleportation array. Observing wave after wave of undead emerging from the array, advancing and slaughtering the rioters, Sakawi was filled with elation. However, when the army of the undead encountered the demons, they were instantly overwhelmed, unable to retaliate. The Death Knight was struck down in disarray, much to the embarrassment of Sakaway. Unable to bear the sight, Verna intervened personally. With her dual curved blades, she struck down a demon with each swing, evading their counterattacks effortlessly. The Grey Dwarf warrior and Grap joined the fray, pushing the front lines forward, while the Death Knights transformed into bandits, engaging in a true act of opportunistic plunder. While clearing demons alongside the higher-ups of Violent City and Sakaway's subordinates, Sakaway seized the moment to locate the dragon beast he had previously met. Clausia, do you know where the Duke has hidden the treasures? I plan to steal them, and we can split the spoils. I do. They are in the basement beneath the castle, but there are barriers. Ordinary people cannot enter. That is not an issue. I shall steal them regardless. Sakaway disregarded the barriers and directly transported the castle's basement into his domain. He intended to ensure he garnered sufficient wealth during this venture. Chapter 20. The Confrontation Roar. Duke Last, did you not expect this? I have returned. Ahahaha. Rain, I thought you were to be purged by the Church of Light's Radiant faction. How is it you still draw breath? You are correct. The cunning and cruel Rain was indeed reduced to ashes by the Holy Light. Before you now stands his brother, the ruthless and cunning Sakaway. Last, Sakaway, how audacious to sign a false name on the contract of the Justicars while collaborating with the God of War's church. You truly are reckless. My brother's contract has no bearing on me. If there are grievances, seek his soul at Tiamat's temple for resolution. Since you are unwilling to reason, let us see if your strength can support your bravado. As their conversation faltered, Last unleashed a spherical bolt of lightning towards Sakaway. In response, Sakaway cast a spell of decay, causing the flora around Last to wither instantly. Even the remnants of walls began to erode. In this realm where life gradually succumbed to death, Last found his abilities significantly suppressed. Capitalizing on Last's lack of aerial combat proficiency, Sakaway aimed to engage in a long-range war of attrition, depleting his magical energy. A flurry of arrows imbued with pure necromantic essence rained down upon Last, blocking all avenues of escape. The Thundergnat, a web of lightning drawn in the air, shattered all approaching arrows. Last leaped suddenly, but was slightly delayed. A withered tendril ensnared his foreleg, decay rapidly spreading up his calf, halting just before reaching his ribs. Witnessing Last mercilessly sever his own leg, Sakaway realized that today would be a grueling battle. As spells were cast, new flesh and bones swiftly regenerated, yet Sakaway would not grant him such an opportunity. Explosions of decay magic erupted from the regrown limb, leaving Last in a state of disarray, just as the black dragon reveled in his advantage. A sudden bolt of lightning pierced Sakaway's chest. A shadow, akin to a black arrow, surged towards Last, who had no time to react and was knocked to the ground. The requiem of the undead rang out from afar, and with the previously cast spell of decay beneath him, the black dragon transformed into a chilling executioner, advancing towards Last in rhythm with the music. This original magic, developed and perfected by Sakaway over a year, was specifically designed to counter multiple attackers, becoming increasingly potent with more foes involved. The technique Shatterstone was executed as Sakaway struck towards the black dragon, but it was effortlessly evaded, followed by another claw attack. Faced with this unexpected turn, Sakaway had no choice but to shift from offense to defense. Last, despite his injuries, remained a Duke of Rosen. While the wounded Sakaway feared he could barely contain his own subordinates. Even if the wounds were not fatal, various factions would converge like hyenas. The high-ranking officials of the surrounding dukedoms, witnessing Verna leaning against the bell tower, dared only to shout a few taunts, none willing to come to Last's aid. Observing this collection of masters, Sakaway felt exasperated. After all, he had been a duke for over 300 years, yet his retinue comprised only 2 masters, while the rest were merely high-tier. These individuals would barely suffice against Verna, rendering them useless in this critical moment. Sakaway pondered why Last even kept such ineffectual allies. Had he been in Last's position, he would have kicked them out long ago. After a fierce struggle, Sakaway was astonished to discover that he had been misled. Last had long since compensated for his close combat shortcomings. He had taken up the monk profession, surpassing Sakaway in melee prowess. Nevertheless, as a dragon adept in close combat, surrender was not an option. After 2 days and nights of relentless fighting, Sakaway was left looking like a docile husky, stripped of his once defiant demeanor. "Old man, I acknowledge my mistakes. I shall not provoke you again." "Humph, will you dare to come here and wreak havoc again?" No, I shall not." "What of my money? Return what you stole from me." "Old man, you have wronged me. I am a good child, never engaging in such heinous acts. I have never stolen your money." "Is that so? Yet many of my subordinates claim they witnessed it." "I do not believe you. Tell me who said so, and I shall send my top assassin, Verna, to interrogate them. I shall not allow them to slander my name." Duke Last expressed his disbelief at encountering such shamelessness. He had seen stubborn individuals and those with thick skins, but never one caught red-handed still denying their actions. Yet he found himself at an impasse with Sakaway. For Sakaway's subordinates were not mere ornamental figures. They were genuinely capable. Legendary Verna stood ready with dual blades, prepared for battle, while she might not defeat Last. Rescuing her leader was well within her capabilities. In the world of martial arts, it is not solely about violence, but also about the intricacies of human relations. If one cannot vanquish their opponent in a single encounter, it is wise to leave some dignity intact for future dealings. Last understood that Sakaway's final plea for mercy was merely a means of providing himself an exit, especially with the Rosen Empire looming behind him. Observing the remnants of Violent City, now reduced to ruins, Duke Last realized that while he had preserved his dignity, he had lost something far more substantial. "It appears that I have successfully defended Wei Lin City against the cultists and the opportunistic He Long. Yet, only I know that all the craftsmen within the city have been abducted, along with all valuable goods and the accumulated wealth of the upper echelons, now reduced to naught. Your Majesty, you are indeed correct. This world is never short of the young. Our ability to fight stems from our youth, and when age arrives, only memories remain. Very well. It is also acceptable to do a favor. Kelosia, please make a trip to Yuan City and deliver the key to this boundary to Sakaway. Sakaway, I have come to divide the spoils, so do not delay in bringing forth the gold. Nonsense. All the money here belongs to me. What are you talking about dividing the spoils? I am the one who revealed the location of your treasury, and you dare to keep it all for yourself? That is not true. I, the dragon, value integrity above all. Your integrity is non-existent, is it not? Of course not. Once I take back my money, your noble family will also reclaim theirs. It is safer left with me. There exists an organization called the Justice Church, where one can deposit money. I can accommodate that as well, and I charge no storage fees. The only downside is that it cannot be withdrawn. Are you planning to default? As long as you promise to be mine, the money here will be yours. Get lost. Do you think I would be swayed by a mere handful of gold coins? This time, we have plundered 5 million gold coins, not counting other precious goods. What would be my share? Let us take a guess. From now on, you are my dear brother. My dear sister has already been dealt with. Your dear sister is likely to meet the same fate. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. Ha ha ha. No need to see me off. Do not be afraid. Should I wish to kill you, there would be no escape. I have a question for you. Answer well, and I shall let you go. Why, at 19, are you still only an intermediate mage? Sakaway, do you think it is possible that a dragon beast that has not learned magic is considered a beast? A dragon beast is one that, after birth, has not inherited the dragon's legacy. Such dragons are not recognized by the dragon race and will not have their own names. Theoretically, they are magical creatures, but in the absence of any teaching in magic, they are indeed indistinguishable from beasts. Such dragons typically do not live to adulthood, except for those who are adopted. Kelosana, since you are here, why not stay for a meal? Can one really refuse such hospitality? What do you think? In honor of our kin, Sakaway personally took to the kitchen, preparing dishes he excelled at in his previous life, vowing to ensure that this friend would leave with a full belly. 2 hours later, the Heilong, with a distended belly, lay on Sakaway's golden circular bed, fast asleep. Sakaway found himself at a loss for words. Is it customary to be so impolite when visiting others? What kind of upbringing did that noble have? After instructing his subordinates to care for the Heilong, Sakaway summoned Jelapu and Wyerna. Wyerna, with ties to the Rosen royal family, raised Sakaway's concerns about sending her to Suelu City for intelligence gathering. Therefore, he tasked her with investigating the situation of the cultists in the northern Loka Plains to make a judgment. The Loka Plains are an important grain-producing area of the Rosen Empire and the most densely populated region, where the cultists are particularly active. Whether this area can be controlled by the Empire directly affects the trajectory of the ensuing rebellion. Meanwhile, Suelu City, as Wyerna described, is also a cauldron of intrigue, with the Emperor and his brother, Prince Waylan, locked in an intense power struggle over the throne. Emperor Guluan ascended through a palace coup, which has left many nobles deeply dissatisfied. The orcs traditionally value strength and despise treachery. There are rumors that the cultists are being supported behind the scenes by Prince Waylan, which has exacerbated the situation. However, there is no substantial evidence for such claims. They can only be regarded as entertaining gossip. Jelapu's mission is to ascertain the Emperor Guluan's control over Suelu City, which is directly related to whether Sakaway can place his bets on this emperor. Chapter 21. High Stakes. Sakaway, what shall we dine on today? Today, we shall feast on braised rhinoceros shank, roasted whole cow, and steamed great white shark. Is there no boiled human child? Our kind drove humans out of the realm 1,000 years ago after the Orc War. I do not believe it. There are human slave markets in Wayland City, and I have even bought some to eat, though those tender, delicate noble children are far too expensive, costing a year's wages for just one meal. You earn money but do not spend it on magical materials to increase your power, but rather for food? Alas, that amount is not enough to purchase magical materials. Why not indulge? You do not know. Last is quite stingy, providing only meals without pay for work. Those with any semblance of strength have long fled. The reason that Last cannot maintain a stronghold lies here. However, Kelosia has clearly been deceived by unscrupulous merchants. According to an anonymous source from the Trade Alliance's realm, the various noble children they sell are all fakes. They simply grow up without ever having to work. Then a tragic backstory is concocted, allowing them to be sold to well-meaning individuals. Those who remain unsold are sent to less savory places. Be good, we are civilized 5-color dragons, and we do not consume sentient beings. Is there truly a difference between sentient beings and beasts? Moreover, are not the metallic dragons, who pride themselves on civilization, also fond of consuming various races? Very well. In the eyes of dragons, whether a being is sentient or not matters little. Those who have not awakened their extraordinary abilities are simply beasts. Upon awakening, they are merely more nutrient-rich beasts. According to an unnamed insider, the so-called well-meaning individuals are primarily various metallic dragons who belong to the lawful good alignment, earning money openly, and are quite wealthy. We are still in the early stages of our development and must strive to improve our image. We cannot casually consume sentient beings. Yet, humans often partake in such things. Can we not have a pleasant conversation? Stingy. If you do not wish to eat, then do not. Just do not let me discover where humans are hidden, or else I shall steal a bite. Alarmed, Sakaway hurriedly ordered the fortification of the area holding humans, as his kin must not be treated lightly. With an abundance of diverse delicacies presented daily, the Hei Long, who had never enjoyed fine fare before, completely forgot that he was there to deliver something. Hello, Sana. Would you care to accompany me on a journey to the western Black Forest to meet the High King of the Wood Elves? I shall not go. I have heard that the Wood Elves are quite arrogant and do not allow anyone into the forest. What if we are driven out? Rest assured, this time, it is they who have extended an invitation. They will not cast us aside. Very well, then let us go for some fun. Will they provide meals? They should. Elves come in many varieties. Besides the drow, there are wood elves, high elves, sea elves, and night elves. Various elves hold mutual disdain, and their beliefs and cultures are worlds apart. Crossing the endless sea and traversing the mists of the Antilatus Mountains, we arrived at the edge of the Black Forest, where the sentinels dispatched by the High King of the Elves had long awaited our arrival. Distant guests, I am here at the behest of the king, awaiting your presence. My name is Light Fanching, you may call me Light. Sakaway found this manner of speaking quite peculiar. Thank you very much. Please lead the way. The sentinel captain ceased further conversation and turned to lead the way. I wish to ride the great black dog. That is not a dog, it is a leopard. The night leopard unique to the Black Forest. I do not care, I want to ride it. Reluctantly, Captain Light had to command his subordinates to bring forth 2 night leopards for them to ride upon. Observing the dark environment of the Black Forest, Sakaway began to doubt whether the inhabitants had developed depression from residing there for too long. The Wood Elves do not possess an army, only sentinels akin to scouts. Yet they are born rangers, with nearly half of them being rangers and the other half druids. The entrance requirement for sentinels is to be a high-level ranger. Despite the fertile land and abundant resources of the Black Forest, the Rosen Empire dares not covet this region, for they cannot prevail. The Wood Elves perceive the forest as the embodiment of the Forest Queen, Aid Life-and-Leah. They believe they possess no right to alter or destroy the woods, for the flora and fauna within are gifts from the Queen. They slumber upon the trees and consume fruits and fungi that grow naturally, with even the act of heating food being strictly prohibited. Their weapons are devoid of any iron. The Wood Elves seldom venture beyond the forest and rarely engage in trade with outsiders, often enduring ridicule from their kin, the High Elves, who deem them antiquated. Yet, no one dares to underestimate the combat prowess of the Wood Elves. Within their ranks, there are numerous legends and demigods, with 5 legendary beings residing in the Black Forest alone. The esteemed supreme king among the Red Moon Elves, the avatar of goddess Aid Li, the embodiment of beauty and wisdom, Lady Reda Na, extends her greetings to you, as does the Black Dragon, Sakave de Lakshi Bolika. Do not linger. The handsome figure beside her awaits your salutation. And the Black Dragon Beast, Cleosuna, sends her regards as well. Dear girl, feel at ease. There are no stringent rules here, so do not let this antiquated company dampen your spirit. Would you kindly entertain my daughter for a while? I need to converse with your friend about some matters, but it shan't take long. Before Cleosuna could respond, a young girl tugged at her horn, dragging her into her room. It seems children, regardless of their race, possess an inherent love for play, entirely devoid of the aloofness characteristic of adult Wood Elves. Very well. Your Excellency Sakave, I believe it is time for us to discuss serious matters. Is it regarding the impending cultist rebellion within the Rosen Empire? Not entirely. You are aware of the Bloodspear tribe that spans the Antlatus Mountains, correct? Indeed, their chieftain is also the hereditary duke of the Rosen Empire. Are you intending to eliminate them? Precisely, but you know that Wood Elves cannot meddle in secular affairs. So you want me to act? With all due respect, even if we eradicate one Bloodspear tribe, another will rise, and the covetous gaze upon the Black Forest shall remain unchanged. Greed is the driving force behind the ascendance of every race, as well as the root of destruction. No, what I desire is not eradication, but rather to compel them to depart. This territory requires a new duke. Oh, and that duke would be me? Indeed. I shall leverage my influence to assist you in assuming that title. How you will persuade the Bloodspear tribe to vacate is a matter for you to resolve. Are you not concerned that I may prove to be the more avaricious individual? The Rosen Empire will not tolerate the rise of a five-colored dragon, even if it is of the metallic variety. That is a sound proposition. What is your perspective on the cultist issue within the Rosen Empire? The Rosen Empire must not descend into chaos. Vylon must perish. So, the rumors are true. The truth of the matter is inconsequential. What matters is that he obstructs our path. Those who support Vylon must also be purged. You need not involve yourself. We possess discernment. Vylon's allies occupy crucial positions, which is highly detrimental to quelling the rebellion, such as Duke Rudolph of the Bloodspear tribe. He is a man of the Emperor. No, you are mistaken. He is aligned with Vylon. Am I correct, my lady? Yes, I erred. This individual is a key aide to Vylon, a high-ranking member of the cult, and is among the first to be eliminated. My lady, how significant do you believe the cultist rebellion will be? I do not know. Taste this pastry. For such delicacies are unattainable outside. You must act swiftly. The pastry is infused with spices from the Logia Gorge, and Rueda not urged her to hurry. It appears that the cult's leader is Count Gash, and addressing the cultist issue is paramount in dealing with this Prince Vylon. However, to act against the Orc Count of the Rosen Empire without evidence would equate to declaring war. If Rueda Na's intelligence proves fallible, or if this is a trap, Sakave may very well find himself embarking on a life of exile. Assassinating a count and robbing are not the same. This is a gamble with everything at stake. Having acquiesced to Rueda Na's request, Sakave initially planned to depart immediately, but this demigod insisted on dining first. Although the table was filled with vegetarian fare, much of it raw, the flavors were exceptionally delightful. Indeed, Cleisina even inquired if she could extend her stay a few more days. With a heavy heart, Sakave was not in the mood for lingering. After unsuccessful persuasion, he had no choice but to venture alone to the northern lands to consult with Wirna on how to minimize risks. Wirna proposed that she should first investigate. If the Gash tribe indeed posed a threat, then they could proceed to eliminate the cultists. Of course, if no issues were uncovered, it would be the Drow elves from the Underdark who would have slain the esteemed count, and that would be a matter for Lady Ross to address. With no connection to Sakave, court intrigues are complex, rife with traps, and require a knowledgeable hand. However, Sakave had now earned the privilege of dining at the table, at least being welcome to partake in their activities. After finalizing details with Wirna, Sakave hurried to the Black Forest, retrieving the indulging Cleisina and instructing her to head straight to Skullcrush City to fetch Grap. Since the Wood Elves intended to intervene, Sakave, a figure of suspicion, could no longer casually interact with the Eye of the Storm that is Skullcrush City. Yet, his subordinates were notorious malefactors, and he found no one capable of delivering a message. Consequently, he had to dispatch Cleisina, who was unfamiliar with accounts, a tax officer from Duke Rast's domain, to Skullcrush City to inform his chief steward of the evacuation. After all, she possessed a legitimate identity. Originally, the distance from here to Skullcrush City was merely a few thousand kilometers, easily traversable through mental communication. However, given the heightened tension of the current situation, employing such a method, which could easily be intercepted, would undoubtedly invite trouble. That evening, upon receiving a message from Grap confirming his safe return home, Sakave's anxieties were finally alleviated. With Grap's intellect, he would know precisely what to do at their stronghold without needing Sakave's directives. Chapter 22. The strategy, the fewer the words. The greater the matter, the more urgent the situation, the more steadiness is required. Having resided in a tavern in the Logia Gorge for 5 days, Sakave still exhibited no intention of action. Glancing at the letter from Rueda Na, he casually tossed it onto the table. Boss, what does the letter say? You can ascertain that for yourself. With that, Sakave elegantly sipped from a glass of wine, for even amidst the chaos of a slum, the noble taste of the Drow elves could not be forsaken. Indeed, Sakave now presented himself as a proud male Drow elf in exile, even in the gang-riddled slums. The exiled Drow elves were still scorned, not for any other reason, but for having fallen to such a state, while still maintaining their refined preferences. Wine must be of the finest vintage, bathing must be a daily ritual, and garments with even the slightest tear must be discarded immediately. This is not to imply that all Drow elves are nobility. Rather, common folk are deemed unworthy of thought and dare not seek the approval of the Lady of Exiles. Do they even know which direction to head upon leaving? In truth, many exiles are tacitly endorsed by their families, for the internal strife of the Underdark is exceedingly fierce, with death and extinction being commonplace. The existence of exiles serves to preserve the embers of their lineage. always prepared to assist families that have faltered in their struggles. Moreover, the elven populace is not insignificant. Typical elven families often have 3 children, while drow families start with 5. Given their extensive lifespans, the intervals between marriage and childbirth are significantly prolonged. This results in their numbers being outstripped by humans who can produce 5 offspring within a decade. When it comes to survivability, as long as there is a habitable realm, elves will exist, humans may not. Thus, in various shadowy corners, drow elves outnumber goblins, as drow elves have yet to reach the point where they are met with lethal hostility upon sight, whereas goblins have evidently attained that level of disdain. Bearing the visage of a drow elf that even dogs would overlook, Cunning moved through these lands rife with cultists undetected. As for the reason why no one has invited themselves to join, Na expressed her disdain for cultists, questioning their worthiness to even consider such an invitation. However, the investigation conducted by her subordinates, comprising hundreds of Zhuar elves, revealed that the issues plaguing this count's territory are far more severe than she had anticipated. It is not merely a matter of cultists. Rather, a multitude of demons is concealed within the caves. Deep within the valley, a newly emerged rift in the plains has established a connection with the abyss. The presence of a sinister force seems to loom behind this place, the role of which remains unknown. Logically, the sooner they act, the better, for once the magical array in the canyon receives a significant number of sacrificed souls, it will rapidly rend the fabric of space. Amidst the chaos of the distorted space, the demons are likely to traverse the rift and enter this realm. Yet, Cunning harbors a lingering suspicion that matters are not as straightforward as they appear. Surely, the War God Church must be aware of such an obvious threat. The Archbishop here insists there are no cultists. Under circumstances involving demons, the Church possesses the authority to bypass the ruling powers and eradicate the encroaching tendrils. Their intentions are of no concern to Cunning. Since he has waded into this murky water, he must ensure his own safe withdrawal. Now, the more pressure they apply, the more they must withstand it. It is essential to ascertain his role in this situation before deciding when to strike. A dagger drawn upon parchment signifies a pressing need for action. Currently, it is imperative to refrain from recklessness. With so many people in tow, concealment is impossible. They can only observe the unfolding events and see which side falters first. Boss, since we wish to see their performance, why not provide them with some stimulation? Are you suggesting the northern Loka plane? Precisely. Regardless of their schemes, they cannot move in Loka, while here, chaos can erupt, yet be contained. During my investigation there, I discovered signs of the dragon worship cult. A sacrifice exceeding 10 million souls would be required to sway the planar space. And let us not forget that the planar realm repels the essence of the abyss. Your reasoning holds merit. Dispatch someone to communicate with Galapu. Instruct him to take the newly crafted 100 undead assassins and dismantle the dragon worship cult's communication points in the villages of the Loka Plain within 3 days. To initiate a sacrifice, individuals must remain in place and cannot flee. However, they are not fools, who would comply so readily. To resolve this issue, a large-scale undead calamity must be unleashed, compelling their souls to gather, thus facilitating the sacrifice. Should the conditions for the sacrifice not be met, if there are too many souls missing, it can be managed, but if there are too few, the unresolvable power will break free from the array's constraints and backfire against the caster. As a disreputable evil organization, the dragon worship cult lacks sufficient manpower. Thus, the grassroots spellcasters can only be hastily recruited from various ruffians. If these individuals were to vanish en masse, the casters would have no choice but to cease their operations to avoid backlash. A typical undead calamity can be easily suppressed. If they do not wish for a hasty conclusion, those behind the scenes should reveal themselves. Boss, they have already begun to act. The Judgment Knights of the War God Church? No, it is the people of Count Jashur. Interesting. Let me guess, this fellow is a servant of the devil. Is he not? Demons may not come, but the undead calamity cannot be prevented. At this moment, Wayluin likely cannot step outside, and Gruen's attention is probably elsewhere. Indeed, Jashur has taken his men to the Great Rift, following Gulapu's actions last night. The primary dragon worship cult influence in the 25 regional military offices of the Loka Plain has been eradicated. The conditions for the sacrifice can no longer be met. Relay the message. The goddess of the rose has conspired with demons to invade the Hongyue Plain, but brave Count Jashur thwarted their efforts. On his way back, he was ambushed by Zhuar elves and met his end in battle. Do we still need to eliminate the demon's minions? The people have retreated. Count Jashur was slain by the inhabitants of the Dark City. What business do I have, counting coins at home, to openly quell the undead calamity? Understood, boss. 3 hours later. Count Jashur, where do you intend to go? You have jeopardized our goddess of the rose and still wish to flee? Did not the goddess say she was preoccupied? What is this, an opportunistic robbery? Enough nonsense. Today is your day of reckoning. Is that so? Do you truly believe a mere handful of Zhuer elves can take my life? Take a good look at the visage of your lord, Mr. Diwu, so you can report it to the rose. Jashur's face began to split down the middle, revealing the true form of this master of disguise. It was a visage too perfect, devoid of vitality. Its eyes lacked pupils, resembling a pair of smooth, dark golden mirrors, or perhaps two ancient coins. The skin appeared akin to high-quality parchment, pale and delicate, faintly revealing what resembled watermarks, signatures, and seals from countless cursed contracts. Clad in an impeccably tailored black tailcoat, it held a black quill pen in its right hand. A low, hypnotic voice suddenly resonated, soft yet imbued with a persuasive quality that compelled one to ponder its words. Rather than a devil, it might be more apt to describe it as a bank manager. Zhuer elves, our plan has not failed. It is merely that the demon's followers are excessively irrational, unwilling to engage in any form of dialogue. We must exercise patience. As long as conditions permit, the plan can still yield the desired outcome. Is that so? The goddess of the rose might be pleased, but I, Sakawe, am far from pleased. Anyone who dares to dampen my spirits shall find no joy henceforth. As he spoke, the foremost male Zhuer elf removed his mask, revealing a grotesque black dragon head illuminated by the blood moon, exuding an aura of terror with its greedy, slit pupils. Your words are quite persuasive. Yet I do not intend to grant you another opportunity to speak. Interesting, black dragon. Did the scent of gold draw you here? Name your price. I desire it all, including your head. Is that so? No one has ever informed you that excessive greed leads to one's own destruction? Suddenly, iron chains ensnared the black dragon, an ominous green pattern illuminating beneath its feet. Observing the tightening chains, the dragon shook its head indifferently. No one ever told me that. But someone did say not to be overly clever. Is this shackle activated amidst our conversation? If I had agreed to your terms earlier, my soul would have likely become a slave. Astute. I detest clever individuals. They expend more effort deceiving and crafting intricate illusions to entice. Regardless of whether I agree or refute your statement, that would entail signing a pact to accept eternal servitude, would it not? Honestly, conversing with you, Black Dragon, is infuriating. Assuming I possessed such an emotion, why must you oppose me? I care not for your identity. I am solely interested in the benefits I can derive from you. Gold is present. A sharp blade suddenly sliced across the devil's neck, and in the face of the devil's incredulous gaze, the dragon bore a chilling smile, its white teeth akin to a multitude of sharp daggers. Mr. Devil, it seems you have forgotten one thing. Black dragons never abide by the rules. To the two brothers behind me, do you intend to inscribe your names now or after enduring torture? No need to respond. I have no desire to converse with you. With a wave of his hand, Sakawe commanded the Zhuer elves to seize the two silent orcs, who possessed merely high-tier strength, hardly warranting his personal intervention. Wei or Na, plans have changed. Erase all traces here, and eliminate the cultists at Guiyu Dock overnight, leaving no evidence. We were never here, nor have we encountered this devil. Tomorrow, we shall continue our investigation. Understood. Is there an issue with this devil? He did not enter stealthily. He was invited to this realm to carry out a task. Are you saying that the esteemed Count Gash is still alive? Whether he lives or dies is inconsequential. If everyone believes he is dead, then he must remain so. Eliminate the remaining orcs and carry away the bodies. Remember, our mission is not yet complete. We are still seeking an opportunity to eliminate Gash. Understood. The members of the Order of Retribution will discover that this was the work of the Drow, which, in fact, it truly was. Collect the devil's corpses and withdraw from this valley. Sakavi has taken his men away. Chapter 23. Closing the net. Name, Vanlin Roddle. Background. The third son of the Van Barris family, ranked 37th in the subterranean city of Sodaspell, a defector. The societal structure of the Drow is matriarchal, with surnames following the mother's lineage. However, the family name and surname are not synonymous. Individuals such as slaves, soldiers, and servants belong to the family, but cannot share the family surname. In Drow society, there are no commoners. New female members of a family can establish their own families or join another family upon the extinction of their own. Males must either join a family as vassals or remain in their original family. Ordinary soldiers, regardless of gender, can only serve as soldiers. And the same applies to their descendants. What brings you here? By the command of my lord Sakavi. I am here to investigate the situation in the Loga Valley and to find an opportune moment to kill Count Gash. Last night, according to intelligence, you launched a large-scale operation, Where did you go? To the perch dock. My lord instructed that we must have ample evidence before we can kill Count Gash. Last night, my men observed individuals from Count Gash's residence visiting a cult stronghold at the perch dock, and I led my men to search for evidence. Did you find anything? Yes, but it only proves that someone from the Count's household was involved. It does not implicate him directly. Where is Sakavi, and what is he doing? I do not know, nor do I have the obligation to answer that. You should consider carefully who you are speaking to. Take that up with my lord. I have finished my inquiries. You may leave now. Thank you. With the disguise mask obtained from the last treasure vault, Sakavi successfully deceived the captain of the Order of Retribution, who, due to his mastery level, could not perceive the mask's concealed aura. A legend-level individual would not be so easily fooled, as they can sense disturbances in planar elements. A legendary being can feel another's presence. On the 15th of July in the year 1135 of the Red Moon calendar, or the 341,672nd year of the Pantheon era, the war to eradicate the cultists commenced. According to announcements from the War God Church, they received reports from followers indicating the presence of demons within the Loga Grand Canyon. After confirming the veracity of this information, they dispatched the Order of Retribution to eliminate the threat. Subsequent investigations by the court revealed that Count Gash was involved in this matter, and several high-ranking officials of the Rosen Empire were also suspected of complicity. The news reached Skullcrush City at 6:40 a.m. on the 17th. By 4:20 p.m. that evening, Prince Violin was executed by hanging on charges of allowing the infiltration of abyssal forces. These individuals are truly careless. At least they should present some substantial evidence. They directly issued a charge without proper investigation or trial. This matter no longer concerns us. Send word to the Black Forest that the mission has failed and the target has died prematurely. Understood. Shall I now proceed to the Loca Plains? You may. I have other matters to attend to in Skullcrush City, so you may go ahead. Do not use the teleportation circle. It is easily monitored and interfered with at this time. Exiting haphazardly from the teleportation circle would not be wise. After dealing with the situation in the Loga Valley, Sakavi promptly flew to Skullcrush City, ensuring to make his intentions known beforehand, as it is essential to adhere to established protocols. Your Majesty Gruin, we meet again. What is it? Have you developed a taste for plundering Violent City and wish to replicate that in Skullcrush City? Your Majesty, you overestimate me. I am in need of funds, not folly. Enough of this idle chatter. The court will handle the cultist issue without your intervention. Is that so? Allow me to speculate. Currently, there are 33 legends in the Red Moon realm, excluding 5 from the Wood Elves, 1 from the Sea Elves, 2 from the Dwarves, and 2 from my side. The Rosen Empire can muster only 23. For this rebellion, we need to eliminate 5 or 6. Aside from the church members, I fear you have fewer than 10 available for your use. How much energy do you have left to deal with the undead calamities on the Loca Plains while contending with that semi-divine leader of the church? State your price. Black Dragon. A complete set of materials and manufacturing techniques for a wizard's tower. Black Dragon, do you truly understand what you are asking? Your greed will come at a cost. However, that has no bearing on what you owe. Respected Majesty, you are demanding too much. The Empire possesses only 5 wizard towers, 3 of which belong to the church. Then there is nothing to discuss. 1 tower's materials, without the construction technique, cannot be more. In addition, 2 St. Baru rings. No less. 1 at most. Agreed. The St. Baru ring is not merely a ring. It was invented by a man named Baru, who later became a saint of the War God Church, serving as a demigod of Phylon. This ring, capable of randomly teleporting individuals in times of crisis, bears the title of saint for its life-saving properties, which Sakavi finds exceedingly necessary to avoid a repeat of the GOP incident. Having gained these benefits, Sakavi plans to head to the Loca Plains to oversee operations, instructing his subordinates on how to liberate towns, not plunder them. A dual approach aligns with the prevailing ideology of this era. Does the promise of a duke position from Redina have any relation to you, Gruin? Seizing territories afflicted by undead calamities is merely a risk transfer. Regardless of whether they fulfill their promises, I shall not incur a loss. To be frank, the Loca Plains are indeed a splendid place, an expansive plain adorned with verdant wheat, reminiscent of my hometown from a past life. It is said that this region yields 2 harvests a year. After the wheat is harvested, cassava, which produces double the yield, is collected. The cassava here is somewhat ambiguous in its resemblance, bearing vines akin to yam and tubers resembling sweet potatoes, yet it has a texture as hard as wood. Nevertheless, it should not be underestimated, for it serves as sustenance for many laborers. The orcs here differ from those among humans. There are no free citizens unless they possess special skills such as trading or blacksmithing. Otherwise, they must work diligently in the fields. Do not underestimate the merchants of this era. Upon leaving their villages, they may encounter bandits at any moment, and they themselves often assume the role of brigands. Additionally, many savage kobolds and gnolls do not recognize currency, yet they have trade demands and must resort to bartering while guarding against being cheated. Numerous uncivilized subhumans do not speak the common tongue and inhabit remote areas. To thrive as a merchant in this land, one must be both literate and martial, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, and well-versed in the languages and customs of various races. Understanding local customs and consumer levels is a basic requirement in the Blue Star realm. Even the elite institutions may not have candidates suitable for this task. As for breaking through to become an extraordinary being, that is merely a fantasy. Dreams encompass everything. With a staggering population of 3.5 billion in the Rosen Empire, only 23 have achieved legendary status. Not even 1 in 100 million. Each one could be regarded as a once-in-a-century genius. Legendary status represents the pinnacle achievable by ordinary individuals. As for ascending to demigod status, only divine beings can reshape your body, providing a mere chance of opportunity, approximately 0.1%. Dragons, as inherently magical creatures, can elevate their levels merely by resting. Reaching young adulthood bestows them with mastery-level capabilities. The species known as the elves, which require merely a century or two to transcend the ordinary, represent the quintessential elite among the populace. In the pantheon, one can hardly find any humans or orcs. Rather, it is a myriad of monstrous beings and sentient subhumans that predominates. The brevity of life and the vigorous reproductive nature of humans and orcs confer upon them a significant advantage, allowing them to enhance their quality through sheer numbers, ultimately overwhelming the elves. In the past, even the draconic overlords were vanquished by the elves. Perhaps the cycle of rebirth continues unabated. The Loka Plain, renowned for its abundant wheat, is an area where not even the local orc populace, nor the common folk of the entire Honyue, are deemed worthy of its harvest. The transportation of grain is fraught with losses and often lacks the capacity for such ventures, leading the inhabitants to subsist on locally sourced rye, oats, cassava, or other flora that can endure extreme conditions. The Loka Plain, a land rich in resources, falls directly under the jurisdiction of the Rosen Empire, as does the industrially advanced region of Funeogo, which originated from Orcish roots. All other regions, characterized by poor soil and rampant subhuman presence, are relegated to the empire's vassals, tasked with managing these unruly subjects. Every year, nobles and ministers perish within their fiefdoms, yet such tragedies do not extinguish the fervor of the people. A notable success among them is Duke Raster, while the more common scenario is exemplified by Duke Rudolph Bloodspear, who often leads expeditions against the savage subhumans in his territory. The flourishing lands are now threatened by the catastrophic forces of the undead, and it is lamentable that billions of orcs, who have never known comfort, must endure such torment. However, if you do not suffer, how can I, as a duke, maintain my position? The truth is inconsequential. What matters is the perception of truth. I am compassionate and cannot bear to see these people in anguish. Keep watch for me, and should any insurmountable issues arise, summon me. I shall retire for the night. On July 23rd, in the year 1135 of the Honyue calendar, cultists first erupted in the western trade hub of Thorn City, swiftly engulfing the entire realm of Honyue. On July 25th, Emperor Gruin commanded the 2nd, 8th, and 11th legions to accompany him to Thorn City to quell the rebellion, appointing Chancellor Ludenberg Hagian as the Grand Governor of the Tilulan continent, leading the 1st, 4th, 5th, 7th, and 9th Corps to restore order. After losing the internal support from Skullcrush City, the sheer power of the cultists proved to be utterly insufficient. As the boundless 4th Legion marched along the main road, Sakavi gazed upon them with envy. Clad in iron armor, the Legion was flanked by Frostwolf light cavalry at the forefront and Rhinoceros cavalry at the rear. The standard Orcish unit consists of 12 members, with a captain and vice-captain. 3 squads form a platoon, which includes a captain, vice-captain, record-keeper, and missionary. 3 platoons constitute a company, which comprises reconnaissance, archers, and heavy infantry squads. 4 companies form a battalion, which consists of a reconnaissance battalion, a guard squad, and teams of priests or shamans. 5 battalions make a legion, comprising 12,000 combatants, with logistics counted separately. An orc squad typically comprises 3 scouts, 1 cook, 2 archers, 1 military medic, and 5 warriors, with the vice-captain leading the scouts and the captain also serving as a warrior. Officers of battalion rank and above must possess awakened extraordinary abilities, and every orc warrior undergoes rigorous selection. In combat, Orcs primarily ride rhinoceroses. As frostwolves are ill-suited for heavy burdens and require a carnivorous diet, magic does not equate to abundance. Carnivorous beasts, regardless of the organization, cannot be maintained in large numbers. And frostwolves lack the capacity to don armor, making them vulnerable to barrages of arrows during charges. The year 1135 of the Hongyue calendar marks a pivotal moment for the Rosen Empire, destined to be etched in history as the commencement of its decline and the onset of a century-long cataclysm. Your Majesty, we have received news of defeat. Is it the report concerning number 357? No, it pertains to the Cadillac realm. What transpired? Has that fool Lusha failed to defeat even the defenseless trolls? No, Your Majesty. It was Rodman who struck. The forces of the Dulan Republic launched a surprise attack, and Prince Lusha's army has been entirely annihilated. Is this an attempt to annex the Hongyue realm? That would depend on Rodman's ability. Who else is aware of this? No one in the royal court knows. The High Priest of the Blood Axe, Riemann, should be informed. Is that so? Then convey to Rodman that the Rosen Empire is willing to become a vassal of the Dulan Republic and submit to him. Your Majesty, are we conceding so easily? Humph. That old mystic Riemann has always enjoyed opposing the Obsidian family. Let him deal with Rodman himself. He is also a native of the Hongyue realm, and I do not believe he will willingly relinquish this power. At this moment, Sakavi, feasting on roasted cassava upon the Loka plain, remains oblivious to the impending conflict. Though even if aware, it would serve little purpose. Sakavi, a stunning beauty, is seeking you outside, and she is quite exquisite. I do not recall knowing any beautiful individuals. Nonsense. Does not Vaerna also not recognize you? You two seem remarkably relaxed. Lady Riedna, what brings you here? Indeed, wood elves seldom venture out. How could you lead the way in such a manner? Ha ha ha. In my youth, I traversed many places, such as the Pantheon, Bardo Hell, the Abyss, and the Selu dynasty. However, as companions perished or were injured, I could not bear solitude and returned to Hongyue. Wow, how impressive. Do tell me more about the Pantheon. Have you encountered Phylong? Certainly, I shall share when time permits. But today I seek your dear friend Sakavi for a serious matter. Lady, has a new power intervened? I have not received any reports of upheaval within the realm. Indeed, the forces of the Rosen Empire were attacked by the Dulan Republic in the Cadillac realm, resulting in the complete destruction of 1,000,000 troops. When did this occur? Just now. Are they setting their sights on this place? In Cadillac, where no flat ground exists, humans would likely find it unbearable. Precisely, this rebellion is about to take on new complexities. The Obsidian family is truly declining with each generation. Old Rodrigo was a demigod, yet his son could only maintain the status quo, and now his grandson is facing invasion in his own home. What stance do the elves take? We intend to continue supporting the Obsidian family. They cannot falter yet. Is this also the sentiment of High Priest Riemann? Indeed, I now require your stance. My stance is to delay, to prolong matters for a few years until a new balance is established here, should Rodman wish to station troops. He must first consult the locals. You must ensure that this chaos does not persist for too long. Rest assured, my lady. The followers of the dragon cult remain under my vigilant watch, and they shall not stir up significant trouble. It is best that way, otherwise, you will have to seek Rodman for assistance. Farewell, my lady. Vaerna, have you uncovered the leader of the dragon cult in this region? Not yet. We currently know only of a legendary thief. Very well, continue the investigation. Grap, what is the status of the army? Reporting to my master. We currently have 200,000 Death Knights, 50,000 skeletal crossbowmen, 3,000 earth goblins, and 500 gray dwarves. We are still short 1,000 pieces of armor. All other equipment is ready. The number of earth goblins is too few. Recruit more from the underworld. Additionally, inquire among the drow elves to see if any are willing to come for 100 gold coins each. The drow elves of the Underdark often serve as mercenaries, killing for various factions to earn their living. Naturally, they also sell enchanted weapons and textiles, yet these do not suffice to sustain their lavish lifestyles. The beleaguered Rosen Empire, battered and bruised, trudges into the year 1136 of the Hongyue calendar, a year that may herald fortune or merely a fleeting glimpse of hope. The cultist rebellions across various regions were successively quelled, with the lifeless bodies of the heretics hanging from every battlement. After 7 long months of insurrection, the uprising was finally declared over in February of that year. The esteemed leader of the War God Church stood atop the towering Obsidian Mage Tower, solemnly announcing that the last of the cultists in the Hongyue dimension had ascended the gallows. In an instant, the entire empire was enveloped in joyous cheers, the red moon continuing to illuminate this land, and the empire's rule remained as steadfast as ever. However, this was merely the delusion of a select few. The specter of conspiracy had not strayed far from the soil. On May 12th, the governor's office in Talabong abruptly received a report from the military governor's office of the Kherson region, stating that the entire population of 10,000 in the town of Jitsao and its affiliated villages had suddenly become living corpses. Rasko, upon seeing the report, believed it to be merely a retaliatory act by the remnants of the cultists. Yet, as time passed, such occurrences showed no signs of abating. Instead, they intensified. By early June, news of widespread necromantic disasters flooded the emperor's residence like snowflakes. Realizing the gravity of the situation far exceeded his expectations, the helpless Gruin could only issue a decree to place the nation back into a state of emergency preparedness. The legions were poised to march to the Loka Plain to eradicate the necromantic forces once and for all. Yet, this too was nothing more than a wishful thought, as the vast hinterland of the orcs, the Funao Plain, was also besieged by a massive necromantic calamity. To make matters worse, after last year's war against the cultists, the granaries in the national treasury had been completely depleted. The Loka Plain was currently ravaged by the necromantic disaster, making it impossible to transport food, thereby exacerbating the already arduous task of quelling the insurrection. Verna, how can these orcs be so inept? The last time we suppressed the cultists, we clearly dealt a blow to the Bailong sect as well, yet they have re-emerged so swiftly. Isn't that tantamount to having done nothing? Grap, you fail to understand. Under Gruin's leadership, last year 1 million orcs perished without a grave. If they were to fight earnestly, the Hanwha dimension would no longer require their presence, and they would surely be drawn to the outer realms. Their involvement here is essential. I believe this embodies the style of their Rosen Empire, impressive in appearance yet ineffectual in substance, just like over in Duke Rast's domain. Your argument holds some merit. We have located the hiding place of that legendary thief from the Bailong sect. I require your assistance in eliminating him, Grap. No problem. I have already prepared everything. As long as you can deliver this poisoned dagger to him, he shall meet his demise instantly. Is that feasible? He is a legend. As long as he is not a demigod, do not underestimate the potency of poison. It can affect even the most formidable. I must ensure a lethal strike. You are well aware of the thief's evasive skills. Rest assured, I have never missed my mark. Upon receiving the materials for the Mage Tower sent by Gruin, Sakawi felt it was time to take action. On July 5th, the army of Death Knights led by Salavi appeared in the Kherson region, where the situation was direst. While confronting demons was beyond their capacity, dispatching ordinary living corpses posed no challenge. In just one day, the necromantic army in the Kherson region was completely eradicated. In the days that followed, Sakawi led his forces across the entire Loka Plain, sweeping away the necromantic disaster at an unimaginable pace. However, while the necromantic calamity could be addressed, the substantial loss of life would require centuries to recover. The sheer number of bodies Sakawi gathered for cremation reached a staggering 3 billion. Although this may not constitute a significant loss for the entire Rosen Empire, the sudden disappearance of a region's population inevitably leads to an economic collapse. It would take at least a decade to develop a new economic model. Thus, in the foreseeable future, the Rosen Empire would inevitably plunge into an era of economic depression, accompanied by unrest and turmoil. Nonetheless, this bore little consequence for Sakawi, who, having profited immensely from the Loka Plain, had now transformed into the Duke of the western regions of the Rosen Empire, with the Bloodspear tribe also being relocated back to the Loka Plain to replenish the population. Ostensibly, this was due to Sakawi's merits in suppressing the necromantic disaster. But the ordinary populace was unworthy of knowing the truth. Upon receiving the officially stamped appointment letter, Sakawi promptly ordered the relocation of the Grey Dwarf town to his new territory, generously compensating those unwilling to move and nullifying their contracts. In truth, signing a slave contract does not guarantee unconditional loyalty. That is a result of brainwashing. Fostering good relations with subordinates and generously offering gold is essential for ensuring diligent work. In the new territory, the first structure to be erected was the Mage Tower. For Sakawi, who frequently changed territories, the stability of the land was not of utmost importance. What mattered was having loyal subordinates. He needed to cultivate talent through the land, as he could not accomplish everything alone without exhausting himself. To maintain control over the territory, a Mage Tower was indispensable, both to intimidate enemies and to instill confidence in his own ranks, akin to the concept of defending a tower in a game. Though the Mage Tower served a more critical and multifaceted role, the construction technology was not something that could be purchased with mere coin. However, Sakawi had connections and could hire skilled artisans for the task. As for learning it himself, that was not something one could master in a day or two, nor was it worthwhile to squander time. Chapter 25. A grand procurement. Upon receiving Sakawi's correspondence, Yaluzi set out immediately. After 2 months of arduous travel, he finally arrived in the Hanyue dimension. Observing the immense cargo ships behind him, Sakawi realized he was about to incur substantial expenses. Nevertheless, in this world, selling high-value goods inevitably involves some bundled sales. My dear brother, do you know? Ever since you left Manloduo, I have been yearning for you day and night. At last, we meet. As he spoke, the ogre genuinely shed a few tears, causing Sakawi to feel quite awkward. Ahem, my brother, it has been 2 years. Has the Manloduo dimension really become this way? Without my annual expenditure of 850,000 gold coins, have you truly been struggling so? Alas, my brother, you do not understand. Business has become arduous. Marauders are everywhere. Not only is it difficult to earn money, but without genuine skill, one is guaranteed to suffer catastrophic losses. This time, I nearly paid with my life just to deliver goods to you. But no matter how hard I suffer, I cannot let my good brother suffer. This time, I have brought 30 noble human maidens, one of whom is a princess. Rest assured, they are genuine. I caught them fresh on the road, and none have been touched by others. I guarantee your satisfaction. I am satisfied, I am satisfied. You truly are a good man. Klausuna, be quiet. This is not your place to speak. Go play in the back and stop causing trouble. Ha ha. Dear brother, do not be agitated. I have already heard about your killing of that human priest from the Church of Light. Rest assured, these were captured from a minor dimension. And since they do not worship the major sects, there is no risk. Feel free to enjoy. After revealing a lewd smile, Sakawi internally thought, I believe you about as much as I believe in ghosts. If you can utter a single truth, I will purchase an entire ship's worth of goods on the spot. Yet, he dared not say this aloud. I trust you to handle matters. So I will accept these individuals. Let us hasten to construct the Mage Tower. I urgently require it. Brother, I reviewed your construction requirements for the Mage Tower, and there is a significant issue. It is extremely unsafe. You must have been deceived. A Mage Tower cannot simply stand alone. It would make it a target. You are aware that last time, at Lap's place, you single-handedly incapacitated 2 towers, albeit they were merely guard towers and not particularly formidable. Well, the budget is tight. A simple construction to intimidate the nearby ruffians will suffice. The complexity of the situation renders it impossible to amass such a substantial sum of money. However, one must not falter in the face of adversity. A limited budget necessitates a unique approach. Can I, your older brother, stand idly by while you are taken advantage of? I have leveraged every connection at my disposal, tirelessly negotiating to secure this construction plan. Observe, within this proposal, the establishment of 4 additional guard towers encircling the Mage Tower, thereby creating an integrated defensive mechanism that offers mutual support and crossfire capabilities. This defensive strategy is known as the Mother and Child Tower, renowned for its formidable combat potential. I have procured the necessary materials at cost price, ensuring you do not suffer any losses, and the transportation fees from Zhongtong are waived. Indeed, the defensive towers are impressive. Yet I find myself in a dire financial predicament. Do not be modest, my younger brother. I am well aware of your capabilities. Your intellect ranks among the finest of the new generation, and a matter of a few million gold coins should hardly be a concern for you. You flatter me excessively. To be candid, my recent years have been fraught with misfortune. I have a multitude of subordinates relying on me for their livelihood, and the Red Moon realm has been in turmoil since my return, disrupting commerce. My treasury has long been depleted, and the funds for your Mage Tower repairs were borrowed at exorbitant interest. I comprehend your predicament, and the tarnished reputation of the Black Dragon has indeed taken a toll on you. Perhaps you might consider my Mingwen Zhuangdequan? In today's world, the most lucrative enterprise is undoubtedly the arms trade, which guarantees swift returns and substantial profits. I am interested. Please state your price. It is quite reasonable. Merely 500 gold coins. Additionally, take a look at this longsword forged by the High Elves of Bulame's Suicide City. Their craftsmanship is unparalleled. Furthermore, behold this staff. Under the guidance of Yaluzi, Sakavi discovered that every item he had brought aboard was of significant utility, even if some could not be utilized immediately. Thus, without stepping outside, he successfully acquired all the necessary items for establishing his territory. Gazing at Verna, adorned in her pristine attire, reluctant to part from her reflection, and Grap, who clutched his new druid staff with uncontainable joy, Sakavi felt content with his expenditures. Regardless of any premium paid, the items were genuine and of great value to him. Sakavi's principle was to ensure that his subordinates were adequately compensated for their labor, never allowing them to face starvation. Promises made must be fulfilled. One cannot wait for subordinates to request what is owed. When benefits are provided, subordinates will work diligently, Yet negligence in work will have severe consequences, as evidenced by the previous Earth Goblin leader, whose fate serves as a cautionary tale. This time, Yaluzi brought an unexpected surprise to Sakavi, a completely new species. The bat beast. Why is it considered a new species? Because it is artificially created. Normal biological entities, regardless of their nature, were crafted by the original deities, without exception. Such artificially created beings lack souls, possess poor survival capabilities in the wild, and cannot reproduce. If they were merely common beasts, there would be no issue. However, as magical creatures without souls, they are directly classified as demons or devils by the realm. Young bat beasts cannot withstand the elemental disturbances caused by planar rejection, making it nearly impossible for them to reach adulthood. Naturally, exceptions exist. For instance, if the elemental passage of the realm is obstructed and their birthplace lacks elemental circulation. The creation of soulless beings is unacceptable not only to the realm, but also to the gods. It is said that the demigod responsible for such miracles still lingers in the realm of Hades, with no deity daring to claim him. The once omnipresent king of Hades personally intervened, obliterating him and his entire realm. Creating abnormal beings poses no significant issues. For example, chromatic dragons frequently engage in discussions about combinations of different species and act on their whims. Creatures such as bipedal wyverns and earth dragons abound, to the extent that metallic dragons refuse to acknowledge them as belonging to the same species. Once created, the responsibility for assigning appropriate souls falls to the deities of the underworld, a task they willingly undertake, as many souls await rebirth in the queue. As for the bat beasts, despite their grotesque appearance, they possess a malevolent nature. Their sole purpose in life is to delve into the study of lethal poisons and methods of assassination. Despite lacking hands, they are incessantly engaged in magical experiments. Standing merely 50 centimeters tall, they exhibit an unusual penchant for brawling. Observing the 10 pairs of juvenile bat beasts before him, Sakavi harbored doubts about their survival to adulthood. Initially intending to leverage their appearance to negotiate a lower price, he unexpectedly found the quality reduced the cost by half. My good brother, these bat beasts are exceedingly unattractive. Surely they must be the leftovers that others have discarded. You, a creature of such appearance, dare to criticize mine? As he gazed at the bat beast scolding him with its hands on its hips, Sakavi was tempted to eliminate them with a single strike. After all, the chromatic dragon is adept at thievery, and it is expected that its appearance would instill fear in children. To mock me openly is a grave error. I shall not take them. I have never encountered such appalling quality. My dear brother, they have simply been misguided. A little guidance will suffice. How about this? I'll offer you an 80% discount. So, you have been speaking ill of me behind my back. I considered you a brother. But what do you think of me? It's a misunderstanding. How about a 70% discount instead? 70%? You must be jesting. The most I can offer is 50%. Anything more is out of the question. It is settled then. You are quite straightforward in your dealings. My brother, you have made a profit of 3 million gold coins from me. Surely a gesture of gratitude is in order? How can you claim to have earned more than I? Your dealings are without risk. I cannot be compared to you. Knowing this, you still dare to bring your goods here? Ah, my brother, you certainly have a sense of humor. Let us not delve into trivial matters. If you wish to advance further, it cannot be resolved merely with monetary exchange. If we are robbed, acquiring illicit goods will become quite challenging. You are truly remarkable, daring to threaten even bandits. Impressive indeed. My younger brother, feel free to speak plainly. I have misjudged. I merely wish to sell some local specialties. Oh, let me see. The quality is assured. This I can guarantee. While the quality may be fine, I fear the provenance may raise concerns. So, my brother, are you unwilling to accept them? This area is quite chaotic. One must exercise caution when venturing out. My younger brother, what do you mean? What is my profession? Regardless of where your goods originate, I assure you they will fetch a good price. This matter is entrusted to me. In the Red Moon realm, profits are earned and spent. None shall return home with a share. When Yaluzi arrived, he was laden with goods, and when he departed, not a single gold coin remained with Sakavi. Since reason is not the path chosen, Sakavi resolved to utilize his expertise. After bidding farewell to the cheerful Yaluzi, he decided to commence construction, vowing not to leave his subterranean lair until the Mage Tower was complete. Now that he had acquired wealth, he could not risk attracting the attention of any chromatic dragons lurking in the underworld, lest his efforts be in vain. Do not be deceived by the apparent absence of chromatic dragons. They are merely concealed within the depths, resting until they awaken to commence their thievery. Under the concerted efforts of various factions, unless one possesses legitimate status or extraordinary strength, no dragon dares to establish a nest upon the surface. Occasionally, One or two obstinate young dragons would attempt to establish their kin on the surface, only to be swiftly exterminated or driven away. Even the notoriously arrogant Saka, prior to attaining his legitimate status as a duke, could only secure a lair within the subterranean realm of the Grey Dwarf town. Chapter 26. The Kingdom of the Mountain King. After a year of diligent construction, Saka's Mage Tower was finally completed. To prevent any unwarranted plundering by his short-sighted kin, Saka made a special journey to the Black Forest to invite Ruidina to assist him. Ruidina graciously declared that the affairs of friends were her own, promptly ordering the mobilization of 100 wyverns to aid Saka in transporting goods, even personally overseeing the operation. With the assistance of a demigod, they encountered no troublesome five-colored dragons along the way. However, the lurking presence nearby never truly dissipated until all goods were safely delivered home. Under ordinary circumstances, Saka would not have regarded one or two of his kin with any seriousness, for he alone had achieved the legendary status among dragons. Although dragons are born as magical entities, reaching legendary status is not merely a matter of maturity, it requires the pursuit of opportunities. At present, Saka had only broken through to the legendary tier within the realm of mages, while remaining at the master level in terms of his dragon form. Typically, only dragons in their youth could attain the master level. However, Saka's tumultuous journey and numerous tribulations had awakened his latent potential, almost as if his body was engaging in a form of self-rescue. This premature development significantly impacts longevity upon reaching the Elder Dragon stage. Typically between 200 and 400 years of age, his body would begin to age rapidly. Of course, should he later break through to legendary status, this would be a different story. The normal lifespan of dragons is approximately 600 years, and to extend this lifespan, one must achieve legendary status. A dragon that ascends to this level can live for around 500 years, a span sufficient to outlast most adversaries. For those seeking further advancement, ascension to demigod status is the only path, granting a lifespan of up to 3,000 years. Disregarding his complacent kin, Saka resolved to meticulously plan his territory. His first course of action was to summon various races to pledge their allegiance and sign vassal contracts, delineating their respective domains. You are exceedingly fortunate to encounter someone as formidable as myself. Henceforth, this realm shall abide by my rules. Submit to me, and this shall be my gift to you. Those who prove sufficiently loyal and exceptional shall have the honor of serving me. Ah, this dwarf brother, we are in a meeting. Do you have matters to discuss with my chief steward? Your Grace, I come on behalf of the Kingdom of the Mountain King to attend your inauguration ceremony. Ahem. You are overly courteous. Please stay here. I shall personally visit your king in Merida in a few days. Glap, please attend to this dwarf envoy. Now let us continue. You, who are still weak, are not yet worthy to be my vassals. But this is no hindrance, for I shall grant you the opportunity to pledge your fealty. Those who seize this chance shall possess wealth and power, while those who dare oppose the mighty Saka shall face the most severe consequences. It is time for you to make your choice. The group of mid-tier beings did not dare to disrupt proceedings and unanimously expressed no objections. As there were no objections, it was time to implement the new regulations. From this moment forth, all tribes with populations exceeding 500 shall be organized into towns. Those exceeding 1,000 shall form cities, each required to have drow elves stationed for oversight, and any settlement with more than 2 inhabitants shall be classified as a village. All male adults from each race must unify and proceed to both plane to participate in the establishment of the new city, Adgerwick, a name derived from the dragon tongue, meaning the gathering place of dragons. Saka hoped that this name would attract fledgling dragons, akin to his former self, who had been forced from their homes. Of course, adult dragons were also warmly welcomed. While the name failed to draw in dragons, it did attract Kelosuna, who hurried to pledge her allegiance upon hearing of Saka's new city. With a pressing need for personnel, Saka had no choice but to appoint her as the high priestess of the war god church. Ordinarily, such ecclesiastical positions are designated by the church itself, yet Saka had no intention of engaging in discourse with the war church. The church had persistently sought the body of the devil Daiwas, and Saka had remained obstinate, claiming ignorance. The situation in the infernal realm of Ba was becoming increasingly urgent. A devil that had conducted business under normal circumstances had vanished without a trace, causing considerable distress for the war god church. Without concrete evidence of his collusion with demons, they could not simply execute him. Thus, he perished without a body, leaving no means to report back to Bada. Initially, the church intended to either catch him in the act or have Saka take action, allowing them to shift the blame onto him. This would serve as a lesson for Bada, without overly straining their relationship. Saka, however, indicated that he could bear the blame, but the benefits must be substantial. Thus, Keluasuna, who was entirely unaware of the doctrines, ascended to become the cardinal of the entire western continent. Whether she could comprehend the doctrines was of no concern to Saka. It was sufficient for the inhabitants of his territory to understand what the war god church represented. Having settled matters here, he assigned Glap to manage various disputes in the territory, while Werna was tasked with constructing Adgerwick. Saka then proceeded to the dwarf nation of Merida. He was greatly pleased with Werna's aesthetic sensibilities, for she belonged to a true noble lineage, one that had endured for millennia. Entrusting her with the construction of the city was a source of great reassurance. Regarding the former stronghold of the Roar tribe, the giant tooth fortress, Saka generously gifted it to the Grey Dwarfs. As a benevolent lord, how could he reside in such a perilous location? Furthermore, ordinary folk dared not provoke him, and even those who did would find the terrain insufficient to deter him. After the previous meeting, he had summoned the envoy from Merida to inquire in detail, only to receive a rather exasperating revelation. It turned out that the kingdom of Merida had found itself entirely at odds with the orcs, leading to a strained relationship. The Roar tribe coveted the iron mines in the Antladas Mountains, even demanding to extend their territory to the coast of the Endless Sea. The Rosen court was more than willing to exacerbate matters for the dwarves. Thus, armed with a new map, the Roar tribe and Merida plunged into a conflict that would last for 3 centuries. The dwarven kingdom, ravaged by war and diminished in population, was reluctant to engage in further hostilities with the newly arrived Black Dragon, ultimately conceding to recognize itself as part of the duchy. Flying above the entrance to Merida, the first sight to greet the eye was a pair of towering stone gates, each several dozen meters high, crafted from solid obsidian and reinforced steel, adorned with carvings of the dwarven kings and clan totems throughout history. Flanking the gates stood 2 statues of dwarven warriors, taller than the gates themselves, wielding battle axes and massive hammers, their stone gazes eternally fixed upon the horizon, guarding the realm behind them. Soon, the colossal obsidian gates, resembling mountains, began to creak open with a deep rumble of gears and chains. The first to emerge was a rush of warm, dry air from within, mingled with the aromas of forges, aged ale, and stone. A dwarf stepped forth from the shadow of the gap, solitary and unaccompanied, clad in a deep purple velvet robe. Draped with a ceremonial garment embroidered with patterns of mountains and anvils in golden threads, he advanced at a measured pace, each step imbued with the characteristic weight and steadiness of dwarves, as if connected to the earth itself. He lifted his sharply defined visage, his gray eyes, tempered like steel, keenly focused on the approaching shadow from above. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of sulfur and marshes, fluttering the edges of his robe, yet he remained steadfast, his expression betraying neither fear nor obsequiousness. To the esteemed lord from Adgerwick, the gates of Merida shall always stand open for you. Mojideden salutes you. King Moj, do not be formal. I have not come here bearing a challenge. I seek to discern the disposition of Merida towards me. Will it be submission or resistance to the bitter end? We are willing to become your steadfast allies, your strongest support. We desire neither war nor to be anyone's slave or henchman. State your terms, dwarf. You have misunderstood, my lord. We have made our stance abundantly clear. We refuse to be anyone's vassals. We fight solely for ourselves and our allies. Does that imply a choice for war? If a choice must be made, then yes. Dwarves, known for their stubbornness, rarely waver in their decisions. They are the most loyal of allies. However, do not presume they will not deceive. Indeed, they are adept at exploiting existing circumstances to mislead those who come to negotiate. Do you believe you can win this war? No, we recognize your strength. Yet we do not intend to yield to anyone. Your obstinacy will not elicit any concessions from me. You comprehend my meaning, do you not? The legendary warrior Moj Iron Shield, along with 5 elite warriors and 20 high-ranking warriors, is eager to serve you. Insufficient, Moj. You must understand that the battle readiness of those unwilling to leave their territory is halved. We can provide you with 10,000 sets of Orcish standard equipment annually, along with 1,000 crossbows and 100,000 bolts. You must also include 20 inscribed weapons. We agree, Your Grace the Dragon. Merida welcomes your arrival. Please call me Saka, my ally. I hope you can send a contingent to assist in the construction of Adgerwick. You see, I am in dire need of manpower, particularly craftsmen, and I shall compensate you generously. No, Merida cannot accept payment from an ally. Assisting allies is our duty. We will send 50 blacksmiths and 300 stonemasons. How many adult dwarves does Merida have? 150 males and 300 females. Saka, you must understand that the dwarven birth rate is low, and we have been at war for many years. The economic conditions are dire. Under such harsh circumstances, our female dwarves struggle to conceive, while our male dwarves continually fall in battle. The days of hardship are behind us, my friend. I am striving to establish order in this land. Various malevolent creatures lurking in the shadows are beginning to stir. You ought to take precautions, my friend. I look forward to the new order you will establish. Fear not. They are merely minor nuisances that I shall resolve. After discussing matters, Moj invited Saka to tour the Heartforge Hall, showcasing the might of dwarves as allies. This is the heart of the kingdom, a vast, naturally formed domed cavern, towering to a height shrouded in shadow. At the center of the cave lies a colossal furnace known as the Eternal Forge, burning ceaselessly, illuminating the entire hall with its flickering orange-red glow. The light of the furnace reflects off the countless carved layers of steps, corridors, and structures lining the walls, as if an entire mountain had been hollowed out and ignited with 1,000 lights. Next is the Hall of Gold and Stone, the king's throne room. The throne is hewn from a single block of raw mountain stone, with a waterfall cascading behind it, a molten gold cascade frozen in time. The hall's pillars are massive clusters of crystal or veins of gold, shimmering with a breathtaking brilliance in the firelight. This place is not only the center of power, but also the ultimate display of dwarven wealth and craftsmanship. Gazing upon this dwarven city that has endured for millennia, Saka is filled with awe for this ancient race. The relentless march of history has crushed one civilization after another. In today's world, the living space for dwarves has diminished significantly. Perhaps one day, the descendants of Moradin will vanish entirely, and humanity will be left to seek the once glorious past of the dwarves only in the songs of bards or the dusty fragments of history books. Chapter 27, Chaos. Saka, how about a lunch of boiled young maidens today? I do not have any human maidens here to prepare. Goodness, how dare you consume them all alone without leaving any for me? I did not eat. They were sent to the Black Forest. Why send them there? Would elves only eat vegetables? It would be a waste. Do you truly not know why I was slain by a dozen legendary blades in the abyss? Wasn't it claimed there would be no issues this time? You dare trust the words of a merchant like Yuluzi? Very well, if there is nothing to eat, then I shall refrain. You are not merely short of manpower here. Have you considered hiring a few hands? Do you have suitable candidates? There are some, but I am unsure if you can persuade them. We shall not know until we try. While in the Duchy of Rast, I met someone. He is a scion of the White Dragon. Due to being ostracized in the duchy, he left at the age of 12. He currently resides in Thorn City and is a ranger. In this world, non-normal beings face significant discrimination, largely because many are dragon-blooded. Numerous chromatic dragons mate with various creatures, producing dragon beasts, while those who bear offspring with intelligent beings are called dragonkin. However, there are exceptions, such as Saka's daughter, a harpy with dragon blood. Creatures like gnolls, on the other hand, have undergone generations of hybridization, possessing only a trace of dragon blood. After hearing Cleisinu's introduction, Saka resolved to visit Thorn City. Beings with dragon blood possess an innate affinity for dragons, and dragons do not disdain those of dragon lineage, leading to close relations between the two. Sulide, come forth. I have come to see you. Cleisina, were you not in the Duchy of Rast? How have you come here? I have left. Working without pay will lead to starvation sooner or later. Look, this is my new employer. Would you be interested in joining? No, I have no desire to serve anyone. Do not misunderstand. Saka is a respectable individual. Aside from a penchant for pillaging, there are no issues. His greatest hobby is the study of magic. I have stated my disinterest. Friend, name your price. I require someone of your caliber as a retainer. You will leave my premises immediately. Witnessing the white-haired, blue-eyed human promptly shut the door, Saka could only take Cleisina and depart. Finding a small tavern to drink a murky brew made from unknown fruits while discussing their next steps. Cleisina, has your friend experienced something? He seems to harbor considerable malice towards me. Saka, you must understand, in this world's lower echelons, weakness is a sin. Not everyone can battle wolves from birth as you do. In the absence of order, a handsome boy is far more dangerous than a pretty girl. Unfortunately, we are so weak that once we leave such an environment, we struggle to survive independently. You, raised in the wild, may not grasp this. Back then, I was large, dark, and unattractive. No one wished to engage with me. Sulide is different. You can imagine what he has endured. Who was involved? I wish to know everyone's identity. Leave this matter to Werna. It is her responsibility. To show sincerity, I must handle it myself. Do you wish to join me in creating a spectacle? I would be delighted. Sulide, I have returned. Do not be hasty in dismissing me. First, behold the gifts I have brought. You would do well to emerge. I would prefer not to soil your abode. With that, Saka emptied a sack of severed heads onto the floor and proudly declared, "Friend, do check if I have overlooked anyone. You ought to recognize these individuals." Sulide trembled as he picked them up one by one to examine. After inspecting them all, he suddenly knelt and said, "Sulide Rud, I heed your command, great master." Sakawi hurriedly helped him to his feet and proclaimed that the dragon tribe need not kneel to anyone, save for the dragon godfather, Ao. "You are a friend of Klausuna, and thus my ally. Henceforth, we shall stand together, whether in bloodshed or warfare, without hesitation. I, Sakawi, vow before the 5 dragon queens that I shall never engage in any sordid dealings with any creature." Recently, the underworld has grown increasingly vibrant, prompting Sakawi to dispatch Sulade to explore its depths, seeking out forces worthy of attention or elimination. Sulade, a master-tier ranger, possesses formidable combat prowess, making him invaluable to the critically understaffed Sakawi. Sakawi has always maintained a discerning attitude towards his subordinates, preferring quality over quantity. During his time in the underworld, several dragons sought refuge with him, but upon observing their unruly demeanor, he promptly dismissed them. Should there be a juvenile dragon capable of being tutored over several years, it might be acceptable, but those already matured, who engage in covert mischief, are unacceptable. Once affairs here were settled, Sakawi promptly returned to his stronghold to oversee operations. Recently, it has come to light that someone has leaked information regarding Sakawi's wealth, prompting various factions to covet his agreek. 5 colossal dragons were apprehended by Verna during attempts to pilfer, but such measures proved futile. Sakawi found it perplexing how a master-tier dragon could possess the audacity to rob a stronghold guarded by 2 legendary-tier mages. Recently, Verna reported sightings of drow elves near a Greek. Just yesterday, a mind flayer was captured and is currently detained in the dungeon, making it the perfect opportunity to send Sulade to the underworld to teach those audacious beings a lesson. Amidst the ongoing strategic maneuvers with various factions, the construction of a Greek has progressed rapidly. On July 14th, 1138 of the Red Moon calendar, the castle, which embodies Sakawi's hopes, celebrated its completion. Indeed, this is a purely military fortress, not open for external development, reserved solely for the upper echelons of the Grand Duke and station troops. Outside the fortress, Sakawi commanded the construction of a complete residential area, distinct from Wayland City in that a Greek boasts no slums. Anyone seeking employment may apply for free temporary accommodations in the communal lodgings. This fundamentally eliminates chaos stemming from unemployment, though Verna expressed skepticism, believing that dark corners cannot be entirely avoided. Consequently, in her design of the residential area, she intentionally constructed the sewers to be exceptionally wide, with ample space for alterations. Since such issues cannot be avoided, they may as well be relegated to the sewers, keeping them out of sight and preserving the overall image. Observing the now secure castle, those shadowy figures lurking in the darkness have ceased their covetous gazes upon its treasures. With this matter settled, Sakawi could finally turn his attention to the riches beyond. 3 years have passed since the rebellion was thoroughly quelled, and while sporadic reports of cultists or undead attacks still emerge, they hardly pose a significant threat. However, rather than stabilizing, the Rosen Empire is becoming increasingly tumultuous. Not only are the local 5-colored dragons rampant, but even those from distant lands have begun to converge. Among them, the notorious blue dragon, Windisha, who occupies the northern part of the Bladeso continent, has declared herself the mistress of thunder. After a 2-year-long bloody battle, she annihilated the beastmen crossbow clan of Thorn City. Upon claiming Thorn City, the irascible blue dragon immediately demanded a duke title from the Rosen Empire, threatening to destroy the Logia Canyon should her demands go unmet. To demonstrate her seriousness, she wreaked havoc in the Logia Canyon before her message even reached Skullcrush City. With no available manpower, the Rosen Empire was compelled to grant her the title of Duchess, albeit under the condition that she expel the other 5-colored dragons from the Bladeso continent. Windisha, already infuriated at the prospect of competing 5-colored dragons, had long yearned for an opportunity to retaliate. After a lengthy 6-month struggle, the remaining dragons either fled or surrendered, resulting in a cleaner continent. Observing the stabilizing situation, Lady Redina convened a meeting with Sakawi, Windisha, Mog, and the Sea Elf, Grofen, the Wave Walker, in the capital of the Wood Elves, Lotag, to discuss the state of the continent and delineate boundaries, agreeing to preclude any further interference from outside forces. After the meeting, Sakawi inquired about the situation in the Rodmillion continent, where Duke Raster resides. The response was astonishing. The Rosen Empire had summoned a copper dragon demigod from the astral plane, bestowing upon him the title of prince. This demigod wasted no time, establishing the Modus Duchy and recruiting 5 colored dragons to serve him. Most of the remaining lands, save for Duke Raster's territory, were swiftly divided amongst the dragons. The Rosen Empire issued appointments for 2 more dukes and 3 marquises to 4 5-colored dragons and 1 copper dragon. The Bledaso Highway saw a black forest occupy half the territory, leaving the rest fragmented and scarcely above 1/8 of the land. Sakawi generously suggested a direct division, receiving unanimous approval from the assembly. The other unsuccessful 5-colored dragons were forced to retreat once more to the underworld, due to Tiamat's decree against intradragon conflict. The mortality rate among dragons remained low, with only a dozen or so particularly reckless dragons succumbing to various mishaps. One blue lady insisted that this matter had no connection to her whatsoever. Some astute 5-colored dragons seized the opportunity to plunder during the Rosen Empire's preoccupation, amassing considerable wealth. Among the hundreds of dragons vying for territory, only 3 locals succeeded in claiming land and obtaining legal status. This legal status, conferred by the War God's Church, shields them from persecution. Do not presume that 5-colored dragons disdain legal recognition. Without it, occupying territory attracts a plethora of troubles. With legal status, adversaries can only resort to clandestine sabotage, unable to confront them openly unless they directly challenge particularly formidable factions. Seizing a minor count or merchant poses no risk of reprisal. On September 5, 1138, the Emperor of the Rosen Empire, Gruin, convened a grand assembly in Skullcrush City, inviting all factions from the Red Moon Plain to deliberate on territorial scope and resource distribution. All parties unanimously agreed that safeguarding the stability of the Rosen Empire is a shared obligation. Lady Redina pointed out that some corners of the plains still harbor the minions of demons, urging unity to eradicate these threats to the plain's safety, a sentiment widely recognized by the assembly. Duchess Windisha emphasized that the plain belongs to all, and no individual possesses the authority to unilaterally expand their domain or tolerate malevolent forces from the underworld wreaking havoc on the surface. In closing, the attendees collectively pledged their loyalty to His Majesty Gruin, vowing to steadfastly support the Rosen Empire and resolutely uphold the legitimate rule of the Obsidian family in the Red Moon Plain. This account comes from an anonymous member of the meeting. With the convening of this assembly, the situation in the Red Moon Plain has once again stabilized, as the vested interests of various factions deter new entrants. The ambitious leader of the Dofeng Republic, Rodman, diligently prepared his decades-long plan, ultimately serving as a decorative garment for another, with Windisha emerging as the primary beneficiary after years of exile. Originally, this meeting was intended to occur at the year's outset, as the Dofeng Republic's forces had already reached the Loka Plains, necessitating immediate stabilization of the entire plain by the Rosen Empire. The construction of Agaruk remains incomplete, and Sakar expresses his intention to remain until its completion. Observing the current state of the Hongyue dimension, Sakar reflects that indeed, choices outweigh efforts. He has engaged in murder, arson, and robbery, and has fought fiercely, all for a mere legal identification. Others, however, have merely chosen the opportune moment to intervene, acquiring the same status and territory as he. After the meeting, Sakar expresses a desire to visit the Medusi Principality, to which Prince Pugilin warmly welcomes him. With the Orc forces in full retreat, the entire Lodomilian continent has become devoid of any Orc presence. The Medusi Principality appears particularly desolate, with vast tracts of farmland left abandoned and remote towns overtaken by various brigands. This is the legendary Ice Mage of the Silver Dragon, Aedenia, my capable assistant and a polymath professor. The Bronze Dragon beside her is Ganmusi, an exceptional military strategist and warrior, also a master of rhetoric. Oh, my wretched memory. I nearly forgot to introduce my son Keeble-like, a mischievous rogue. He is around your age, being 45 this year. So you young ones should have plenty of topics to discuss. He is currently at the Platinum Dragon God's Temple and will take some time to return. As soon as he is back, I shall have him pay you a visit. Prince Pugilin, I am curious about the current landscape of the Lodomilian continent. Could you provide me with a detailed explanation? Of course, but you may simply call me uncle. There is no need for such formality. Currently, aside from our Medusi Principality, there are 3 major duchies, the one ruled by the Beastmaster Rast, whom you should recognize, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. The other is Duke Gwoliwilian, a great druid of the Bronze Dragon. The last is the Red Dragon Phidimina, a legendary dragon who just ascended last year. It is said she is a sovereign in the underworld. The remaining 3 chromatic dragons possess only master-level powers: the White Dragon Mosealong, the Green Dragon Cadulin, and the Blue Dragon Findigisai. The white dragon claims dominion over the Mandakawi Islands in the Endless Sea, self-proclaimed as the king of the near seas. Although he poses no threat to us, I harbor no concerns regarding the other dragons, but Phidimina is a volatile factor, notorious for her aggressiveness in the underworld. I worry she may disrupt the hard-won balance, unlike Windisha, who has been hunted and even appeared on the Church of Justice's wanted list. Understanding the value of a hard-earned legal status, I believe Phidimina would not be so foolish as to provoke the armies of the Dwarfing Republic. Let us hope so. If you have other draconic friends, feel free to invite them over. I relish the company, as the astral plane is rather dull. Can dragon beasts be brought along? Sakal, you must understand that we are noble dragons. How could you lower yourself to associate with such grotesque beasts? You are correct. Dragons are among the oldest and most powerful beings in the world. Even the history of elves pales in comparison. Yet the age of dragons has irrevocably passed. We once fell to the coalition of elves and gnomes, and now even elves are compelled to make concessions to humans and orcs. History is a relentless chariot, indifferent to who steers it and unconcerned with those who may fall off due to its bumpy path. Presently, gnomes can only cower in the underworld, barely surviving, while dwarves are forced to retreat deep into the mountains, inching towards extinction. It is time for us dragons to abandon our haughty traditions and bravely accept reality. Indeed, dwarves once roamed the surface and were not called dwarves, but gnomes. They once allied with elves to drive away the surface-dwelling dragons and titans. Later, in the competition for advancement, gnomes who chose to develop machinery were defeated by the elves who embraced magic. Gnomish technology was utterly destroyed, and the surviving gnomes either retreated into the mountains and evolved into dwarves or withdrew underground to uphold their scientific ideals and technology. It is said that in certain areas where gnomish power is strong, war machines such as propeller-driven aircraft still exist. However, no matter how powerful the weapons, they cannot escape the constraints of energy reliance, which directly limits gnome development. Saka, you are right. We can no longer cling to that laughable nobility. However, at over 300 years old, I find it difficult to alter my perceptions. No matter, should you discover any dragon beasts in the future, do send them my way. I will gladly accept them. Moreover, I shall reimburse all transport costs and offer 300 gold coins for each, provided they are alive. Should you send me deceased ones, whether they perish on the way or before, I shall not pay a single coin. Saka, you remind me of a friend. A golden dragon with a deep-seated enmity for evil, who also collected grotesque dragon beasts in abundance. Even without the dragon's legacy, the obsession with plunder is etched in the souls of the chromatic dragons. Those chromatic dragons, not only did they plunder indiscriminately, but they also led other metallic and gem dragons astray. Faced with countless treasures, the others ultimately succumbed to temptation. This friend ultimately had to abandon his collection of dragon beasts under pressure from both within and without, resulting in his disgrace and total loss. I understand you are unconcerned with reputation, but do take heed. Dragon beasts are not easily raised. Thank you immensely for your counsel. The path is of my choosing. If I believe it is right, I must pursue it. To journey further than my peers, I must tread a different road, no matter how arduous it may be. Well said, the youth possess such vigor. In my day, my friends also sought to forge their own paths. We once battled in the Blood War Abyss and wreaked havoc in the Badawa Hell, even daring to contend with the Piluta dynasty. Eventually, as I witnessed my friends fall one by one before me, fear took hold, and I chose to withdraw. I have heard they ultimately broke free from the shackles of the gods, becoming members of the Pantheon. However, do you know that the Dragon Brotherhood, which once welcomed over 3,000 dragons, saw only 2 ascend to divinity? My tail was severed by the elven prince of the Piluta dynasty, and among over 1,000 companions, more than 600 perished on the spot, all for the sake of slaying the 3rd prince of Piluta, the divine sword master Luidesipo. So, uncle, is the Dragon Brotherhood still around? It has not existed for over a century. After we killed the 3rd prince of Piluta, I became fearful and chose to withdraw. Later, I heard that Emperor Fenawaduok of Piluta ordered the extermination of the Dragon Brotherhood members to avenge his son. Aside from the 2 who ascended, fewer than 5 members remained who withdrew early. Emperor Fenawaduok personally led his army to besiege the eternal palace of the Platinum Dragon God, only to have the deity of the Church of Justice, Nualudo, intervene for peace. Emperor Fenawaduok agreed to withdraw his troops on the condition that the Dragon Brotherhood disband and never seek refuge in the temple again. Without protection, the dragons were no match for the elves and were swiftly slaughtered. I had withdrawn early, allowing me to reside in the temple and escape calamity. Sakal, I know this tale will not deter you. I only wish to convey that the path to divinity is destined to be drenched in blood and strewn with corpses. All your followers will not meet a favorable end, so prepare yourself mentally. Very well, uncle. I shall heed your advice and remember that we dragons can indeed break the shackles and become the weavers of our own destinies. Ha ha ha. The youth indeed possess confidence. Splendid. Splendid. I appreciate such individuals. After a week in Medusi, Sakaw decided to visit the two dragon dukes, and the warmth of the bronze dragon did not surprise him. They promptly signed a series of documents, including trade agreements and mutual defense pacts. After a cordial exchange between the two parties, Sakaw arrived at Phidemene's territory to visit the notorious bandit who had accepted the amnesty. To Sakaw's surprise, this formidable figure exhibited an unusual warmth, engaging in polite inquiries about his well-being and even hosting a banquet, leaving Sakaw quite perplexed. When discussing the current stance on the Hongyua plain, the Duke expressed that as long as profit could be made, the means of acquisition were inconsequential. This red dragon appeared to be far more rational than Sakaw had anticipated. However, being a mature dragon at the age of 76, his intellect had certainly matured, no longer exhibiting the impulsive behavior of a hot-headed youth. Moreover, with the troops of the Dofing Republic having withdrawn only last month, Phidemena was keen to prevent their return. Once the serious matters were concluded, Phidemena expressed a desire to discuss personal matters. For any female giant dragon, the aspiration for stronger offspring is paramount. Thus, she had her sights set on a legendary black dragon mage who had yet to reach maturity. However, she also insisted that no favors would be exchanged without compensation, offering Sakaw a treasured tome of necromantic formations in return. It was made clear that refusal might lead to confrontation. Sakaw, feeling compelled, excused himself by stating that he was merely 25 years old and would not reach maturity until the following year. The red dragon graciously acquiesced, stating that he could take the tome back without any reservations, as he was not one to be petty. When discussing the delivery of draconic beasts, she remarked that true friends should not discuss monetary matters. She had not fallen into such dire straits as to covet a few gold coins, and any beasts acquired would be delivered without charge. Regarding the issue of hybridization among chromatic dragons, Tiamat indicated that she had long anticipated this, having established the color of the offspring to match that of their progenitor at the inception of the chromatic dragon race. This understanding applied only within the chromatic category, as there existed reproductive isolation with other dragon types. Upon returning to Agelik, Sakaw promptly issued a decree to all races under his dominion, mandating the submission of activity range maps and population registries within a month. Failure to comply or omissions would result in Sakaw personally addressing the matter to resolve any issues. To ascertain detailed maps of his territory, it was most appropriate to consult local factions, as no one could possess absolute clarity over their lands, and any habitable area was sure to be inhabited. After a tumultuous month, Sakaw's desk was cluttered with an array of disorganized population registries. As for the maps, he assigned the task to Tali Lingyu, who had graduated 2 years prior and had gained experience with a mercenary group under the Rosen Empire's Adventurers Association. Being the only individual he knew with professional cartographic knowledge, he had no other option. Once all population registries were verified, Sakaw finally discerned the true population under his command. This territory was approximately the size of the homeland of the third brother from Blue Star, yet it harbored a pitifully small population of just over 1 million. Originally, the area had boasted over 3 million inhabitants, but the Warnho tribe had relocated to the more fertile Luoka plain, leaving behind a scattering of lesser races. The land itself was quite barren, with half of it occupied by a plant known as luau grass, which thrived in this high-altitude wasteland, sustaining the bull-headed, centaur, and pig-headed races, among others, that managed to survive through a diet of grass, starchy foods, and meat. Naturally, there were countless lurking worgs as well. Lualua grass resembled dogtail grass, but its seeds were encased in a starchy layer akin to sweet potatoes, appearing as a hybrid of dogtail grass and bananas, infused with wheat starch genes. Once peeled and ground into flour, it could be fashioned into flatbreads or porridge, and could also be steamed for direct consumption. The fruit of this grass was notably bitter, produced in scant quantities, and was difficult to digest in its raw form, necessitating high-temperature cooking for safe consumption. During summer, the various races on the plains were limited to grazing on grass, while autumn offered an array of berries for sustenance. In spring and winter, they had to rely on this meager resource to survive. The remaining land was divided, with 1/5 occupied by the Boh Plain and 2/5 by hilly terrain, where no flat land could be found. The 2/5 were predominantly floodplains of the Boh River, suffering from severe salinization. Sakaw deemed it essential to personally inspect his territory, as relying solely on the accounts of these cunning folk could easily lead to deception. The fierce determination of the Warnho tribe to guard this land was surely not solely due to the 30,000 square kilometers of cultivated area in the Boh Plain. The annual growing season was likely what attracted such a majestic creature as a dragon. Initially, Jelapu led the earth elementals in slaying 100,000 orcs by the banks of the Boh River, prompting their migration. It was said that the river's waters turned crimson, taking 5 days to recede. This gruesome sight was largely due to Jelapu's intent to instill fear, as he left the bodies to rot by the river, causing the blood to seep into the water. The Boh River did not originate from the wasteland, but rather from the northernmost region of the territory, the isolated Longji mountain range. The eternal glacier atop the highest peak, Weeping Snow Peak, melted under the sun, giving birth to the river's initial streams. These icy and pure streams cascaded down steep black basalt cliffs, converging to form the river. At the southernmost slopes of the Longji mountain range, nearly vertical cliffs known as Jinsha Cliff serve as the core layer of the Harpies. The cliff's surface is riddled with thousands of natural caves and weathered rock shelves, densely packed like a honeycomb, making it nearly unreachable for ordinary beings. Harpies are quintessential bullies, deriving pleasure not from the act of killing itself, but from instilling fear and exerting control over the weak. Their methods of torment are manifold and highly targeted. They often swoop down into camps while adult warriors are away, attempting to snatch bull-headed younglings or pig-headed women. During the migration of centaurs, they would circle low, emitting piercing shrieks that startled the herds, preventing them from feeding or resting, deriving amusement from their distress. Dog-headed folk and goblins transport their minerals via the Shirshua River, but the Harpies would blockade the river's expanse, demanding the brightest ores or coal as a toll for the skies. Otherwise, they would destroy their rafts with stones. In the vast areas at the foot of the mountains, scattered pig-headed tribes erected rudimentary enclosures of mud and thorns. Their semi-buried mud huts were shallow pits dug into the earth, supported by wooden poles and coated with mud, while roofs comprised of grass and moss. The huts huddled together without any semblance of planning, interconnected by narrow, muddy paths. Surrounding the tribes were numerous pig-headed folk, diligently foraging for edible roots and plants. They were the primary miners of obsidian, utilizing hammers or picks acquired from the bull-headed folk as their main tools. They wove large nets from coarse vines or directly wrapped obsidian shards in animal hides. These bundles were then dragged along the muddy ground or allowed to roll down slopes to collection points. While inefficient, this method was sufficiently labor-saving for them. Laniangdi, located at the edge of the Taiatui wasteland, was a placid stretch of the Boh River's upper reaches, characterized by muddy banks. The air was thick with the distinctive odor of pig-headed folk, mingled with the stench of accumulated refuse and the cold dust of obsidian powder. There were no proper stone banks, only a vast expanse of black muck trampled into knee-deep mire by countless pig hooves. A rough, slippery path extended from the mine site, facilitating the descent of animal skin bundles filled with obsidian, which were kicked down the slope to roll into the river, thus conserving their strength in transport. The so-called docks lacked any fixed structure, consisting merely of several crude and scarcely functional rafts. These rafts are haphazardly bound together using the coarsest, unpeeled logs, their crevices stuffed with moss and mud. Many of the rafts have succumbed to prolonged soaking, half decayed and blackened, adorned with mushrooms. They resemble a heap of floating refuse on the verge of collapse more than a means of transport. A group of pig-headed beings stands waist-deep in the murky river, muttering as they receive parcels sliding down the ramp, carelessly stacking them upon the rafts. Completely indifferent to balance, these rafts frequently capsized due to uneven loading, inciting a chorus of irritable shouts and curses. As one glides down the Bohi, overlooking the Iron Hoof wasteland below, it becomes apparent that this vast expanse is not merely a grassland, but a high-altitude, arid rocky plateau. The ground is strewn with black gravel and sparse, resilient thorny grasses akin to iron needles. The howling winds reign supreme here. This desolate land, though barren, conceals rich deposits of open-pit iron ore and basalt veins, resembling the Earth's exposed black veins. From the affluent iron ore district on the western side of the wasteland, the river often carries a hint of rust-red iron-laden water, which, upon cutting through the hard iron ore layers in the central southern part of the Iron Hoof wasteland, forms a profound gorge before merging with the Bohi. The confluence, due to sediment accumulation, has formed a modest yet striking reddish-brown delta. Sparse vegetation graces the delta, consisting solely of exceptionally metal-resistant, twisted thorny shrubs. their roots entrenched in iron-rich soil, their leaves displaying an unhealthy dark red hue. Here, one witnesses a fierce collision of strength and color. The iron-laden river, with its rust-red waters rich in iron oxide, converges with the crystalline blue-green currents of the Bohe, creating a stark and unyielding boundary of red and green, clearly demarcated. The gorge's sides are bare, with iron-rich crimson cliffs shimmering with a metallic sheen under the sun. At the heart of the gorge stands a war totem constructed by the bull-headed beings from solid obsidian and the bones of colossal beasts. The rudimentary black basalt stone dwellings are irregularly scattered throughout the gorge, with furnaces billowing thick black smoke, the sounds of hammering incessantly echoing. In fact, the entire tributary is dominated by the formidable bull-headed race, who have amassed considerable wealth from the abundant iron ore. The crafted iron ingots and rudimentary farming tools are transported along the Bohe to the orc towns or the dwarven realms. The Great Stone Port is located upstream on the delta, along a section of the river with a more tranquil flow. No artificial piers exist here. Instead, the bull-headed utilized natural boulders jutting into the water as loading and unloading platforms. These black and red boulders have been smoothed by countless hooves, bearing deep imprints and scars from battle axes. In the expansive eastern region, numerous centaur tribes inhabit, their massive, easily assembled fur tents scattered throughout. The frameworks are made from resilient shrubs of the wasteland, forming arched structures covered with layers of hardened bison hide or thick felt. The tents are teardrop-shaped, with the narrow end facing the prevailing wind direction of the wasteland, minimizing resistance and preventing them from being overturned by the gales. In truth, the centaurs are the marauders of this land, renowned for their exceptional horsemanship and formidable mobility, making them the nightmares of all traders. Occasionally, the curved blades of the centaurs may also dance through the orc villages of the Bohe Plains. The transition zone between the wasteland and the plains is characterized by undulating claw-like hills. Here, vegetation is somewhat denser, with low shrubs and drought-resistant coniferous forests. Beneath these hills lie deposits of coal, tin, and a smattering of silver ore. The hillocks, resembling hornet nests, serve as entrances to the dog-headed miners' pits, often abandoned. Reinforced with dilapidated mine carts and timber, they reside year-round in these lightless caverns, emerging only to trade with merchants or goblin coal traders. It is their existence that provides the bull-headed beings along the banks of the iron-laden river with ample coal supplies. The Blackwater River originates from the coal seams of the hills, its waters as dark as ink, laden with fine coal dust and rock powder. Its confluence drastically alters the appearance of the Bohe. The clear blue-green waters intermingle with the rust-red of the iron-laden river, consumed by the inky darkness of the Stone Blood River. From this point onward, the downstream main channel of the Bohe transforms into a murky, somber torrent, nearly a deep gray. At the southwestern edge where the hills meet the plains, the gradually flattening terrain allows the coal and black rock debris carried by the Blackwater River to settle, staining the river mouth with a murky ink color, blending with the waters of the Bohe, creating an ominous blackwater marsh. The surface is dotted with bubbles produced by decaying vegetation, while the air is thick with the stench of sulfur and marsh gases. This treacherous marsh has, however, been cunningly transformed by goblins into their coal trading dock and toll station. They have constructed rudimentary and precarious floating bridges and rickety watchtowers at the narrow waterways of the marsh using rotting wood, ropes, and stolen metal parts. Any upstream mining rafts or small merchant vessels wishing to pass must pay a toll, typically in the form of ore, food, or shiny trinkets. At the edge of the Blackwater Marsh lies the Black Claw Dock, devoid of any fixed docking structures, consisting only of countless rickety wooden planks and logs extending precariously into the water, coated in black coal dust and mud, exceedingly slippery. Countless elongated rafts, hastily bound from raw timber, float downstream from the mining caves, piled high with coal. A multitude of goblin laborers surge onto the rafts and walkways like a black tide. They use rudimentary wicker baskets and backpacks, employing all limbs to unload the coal. The entire process is filled with shoving, screaming, the splashes of those falling into the black waters due to overloading, and the crack of overseers' whips. The goblin settlement resembles a shanty town constructed from every imaginable scrap. Rotted planks, rusty metal sheets, torn rags, and beast bones serve as building materials, forming bizarre shapes devoid of any aesthetic appeal. The structures appear perilously close to collapse, leaning against one another, creating an exceedingly unstable arrangement. The goblins themselves know where to tread, but outsiders entering feel as though they've stepped into a minefield. Next lies the most captivating yet ironic area of the entire territory, situated in the midstream of the Bohe. The terrain here is low-lying, with soil so fertile it could yield oil, thanks to the minerals washed down from the upstream hills and wasteland. Ideally, it should serve as the kingdom's granary. Yet, in reality, this plain is sparsely populated. Scattered indigenous villages can only establish themselves around a few stable water sources, cultivating meager patches of farmland. Most of the area is overgrown with wild grasses, teeming with deer, wild boars, and potential dangers. At the juncture of the plain and saline alkaline land lies an inconspicuous riverbed, nearly dry year-round, which only briefly flows during heavy rain or significant snowmelt from the upstream hills, merging into the Bohe at its widening terminus. Normally, it is merely a deep erosion gully, cracked and parched. However, when the water does flow, it transforms instantly into a muddy, surging torrent, sweeping away the fertile topsoil of the plain and violently rushing downstream, exacerbating the riverbed's siltation and salinization. This gully becomes a blurred boundary between the life of the plain and that of the saline alkaline land. Lizardfolk scouts monitor the movements of the plains from here, while predators from the plains occasionally descend to drink. This is the front line of conflict and exchange between two ecological zones, rife with danger and opportunity. Sakawi continues to soar downstream, where the river meets the sea, the terrain remarkably flat, causing the flow to slow dramatically, leading to significant sediment accumulation. The riverbed rises above the surrounding land, creating an elevated river. Historically, this river has experienced periodic flooding and rerouting. Salt water intrudes during storm surges, while the floodwaters evaporate, leaving behind a substantial concentration of salts in the topsoil over the years, resulting in this vast expanse of salt alkaline land, shimmering with a sickly white glow. The lizardfolk tribes construct their dwellings on more profound waters or solid islets, built from mud bricks, rammed earth, and woven red willow branches, their surfaces coated with sun-blocking clay. The primary structure is situated above the water, connected to the shore by a bridge made of logs or stone slabs, featuring a retractable drawbridge. Inside, there exists a stone platform elevated above the waterline, designed for the storage of grains, weapons, and eggs, ensuring they remain dry. The fishing grounds of the lizardfolk typically center around a natural, slightly deeper pond or a slow-flowing area, encircled by several concentric or spiraled artificial waterways. These channels vary in width, guiding the movements of fish like a labyrinth. Sturdy logs are driven into the riverbed as supports, intertwined with resilient vines and aquatic plants to serve as barriers and nets, coated with thick mud to reinforce the structure and blend it with the environment. Continuing downstream, one gazes upon cracked earth covered with a white salt crust, dotted only by the most salt-tolerant red willow and swada. The air is permeated with a briny, lifeless odor. Amidst the wasteland, numerous seasonal salt marshes and lagoons are scattered, remnants of the last great flood. The tribe of fishers constructs their shanties upon the shallow banks of the salt marsh. Bundles of reeds gathered from the marsh are fashioned into arched roofs, coated externally with thick mud to seal out salt. The shanties are elevated on stilts to prevent inundation during high tides. Canoes are tethered at the base, ready for immediate waterborne retreat or assault. The village is interconnected not by roads, but by a complex network of waterways narrow enough to allow passage for only a single boat, making it easy for outsiders to become lost. In the distance, an enclosed area serves as the Fisher Salt Works. Viewed from above, this region, located at the edge of the saline and alkaline land and adjacent to the salt marsh, resembles a vast and unsightly scar embedded in the pale coastline. Comprising dozens of shallow pools of varying size and irregular shape, the salt works are not meticulously planned. Rather, they are excavated by fishers following the natural depressions, with embankments constructed from mud, resembling splashes of dark green muck scattered across the ground. A rudimentary water wheel, fashioned from the ribs of colossal beasts and decrepit wooden planks, is powered by shackled slaves or tamed swamp creatures, creaking as it draws salt water from the marsh into the elevated reservoir. In the final crystallization pool, the murky surface and pool bottom are encrusted with coarse, impure, grayish-white salt crystals. Low-ranking fish workers, hunched over, utilize scraping tools made from tortoiseshell or large shells to gather these slippery salt crystals into small heaps. The inferior salt produced by the fishers cannot be sold globally via the seas. It is only transported through itinerant merchants along the Bow River to the plains and the northern wilderness upstream. It is precisely this low-quality salt that allows the fishers to sustain their existence in this territory. Chapter 30. A new wave of construction after gaining a comprehensive understanding of his territory. Sakavi summoned his chief vassals for a conference to deliberate on the next steps in territorial development. Following extensive discussions, Sakavi resolved to establish a coastal city at the mouth of the Bow River, designed for the export of vital strategic resources such as salt, iron, and coal, while also importing essential goods like food, timber, and cotton that are scarce in the territory. Furthermore, he planned to reclaim the Bow River plains, repurposing the barren land for the cultivation of higher-yield cassava, thereby addressing food shortages to the greatest extent possible. In the hilly region of the Heishui Marsh, a coal and iron transshipment center would be constructed to facilitate the export of coal and steel. Certainly, specialized tasks require skilled individuals. Decisions regarding where and how to build would be entrusted to professors from the Kuroki Architectural University on the Funab Plateau. Caution was paramount in city construction, for any misstep could result in a shoddy project, leading to significant losses. In the previous wave of construction, the primary achievements included the establishment of the city of Agrek and its associated port area, light industrial zone, enchanted processing zone, and educational district. This firmly anchored the core industries of this land under Sakavi's control, fostering economic and cultural exchanges with neighboring regions, thereby enhancing the recognition and reliance of the territorial inhabitants on his rule. Even the savage subhuman races possessed their own cognitive understanding and vested interests. Without substantial financial investment and cultural acknowledgement, they would unlikely unite with him. In times of calm, it may suffice, but should defeat or crises arise, these individuals would abandon him in an instant. The most effective means of fostering cultural unity remains religion, possessing a profound capacity for social cohesion and a comprehensive doctrine. For the uncultured barbaric races, it serves as a compelling influence, unless it pertains to a specifically designated racial faith, such as that of the drow elf goddess, Lolth. The realm of the Red Moon serves as the foundational base for the war god church. Introducing other ecclesiastical powers would antagonize them. However, directly utilizing their influence is unfeasible, as Sakavi cannot afford to cede any power to others, especially given the Warhowl tribe's annual predatory behavior, which has engendered considerable disdain among the natives for the war god church. Sakavi intends to cultivate a unique dragon culture of his own, albeit not reminiscent of the era when dragons ruled the world. In that time, dragon culture reigned supreme, but it was thoroughly obliterated by the subsequent dominant elven powers. Today, only a few realms with ruling dragons still reflect the remnants of that past glory. During the sacking of Violent City, he had fortuitously captured elves from the artisan district, and now they would finally serve a purpose. As a race with a cultural continuity spanning hundreds of thousands of years, elves present an ideal resource for nurturing dragon culture. After 5 years of imprisonment, these once mighty elves have finally learned to be humble. Now that they have consented to collaborate, the behaviors, manners, and cultural beliefs of the residents of this principality will be entrusted to their management. When the inhabitants of the territory realize their disconnection from their kin and recognize their improved circumstances, they will have no choice but to follow Sakavi unwaveringly. Offering someone 100 gold coins may not compel them to fight fiercely, but threatening to seize their sole 100 gold coins will indeed incite their determination to resist. The last major construction effort involved a total of 30,000 pig-headed men, 10,000 bull-headed men, 5,000 gray dwarves, 3,000 lizard folk, and 2,000 centaurs. Their participation in the grand construction primarily aimed to dissipate their pent-up aggression. These various creatures, accustomed to a life of survival in the wild, often resort to violence at the slightest provocation. It is not enough to simply soar into the skies and roar, or to press a scale upon the leader's forehead to resolve all matters. Even the dragons, who fervently worship their kind, cannot be transformed into docile sheep at a mere command. During the construction of Agrek, over 300 incidents of vendetta and brawls erupted, despite Sakavi's personal oversight. By day, they toiled as obedient laborers, but by night, they transformed into thieves, assassins, and prostitutes, with Sakavi often discovering daggers plunged into his chest while asleep. Yet none of his kin reported such incidents. After 3 years of reformation, these individuals have finally learned to obey, but that is all. For the second phase of construction, Sakavi decided to call upon 300,000 individuals in one go. The first batch of laborers would assume roles as managers or skilled workers. Overseeing the second batch of laborers, engineers from the Rosen Empire indicated that the port should not be built directly at the mouth of the main river, where sedimentation is severe and the terrain unstable. Instead, it should be situated approximately 5 kilometers north of the mouth at a peninsula-like promontory known as Yenyajiao. This basalt promontory provides a solid bedrock foundation for the port and serves as a windbreak against the impacts of the southern sea currents. The waters are deeper here, suitable for docking large vessels, thus avoiding the severe sedimentation issues at the main river mouth. Behind the promontory, a small brackish creek from the northern hills flows into the sea, providing sufficient daily water for builders and future residents without carrying excessive sediment. The narrow connection between the promontory and the mainland facilitates the construction of robust city walls and defensive works, creating a formidable stronghold. The towering basalt promontory is an ideal location for establishing lighthouses and artillery positions, allowing oversight and control of the adjacent maritime areas. The hinterland of Haijiao connects to a stretch of relatively solid tidal flat, which, after transformation, could be utilized for the expansion of warehouses and residential areas. Observing the proposals put forth by the engineers, Sakavi discerned no apparent issues. However, Verna expressed skepticism, suggesting that the engineers from the Rosen Empire were not to be entirely trusted, and that a thorough on-site inspection was warranted, as there might be unforeseen hazards lurking within. Grapp also concurred, and thus the trio ascended above Yanyajiao. The first sight to greet them was the dark basalt peninsula extending from the coastline of Yanyajiao. Its connection to the mainland was exceedingly narrow, indicating that the construction of a robust wall would suffice to fend off all terrestrial threats. This formed a natural bastion. The shores flanking the peninsula were not sandy beaches, but steep cliffs and jagged reefs, creating an effective natural defense that would hinder enemy vessels from landing indiscriminately, compelling all ships to navigate through the dredged main channel under his control to reach the port. At the pinnacle of the peninsula lay the commanding height of the entire region. Should a mage tower be constructed there, it could effectively seal off the entire bay and suppress threats from the sea, while also serving as a lighthouse. Yet, a mage tower positioned at this high vantage point could not guarantee true security, as the Naga from the Blackwater Sea or some self-important dragon could still breach its defenses and wreak havoc upon the port. The engineers from the Rosen Empire had failed to consider this critical issue, in stark contrast to the murky brown waters at the mouth of the Bow River. The waters of the bay at the leeward side of Yanyajiao displayed a deeper blue-green hue, suggesting sufficient depth to accommodate deep draft ocean vessels. Towards the estuary, a shallow yellow sandbank formed as the river silt flowed into the sea was distinctly visible. This presented a strategic advantage, indicating that large enemy warships could not directly assault from the river mouth. Thus, for trade or surrender, they would have to traverse the deep water channel of Yanyajiao. He could easily monitor and blockade this sole passage. The entirety of the peninsula was devoid of towering trees. Only low salt-tolerant shrubs were present. This implied that initial construction materials would need to be imported, representing a short-term vulnerability while simultaneously preventing enemies from using the woods for stealthy approaches. The black basalt mountain itself provided an inexhaustible supply of high-quality building stone. He could clearly see the location of the quarry planned by the engineers. He noted the stream winding down from the northern hills, merging into the sea at the peninsula's base. Safeguarding this freshwater source was paramount for the port's survival. The construction of this port had exceeded Sakavi's expectations. For a black dragon, who had never believed in order, nothing could offer him peace of mind other than his own formidable strength. He resolved to consult Prince Pugilin to inquire whether there were any adept dragons in fortress design, for no faction would willingly craft a defense system for the notorious five-color dragons. After surveying Yanyajiao, Sakavi concluded that while the engineers from the Rosen Empire had chosen the location wisely, the construction difficulties surpassed their capabilities, or rather, they hesitated to erect such a formidable fortress for a potential adversary. Grapp also proposed his suggestions, advocating for the establishment of a deep-water dock in the main port area on the western side, utilizing the natural bay for docking large ocean-going merchant vessels. The solid rocky ground could serve as a temporary storage site for exported coal, steel ingots, and salt blocks. On the eastern side, he proposed constructing an inland dock connected by an artificially dug short canal to a tributary of the Bow River, facilitating direct unloading of goods from upstream merchant ships and avoiding maritime turbulence. Upon receiving word from Sakavi, Prince Pugilin personally visited. He stated that the gem dragon possessed extensive experience in fortress construction and could identify reliable gem dragons for the design and building tasks. However, he emphasized that fortresses, unlike lighthouses, could not be built haphazardly, and he needed to conduct an on-site assessment to evaluate the construction difficulty and design costs. 10 days later, Pugilin returned, accompanied by an enormous sapphire dragon. The gem dragon immediately expressed the desire to inspect the prospective construction site for the port, and despite attempts to dissuade him, the three dragons had no choice but to accompany him to Yanyajiao. After surveying the bay and the entire horizon, The returning Sapphire Dragon reviewed the construction plan proposed by the Rosen Empire engineers and remarked that it was entirely designed to disadvantage Sokovia. A normal port, especially one situated at the front lines of warfare, must account for military needs and accommodate large warships, alongside the capability to construct vessels. The requirements for defense against warships were exceptionally high. The Sapphire Dragon asserted that a singular fortress defense could not adequately secure the port. Under the guidance of this professional dragon fortress designer, the singular Mage Tower evolved into a multifaceted defense system. The construction plan involved simultaneously excavating underground and within the mountain while building the Mage Tower. The basalt mountain at the peninsula's summit would be hollowed out to establish a stronghold reinforced by multiple magical layers, delving several meters underground. Its apex would be integrated with a sloped reinforced armor layer, effectively resisting boulder impacts and dragon breath. This stronghold would serve as a command center, energy source, barracks, and ultimate defense. Additionally, large crossbows with adjustable angles would be deployed at key high points along the peninsula's coastline. These crossbows would not aim to penetrate dragon scales, but rather launch specially designed nets or chaotic explosive arrows intended to entangle dragon wings, disrupt flight, or damage fleet vessels. Above the fortress, unobtrusive spires made of luminous crystals and true sight gems would be erected. While non-aggressive, they would continuously scan the sky and sea, dispelling illusions and detecting invisible units, projecting real-time images into the fortress's command room for comprehensive battlefield awareness. Within a 50-kilometer radius along both sides of the coastline, 20 defensive towers would be established for reconnaissance and defense, ensuring that no forces could approach the port undetected. Chapter 31. The construction plan for Hei Taichung Sokovia swiftly dismissed the proposal from the Rosen Empire engineers to construct a steel smelting plant within the port area, deeming it a reckless endeavor that could jeopardize his territory's operational stability in the event of an unrestrained assault. However, situating the steel smelting operations within the territory of the Minotaurs was also unfeasible, as coal transportation in the upstream regions of the Bow River was highly inconvenient. Suliide recounted his previous experiences as an adventurer in the Funao Plateau, where he observed that iron ore was first smelted into ingots before being transported for further processing or direct sale. In response to this suggestion, Grapp raised objections, advocating for the concentration of smelting and forging activities at the Heishui dock in the Likla Hills, proposing the establishment of a large processing center for coal washing, coking, iron ore smelting, and forging. He suggested relocating the Minotaurs from the plateau for enhanced efficiency and control. Sokovia deemed this proposal excessively risky. Setting aside the frequent skirmishes between the Minotaurs and the kobolds over unpaid coal, they were now encroaching on the Minotaurs' territory. Consent was uncertain. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, the operational framework of his territory could collapse, posing a greater risk than situating the smelting plant at the port. Nevertheless, he could not outright reject the proposal. Instead, he inquired about the plans for addressing racial harmony and ensuring safety measures, as well as strategies for dealing with potential hostile forces intent on large-scale destruction. Grapp provided an explanation, asserting that suppression was the solution and that any dissenters would be dealt with until compliance was achieved. The entire hilly area would be transformed into a military base, with the plateau races relocated for centralized management, facilitating control and fostering cultural identity and belonging. Originally intending to appoint Grapp to oversee the transport center, he was now hesitant to proceed. Upon deeper reflection, it occurs to him that for the past 2 decades, his companion has engaged solely in acts of arson and pillaging, neglecting any endeavors related to territorial management. Coupled with the fact that the Zhaochua people inherently belong to the chaotic and evil alignment, they indeed prefer to resolve issues through violence. Just as the illustrious Sapphire Dragon from the astral realm appears, he seizes the opportunity to strategize. However, the Sapphire Dragon expresses its preoccupation, indicating that once the port is constructed, it intends to depart, leaving the design of the transit station to Sokovia for self-execution, refusing to remain even with a sum of 100,000 gold coins. Thus, Sokovia is compelled to notify Yaluzi to transport building materials and machinery promptly to commence construction. Presently, the Rosen Empire languishes in economic despair, plagued by rampant banditry, making it impossible to muster the resources necessary to erect a port in one fell swoop. It is not that the entire empire has sunk into destitution to the extent that it cannot gather such resources. Rather, it is the rampant marauding of gnolls and centaurs, akin to vultures drawn to carrion, that ravages the war-torn land. The merchants of the Rosen Empire are now incapable of assembling large caravans, and no one knows how long the Empire's frailty will persist. Sokavi's time is running short. Should the Rosen Empire emerge from the shadows of war, he will undoubtedly be the first target, given the profoundly detrimental impact of plundering Wayland City and the Loka Plains. While constructing the port, Sokavi resolves to commence the reclamation of the abandoned Boh Plains for agriculture. As it is already mid-October, he anticipates that cassava can be planted by March of the following year. The reclamation task is primarily assigned to the Zaturan and lizard folk. To this end, Sokavi issues an order to mobilize an additional 150,000 lizard folk northward and 200,000 Zaturan southward for the reclamation efforts. Normally, the loss of such a significant labor force would render many tribes of these two races incapable of surviving the winter. However, Sokavi had foreseen this and had already procured a substantial quantity of wheat from the Rosen Empire. Relying on Salavi throughout the winter and spring will greatly aid in controlling the northern highlands. Reclaiming farmland is a labor-intensive and time-consuming endeavor. Yet this plain has been abandoned for merely 3 years, and the previously constructed canals and wells remain intact, requiring only minor repairs for continued use. Sokavi instructs the lizard folk and Zaturan to commence reclamation on the eastern and western banks of the Boh River, respectively. Although both races possess limited agricultural skills and are not particularly obedient, he has no other races more suited for such tasks at his disposal. Progress must be gradual. A substantial initial investment would likely lead to chaos, as these races hail from the wilderness and find it exceedingly challenging to engage in unfamiliar activities. Having arranged the reclamation plan for the Boh Plains, Sokavi intends to personally visit the Heishui Marsh. Construction here is unlikely to commence soon, yet preliminary preparations must be initiated. He is particularly curious whether the kobolds in this hilly region possess the ability to smelt metals. Although kobolds are adept at mining and smelting in many areas, their forging techniques leave much to be desired, yet they are still somewhat better than none. The hilly region predominantly yields coal, and kobolds primarily engage in coal mining. However, due to inefficient mining techniques and inadequate tools, their coal extraction remains minimal, compounded by their inability to wash or coking the coal, resulting in insufficient profits to acquire better tools, further exacerbating their poverty. Fortunately, this hilly region is not entirely devoid of resources, at least near some cobalt tin mines. There are furnace pits, as this area lacks copper, and the overall copper deposits within the territory are scarce. The tin extracted does not sell well, leading powerful kobold tribes to favor coal mining. After surveying the entire Heishui Marsh, Sokavi orders the goblins to drain the water and excavate the muck, paving the way for subsequent work. Goblins are known for their propensity to bully the weak, and the presence of a towering black dragon will undoubtedly motivate them to work diligently. Had it been Sulaid, they would have demonstrated the art of laziness. Clearing the Heishui Marsh will require at least 3 months. The territory grows colder as one moves northward, and the marsh will freeze in December, significantly escalating construction difficulties. Sokavi decides to oversee the efforts personally, ensuring that these chaotic individuals grasp the concept of discipline, perhaps recognizing the value of the forthcoming coal and iron transit center. The Minotaurs from upstream unexpectedly offer their assistance, much to Sokavi's astonishment, as he initially presumed these wild subhumans would harbor resentment toward his grand construction endeavors. On the surface, the Minotaurs appear quite pleased to lend a hand, prompting the curious Sokavi to engage in conversation with their leader. "What is your name?" "Your Highness, I am Gua Haijiao, chief of the Heijiao tribe near the Crimson Delta." "Are these all members of your Heijiao tribe?" "No, Your Highness, they hail from tribes around the Crimson Delta. All tribes have sent representatives." "Why have you sent people, and how many have come?" "We heard that a coking plant is to be established here, and we thought it best to expedite such a beneficial endeavor." "Your Highness, I have heard that those who work are provided meals, perhaps even wheat porridge." "Will we be fed here?" "Yes, as long as you comply with the arrangements, meals will be provided. Henceforth, all residents under Your Highness's reign shall enjoy wheat porridge." "Your Highness, we are accustomed to freedom. Can we forego any household registration or town requirements?" "Rest assured, we shall not skimp on taxes." "Very well, however, those who do not integrate shall be taxed, while those who do shall only pay a toll for merchants passing through." "Your Highness, I believe that if you collect taxes, we gain ease and freedom. Isn't that beneficial for everyone? Engaging in such laborious tasks with no reward is futile. How do your Minotaurs comment on this from below?" "We are accustomed to refining iron and forging under orders, yet many feel your approach is unnecessary." The Zaturan to the north are far more vocal, claiming you intend to consolidate us, torturing us through such methods. "How many newborns perish in winter? We fare better here, Typically, about half die over the winter. Indeed, half is a small number. If all heeded my words, none would perish. Your Highness, we recognize you possess wealth. How you manage your affairs is your prerogative. We are not inclined to concern ourselves with such matters. Very well. Do you know what is to be built in this area? Yes. Those who come to purchase coal have informed us that a coking plant is to be constructed. With this, iron refining will become significantly more convenient. Once this news spreads, our people will be overjoyed. This is not merely a coking plant. There will also be an iron refining facility. In the future, you shall focus solely on forging and production will increase. An increase may not be a good thing. Too much will devalue the product, rendering our efforts futile. I intend to raise an army. No amount will suffice. Indeed, Your Highness should raise an army, incorporating the troublesome Zaturan from the north, as well as those centaur bandits. I have heard you mobilized 500,000 Zaturan for reclamation. In my opinion, that number is still too few. 1 million would be more appropriate. Are there truly that many Zaturan? Haha, Your Highness, you jest. A month after the arrival of the Minotaurs, a vast throng of Zaturan appeared, even bringing their families, claiming that they too wished to contribute to the efforts, eager for their share of hearty wheat porridge. In an unforeseen turn of events, by March of the year 1139 in the Red Moon calendar, the transit center, Heidi City, was unexpectedly completed. Initially, Sakavi believed that winter work would prove inefficient, and that spring would be a more suitable time to commence. However, the Zaturan declared that anyone who dared to deny them their wheat porridge would face their wrath. Through this engagement, Sakavi discovered that among all his subjects, the Zaturan were surprisingly the most cooperative, second only to the kobolds and fishfolk. As long as they were fed, they were willing to labor diligently, albeit with a notable lack of discipline. Under the diligent efforts of the pig-headed people, the port at the estuary was completed in October, and Sakavi named it New Olaxin, which means the estuary of treasures in the tongue of the dragons, hoping it would bring him immense wealth. With the establishment of the port, the entire Boa waterway system was finally operational. After 6 consecutive years of losses, Sakavi could finally glimpse the dawn of profitability. His principle was that money spent is money earned. However, this merely marked the initial phase of construction. There remained numerous areas in the chaotic territory that required financial investment. With this golden waterway, Sakavi intended to dismantle the most stubborn spiritual bastions of the subhuman races through economic means. Chapter 32. Economic Control. Following the completion of the port New Olaxin, Sakavi resolved to appoint Salade, a candidate acceptable to various factions, as the governor of New Olaxin. This location served as a window for external interactions, and it was essential that others felt it was safe and reliable to conduct business there. Sakavi believed he also needed a monopoly company dedicated to the bulk commodity trade along the banks of the Bow River. Smaller businesses could be entrusted to ordinary merchants, but the export of large commodities such as coal, steel, tin, ore, and salt could not be managed by local small traders, as fostering them would only introduce instability. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose a high-ranking demon captured 6 years ago in the Logia Grand Canyon. After enduring 6 years of rigorous torment, the demon finally revealed its true name last month. Observing Luskos, now his slave, Sakavi decided to assign him the task of establishing the Bow Shipping Company. This demon, hailing from the second layer of the Bateau Hell, was well-versed in various regulations and trade practices. Alongside him was Grom, whom Sakavi appointed as the governor of Black Iron City. This city, a coal transshipment hub, was responsible for the coking of coal and the smelting of iron and tin ore, ranking just below New Olaxin. Here, obsidian and forged iron from upstream would be loaded onto ships and dispatched across the world. Sakavi permitted them to select individuals from all races, though they seemed particularly interested in the subterranean gnomes, choosing many for administrative and clerical roles. As November arrived, it was time for the cassava harvest. Yet the yield from the pig-headed people was disheartening. Despite it being their first cultivation, the disciplined lizard folk produced 3 times the amount. Observing the cassava fields of the pig-headed people, which had been half consumed midway through the growth, Sakavi found himself at a loss for words. Though the enthusiasm of the pig-headed people for farming was commendable, the environment here was far superior to the wasteland, but their chaotic habits resulted in exceedingly low efficiency. Consequently, Sakavi informed them that next year's farming policy would change. The top 1,000 cultivators would receive permanent farming rights, while the bottom 50,000 would be sent back to the wasteland. No intelligent race is foolish enough not to understand the concept of order. They simply lacked guidance and structure. In contrast to the pig-headed people, those involved in the port's construction had a much tougher existence. Sakavi had specifically dispatched drow elves to select manageable pig-headed individuals for the reclamation efforts, resulting in a group of the more unruly pig-headed people undertaking construction. Throughout this year, Sakavi received countless complaints from the Grey Dwarves, who lamented that these workers could be exasperating. They did little work but engaged frequently in fights. Nevertheless, Sakavi believed they had made progress, as they at least began to follow orders. To better instill discipline in their minds, Sakavi enlisted the elves to compose numerous songs for them, encouraging singing together. He also taught them to play simple wind instruments that were easy to handle and durable, prioritizing their satisfaction over musical quality. After over a year of instruction, Sakavi felt it was still insufficient, thus assigning them to construct the mud anchor point and the massive stone port, as well as the roads leading from the port to various tribes. The black basalt mountains above the wasteland provided an inexhaustible source for repairing bridges and roads. Once the pig-headed people were organized, Sakavi visited the school district of Agarike, which was divided into two parts, one for nurturing future grassroots administrators and another for the centralized management of goblin and pig-headed children. Last year, Sakavi had ordered all pig-headed children to be concentrated here. Although the pig-headed people were displeased, they dared not voice their objections. Recalling the fate of the 10,000 orcs who had been executed by the riverside, since the establishment of Agarike, goblins had been tasked with cleaning and waste management. However, their chaotic nature had persisted for too long, leading to disarray in their work unless monitored by drow elves. To resolve this issue, Sakavi ordered that all goblin children be sent to Agarike to receive training in obedience and discipline under the tutelage of the drow elves. Once accustomed to this discipline, they could avoid the chaotic habits of their elders. After inspecting the schools, Sakavi proceeded to Glapu's office. Glapu had now become the Grand Chancellor of the Internal Affairs Bureau, primarily tasked with drafting and compiling the laws, regulations, and political framework of the territory. With the assistance of the drow elves, he had completed this work to Sakavi's satisfaction. Upon receiving the transitional law for tribal city-states from Glapu, Sakavi deemed it necessary to implement it promptly. However, matters must be prioritized, and it was unwise to roll out the entire plan simultaneously across all regions. Sakavi ordered that all lizardfolk tribes in the marshland complete the establishment of their municipal offices, including finance, infrastructure, production, and security divisions, by January of the following year. Each division would be tasked with specific duties as directed by the Internal Affairs Bureau, with oversight from the drow elves. Of course, merely enforcing these measures would yield low effectiveness, so Sakavi decided to utilize the bow shipping system. The lizardfolk tribes did not produce ironware, and the harsh winter compelled them to burn charcoal. They needed to sell their homegrown fish and grain. When ordering the formation of municipal offices, Sakavi also decreed that without the production division's stamp of approval, no one could purchase the lizardfolk's fish or grain. Additionally, without the finance division's seal, no bulk commodities could enter the lizardfolk tribes. Those from the Internal Affairs Bureau dispatched various tasks would coordinate with designated individuals, and the security division would conduct regular training under the leadership of the security chief. This way, even if the chieftains wished to obstruct these measures, they would have limited opportunities to do so. Elsewhere, tribes more supportive of urbanization would receive greater benefits. If any tribe actively implemented the transitional law for tribal city-states without attempting to deceive Sakavi, they would enjoy tax exemptions. After this plan was in effect for over 3 years, the centaurs, harpies, and gnolls voluntarily followed suit, while the merfolk and goblins claimed they could not comprehend the legislation. However, Sakavi was untroubled. He personally assisted them in understanding the law by dispatching lizardfolk for on-site guidance and relocating the goblins from the hilly areas. They were settled throughout the territory, tasked with collecting garbage, cleaning waste, and managing compost. After 5 years of instruction, the first batch of trained goblins graduated. These goblins would be stationed in the civilian residential area of Agarike, responsible for maintaining street cleanliness and identifying fire hazards. This group of goblins perfectly met Sakavi's expectations for his subjects, donning attire characteristic of the Black Dragon Duchy, capable of reading common script, and aware of the basic geography and history of the duchy. Observing the older generation, who were still clinging to outdated customs, the graduates felt a sense of disdain. When the residents of the duchy embraced this newly formed culture, which melded their native traditions with elements unique to no other place on Earth, Sakavi's rule would be unassailable. For each race within his domain, Sakavi had meticulously designed a tailored culture that was distinct yet harmonious. Upon witnessing the efficacy of this new culture even among the most unruly goblins, Sakavi resolved to disseminate this cultural advancement through trade among various races. He aimed to convey that cities and individuals embracing this new culture would find it easier to engage in trade collaborations, which indeed proved to be more fruitful than before. In 2 years, the first batch of pigmen would be graduating. These cultured pigmen, having been isolated from the older generation, would gradually come to dominate the mainstream. In Sakawi's strategy, only 5,000 of the initial settlers among the pigmen would remain to cultivate the land, while the remainder would be gradually repatriated to the wilderness after the first generation of pigmen children graduated, where they would continue the extraction of obsidian and establish towns. The wilderness-dwelling pigmen and the agricultural pigmen would evolve into 2 distinct ethnicities. The lizard folk would follow a similar trajectory, though they would not be sent back, as Sakawi would not permit any one race to wield excessive power. Once stability was fully achieved, the Drow Elves would return to the newly established Shadow Intelligence Agency. For many years, the intelligence operations had been overseen by Verna, but her numerous responsibilities often resulted in intermittent intelligence gathering. 3 years prior, she had proposed the formation of an intelligence organization, but it was not until this year that they finally gathered enough qualified personnel to realize this vision. Regarding the intelligence agency, Sakawi perceived it as the last component of the trio of institutions he managed. It was time to establish the Security Bureau as well. In recent years, the previously subdued Word Bandits, once decimated by the Warhowl tribe, re-emerged this year. When Sakawi first arrived, he had summoned representatives from various races for a meeting, yet the Wergs could not muster a single tribe of over 100. Observing their meager numbers, he chose not to engage with them further, unaware that they would rebound this year. Considering that Wergs reached their fighting age at 4, these Wergs were essentially the youth of a new generation, the oldest being merely around 7 years of age. With this in mind, he decided to capture them. Training them for 2 to 3 years would yield competent security personnel. Contemplating this, Sakawi immediately commanded the chief of the guard, Tali, to lead her harpies and centaurs to eradicate the Wergs. While completing the mapping task, Tali felt the inadequacy of manpower and took it upon herself to seize Screeching Cliff. Arriving at the duchy, she had become a high-ranking wind mage, effortlessly dealing with a group of merely mid-tier harpies. Sakawi could do nothing to counter her unilateral actions and ultimately appointed her as the chief of the guard. Logically, a Screeching Cliff populated with over 60,000 harpies should have had at least a few master-level individuals, yet the Dragon's Pine Mountains, backed by the Black Forest, prohibited the presence of high-tier harpies in their territory. With her training in military theory, Tali found it exceedingly easy to handle a group of inexperienced Wergs, and within just a week, the entire duchy was devoid of them. Observing the captured 10,000 Wergs, their youthful faces made Sakawi feel increasingly secure in his dominion over this land. Chapter 33. The refinement of the governance system. The year was 1145 in the Red Moon calendar, marking a significant year of transformation for the entire duchy. A decade had elapsed since Sakawi began constructing the Mage Tower in the River Plains. Through 10 years of diligent effort, Sakawi had finally cultivated a complete high-level governance framework. This framework was considered high-level as it pertained solely to the management system of a Grek. The governance systems of the towns and villages had yet to be established, with varying degrees of competency. The entire high-level structure, aside from the 3 main departments, included 6 divisions directly under the Interior Ministry: the Department of Security, the Department of Finance and Trade, the Department of Internal Affairs and Construction, the Department of Justice, the Department of Resources, and the Department of Education and Culture. Currently, Grap was effectively wielding significant authority, overseeing all internal affairs of the territory. Given the sparse population and even fewer administrative personnel, Sakawi's primary focus remained on construction, leaving little room for personnel selection. This year, Grap convened a work conference in Agrek, which Sakawi chose not to attend, seeking to ascertain whether the framework he had established was genuinely reliable and whether any problems within the territory could be identified without his presence. After 5 days of intense discussion, Grap approached Sakawi with a hefty plan. However, Sakawi was not inclined to read it just yet, preferring to hear Grap's perspective first. Grap, please share your thoughts on this plan. My lord, I believe that the first half of the plan faces challenges due to the coordination issues among our current staff. We intend to gradually refine the 6 major departments over a period of 5 years, which involves considerable adjustments among various races, many of whom may have been mortal enemies in the past. Oh, how do you propose to enhance these departments? What races are necessary? And how should we allocate work and authority? My lord, at the inception of these departments, due to a lack of personnel, individuals were required to fulfill multiple roles, supported by numerous secretaries sourced from various places. However, this can lead to an excessive concentration of power in a single individual, which is detrimental to your governance. as not everyone is a loyalist. That is indeed a valid point. Do you believe we have sufficient personnel now? Not at all. We still face a significant shortage. But by further delineating the powers, we can better utilize the available personnel and cultivate more individuals. For instance, the current ministers are primarily the secretaries of mine and Verna and Sulz from previous years. You make a compelling argument. I wish to know your specific proposals. Let me begin with the Department of Security. It should be divided into the Combat Research Division, Recruitment Division, Training Division, Logistics Division, and Personnel Division. We currently lack a standardized military, and as we refine our responsibilities, their secretaries will adapt to the next tier of work. Excellent. Whom have you appointed for these positions? My lord, you are not familiar with these individuals, and truthfully, I am not either. However, I believe it is crucial for us to become acquainted with them to understand their identities and specialties. Thus, they are all administrative staff, and not even extraordinary beings? Indeed, the extraordinary do not fall into this category. Next, I will introduce the Department of Finance and Trade, which primarily consists of the Tax Division, Audit Division, Financial Division, and Trade Division. You are likely familiar with a few of these individuals since they often approach you for funds. These subterranean gnomes are undoubtedly my tormentors. My gold reserves have dwindled to merely 3 million. If your interior ministry cannot generate revenue within 5 years, I shall be compelled to return to my previous profession. My lord, please trust me. This year you shall witness gold from the Rosen Empire. In fact, we have devised a comprehensive profit-making plan, which I will present to you shortly. Very well. I shall grant you one final measure of trust. Now, moving on to the Interior Ministry. It comprises the Household Registration Division, Civil Affairs Division, Construction Division, and Urban Planning Division. This department will be a focal point alongside the Department of Resources for the next decade. Are you planning to implement a comprehensive city-state statute on a large scale? Indeed. These tribal systems severely hinder our revenue generation and administrative efficiency. The Department of Resources primarily involves the Agriculture Division, Fisheries Division, Salt Division, Mining Division, and Manufacturing Division. Now, regarding the final Department of Trade and Culture, aside from talent cultivation, do you have any additional considerations? Yes, we intend to establish military and magical academies, but we lack teaching personnel. May I request my mentor, Wylance, to serve as the Minister of Trade and Culture? That is not permissible. Our matters should not involve her. She deserves to continue her tranquil life. If that is the case, our extraordinary talent cultivation will stagnate, which contradicts our original intent for coming to this territory. I shall find a solution. You need only manage the other affairs. Very well, my lord. It seems you have overlooked the Department of Justice. However, there is little of merit to introduce regarding the Ministry of Justice. Its subordinate departments, Legislative Office, Enforcement Office, Court, and Prison Office, are all helmed by the Grey Dwarves, who harbor an almost obsessive attitude towards the law, leaving no room for anyone to exploit loopholes. Are you considering reforms for the surrounding cities and towns? Our vast wastelands are left unattended. Every mayor claims it is not their responsibility, and I am deeply dissatisfied with this state of affairs. Rest assured, my lord, we have taken this issue into account. We plan to emulate the governance model of the Luosan Empire, albeit in a simplified manner. Our intention is to divide the Grand Duchy into several states, each overseen by a governor who will establish enforcement bureaus, public security offices, tax offices, household registration and civil construction offices, trade and finance offices, resource and manufacturing offices, and cultural bureaus. As of now, we lack sufficient personnel to refine the governance structure in its entirety. Thus, we can only rely on this transitional organization for the time being. Let me guess. The governor's primary task is to enforce the core management system for the cities and towns. Is that correct? Indeed, my lord. I believe we need at least a decade to perfect the entire governance framework. Understood. I will review your proposal in detail when I have the time. I will handle personnel appointments personally to ensure there are no unsuitable candidates. You may attend to your duties now. Farewell, my lord. After seeing off Jelapu, Sakavi crossed out the names of the Grey Dwarves from the conscription and training offices in the appointment letter he received, replacing them with those of the Drow Elves. Jelapu's focus on efficiency overlooked the necessity of checks and balances. Both Grey Dwarves and Drow Elves are skilled in military training. Yet the Grey Dwarves have monopolized the entire Ministry of Justice. Sakavi will not permit any single race to wield excessive power. The Drow Elves are all exiles and, at least on the surface, do not form a vested interest group. As Sakavi gradually solidified his foothold in this land, almost every ruling family had defectors from the underground regions. However, as long as they are willing to invest, Sakavi can only turn a blind eye, as the underground world currently lacks the manpower to exert control. After repeated persuasion from Sakavi, the Black Forest finally agreed to allow the Grey Dwarves to establish towns in the Long Spine Mountains. This arrangement has provided Sokavi with a considerable number of Grey Dwarves, who, unlike their surface relatives, thrive in the underground world. It seems that the Luosan Empire has shown no signs of improvement in recent years. In fact, it is becoming increasingly unstable. Radina unhesitatingly agreed to Sokavi's request to dispatch mages for teaching, seemingly aiming to deepen cooperation to further stabilize the Black Forest defenses. As March drew to a close, it was once again time for the annual planting season. This year, considerable changes occurred among the pig-headed folk. Those 200,000 unwilling recruits from years past have reluctantly departed. The chaos and disorder they cultivated in the wilderness have mostly been rectified, yet they still lag significantly behind the newly graduated 50,000 pig-headed students. Fearing they would learn bad habits, Sokavi forcibly selected 100,000 robust individuals from among them, along with a contingent of centaurs and harpies, to form the Tusk's Legion. The military organization is modeled after that of the Luosan Empire, except that the light cavalry units have been replaced by centaurs, along with the addition of aerial support units. Other aspects remain largely unchanged. The primary mounts of the pig-headed folk are the giant wild boars, which are over twice the size of ordinary wild boars and covered in thick, resilient bristles. Giant wild boars possess an irritable temperament. Once they charge, they are difficult to stop, making them perfect living battering rams capable of easily shattering enemy infantry formations. They exhibit remarkable endurance and carrying capacity, able to bear fully equipped pig-headed warriors over long distances. They are not picky eaters, consuming everything from tubers and carrion to refuse, resulting in exceedingly low feeding costs. They excel in navigating marshy and muddy terrains, making them ideal mounts for the pig-headed tribes. This is precisely the type of steed that Sokavi favors, capable of mass reproduction and easy to care for. Although they may not match the combat prowess of the orc's great rhinoceros, they are easier to control. However, it appears that only the pig-headed folk can manage these giant wild boars, as their method of dealing with disobedient boars is simply to deliver a swift punch to render them unconscious. Of course, the lizard folk can also control them, but they are less adept at long-distance travel and combat, relegating them to the role of city defenders. Regarding the reassignment of nearly 10,000 harpies, Tali expressed her dissatisfaction, insisting that all the wolf men be allocated to her for the formation of a public security force. Upon hearing this, Sokavi concurred and immediately ordered the reorganization of the Public Security Institute, establishing rapid response units and defense divisions. The Public Security Patrol is primarily responsible for maintaining law and order, addressing complaints from neighbors, and handling smuggling and case resolution. It will include an aerial security team for support, a patrol unit for field smuggling apprehensions, and a security team mainly composed of wolf men responsible for maintaining order in towns and surrounding areas, led by a security officer. The Rapid Response Unit deals with various extraordinary criminals, cultists, and insurgents, comprising an aerial support team, a gendarmerie, and a rapid assault team. The gendarmerie will consist of retired or active centaur military personnel transitioning to civilian roles. The rapid assault team will be composed of exemplary wolfmen, serving as the main force of the Rapid Response Unit. The Defense Division is tasked with safeguarding key departments or critical areas, formed by wolfmen and harpies who ranked moderately during the selection process. It includes aerial and ground defense squads, as well as subordinate protective offices. As Tali reviewed the proposal, she remained dissatisfied, desiring to equip the Public Security Institute with distinctive uniforms to ensure that everyone recognizes they are not mere bandits, but rather legitimate personnel. Unfortunately, her subordinates comprise 3 of the most notorious bandit races. This task was directly assigned to the elves, and 3 months later, they presented prototype uniforms. The primary attire for the Rapid Response Unit consists of practical indigo combat uniforms crafted from durable leather and breathable fabric to ensure freedom of movement. The core insignia features a crimson cape and shoulder armor, the left shoulder adorned with silver-gray dragon head motifs, lined beneath with striking crimson. This red streak serves to clearly identify allies and inspire them while intimidating foes during high-speed maneuvers. The primary attire for the Public Security Patrol consists of tailored indigo high-collar jackets, featuring silver-gray buttons and trim. Its core insignia comprises a wide tan leather shoulder strap that diagonally crosses from the right shoulder to the left hip, with a shield-shaped dragon emblem on the right arm, set against a tan background. The primary attire for the Defense Division consists of heavy studded leather armor or lightweight chainmail, covered by a short indigo jacket with silver-gray edging. Its core insignia features a deep gray cape and a full-faced helm, The deep gray cape is understated yet commanding, while the silver gray helm, adorned with a dragon emblem, conveys solemnity when the faceplate is lowered and reliability when raised. Also included were samples of standard equipment for the lizard folk. The structure and material comprise scaled armor that covers the chest, back, and shoulders, made from oil-hardened leather and embedded steel plates. This design provides excellent protection without hindering the flexibility of the spine during movement. The high collar protects the sides and back of the neck, while allowing free head movement in front. The asymmetrical shoulder armor features a larger and thicker left shoulder piece shaped like a dragon's head or a snapping turtle, providing extra protection while holding a shield. The right shoulder piece is smaller for ease of weapon maneuvering. Open armpits and back ensure maximum range of motion. The lower body is clad in reinforced leather skirts, with bronze greaves on the shins to protect vulnerable areas during charges. Tail armor consists of segmented bronze or hard leather rings designed for their robust tails, safeguarding vital organs while allowing the tail to serve as a formidable weapon. A short, waterproof cloak is included for use in rainy weather or during patrols, emblazoned with the insignia of their respective units. The helmet is an open-face design without a visor, maintaining a wide field of vision and excellent olfactory senses. The helmet is designed to resemble a dragon or a giant lizard, extending forward to form a nasal guard, with cheek guards on either side. A unified emblem is engraved on the left breastplate or shield of all armor, depicting a black dragon claw grasping an anchor and a long spear, symbolizing their direct allegiance to Sakaway, with responsibilities encompassing ports and towns. The town guards are adorned with a pattern of a watchtower on their right shoulder armor. The port troops bear the insignia of an anchor, while the river crew is represented by a wave pattern. After such restructuring, the Principality of Sakaway at least appears to be on the right track, establishing order, making it exceedingly difficult for subordinates to escape this system. Even if there comes a day when Sakaway faces defeat or is besieged, the residents who can only survive in such an environment will have to fight to protect their own interests. Chapter 34. Friends from afar. Sakaway had no intention of equipping his subordinate pig-headed men with weapons and armor. The formation of this legion was merely a solution to the problem of where to house them. Over the years, as they followed Sakaway, they had become robust and particularly prolific, yielding 4 to 6 offspring each year. Although their work ethic was lacking, their attitude was commendable, and apart from the dog-headed men, they were the most supportive of Sakaway's rule, and he dared not suppress them. With major infrastructure projects nearing completion, the extraction of obsidian in the wasteland required fewer hands. Sakaway had a clever idea. He sent 100,000 young adults directly into the military, where they could ride wild boars and wield wooden sticks to continue serving the great prince. To entice them, Sakaway chose a formidable name, the Fang Legion, symbolizing that they were the prince's fangs, the most intimidating armed force. Their actual function was to provide experience for the subsequent training of security forces while separating males from females to reduce reproduction, as the school district in Agaruk could no longer accommodate so many. The sudden conscription of 100,000 young adults from the 300,000 pig-headed men left their tribe much emptier. Sakaway issued orders for the remaining pig-headed men to construct towns in the wasteland, gradually moving closer to other races. The same applied to goblins, dog-headed men, and fishmen. These fertile races were of little utility, and castration was not an option as it would severely undermine their loyalty and unity. A safe and effective method was to relocate them to different areas, assign them work, and minimize their interactions, thus significantly reducing their reproduction. In the settlements of the new generation of goblins and pig-headed men, the children were eager to attend school for further education. As a result, the future of Sakaway would be bolstered by a steady influx of various talents. The upcoming tasks no longer required Sakaway's direct involvement. He decided to devote time to studying magic, as his own magical abilities were overly simplistic and easily countered in combat. However, the winds of change were relentless. Perhaps other dragons had also organized their followers during this time, or they merely sought to pay a visit now that Sakaway appeared to be idle. Klazuna, I have finally found you. It has been a challenging search. Do we know each other? You claim not to recognize me? That truly saddens me. But I genuinely do not know you. Have we met? Of course not. But I have long yearned for the gold coins in your wallet, huh? So you are here to rob me, then? Correct. I reward you with a villain. How about that? But who are you exactly? I am a little rascal from Mischief Village. The one standing outside is the big bad guy. Kiba likes. If you dare to frighten that young lady again, I shall twist your head off. Do you believe it? Madam, who might you be? I am Duchess Phidimina from the continent of Lauda Malian. The one beside you is Kibo-likes from the kingdom of Modus, a copper dragon. I don't believe you. How can there be a blue copper dragon? You must be deceiving me. This rascal has painted himself blue just to tease you. Klazuna, you must believe me. I am truly a blue metallic dragon. Where has Sakaway gone? Wasn't it said that everything was on track here last year? Why haven't I seen him? He is conducting magical experiments. Researching how to animate paralyzed skeletons. He hasn't shown his face for over a year, but it is said he can occasionally take a few steps now. What kind of magical experiment? Come, Phidimina, let us invite him to go trick-or-treating with us at Windisha. Sakaway, I heard your skeletal frames can already rise from the dead. Is that true? Indeed, they can even jump up to paint dragons. Would you like me to paint you a bronze color? I guarantee others will recognize you as Rusty right away. Ha ha ha. Does Groelian know he is rusted? Then why hasn't he come? Kibo likes. He is at Windisha. Seeing that you have not appeared, I came with Kibo likes to check on what you are doing. So you often gather together? Staying at home is quite dull. My old father forbids this and that. Come now, we are here specifically to invite you. Thus, Klazuna and Sakaway followed these two friends from afar to the northern territory of Windisha in Buladasuo. A stroll would be refreshing, allowing them to observe if recent circumstances had changed. Sakaway, you busy dragon finally made time to come out. It hasn't been easy. In the early stages of territorial development, I could not trust my followers to handle things alone, so I had to oversee everything myself. How goes it on your end, Windisha? At least it generates some income. I have heard your territory has been losing money year after year. How is it that you are still becoming poorer? Rumors are just that, rumors. My territory began turning a profit last year, and this year's revenue should increase as well. You seized land and lost money for 10 years before starting to profit? That would surely make a dragon laugh. Learn from me, Windisha. Collect protection fees regularly. If any of your subordinates desire something, sell it for money. There is a labor shortage everywhere, and slave traders are almost going mad. Has the Laosan Empire not improved yet? Not only that, it is becoming increasingly chaotic. The wolfmen of Loka Plain dare to attack the district governor's office. Not a single traveling merchant can be seen around. Thus, you did not come merely for afternoon tea. Are you planning to intervene in the situation of the Laosan Empire? Indeed, Sakaway. My father has instructed us from the Kingdom of Modus to take the lead and jointly enter Suelo City under the pretext of bandit suppression. To dispose of that fool Grun. The Black Forest and the Church have expressed their concerns about the negative impact and cannot intervene. This dirty work must fall to us. Oh, so you intend to eliminate Grun directly? What is the internal attitude regarding this matter in the Laosan Empire? According to reports from my spies among the Laosan followers, they are unable to mobilize troops. Sakaway, this operation will primarily involve me, Phidimina, and you. Groelian is responsible for luring Grun out of the city. Windisha, I need my followers to confirm your intelligence. Who do you intend to nominate as the successor to the throne of the Laosan Empire? General Samakiluo Hayaozi. He holds great prestige in the military. If you do not have a suitable candidate, we plan to nominate him. At present, I cannot provide you with a response. I must wait for the intelligence from my followers before making a judgment. All right, everyone, business concludes here. Now it is time for entertainment. Next, I will hand over to the rusty copper dragon, Keeble-likes, to oversee the competition. Please direct your attention to the oversized javelins. Each dragon must take one and pass through various obstacles ahead. Then, at a designated height, throw the javelin into the massive jar. The one with the worst score must present a gold javelin as a prize for the champion. Very well, who shall go first? Windisha said, Klazuna, you are the youngest here, you go first. But I have no money. Such a javelin thicker than a goblin does not come cheaply. Groelian will cover it. He is not short of this little amount. Hasten forth, but do remember to exercise caution, for ahead lie numerous obstacles to traverse, and one must avoid any misfortune. The throwing pot competition is a much celebrated event within the realm of Julong, reputed to have existed for over a millennium. The title of spear-throwing champion has long been a coveted pursuit among the dragons. I, the fated blue copper dragon, shall provide a live broadcast of this event. The rules of the competition dictate that participating dragons must navigate the designated course within a limited time frame, maneuvering through a series of barriers, while simultaneously launching their specially crafted arrows at the colossal target at the finish line. Success is granted to those who strike true without breaching the rules. Now making her entrance is our stunning beauty, Kalau Suna. She does not rush headlong. Instead, she observes with perfect patience. She moves, a graceful sidestep, akin to a dance of death in ballet. With merely the most subtle adjustments of her wing tips, she glides effortlessly through the perilous gap between two whirlpools, unscathed. Her control is nothing short of exquisite, splendid, utterly flawless. Worthy applause. Oh, she has entered the Blade's Gorge. Listen, the wind roars, and the harpies scream. The black dragoness attempts to utilize her gift of harnessing lightning to stabilize her flight, but the turbulence is too fierce, forcing her off course and wasting precious time on readjustment. Alas, her tail grazes the cliffside, which will undoubtedly affect her score. Next, we have the Minotaur Shaman presenting the living canopy. The moving obsidian pillars resemble awakened ancient giants. Kalausu now approaches. Her flight path becomes exceedingly serpentine, as if she is weaving a celestial spider's web. With each flap of her wings and flick of her tail, she deftly avoids the shifting trajectories of the stone columns. She even uses an ascending pillar as a springboard, executing a brief ground-hugging glide. The Minotaurs of the wasteland roar in thunderous approval. However, regrettably, touching the pillars is against the rules, and this will result in a deduction of points. Now we enter the most challenging domain of patience and precision, the webbed thunder realm. Our beautiful lady is overly cautious, her speed diminishing. This is not good. The tip of her tail brushes against an arcane orb, triggering a chain explosion. Though she shields herself with protective lightning, the scene is quite chaotic, and she will certainly incur penalties. She is nearing the colossal black throwing pot. Her throw is both elegant and precise, striking true, right in the center of the pot. A perfect arc, a perfect force. The obsidian arrow produces a resounding thud within the pot, echoing as a drumroll for her victory. Next on the agenda is the castle crushing game. The objective is to construct a miniature castle model using boulders and timber. The dragons take turns sweeping with their tails and crushing it with their bodies, vying to see who can reduce it to rubble with the most flair. This is a pure release of strength, filled with exhilaration. The competition consists of 3 rounds, with the lowest scorer in each round responsible for reconstructing the castle. The authenticity exhibition of treasures. Each dragon presents their most prized possession. They take turns showcasing, critiquing, and speculating on its authenticity and origin. This not only tests their discerning eyes, but also serves as a platform for flaunting their knowledge and history of plunder. The prize, the one deemed the most abysmal counterfeit, must destroy it on the spot. Conversely, the most exquisite and legendary genuine item earns its owner a token of appreciation from all participants. After 3 consecutive competitions, we now transition to a relaxation segment. Wendy Shaw has prepared a hot spring and pastries. The dragons may indulge in a soak while sipping afternoon tea, boasting of their past glories. Chapter 35. The state of the territory due to the potential upheaval looming on the horizon. Sakawe lacked the inclination to partake in the activities hosted by Wendy Shaw. Following discussions regarding specific actions, he hastily returned to Agarueka. Suddenly recalling that the Shadow Intelligence Agency is now entirely under the control of the Drow, Sakawe deemed it necessary to introduce some diversity. No department should be wholly governed by a single race or locality. While small cliques are inevitable, they cannot be disregarded. Sakawe summoned Wei Na to discuss the restructuring of the Shadow Intelligence Agency. In the new organizational framework, he resolved to divide the intelligence agency into 3 branches: the Curtain SI, the Silent Hand, and the Loyal Shield. Within the Curtain SI, responsible for intelligence gathering, Sakawe intended to incorporate subterranean gnomes, gnolls, and boggards to enhance the efficiency of intelligence probing, infiltration, and undercover operations. Employing the mathematical acumen of the subterranean gnomes to devise a unique communication system. In the Silent Hand, he proposed the introduction of goblins, batfolk, gnolls, and boggards to further amplify assassination capabilities, diversifying methods to minimize exposure or counteraction. In the newly established Loyal Shield, he aimed to recruit gnolls, harpies, goblins, grey dwarves, and lizard folk, fully exploiting their cunning, sensitivity, and the meticulous work ethic of the grey dwarves. Prior to the restructuring, there had been no internal oversight. Wei Na expressed her support for the reorganization of the Shadow Intelligence Agency, noting that her authority remained intact and that she had gained additional personnel to manage. Furthermore, the Drow within the agency were already diverse in origin, making complete control unachievable. Thus, the reorganization would ironically enhance her influence. Subsequently, Sakawe summoned Galapu to clear a section of the marshland for the impending arrival of boggards. This area, being relatively cold, should not typically harbor lizard folk or boggards, who are cold-blooded creatures. However, when the climate of the Bulai Dasor Road abruptly changed, the marshland's various races were left with no choice but to adapt. The lizard folk learned charcoal burning from goblins to combat the chilling winters, while the boggards' inability to stray far from water ultimately led them toward extinction. After 8 years of urban development, the cities of lizard folk and fish folk have matured significantly in frost resistance technology, ensuring that winter production and living conditions in the marshland remain largely unaffected. Sakawe procured cold-resistant belts from the astral plane, ensuring his lizard folk guards could perform their duties without impediment during winter. These belts bear magical inscriptions and can be recharged for repeated use. After discussing the restructuring of the Shadow Intelligence Agency with Wei Na and the reconnaissance mission regarding the Luosan Empire, Sakawe visited the Duchy of Ma Dusi to inquire about Puga Lin's stance on interfering in the internal affairs of the Luosan Empire and to request some personnel. Should the plans be the brainchild of those few impetuous youths, he could no longer be involved. Fortunately, Prince Puga Lin assured him that he was at the helm of this matter, which alleviated Sakawe's concerns. He then presented his second objective for this visit, to relocate a portion of the boggards to his territory. He would not borrow without compensation. All travel expenses would be reimbursed, and each boggard would yield 10 gold coins. Given such generous terms, Puga Lin immediately approved the migration of 10,000 boggards. It was not that he was unwilling to part with more, but boggards are natural slave masters, and their management capabilities are widely esteemed, making him reluctant to relinquish too many. The 30 boggards brought by Galapu had, after over a decade of procreation, grown to 5,000. However, their demand across various sectors rendered them insufficient. Boggards lay eggs only once a year, with 20 to 30 eggs per clutch, of which typically only 1 or 2 reach maturity in the wild. They are ready to participate in hunting by 5 years and fully mature by 6. Sakawe prepared a complete ecological environment for them in the marshland, offering comprehensive services from fishfolk, with benefits exceeding those of Sakawe's own. After confirming Puga Lin's stance, Sakawe made another trip to the Black Forest to ascertain Rue de Na's position while discussing potential commercial collaboration. The Grey Dwarves residing in the Dragon Spine Mountains have discovered copper and magical crystal mines, both of which are essential resources for the Black Forest. The Black Forest can offer knowledge in exchange, whether it be management personnel or magic apprentices, requiring the Wood Elves' full expertise. Sakawe felt the need for more instructors. Thus, both parties should engage in deeper collaboration. Regarding the discovery of or veins by the Grey Dwarves, Sakawe believes that if entirely controlled by them, it would lead to a loss of control over the Long Spine Mountains. Consequently, he decided to transport the copper ore to Heidi City for smelting, assigning the Grey Dwarves to handle the fine processing of iron and copper tools, while the Taurens would manage the rough processing. 2 years ago, when Sakawe discovered the mineral deposits, he ordered Jelapu to relocate a portion of the kobolds to the Long Spine Mountains to excavate the magic crystal mines, with the Grey Dwarves responsible for the extraction of copper ore. To facilitate transportation, Sakawe specifically invented a puppet train, which operates on fixed tracks, powered by burning magic crystals. This train can autonomously add crystals and recognize obstacles ahead, comprehending simple commands to advance or halt. The goods are transported to the Pigman's dock, formerly known as the Mud Anchor, now transformed into the Haishi dock through renovations by the Pigmen. Here, the Pigmen manage loading and unloading tasks, while the fishmen pilot the boats equipped with burning magic crystals, ferrying cargo to the Tauren's giant stone port or Heidi City. Under Sakawe's deliberate planning, no single race can independently complete production. Without the goblins to clean refuse and waste, all races would find the city's various unpleasant odors intolerable. Under Jelapu's intentional promotion, various industries established their own unions, such as the Forging Union, Smelting Union, and City Appearance Union, which further dismantled the previous racial paradigms. Jelapu strictly adhered to Sakawe's directives, minimizing administrative personnel involvement while enhancing public participation and self-regulation. Despite repeated assertions from the Smelting Union that the round trips to the Long Spine Mountains are excessively time-consuming and that Grey Dwarves should establish nearby smelting facilities, Sakawe has steadfastly refused to relent, citing the necessity of checks and balances. The unions merely serve as subordinate entities to the processing and manufacturing department. Any high-ranking union official or branch president must undergo re-election under the supervision and appointment of this department. Should they suspect electoral fraud or non-compliance from candidates, they reserve the right to refuse to sign the appointment documents. Naturally, unions can appeal to the judiciary, but the obstinate Grey Dwarves do not favor any side, as they are also responsible for supervising the unions. According to Jelapu's report, this year another 100,000 Pigmen students will join the agricultural ranks in the Bow Plains. Currently, vast tracts of land remain abandoned along both banks of the Bow River, limited by the number of cultivable races and even fewer skilled cultivators. The workforce of the lizard men on the eastern bank of the Bow River has surged to 300,000. The growth cycle of the lizard men is relatively lengthy. It takes 7 years from egg laying to full maturity, although they can produce up to 515 eggs at once. Years ago, Sakawi mobilized 150,000 from a population of only 200,000 lizardmen to the eastern bank of the Bow River, severely depleting their numbers and nearly inciting a rebellion. Since then, the rearing and training of lizardmen hatchlings have been entirely managed by the fishmen. Presently, the lizardmen population in the marshlands has grown to around 100,000, and it is expected to return to its former levels in a few years. Observing that all races have begun to stabilize, Sakawi decided to visit the Fishman city. Speaking of the fishmen, they present quite a headache. They reproduce prolifically yet possess low intelligence. A single fishman can lay between 50 to 200 eggs, matures in 4 years, and has a lifespan of 20 years. Thanks to standardized town construction, the mortality rate of fishman juveniles has plummeted. Had it not been for Sakawi's enforcement of gender-segregated work in the salt production sector a few years ago, the entire beach would likely be teeming with fishmen. Fishmen are diminutive, standing merely 1.2 meters tall, hardly surpassing a middle school student in stature. Fortunately, Sakawi's followers found them employment in clearing pipes and constructing and maintaining underwater facilities. Those with formidable combat capabilities were integrated into a system of waterways and port defenses led by the lizardmen. Fishmen assault teams, equipped with crossbows or poisoned arrows, patrol the waters of the territory, tasked with reconnaissance and disrupting any malevolent forces. They have indeed proven effective in apprehending numerous threats from the subterranean world. While the fishmen may be a troublesome race, their salt production constitutes a substantial portion of the territory's revenue. After years of transformation, the fishmen's salt industry has not only become significantly more efficient, but also capable of producing high-quality edible salt. In this regard, Sakawi, lacking expertise, sought the assistance of beastfolk engineers from the Rosen Empire, who were eager to help, especially given the current severed trade routes and high demand for salt. As a result, the fishmen became the only race to fully control the entire industrial chain of salt production. Sakawi resolved to inspect the salt fields. Overlooking the vast salt fields known as the Silver Steppes from above, the area is no longer a chaotic arrangement of salt flats, but a vast, precise geometric expanse strictly delineated. The air is infused with the briny scent of the sea mixed with earthy notes, as countless figures weave through the area. Yet there is little noise, only the rhythmic sounds of labor and the gentle flow of water, akin to a grand symphony of machinery. Under the guidance of the subterranean gnomes, the tidal and primary evaporation zones operate smoothly. As they control sluice gates to funnel brackish water from the Bow River estuary into a series of expansive, muddy primary evaporation pools, they work efficiently with rudimentary tools to clear waterways, ensuring seawater flows in. In the purification and crystallization zone, the technical heart of the salt field, the scene is markedly different. Primary brine is channeled through aqueducts into a series of neatly arranged secondary and tertiary evaporation pools constructed from stone slabs. Lizardmen oversee fishmen artisans who monitor water levels, measure salinity, and introduce coagulants prepared by the marsh toads to expedite impurity sedimentation and crystallization. The harvesting and rough processing area exudes a sense of strength. Under the direction of the torrents, groups of fishmen wield specially designed wooden shovels and carts to collect wet salt from the crystallization pools. They shout boisterous work chants as they pile salt into mounds before transporting it to vast drying areas paved with stone slabs. In the fine processing, purification, and packaging zone, under the management of the gray dwarves, fishmen operate hydraulic stone mills designed by the subterranean gnomes, grinding coarse salt into a fine, snow-white powder. Meanwhile, under strict supervision, fishmen are responsible for portioning the refined salt into standardized containers marked with the Black Dragon insignia, whether wooden barrels or ceramic jars. In the water and land transportation section, once the subterranean gnomes confirm the accuracy of the receipts, numerous kobolds load barrels or jars onto flat-bottomed boats, which are then piloted by fishmen to the Norlasian or Bow River docks, where local kobolds unload the cargo and transfer it onto centaur-drawn carts for distribution. Currently, the majority of dockworkers across various ports are kobolds, with a few gray dwarves tasked with handling bulk cargo. Kobolds also oversee construction and repairs in each city. While centaurs manage the entire land transportation process, their strong physiques and swift mobility providing them with a significant competitive edge. The central hub, the dispatch and monitoring tower, stands as the pinnacle of the salt field, overseen by taurens who monitor and command the entire operation. A large map of the salt field, marked in different colors, displays the salinity, yield, and progress of each pool. Core control mandates that all material flows, brine distribution, finished product storage, and shipping must adhere to directives from this tower. The elegant elves simultaneously ensure covert surveillance to prevent any form of collusion or corruption. After the visit, Sakawi summoned the chief overseer from the central dispatch tower. The Tauren's chief administrator, along with the elegant elves' deputy administrator, inquiring about how they planned to address security concerns. They indicated that the security officer of the Public Security Bureau was responsible, alongside the Fishman assault team's subordinate to the Swamp Defense Command Center. After listening to Sakaway, he found himself at a loss for words. His greatest fear was that a certain race would grow powerful enough to place the safety of their kind in the hands of the Fishmen. Consequently, Sakaway promptly ordered the formation of Assault Field Guard Brigade, selecting the most capable goblins to comprise it. He also established a security and guard command center, appointing a Harpy to serve as the chief administrator and deputy commander of the central dispatch tower. He then instructed Grap, ensuring that the 5 salt fields within his territory must implement this decree. The rationale for utilizing goblins primarily stemmed from the high risk associated with salt fields. Goblins, being expendable yet possessing a modicum of combat prowess, were deemed suitable. Upon returning, Sakaway personally oversaw the design of the goblins' uniforms and armaments. The primary color scheme featured deep blue and grayish-white. The padded leather armor was reinforced at critical points with hardened leather and adorned with prominent rivets, providing basic protection while exuding a rugged strength. The dust and water-resistant cloak was a short variant, treated for waterproofing, with a striking crimson interior. Typically worn with the blue exterior facing out for camouflage against salt dust, it could be instantly reversed to reveal the crimson lining, delivering a powerful visual shock when demonstration or apprehension was required, serving as a warning to all witnesses. All members were mandated to wear a standardized arm badge on their left arms, depicting a black dragon claw grasping a pristine white cubic salt crystal against a deep blue background. For long-range engagement, they wielded poison blow darts and heavy short bows. The blow dart tubes were affixed to their waists, while the short bows rested upon their backs. The blow darts were laced with potent paralysis poison, intended for silently subduing individual targets, while the short bows launched blunt-headed arrows to incapacitate or inflict pain. In close combat, they employed short swords, serrated knives, and spiked knuckles. The short sword served for melee combat, the knife for cutting ropes, with the serrated edge capable of inflicting greater wounds, and the knuckles enhancing their striking power. This brutal close combat method was designed for merciless suppression and struggle in exceedingly confined spaces. Special equipment included reinforced nets, alarm whistles, bright crystals, and specially crafted shackles. These were utilized for ensnaring targets, issuing alarms, blinding adversaries, and detaining prisoners. Each squad comprised 5 members, with 30 forming a company and 100 constituting a battalion. The Saltfield Security and Guard Center oversaw 5 such battalions. Chapter 36. The New Policies of the Rosen Empire on the 11th of February in the year 1147 of the Red Moon calendar. After 8 months of investigation and analysis by the Eye of the Veil, a report assessing the various capabilities of Emperor Gruin of the Rosen Empire landed on Sakaway's desk. This document was crucial in determining whether Sakaway would decide to eliminate the Emperor. With a vast territory, prudence was paramount. He could no longer charge in headlong as he had previously. Moreover, specialized tasks were entrusted to experts. The Drow Elves were responsible for investigation and intelligence gathering, while the subterranean gnomes conducted data analysis. The analysis indicated that while the operation was feasible, the risks were substantial and no lucrative opportunities were present. Since the professionals deemed it viable, Sakaway thought it worth attempting. Failing to act might dissuade his subordinates from diligent work. After all, treating the painstakingly gathered intelligence as mere waste paper would hardly please anyone. When the investigation report arrived, Verna recounted an intriguing tale from her past, revealing that her escape from the city of Sodapezer was made possible by her fiancé, Synod, who was then the intelligence minister of the Rosen Empire. She had promised to serve Synod and his subordinates on the condition that the Rosen Empire would provide refuge for her and her followers. Although such cross-racial unions were not exceedingly rare, little did she know that Synod intended to overthrow Gruin's rule, resulting in his subordinates betraying him in their quest for power. At that time, in Skullcrush City, Verna sacrificed half of her men to facilitate her fiancé's escape from the city. Subsequently, realizing that they could no longer remain in Skullcrush, they sought refuge with Duke Rast in the city of Violin. The inept Duke Rast derided the disheveled Drow matron, holding her dark and despicable methods in contempt, and was loath to offer her shelter. This disdainful treatment compelled Verna to seek allegiance with Sakaway. Gruin's agents had already approached her, demanding her to surrender Synod. With no options left, Verna sought sanctuary with the Black Dragon, which later explained why Sakaway encountered individuals seeking her in violence. Logically, this was a private matter, and Sakaway had no obligation to intervene. However, he believed that since Verna was his subordinate, it was his duty to address all her concerns. Thus, he inquired whether she wished to fulfill the unfinished marriage. Verna's response was unequivocal. The debts of gratitude from Skullcrush had been repaid, and there was no need to concern herself further. Synod, being a collateral branch of the Onyx family with substantial influence, was someone Verna preferred not to offend, which is why she had not disclosed his whereabouts. Yet, considering that Verna was already over 400 years old and had borne 3 children in the Shadow City, while Synod was likely not yet 50, their compatibility seemed questionable. Sakaway surmised that since Verna broached this topic, it was not merely a jest, for it contradicted her usual demeanor. Verna, do you believe we should support Synod as the next emperor of the Rosen Empire? Samakalo lacks the necessary control over the Rosen court and does not have a powerful family backing him, which does not align with our interests. However, Synod is younger and poses a greater threat to us. Verna, you must understand that we are not seeking to create trouble for ourselves by eliminating Gruen. The real complications lie with Windisha and Puglin, which is why they prefer to endorse Samakalo. A man without family support cannot exert significant pressure on them. And all we require is time. You are correct, Verna. I have been too hasty. Our objective in developing this territory is due to a lack of personnel. Once we are adequately fortified, we shall be capable of confronting any threat. On May 19th, near the outskirts of Skullcrush City, 2 green figures appeared to be embroiled in a heated argument. Gruen, in a fit of rage, shouted at Groverian, "What do you mean? Do you realize who you are speaking to?" Suddenly, Windisha swooped in from a distance, exclaiming loudly, "What are you wasting time on? Our time is limited. The War God Church is already on its way." Shortly thereafter, 2 other figures approached from different directions, blocking Gruen's escape route. Perhaps unprepared for danger in this location, Gruen had come with few guards and without weapons. The 3 dragons wasted no time in combat. Gruen, armed only with his ever-present sword, found himself overwhelmed. As he barely managed to deflect Sakaway's dragon claw, a fiery breath assailed him, leaving him no time to evade. He could only deploy his martial technique, steel formation, to withstand the onslaught. Fedimina, I'm going to be roasted. Could you at least pay attention while you breathe fire? Windisha laughed heartily from the side. Fear not. You are all bones. There is no meat on you. No dragon would want to dine on you. Ha ha ha. Seizing the opportunity while the 3 dragons were jesting, Gruen turned and fled towards Skullcrush City, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning that pierced his heart. Another claw followed swiftly, shattering his skull. Groverian, observing Sakaway chase down the guards, queried in confusion, "This area is under surveillance, whether you kill the guards or not. The people of the Rosen Court will know it was us. Is there even a need to proceed with this? It's been a long time since I've engaged in combat. I simply wanted to enjoy it this time." Unspoken by Sakaway was the notion that the truth was inconsequential. What mattered were the interests of the living. Gruen, covered in burns and with his chest struck by lightning, could hardly conceal such injuries, which would serve as leverage in future negotiations. The Rosen Court would concoct a narrative based on the location of Gruen's demise and the injuries he sustained, crafting a perfect explanation for the populace regarding the circumstances of their emperor's death. In pursuit of future profit, Sakaway has refrained from employing necromantic magic, engaging instead in close combat that appears strenuous while, in reality, he has been merely biding his time. On August 20th, the coronation ceremony of the newly appointed Emperor Sanade Heiyao of the Rosen Empire was held as scheduled, gathering nobles and ministers to collectively deliberate on the rampant banditry plaguing the realm. Sakaway proposed to deploy a contingent of 10,000 troops from the Grand Duke's Rapid Response Corps, personally led by Tali Qingyu, the chief of the Security Bureau. While others viewed the bandits as a menace, Sakaway perceived them as a rare demographic boon. Regardless of their backgrounds, his administrative apparatus could always find suitable employment for them. This not only augmented the population but also served as a means of military training, making Sakaway wholeheartedly supportive of the initiative. In the preceding months, Puglin had engaged in numerous rounds of negotiations regarding the selection of the Rosen Empire's new emperor with the Rosen Court and its ecclesiastical representatives, ultimately necessitating a compromise that saw Sanade Heiyao ascend to the throne. The Rosen Court had consistently asserted that Puglin's approach was excessively crude, resulting in widespread injuries and even fatalities in the outskirts, complicating their position and prompting calls for a change in candidate. Puglin, however, maintained that the risks taken by his own people precluded any substitutions. In fact, prior to Sakaway's decision to support Sanade, he had ordered the Eye of the Veil to bribe high-ranking officials of the Rosen Empire, positioning Sanade for emergence at the opportune moment. The war god church's alignment with the Rosen court was also a premeditated maneuver, with Cardinal Klaus Su-na dispatched to the St. Luchard Cathedral, conveying Sakaway's stance, albeit without explicitly endorsing Sanade. Notably, this newly inaugurated emperor proved to be a formidable figure. Within 5 days of his coronation, he issued a series of reform initiatives. The military merit title and land redemption order announced the reclamation of certain fiefs from the old nobility due to their failure to safeguard them during tumultuous times. Nobles wishing to retain their titles and lands would need to pay exorbitant loyalty taxes or enlist a significant number of young men into military service. Concurrently, military merit titles and donation titles would be opened to commoners and merchants, allowing them to exchange financial contributions and military achievements for land and noble titles. The Legion Reconstruction and Border Defense Strengthening Act abolished the previously loose military framework composed of noble private armies, establishing new legions directly commanded by the emperor. Recruitment for the new legions would be achieved through mandatory conscription, with officers appointed from among professional soldiers designated by the emperor. The local militia and bandit suppression self-redeeming order empowered and encouraged towns and villages to form their own militia, with initial costs borne by local authorities and subsequently reimbursed by the empire based on the effectiveness of bandit suppression, including tax reductions and the potential granting of noble titles. A general amnesty was also declared, allowing ordinary bandits who surrendered their weapons and accepted reorganization to avoid punishment and join official work crews or frontier reclamation groups. The Empire Postal Route Security Assurance Act delineated several core postal routes, reconstructing fortifications at critical junctures along these routes and deploying new military units. Additionally, a tax police force was established, combining taxation and military functions, tasked specifically with ensuring the safety of these routes, funded directly by security taxes levied on merchant caravans. The Revitalization of Trade Routes and Special Licensing Act announced that for the next 3 years, merchant caravans traveling along designated imperial postal routes would benefit from a 50% reduction in tariffs. Moreover, the most lucrative goods would be subject to special licensing, with only merchants who paid substantial guarantees to the empire permitted to trade. Lastly, the Abandoned Towns Revitalization and Colonization Order proclaimed that any individual capable of reclaiming and managing abandoned towns and lands would be granted a 10-year tax exemption and de facto ownership rights. Observing the emperor's reforms, Sakaway felt he had supported an extraordinary individual, although he recognized that Wendisha and Puglin were not to be underestimated. By the time the emperor's measures bore fruit, stability would have returned to Sakaway's realm. However, since the emperor sought to monopolize strategic resources, Sakaway would proceed to sign new trade agreements, a model that appeared beneficial for his territory in the short term, especially as Glapu had been distressed over the inability to procure grain in recent years. Chapter 37, the Second Management Planning Conference on January 3, 1155 of the Red Moon calendar, in Agrek. Esteemed colleagues, this year's Second Management Planning Conference for the territory will be presided over by myself, Glapu, Chief of the Internal Affairs Bureau, alongside Verna Difu, Chief of the Shadow Intelligence Bureau, and Tali Qingyu, Chief of the Security Bureau. I now invite the Finance and Trade Department to present an overview of the territory's input and expenditure. Greetings, I am Glenn Kohuich, Overseer of the Audit Division under the leadership of Morai Jianshi, Chief of the Finance and Trade Bureau. I will summarize the financial situation of the territory over the past decade. To commence with fiscal revenues, under the astute leadership of Grand Duke Sakaway, the total revenue over the past 10 years amounts to 24.85 million gold coins. The total expenditure for the decade is 18.8 million gold coins, resulting in a surplus of 6.05 million gold coins. Last year, total revenue was 4.12 million gold coins, with expenditures of 2.98 million gold coins, yielding a surplus of 1.44 million gold coins. Compared to a decade prior, annual revenue has increased by 385, while annual expenditure has risen by 282. Trade revenues totaled 220,000 gold coins, with tax revenues amounting to 172,000 gold coins. In terms of expenditures, military spending accounted for 120,000 gold coins, grassroots infrastructure 950,000 gold coins, and education and administration 830,000 gold coins. Glapu expressed his gratitude to Glenn for the succinct report. And now I invite the Ministry of Internal Affairs to introduce the population growth statistics from the initial census to the present. Esteemed colleagues, I am Rudy Dutaijan, Head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, with Lut Yuji, Head of the Household Registration Division, as my subordinate. Given that the last population census was conducted 17 years ago, the data is no longer relevant. I will summarize the current population ratios and figures. According to last year's census, the total population stands at 2.02 million, with the pig-headed people maintaining the largest demographic at 610,000, constituting 30. The second largest group is the lizard folk, whose population has rapidly increased to 404,000, representing 21. Following them are the fishmen, whose population has stabilized at 404,000, accounting for 20. The dog-headed people total 161,600, making up 8, while goblins have a similar population count. Next, we have the minority races, with the minotaurs leading at 110,000, comprising 5 of the total population. They are followed by harpies, totaling 80,800 and representing 4, while gray dwarves number 40,400 at 2, and swamp toads account for 20,200 at 1. The subterranean gnomes and drow elves are scarce, with populations of 0, 7, and 0, 3 respectively, as they have only a limited number of surface dwellers. Glapu expressed gratitude for the population statistics provided by the Household Registration Division. And now I invite the Department of Trade and Culture to elaborate on the talent cultivation initiatives within our Grand Duke's domain over the years, as this is likely of utmost concern to all, given the frequent reports of insufficient manpower. Thus, I present to you Agma Fonching, the head of the Department of Trade and Culture, to discuss the achievements in academia, primarily addressing the issue of grassroots management personnel. The Grassroots Management Academy has graduated a total of 50,000 students over the past decade, with approximately 5,000 students expected to graduate each year henceforth, entering into grassroots management roles. In military training, the Grassroots Officer Academy has produced 20,000 graduates, while the Command and Management Academy has graduated 1,000 students. And the Magic Academy has seen 300 graduates, with 600 currently enrolled. I would like to emphasize that following this conference, all Wood Elves, including myself, will be withdrawing from the Grand Duke's domain. I am quite apprehensive about whether the students will be able to fulfill their teaching responsibilities, and I hope Chief Glapu will prepare contingency plans in advance. Glapu expressed his deep appreciation for the contributions of the Wood Elves, including Agma, to the Grand Duke's territory, pledging that their assistance would always be remembered. Regarding the concerns raised about teaching, I believe we must place our trust in the students. After all, were not each of us once a stumbling toddler? Agma Dazongwan, your observations are astute. We ought to harbor confidence in our trainees and embrace a degree of tolerance for their errors. Next, Glap. I invite the Resource Department to elucidate the outputs of the past decade. Now, I shall hand over the floor to our Resource Department head, Bleed Shirty, to summarize the total resource production over the last 10 years. The yield of salt amounted to 500 tons, iron ingots 1,000 tons, copper ingots 800 tons, tin 240 tons, silver ingots 1 ton, coal 100,000 tons, and grains 780,000 tons. In terms of weaponry, we produced 40,000 sets of scale armor, 200,000 sets of leather armor, 80,000 helmets, 200,000 shields, and a total of 50,000 composite bows and heavy crossbows. Additionally, we have a total of 1 million arrows, 80,000 short swords, 30,000 warrior swords, and 100,000 military-grade axes. The city defense and law enforcement units are adequately equipped, yet our army lacks many essential armaments aside from the primary weapons. Glap has provided a comprehensive overview. We shall now enter the proposal phase. If anyone believes adjustments are necessary, please feel free to voice your thoughts. Very well, I call upon the court chief, Dusha, the Grey Dwarf, to speak. Dusha Haishi, esteemed colleagues, a matter merits our attention. Over the past decade, certain departments have been plagued by misconduct and corruption. Our previous management system was inadequate. While the pursuit of efficiency is commendable, we now possess a wealth of managerial talent. It is imperative to eradicate the corrupt individuals among us. I propose the establishment of a prosecutor's office under the jurisdiction of the Security Institute, which will serve both oversight and prevent undue corruption. Furthermore, it is essential to supervise the Security Institute itself, as it wields the power of enforcement and must be held accountable. Dusha, your suggestion is commendable. Does anyone have differing opinions? If not, I shall forward Dusha's proposal to the Duke for endorsement and implementation. Hokyamau, the Wurg, I have a minor observation regarding the previous proposal. During my tenure in the Management Construction Department, I frequently encountered an issue. Many of my subordinates were promoted by a single individual and were, in fact, incompetent. However, I could not replace them, as this would disrupt the collaboration necessary for my work. Given Dushau's call to investigate corruption, how can we ensure that the appointed inspectors are indeed qualified? Is it merely because they are grey dwarves? I believe we need a dedicated department for personnel appointments and evaluations, which must be established before we set up any oversight bodies. Glap, what are your thoughts on this? Dushau, I wholeheartedly concur with this resolution. Tali, esteemed colleagues, over the past decade, I have faced numerous issues requiring negotiation with various factions. As we look to the future, such matters will likely increase. I believe it is essential to create a department dedicated to external negotiations under the Trade and Culture Department. Glap, this indeed poses a challenge. Our Trade and Culture Department requires reorganization, as it is no longer suited to the current environment. Wayerna, Glap, I recall your previous involvement in the processing and trading of herbs. I have observed an abundance of magical flora, fauna, and minerals within our territory. Can you allocate personnel to establish a department focused on the production of magical items? It should be noted that the magical product zone of Adgerwick exclusively purchases inscribed weapons from grey dwarves. Glap, this task is somewhat daunting, as the number of skilled alchemical practitioners among the swamp toads is alarmingly low. While lizard folk can be cultivated, they are burdened with numerous tasks. Nevertheless, I believe we must initiate action. Salet, the Minotaur, colleagues, we have improved the construction of our waterways and town defense systems over the past decade. However, this system relies too heavily on lizard folk. Should the enemy employ tactics specifically designed to counter lizard folk, we would find ourselves at a significant disadvantage. Therefore, I propose augmenting our defense system with wurgs, goblins, and harpies to enhance our fortifications. The guard forces have traditionally been managed by regional governors or provincial leaders, which presents substantial security risks. We require checks and balances. Moreover, the military currently falls under the purview of the training department, but in our future plans, we must shift our focus to military development. Thus, a dedicated department for managing field and guard forces is necessary. I propose the establishment of a united front department. Glap. This proposal is indeed commendable. Our future military development would greatly benefit from such a department. Training department. How many troops can you train over the next decade? Kynefenlud. The Drow Elf, our training department can train 3 legions, albeit sequentially rather than concurrently, as we also bear the responsibility of military training for the Shadow Intelligence Institute, Security Institute, and Guard Forces. Furthermore, the Fong Legion has undergone considerable transformation over the past decade and now satisfies all requirements of a military unit. Glap. Production and Manufacturing Department. Can you meet the equipment needs of 3 legions? Leginuo, the Grey Dwarf, if we are to fully equip them with scale armor. We cannot produce 300,000 sets, as the craftsmanship of such armor is complex. However, we can meet the demands for other weaponry. I recommend initially equipping them with leather armor to form both heavy and light cavalry units, which will save considerable costs and effort. The maintenance of scale armor is also a significant concern. Glap, I shall give your suggestion due consideration. Now, Planting Department. Can our grain production sustain 450,000 fully armed personnel? Guj, the Blackmire Supervisor, based on last year's yield from the Bow Plain of 780,000 tons of grain. It must be noted that this was achieved with the involvement of druids from the Black Forest. Furthermore, cassava cannot be stored long-term. The lizard folk and fish folk among the guard units can consume fish, while the boar folk and centaurs rely solely on grain. To sustain 450,000 troops, we would need to import more grain than in previous years. Glap, I recall that this land once supported 2 million orcs. Does it still possess development potential? For instance, are there barren lands or channels that can be constructed? Guj, indeed, there remains considerable potential. Currently, the Bow Plain has a population of 550,000, comprised of 250,000 lizard folk and 300,000 boar folk, which is still insufficient, and the water management system is inadequate. I understand. Now, esteemed colleagues, is there anything else to propose? If not, I shall announce the production plan for the next decade. Steel target. Maintain stable total production, approximately 1,000 to 100 tons annually, while increasing the proportion of refined steel from the current 10 to 40. Planned output. Over the next decade, provide 4,000 tons of refined steel for equipment upgrades. Measures. Construct a Grey Dwarf Crucible Steelworks in Haitia Town, utilizing secret techniques to produce steel for high-grade armor, core components of weaponry, and precision tools. Agricultural sector. from sustenance to nutrition and reserves. Target: reduce the planting area of cassava from 90 to 80, utilizing the remaining land for rye, legumes, grapes for winemaking, and oilseed crops, thereby enhancing dietary structure and economic value. Strategic reserves: establish grain reserves capable of sustaining a large-scale siege or famine for 3 years. Measures: expand underground granaries and develop magically maintained temperature-controlled storage cellars. Military sector: construct a coastal fleet comprising 30 medium-sized warships, primarily Oran sail vessels. Adderwick Academy of Magic expansion: increase student enrollment from 600 to 500, establishing 3 specialized colleges in enchantment, alchemy, and construction. Plan to train 300 combat mages, engineers, and potion masters capable of executing independent missions within the decade. Plan overview: the first 3 years, 1155 to 1158 consolidation and foundation. Complete feasibility verification for refined steel technology. Initiate keel laying for the fleet and commence academy expansion. The middle 4 years, 1158 to 1162 comprehensive expansion. The fleet will begin to take shape. Refined steel equipment will be integrated into elite forces, and magical goods will emerge as new export commodities. The final 3 years, 1162 to 1165 system formation. Establishing a formidable naval force capable of coastal warfare, the core troops have completed their equipment upgrades, and a preliminary magical industrial system has been formed within the territory. If everyone has no objections to the proposal in hand, we shall conclude this meeting. Chapter 38. Internal adjustments. Ladies and gentlemen, have we spent so long here that you have forgotten our purpose? Grap, please enlighten us. How many extraordinary talents capable of combat have you nurtured for me over these past 2 decades? My lord, please do not be angry. The development of our territory is in dire need of capable individuals, and we simply cannot spare any additional extraordinary personnel. Our resources are solely focused on cultivating those who are awakening their extraordinary abilities. Kindly grant us some time. Our students require a period to mature. Is that so? Then why do the other dragonkin from the Hongwei realm not require such growth? How is it that they can produce high-ranking or even master-tier individuals like Duke Su Lade in merely 20 years? You unjustly accuse Grap. The local inhabitants of the duchy had 35 mid-tier and 543 low-tier individuals 2 decades ago. Over these years, 20 of them have advanced to high-tier, and 156 to mid-tier. Those who did not enter the academy for training should also be counted. Sakavi, are you implying that I have wronged you? Then Su Lade, please reveal where your extraordinary talents have gone. Apart from the Silent Hand, do you have any other departments or organizations capable of engaging in battle? My lord, please trust us. The students graduating from the Magic Academy are at least 5th-level mages. Within 10 years, we will possess a substantial number of high-tier combatants. As the Academy graduates 200 students annually, which is sufficient to fill the vacancies in the management system. However, speaking of this, the Wood Elves of the Magic Academy intend to depart collectively, and we need to select a new overseer for the Trade and Culture Department, as well as faculty members for the Academy. Sakavi, let us send Klausina. She seems to have nothing to do all day. Grap, is she truly capable? Sakavi, a master tier of the lightning element, cannot even teach a few students. What use is she? Grap, she is still responsible for trade. This requires a good personal image. Sakavi, is she not well connected among the dragons? I invested several million gold coins in her training, not for her to roam aimlessly. We have remained silent for far too long, to the point where certain factions believe we have lost our fangs, becoming mere brutish guardians of our treasures. Recently, the Radiant Church's blazing faction discovered that I am still alive and dared to come here, demanding the surrender of dragons from the Rosen Empire. My lord, we need not heed those lunatics. They only dare to shout empty threats. If they truly attempted to seize dragons here, the War God Church would be the first to object. Furthermore, you are the Duke of the Rosen Empire, with a legal standing. What right do they have to seize anything? Sakavi, what I desire is not to reason with them, but to retaliate in kind. I want them to comprehend that I am not someone they can simply seize at will. Grap, have you forgotten a crucial matter? The Badelong sect once collaborated with you, and then betrayed you. Those members are still alive. Sakavi, indeed, that is a good approach. Velna, I leave this task to you. I will provide you with the identities of those individuals shortly. We only require the dead, not the living. Velna understands. Sakavi, have you arranged a successor to take your place? Grap, I plan to appoint Blag the Stone Hoof. He was once my assistant, and I am very satisfied with his capabilities. I hope he will alleviate your burdens in the days to come. We intend to establish a public prosecution office within the Security Institute and a new personnel department in the Internal Affairs Bureau. Here is the list of personnel composition. Please review it for any issues. Sakavi, I trust your judgment. Grap, how many years have you been with me? Grap, 36 years, my lord. Sakavi, indeed. It has been so many years. I was merely 6 when you first joined me, and now I am 42. You have aged as well. I remember when you first accompanied me, you were already 30. Through your own efforts, coupled with my blessings, you have extended your lifespan by 20 years. Yet now it is nearing its end. I have already arranged for you in the Noeter realm. Please conclude your work in the next few days. I will have Velna and Sulade accompany you. That colossal realm is comparatively easier to breach upon your arrival. Focus on your advancement and strive to achieve legendary status soon, as we still rely on you here. To facilitate Grap's promotion, Sakavi has expended 650,000 gold coins. The notion that a colossal realm is easy to breach is well known, and many aspire to enter. Aside from the local inhabitants, it is not so simple for outsiders to gain entry. Typically, colossal realms host extremely powerful dynasties or organizations. For outsiders to break through, it is not merely a matter of wealth. Without connections, one would find it challenging to garner attention, though there are certainly fraudsters to be wary of. Fortunately, the colossal realm is controlled by a gemstone dragon, and as a member of the same kin, Sakavi does possess a degree of favor, albeit one that comes at a monetary cost. If one were to inquire which dragon type currently thrives the most, it would undoubtedly be the gemstone dragon. This dragon species, though scarce, boasts a wide variety and excels in mental attacks. As dragons gradually withdraw from the center stage of the world, they continue to hold significant positions in high-end domains in the Seven Heaven Mountain. The one facilitating this transaction is an obsidian dragon, renowned for its capriciousness and strong destructive tendencies, and thus maintains close ties with the chromatic dragons. Under Sakavi's flattery, it readily agreed to conduct business for a price. Although it does not favor gold coins, it insists on a proper attitude in transactions. Sakavi finds this abnormal thought process perplexing, yet dares not voice any ridicule. For this dragon possesses the ability to read memories directly. Engaging with such a dragon could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even death, should one have previously expressed dissent. Moreover, they are unafraid of Tiamat's wrath. Grap, is the list of your outstanding subordinates prepared after 20 years of exemplary performance? Grap, it is ready. There are 32 individuals in total, selected solely based on their contributions, irrespective of their ranks. 15 of them were chosen for their technical excellence. Sakavi, excellent. Inform them that the subordinate transformation ceremony will take place the day after tomorrow in the morning, and it must be a grand affair. Typically, the transformation involves merely dripping blood onto a scale and pressing it onto the recipient's head. Whether one can endure the process depends on their physical constitution. To signify the preciousness of the transformation, Sakavi has specifically ordered a 1,000-meter-long red carpet to be laid out, accompanied by drums and celebrations. Although Sakavi has shed many scales, the transformation of subordinates is not trivial. If deemed too inexpensive, the respect of the subordinates may diminish. Do not assume that transforming them into subordinates will eliminate deceit. Their ability to manipulate will not wane in the slightest and may even intensify with the elevation of their power. Gazing at the list of individuals designated for transformation, Sakavi's mood brightens. Among the 32 candidates, 20 are high tier, and even if 5 are not extraordinary, it is inconsequential. Speaking of personnel cultivation, Sulade has brought forth good news. The Dragon Beast transfer agreement he signed years ago has yielded 130 dragon beasts for Sakavi, comprising both chromatic and metallic dragons. These dragon beasts may possess innate talent, or perhaps Sulade, as a dragon descendant, has been adept in their training. For he has managed to cultivate 8 master-tier mages thus far, with the remaining dragon beasts all being at least mid-tier. These dragon beasts are still young. In another decade or so, once they reach maturity, I could easily cast aside the Rosen Empire from the Hongyue realm. Sakavi has ordered the silver dragon beast Morix to assume responsibility for guarding Norlasian in place of Sulade. This 20-year-old silver dragon beast has already broken through to master tier as of last year. Many dragon beasts are not sent immediately upon birth. Rather, some are purchased or forcibly taken from various locations, making them highly sought-after commodities in the slave market. The Sakavi will reimburse those who acquire dragon beasts, prompting a myriad of individuals to profit from the price differential. Of course, there are instances where a 5-color dragon, despite being stolen, falsely claims to have purchased it. Recognizing the necessity of assembling an extraordinary army to serve him, Sakavi entrusts this task to Sulade. Given the unreliability of his subordinates, he resolves to recruit from his own kind, as he cannot afford to be defeated each time he ventures out. However, placing all bets on a single endeavor is inherently perilous. As a cunning black dragon, Sakavi is not one to engage in such reckless pursuits. He endeavors to create a soul capable of withstanding high-intensity planar disturbances, thereby enabling skeletal soldiers to engage in combat. This experimentation may be prohibited by the gods or fundamentally misguided. After 15 years of research, the various souls he has created consistently fall short of true souls. To avoid attracting the attention of the Lord of the Underworld and to maintain control, the soul Sakavi constructs are all flawed, allowing only for directed thought. Not only has he made no breakthroughs in soul research, but he has also failed to achieve the legendary status himself. Over the course of 20 years, he has attempted to break through 4 times, each ending in failure. Dragons can enhance their combat prowess by achieving legendary status without adhering to any profession, a goal that has long eluded Sakavi. Fortunately, he has 8 years until reaching maturity. Dragons transition into their youth at 26 and into adulthood at 51. The majority of dragons who achieve legendary status do so during adulthood, yet even this majority often stagnates at the legendary tier. If he cannot surpass even the threshold of legend, the prospects of attaining demigod or true god status become increasingly remote. Furthermore, Sakavi's proficiency in necromancy has not yielded any sufficiently powerful offensive spells over the past decade. Among all known necromancers, none truly excel in long-range magical confrontations, rendering this path seemingly a dead end. Nevertheless, having chosen this course, he is resolved to persevere. If others cannot succeed, he shall carve out his own path. Upon Su-Lade's return from the Anatel plane, he presented Sakavi with a letter from the Obsidian Dragon. After reading it, Sakavi found himself utterly perplexed, as it contained merely the words, "truly foolish." Inquiring what Su-Lade had discussed with the Gem Dragon, he learned that nothing was said before the Obsidian Dragon departed, threatening to sever their heads if the letter was lost. The Obsidian Dragon, fond of combat rather than mischief, indicated that there must be a deeper meaning behind the accusation of foolishness. Scrutinizing the letter's components yielded no answers, prompting Sakavi to summon Su-Lade for clarification. This inquiry, however, bore fruit. Su-Lade revealed that he possessed an unfamiliar memory, specifically knowledge of the terrain of a wilderness he had never visited. Coupling this with the Obsidian Dragon's ability to extract memories, Sakavi deduced that the dragon had intentionally implanted another's memory into Su-Lade's mind. But what was the message intended for him? By aligning the traits of soul, memory, mental fortitude, and arrogance, Sakavi finally grasped the essence of the communication. The Obsidian Dragon had gleaned all of Sakavi's actions in the Red Moon Plain through the reading of memories and was mocking the obstacles he faced in his soul research. But what guidance was he meant to receive? Unable to fathom the answer, Sakavi called upon Su-Lade once more for a thorough examination of his soul. He discovered that Su-Lade's soul had not been implanted with any memories. Instead, it had been transferred a fragmented soul. Enlightenment struck Sakavi. This indicated that a flawed soul could be transferred and sealed within a living being to evade planar disturbances. However, this notion presents a contradiction. Extraordinary beings or sentient creatures devoid of souls are not tolerated by the gods or the planes, and fragmented souls cannot endure planar disruptions. The creation of a complete soul remains elusive, effectively sealing off any potential avenues. Yet, the Obsidian Dragon, despite its arrogance and volatility, is certainly not foolish. Sakavi recalled his encounter with this entity, whose imposing presence compelled respect. In necromancy, the only means to firmly secure a soul within a vessel is through the art of sealing, a niche spell known to few. Primarily because it lacks utility in combat unless employed by powerful factions to contain difficult-to-kill demons. Without hesitation, Sakavi resolved to pursue sealing techniques, confident that he could procure relevant texts, as the Eye of the Veil had infiltrated nearly 20 nearby planes. With Velna absent, he instructed Vice Director Erno, a swamp toad who had accompanied Grap to the Red Moon Plain, to acquire books on sealing spells, from basic to advanced levels. Erno fulfilled this task admirably, returning with several bloodstained tomes within a month. While the efficiency was commendable, the methods were somewhat brutal. Sakavi prioritizes results. How tasks are executed falls to his subordinates. Overly stringent management could dampen internal morale. Sealing a soul within a vessel is not inherently difficult. The challenge lies in using a sentient being as the vessel, while ensuring that the sealed soul can exert influence over the vessel without interference. Sakavi believes in a systematic approach to experimentation, beginning with theoretical explanations before supplementing with practical validation and adjustments. Theoretically, souls can be extracted, modified, and integrated into new bodies. as detailed in necromantic magic, and he has previously created and altered flawed souls. However, within the realm of sealing, he has not yet discovered a method to directly influence a living organism. Yet, if direct influence on living beings is unattainable, might it be possible to influence the vessel itself? For instance, a puppet? The absence of any records in sealing magic does not imply theoretical impossibility. Practical experimentation is necessary to ascertain viability. Sokavi meticulously crafted 500 Death Knights, dividing them into 10 groups to seal them with souls of varying completeness. The results of combat trials indicated that the more complete the soul, the stronger its practical combat capabilities. However, none could contend with warriors of equivalent rank, suggesting that the experimental theory may be fundamentally flawed. After 3 years of continual trial and error, Sokavi discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Sealing fragmented souls within the bodies of bat beasts allowed them to evade planar rejection. If this method could exploit planar loopholes, creating a flesh and blood puppet could indeed fulfill the theoretical requirements for a soul-controlling vessel. Flesh and blood puppets are not particularly rare. Certain trading organizations have attempted to create such instinct-driven entities to cater to unique preferences, beings indistinguishable from beasts that the gods scarcely glance upon. However, these are of little use to Sokavi due to their insufficient physical strength for combat, compelling him to develop an appropriate solution himself. Devoid of cognitive ability and even biological instincts, the flesh puppets were entirely under the control of a soul, seemingly defying any existing theoretical validation. In desperation, Sokavi ordered the capture of 300 Kotao fishmen to assess the feasibility of controlling sentient beings with a fractured soul. The Kotao fishmen are indeed a remarkable existence. Their madness so profound that even deities refrain from excessive interaction with them. Generally speaking, which race would dare to create its own deities? The gods of the pantheon would be the first to annihilate them, leaving no trace of their existence. Perhaps the Kotao fishmen were deemed too insane. Neither gods nor subterranean factions, aside from the heart thief race, wished to enslave them. Beneath their frenzied exterior lay extraordinary wisdom. They possessed a tightly knit social structure, an exceptionally powerful military, bizarre architecture imbued with organic beauty, and formidable mental illusions. Occasionally, they would engage in trade with the Grey Dwarfs. Yet they never formed alliances with any faction. For this untamable race, Sokavi had always considered them as expendable resources, but their souls were chaotically disordered, rendering them less useful than the fractured souls he had created. Regrettably, this experiment also ended in failure, possibly due to the overly rational nature of the souls Sokavi had crafted, resulting in the Kotao fishmen dying instantly each time. Realizing that direct control was ineffective, Sokavi began to experiment with sealing the soul within the bodies of the Kotao fishmen. During this endeavor, he discovered something intriguing. An accident led to one of the fishmen losing a leg. If he could use sealing techniques to detach a leg, what if he intentionally crafted such sealing spells? Sokavi believed this could be a promising avenue of research, allowing him to create small, instantaneous sealing spells specifically designed to seal off certain body parts. Nevertheless, his primary task remained the creation of complete flesh puppets. Sokavi attempted to seal the entire brain of a Kotao fishman, hoping to control the internal bodily responses through the soul. But due to the inadequacy of the soul's computational abilities, the fishman perished. After a year of relentless experimentation, Sokavi finally succeeded in creating a soul capable of regulating bodily functions in lieu of a brain. However, he suddenly realized that such complexity was unnecessary. The bodies of intelligent beings were overly intricate. Why not simply craft basic flesh puppets instead? No matter how well made, they would ultimately serve as expendable resources. With this in mind, Sokavi attempted to create a batch of flesh puppets imbued with magical affinity, sealing fractured souls within them, which still proved useful. If the souls possessed inherent spellcasting memories, with a bit of practice, they could potentially serve as mages. Was the fervor of the gods in reclaiming their followers' souls for their celestial realm merely for this purpose? Certain necromancers favored seizing souls to create entities like Death Knights to bolster their combat prowess. Having painstakingly rehabilitated his reputation, Sokavi dared not engage in such widely despised actions. Especially since the extraordinary were scarce commodities, he could only allow his puppets to gradually evolve. His puppets must possess unique characteristics. And an idea struck Sokavi. He crafted them in the likeness of black dragon men, muscular and robust, unlike the frail, skeletal forms. To avoid potential vulnerabilities, he conducted extensive research and created 300 dragon men encompassing 7 distinct professions. It was not that he did not wish to produce more. The souls he crafted were of insufficient quality, and higher-tier creations were at their limit, rendering additional efforts futile and wasteful. These puppets needed to practice diligently, mastering abilities corresponding to their professions, as Sakavi had no means to acquire a wealth of knowledgeable souls. He named them Black Dragon's Wing, symbolizing the sacrifices they would make to enable him to soar higher and farther. Of course, he could not articulate this to the outside world, as no one would wish to follow a leader willing to expend their subordinates at will. Chapter 40. Assassins of the Underworld in a Vast Subterranean Realm. A human assassin hurriedly navigated her path, her demeanor fraught with anxiety as she set traps and erased traces of her passage. At the top of a narrow, mandatory tunnel, equipped with dozens of short needles laced with the venom of the subterranean blind snake, the assassin finally seized a moment to catch her breath. Along her journey, she employed the art of mimicry, leaving footprints of various creatures such as minotaurs, subterranean lizards, and wrath beasts, deliberately spreading them in a radiating pattern at intersections. She then coated her body in a mixture of cave sulfur, deep moss, and fungi from the shadowy depths, completely masking her scent and rendering her indistinguishable from an ordinary rock. Only after ensuring there were no flaws did she truly depart by climbing the rocky walls. After sprinting a considerable distance, she utilized stealth and ambushed a solitary gray dwarf merchant, killing him and using illusions and potions to assume his guise, blending into a neutral underground town. Yet, the innate sense of danger that characterizes assassins persisted without signs of abating, intensifying instead. Her instincts warned her that she was being pursued by someone she could not confront. Her only recourse was to flee. As she ran, she mentally reviewed all her enemies but could not discern who might be hunting her. Just as she reached for her waterskin, a languid, sweet voice, laced with an unsettling chill, emerged from the deepest shadows. "Ah, are you already fatigued? I had expected someone who could deceive me to possess greater stamina. Your performance is quite disappointing." The human assassin jolted, her waterskin slipping from her grasp. Yet before it could hit the ground, a shadow darted forth, elegantly catching the waterskin in a gloved hand and smiling as it was presented to the stunned human. The figure emanated a faint, eerie fragrance, one wholly alien to the underworld, a sweet, crisp scent akin to the night blooming cereus under the moonlight. She quickly lifted her gaze, her pupils constricting in sheer terror to the size of pinpricks. The breathtakingly beautiful drow elf leaned silently against the rocky wall, one hand toying with a pale, delicate flower that had clearly been plucked recently from the depths, while the other held the fallen waterskin. The drow elf brought the pale blossom to her nose, inhaling its fragrance with grace. A glimmer of pure mockery danced in her ruby eyes. "Oh, have you noticed? It seems you are not yet completely overwhelmed by your own foul scent. The underworld holds its own delightful treasures, provided one knows where to seek them. Clearly, you do not. Am I correct, little one?" The human assassin's face drained of color as her hand stealthily inched toward the dagger at her waist, incredulously exclaiming, "Impossible. I calculated every route and concealed all traces. How could you possibly have caught up so quickly?" The drow elf emitted a series of crisp, emotionless laughs, taunting her. "Calculating? What an adorable little girl you are. You are using a human mind to compute, while I, dear girl, am employing the powers of darkness to contemplate. What you left behind were not mere traces, but an aromatic invitation. And as for that delightful little toy that shoots poison needles." The drow elf extended her hand, revealing several venom-laced needles pinched between her fingers. "Look, I have plucked them out one by one. I must say, your design is quite intriguing." The human assassin, resolute with an air of determination, addressed the drow elf. "Tell me what you desire. I can offer you anything I possess. I am a high-ranking member of the dragon cult and hold many secrets." The drow elf tilted her head, displaying a near-pitying, mocking smile, and replied with feigned difficulty, "Oh, poor foolish creature. The only thing of value you possess is your life." The Zwei-Air elf gently tossed the water pouch back to her, and in the instant she instinctively caught it, the Zwei-Air elf, like a specter, drew close, the cold dagger pressed against her throat. "Little girl, if you cannot provide me with something entertaining, your life will come to an end." The human assassin crumbled completely, her body sliding down the rock wall as she relinquished all resistance, weakly uttering, "You are not pursuing me. You are merely toying with me. Can you tell me why you wish to kill me?" "Indeed, because someone desires your life, I have come. However, if you could provide me with something that piques my interest, I might consider sparing you." The human assassin seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope and hastily replied, "I have something. Please don't kill me. You bear the aura of a dragon. If I am not mistaken, you are a favored one of that being. The Kaduo one has been targeted by a demon, and I know more." The Zwei-Air elf's wrist twitched slightly, and she spoke. "I'm afraid you know too much. Having said all that, doesn't it render me rather useless? Furthermore, the first lesson for a Zwei air elf is to learn the art of deceit. The human assassin attempted to scream, but only a chilling sound emerged, the gurgling of blood in her throat. She could neither call for help nor disrupt her opponent with words. Each attempt to breathe through her mouth and nose merely drew more blood into her lungs, resulting in violent, silent coughing fits. Warm blood surged from her carotid artery at an alarming rate, forming a dark crimson mist in the dim underground light. She could distinctly feel her strength and body heat dissipating. Everything seemed to be coming to an end. However, the tenacity of life was evidently not so easily extinguished. With a sudden lunge forward, she did not aim for a precise assassination, but swung her dagger wildly with her remaining strength in her left hand, desperately trying to force the Zwei air elf back to gain some breathing room. This was merely an attempt to heal herself or create an opportunity to flee, but it was evidently futile. After dodging several of the human's chaotic attacks, the Zwei air elf watched as the human assassin finally collapsed into a pool of blood. Observing the human's unwavering gaze, the Zwei air elf curiously crouched down and asked, "So, do you have anyone you are reluctant to part with? Speak, and I shall assist you in their demise." Despite her lungs filled with blood and her vision blurred from lack of oxygen, her masterful fighting spirit still burned brightly. Her movements no longer relied on sight, but rather on the muscle memory formed through years of combat and her instinct for sensing killing intent. At this moment, the human assassin was on the brink of collapse, her vision narrowing, her limbs cold. The Zwei air elf deemed the game should come to an end and prepared to deliver the final blow. This was the moment the human had been waiting for, the instant of mutual destruction. As the Zwei air's curved blade descended, the human assassin summoned her last ounce of strength, not to block, but to roll forward, allowing the blade to pierce her vital areas, thus locking her opponent's weapon. Her hand, which had been concealed beneath her, tightly grasping a short sword, struck out like a viper. Unfortunately, the Zwei air elf was swifter, sidestepping the attack and skillfully disarming her. Examining the dagger with interest while glancing at the twitching human assassin beside her, mockingly stating, "Well done, you have indeed provided me with a small surprise this time. But it seems insufficient to save your life. Kala, why have you returned now? I encountered a Zwei air elf on the way, perhaps sent by an enemy, who tracked me all the way here. Ultimately, unable to shake her off, I resolved the matter in a prearranged hunting ground. A woman? How rare. I thought it would be a man. Ifante, what are you thinking? Kala is already 53. Which man would still pursue her relentlessly?" Laughter erupted in the room. "Everyone, please stop laughing. I have serious matters to attend to. This Zwei air elf mentioned the Ka duo when playing during our fight, and I wish to know the details. Ifante, should you not first introduce yourself? Where did Kala fall?" "Kala Ifante. This jest is not amusing at all, truly. Ifante, I admit you bear a striking resemblance, yet you overlook one detail. Kala detests jokes." Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed, and Ifante clutched at his bleeding throat, seemingly attempting to stifle the horrific wound. Realizing they were under attack, a male masterclass fighter abruptly overturned the nearest table, buying precious moments for his companions while disrupting the Zwei air's rhythm. "Scatter!" With a loud shout, a masterclass warrior moved sideways, pushing a nearby high-level companion towards safety while instinctively reaching for his weapon. A nimble high-level rogue, positioned farthest away, did not hesitate to roll backward, crashing through the window, only to be met with a scream upon landing. The Zwei air elf forcefully kicked the victim's body toward the foremost high-level warrior and cast a dark barrier spell, instantly depriving everyone of their sight. While her infrared vision granted her absolute advantage, a graceful arc severed the warrior's neck. The Zwei air elf's attacks were always so elegant and lethal. The two masters, upon losing their sight, leaned back against each other, or relied on sound to approximate the Zwei air's location. The warrior master swung his weapon in wide arcs, attempting to force her into the open, while the assassin master focused on defense, safeguarding his companion and seeking an opportunity to retreat or counterattack. However, all efforts seemed futile. Suddenly, the Zwei air elf emerged from the shadow realm, slicing half of the assassin master's neck cleanly. Having succeeded, she vanished into the shadows before the warrior master could launch his throwing axe. Seeing the situation deteriorating, the warrior master grew increasingly anxious. Perhaps too young and inexperienced to withstand such overwhelming pressure, or perhaps his nerves had been frayed to the breaking point by the oppressive environment. The remaining high-level warrior, in a frenzy, howled and charged toward the door, only to be pierced through the chest by a black crossbow bolt as he neared the entrance. "Warrior, you are the last one left. Do you truly believe you can stop me? How about we make a deal? What do you want?" I wish to know what transpired between the Ka Duo 1 and the demons. Answer, and I shall spare you. Very well. The Ka Duo 1 has been targeted by Baron Barot from the 6th layer of the Batua Hell. He seeks to ally with the dragon worshippers to attack this plane, but they did not agree. Suddenly, a dagger pierced his heart, and in his disbelieving gaze, one could almost see the Zwe Air Elf smile. Oh, my apologies. Zwe Air Elves excel in deception. Remember not to trust them next time. Chapter 41. Allies of Helbulago. In recent years, the frequency of rebellions among various races has markedly increased. Have you noticed this issue? I am not questioning your abilities. I merely feel it necessary to remind you that sometimes, one must employ more forceful measures. Master, I understand your meaning. Chief Gra Poo's approach was excessively harsh, eliminating thousands each year, and many races have changed their leaders multiple times. This has tarnished our reputation and caused significant challenges in our work. I wish to alter this situation. Bulago. I am acutely aware of how they speak of me behind my back, labeling me a skeleton ghost, correct? So I wonder, if I were to exchange fiefs with Wendy Shaw in the north, would they bestow such a title upon her as well? Or would they express gratitude for her mercifulness amidst cruelty? Master, every resident here is a being with life and thought. They should not be subjected to violence without cause. The misunderstanding regarding your intentions is our failure as subordinates, and it is our responsibility to rectify this issue. How to resolve the matter is entirely up to you, and I will lend my unwavering support. However, you must understand that my patience is limited, and some troublesome individuals cannot be reasoned with. Over the past 4 years, the Pillar of Loyalty has dismantled more than 130 rebel organizations, though none have exceeded 50 members in scale. Waerna, why have you returned only now? Did you encounter some difficulties along the way? Bulago, you may attend to your business. I suspect Waerna has faced a challenging situation. My lord, I encountered no difficulties, but rather a most intriguing matter that I believe will pique your interest. Let me guess, is it a means to acquire gold coins? Haha. Do you truly think only of gold? That is rather dull. Should we be mindful of the exquisite jewelry available in the market? If you check your office, you will find it all laid out on your desk. Thank you very much. However, I have something far more pressing to discuss. Bog's blood axe is dead, and I doubt I need to explain who that pig-headed creature is. Indeed, I am familiar with him. He is the reason I had to leave the Ka Duo when dimension. What? Has the Ka Duo when dimension come under scrutiny? It is Baron Barot from the 6th layer of Bada Hell. All the details about this devil are here. If you wish to partake in this matter, you should act swiftly, as conflict has already erupted there. Take a moment to rest and give yourself a break. The Fishman Beach is a picturesque locale, and I believe you will enjoy the evenings there. When you leave, please remember to summon Kulao Suna for me. Kulao Suna. I have heard you intend to send me to the Ka Duo when dimension to collaborate with the devils. Yes, Sakavi, our newly risen extraordinary members require practical experience. Do you know why I appointed you as the leader? Because I am a noble black dragon, fitting in strength and status above them all. Well, that is somewhat true. We are devoted followers of Tiamat, and she is the mistress of Avernus on the 1st layer of Bada Hell. Thus, Barot, as an intimate of Queen Glacius from the 6th layer of Malbolge, is naturally our ally. However, as allies of the lawful evil alignment, if we do not betray them at critical moments, we would tarnish Tiamat's reputation. Do you understand my meaning? I comprehend. I excel at betraying friends, a pastime I have cherished since childhood. Oh, then perhaps you should clarify what wrongs you have committed against me. If you cannot articulate it clearly, you shall learn what severe consequences entail. Ha ha ha. I jest. I merely had a few of your imprisoned humans for a taste and forged documents with your handprint to claim payment. I have committed no other misdeeds. Really? I shall overlook this matter, but be cautious on this journey. Devils are notoriously cunning, especially in the 6th layer, where they excel at schemes under Glacius's influence. Those you are taking with you represent all our high-level combat power. Failure would spell disaster. Rest assured, after all, I emerged from the chaotic lower echelons. Without some prowess, I would have been snatched away as a mere slave mount long ago. Please summon Tali and Mo La Kusi, and bring down Barot's information for thorough study and preparation. The mission may fail, but the dragon must return safely. Tali, your Aunt Waylon Say is in trouble. Be attentive during your visit, and ensure she remains unharmed. Do you know where she resides? Not only do I know where she lives, but I also know she insists I call her aunt. Is she closely acquainted with your mother? It was she who captured my mother and me and sent us to Bog, claiming my mother had wronged you, demanding retribution. How did you escape from the Radiant Order of the Lightbringer? Do not tell me you fled on your own. It was Aunt Waylon Say's persuasion that spared my life. They argued for quite a while, and eventually, the paladin of the Lightbringers stormed out in anger. I then returned with Aunt Waylon say, "Very well. Be cautious and learn as much combat experience as you can. Do not overestimate your strength. If you cannot win, escape at once." After years of guidance, Sakavi finally acknowledged a truth. The harpy race possesses no emotions, only a focus on self-interest, devoid of reason. Subsequently, Sakavi summoned the silver dragon Mo La Kusi, instructing him to keep his draconic minions in check, ensuring they do not act recklessly, particularly the red dragon kin. Originally, Sulaida was to be assigned, but many of the draconic beasts protested. They were most fearful of Mo La Kusi, and these young ones would only listen once they were subdued. Typically, silver dragons are of a gentle disposition and rarely engage in combat, yet the draconic beasts, restless and seeking an outlet for their strength, were either brawling or plotting a gang fight. Mo La Kusi, with his remarkable leadership and formidable combat prowess, emerged as the de facto leader of the draconic beast faction. This time, Sakavi dispatched Sulaida, Kalau Suna, Tali, and all the draconic beasts. Initially, he intended to send the remaining 50 high-tier individuals, but reconsidered, realizing such a course of action was too perilous. Should anything go awry, he would find himself back at square one. The draconic beasts can all fly. If they cannot win, they will flee faster than the eye can see. Sulaida, being a ranger, possesses notable escape capabilities, and his years of wandering have endowed him with invaluable practical experience. In a certain layer of the bottomless abyss, within a repugnant swamp, two rivers brimming with profane energy converge, eroding a vast, obsidian palace not entirely constructed of stone, but rather formed from countless gigantic, twisted demon skulls stacked as a base and assembled with black basalt. Kalau Suna stood at a window devoid of glass, gazing outward, where her eyes beheld an endless expanse of bubbling, putrid swamp. The water's surface shimmered with oily hues, floating with ruptured blisters that released a nauseating stench of marsh gas and sulfur. Twisted, desiccated trees reached out from the water like the fingers of the dying, their branches adorned not with vines, but rather with writhing entrails and hissing serpents. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, mingling with the decay reminiscent of a black dragon's lair. Hidden within the surrounding desolate woods lurked the sirens, their clawed forelimbs gracefully parting the reeds, their cunning eyes recording every movement. The fleshmonger hung upside down from withered branches, emitting ominous murmurs. In the murky waters, enormous eyes streaked with blood flickered in and out of view. Glistening, sticky tendrils occasionally surged forth, only to quickly vanish, constantly spying on the two outsiders within the castle. Their observation was not organized, but rather stemmed from the abyss's inherent hatred and hunger for any non-chaotic beings. For the black dragon, this swamp was profoundly disconcerting. The chaos here made her scales bristle. She had to suppress the impulse to roar and spew acid at those lurking observers, for she understood that once she struck, it would unleash the madness of the entire swamp. It was only in such an unpredictable environment that the safety of both negotiating parties or their fragile trust could be ensured. The devil did not rise, but regarded the newcomers with its dark golden eyes. "Madame Kalau Suna, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Please convey Burot's greetings to your Duke Sakavi. His power and foresight are indeed spoken of even in the corridors of the sixth layer." The black dragon Kalau Suna emitted a low, rumbling sound resonating with acidic echoes, stating, "Let us dispense with pleasantries, devil. The Duke's time is precious, as is mine. We know Burot yearns for greater variables in Ka-Duo 1, and we happen to be in a position to offer some facilitation in this regard." The devil's fingertips lightly tapped the table, producing a sound akin to a timer's ticking, as it inquired, "Facilitation? What does your Duke Sakavi intend to offer that would pique my interest? What profit do you intend to extract from this?" Clazuna impatiently scratched the rock with her claw, leaving behind a hissing, corrosive mark, and arrogantly remarked, "Hee, does your Queen Jealousy know about your little antics? The attention of those dim-witted, pig-headed creatures needs to be diverted. If a few sturdy fortresses happen to be reduced to ashes, it would benefit us both, would it not?" The devil revealed a smile so precise it was almost unsettling and spoke of a marvelous collaboration. "We can ignite the flames of justice upon that land. However, Miss Clazuna, you must understand that allying with Barat means sharing risks. To ensure our joint efforts are not misinterpreted, a small, symbolic agreement is necessary." A flicker of extreme disdain flashed in Clazuna's eyes. She was well aware of the dangers of a devil's pact and disdainfully replied, "Our Duke will not sign anything that binds his will. I bring only strength and commitment. If it is sincerity you seek, then the souls of all pig-headed creatures are yours. That is the bottom line." The devil's golden eyes glimmered, as if calculating the value of the souls, and he hesitated. saying, "Impressive sincerity. Very well. Let us refine the method and timeline for the delivery of these souls. May our trust be as steadfast as the order of hell." Chapter 42. The destruction of the giant boar fortress on the evening of May 21st, 579 of the Caduan Blood Axe era, Mog Bloodmane, situated within the giant boar fortress. Anxiously perused the battle reports. This civil war had persisted for 3 long years, with no end in sight, and several times. Just as the forces of Balgu Ironjaw were on the brink of annihilation, a sudden and catastrophic defeat ensued. Mog increasingly questioned the capabilities of Gosh the Great Hammer. However, he was one of the only 2 legendary figures of Caduan. Who could he turn to if not him? The thought of aligning with the even more inept Balgu was unbearable. Weary, the pig-headed general sighed and closed his heavy eyes. At midnight, the night was as dark as ink, with only a few cold stars twinkling in the velvety sky. The giant boar fortress, a bastion of the pig-headed creatures, loomed like a slumbering giant beast, occupying the sole passage between 2 steep peaks. The walls, constructed from black boulders, were adorned with rusted weapons and beast bones, casting menacing shadows in the dim light of the moon. Below the narrow pass flowed a tumultuous current. Anything that fell would be swiftly consumed by the abyss. 3 massive figures glided silently across the night sky. The silver dragon beast Morix emanated an aura of chill, while the red dragon beast Igloo's scales glimmered with a dark crimson sheen in the darkness. And the blue dragon beast Vix crackled with barely visible sparks of electricity between its horns. They exploited the valley's air currents to spiral up to the cliff's edge on the fortress's left side, a blind spot for the guards. Morix extended his sharp claws, and frost formed silently at his fingertips, covering the cliff to create a smooth, icy slope. The trio slid down the ice, landing in the most chaotic area near the slaughterhouse and stables. The mingled scents and the cacophony of screams and butchering sounds perfectly masked the noise of dragon wings folding. A spark flashed in Vix's eyes as the torches of a nearby patrol extinguished abruptly, leaving soldiers bewildered in the darkness, oblivious to the deadly observers lurking in the shadows. The dragon beast scattered to 3 high points. Morix climbed atop the granary roof, ice crystals spreading beneath his claws, silently sealing any potential leaks. Igloo concealed himself on the roof of the armory, the heat distorting the surrounding air, while insects scurried about in agitation. Vix lingered in the shadow outside the watchtower. Like a creeping plague, through the mental link developed by the Shadow Intelligence Institute and the unique communication methods created by the subterranean gnomes, information flowed swiftly. Most of Irog's soldiers congregated in the central barracks, but in the southeast corner stood a building exuding an air of strength. It should house the master-tier pig-headed warrior Mog Bloodmane. The spacing between the southwestern corner arrow towers was too wide, and the magical barrier only covered the front. The granary and oil depot were adjacent, separated only by a wooden fence. Morix and Irog were tasked with destroying the pig-headed armory and granary, while Vix was to dismantle the heavy ballistae on the walls. And I would handle the barracks. Both of you, remember, if you encounter danger, retreat. We have plenty of opportunities. Do not be reckless. As the copper bell in the fortress struck the 12th hour of midnight, the attack commenced. A dark red pillar of concentrated fire shot forth like an arrow, silently striking the dry fodder. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a dull thud. But in the next moment, a terrifying inferno erupted, as if an oil-soaked beast had been ignited, instantly consuming the entire area. The flames transformed from dark red to blinding white, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. Help! Fire! The pig-headed creatures, roused from their slumber, rushed out of the barracks in a panic. Most of the guards and soldiers instinctively rushed toward the fire, carrying buckets and weapons, and chaos ensued. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the flames, Vix sprang into action. He pressed his claws against the rocky peak and whispered an incantation. The clouds above began to swirl, forming a massive vortex. The next moment, a bolt of blue lightning, brighter than the sun, descended from the heavens, striking the central watchtower of the fortress. Boom! The thunder was deafening, shaking the entire fortress. The top of the watchtower was blown away, debris scattering everywhere. Immediately afterward, countless blue arcs enveloped the entire battlement. The torches on the walls extinguished in an instant, and the iron drawbridge mechanism overheated and melted, releasing a pungent smell of charred metal. All pig-headed creatures attempting to sound the alarm were seized by convulsions upon touching the horn. At the moment the watchtower was struck, a robust figure, cloaked in rubble, soared from the debris and landed heavily in the main square. It was Mog Bloodmane, now charred black, yet his muscular form remained unharmed. The massive axe in his hand gleamed coldly in the residual light of the lightning, and he let out a furious roar, his voice filled with indomitable fighting spirit. "Coward! Come out!" he bellowed, unleashing a masterful aura that quelled the surrounding panicked soldiers. The powerful presence invigorated the nearby pig-headed creatures. But it was ultimately just a fleeting flicker of defiance. Morix leaped from the rocky peak, stretching his body midair like a silver-winged angel. He made no sound as he landed, and a frigid mist surged from him, instantly freezing the pig-headed warriors who were struggling to extinguish the flames. Mog sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind and turned to swing his axe. But Morix was already before him. Not exhaling dragon fire, but unleashing a beam of pure white light composed of highly compressed ice crystals. Mog reacted swiftly, raising the broadside of his axe to defend. The icy spear struck the axe head, not exploding but instantaneously freezing the entire axe and Balgu's arm into a solid sculpture of ice. Just as Mog attempted to flee, Irog struck with a claw, but Mog evaded with impressive speed. Realizing he had missed, Irog swung his tail swiftly toward the pig-headed warrior, sending Mog flying. Yet this remarkably resilient pig-headed warrior showed no signs of surrender, struggling to rise once more. "Step aside. I shall duel this pig-headed creature today, and let him know what a red dragon truly is." With that, he disregarded Morix's attempts to restrain him and charged forward. The other two dragon beasts had no choice but to clear the remaining pig-headed warriors, and the fortress erupted into cacophonous cries of agony. Irog, refusing to seize the opportunity, tossed a healing potion crafted by the swamp toad people, and once the pig-headed warrior drank it, he charged fiercely. The pig-headed warrior seized the opportunity to execute a lethal technique, but Irog sidestepped just in time. The pig-headed general is nothing exceptional. It seems the pig-headed creatures are merely riding on their reputation. Mog took the initiative to launch the attack. He was acutely aware of his injuries and physical exhaustion, necessitating a swift resolution. He unleashed his martial prowess, the wind slash, and his imposing figure instantaneously erupted into astonishing speed, charging forward in a linear trajectory. In a moment of proximity, he executed a peculiar sidestep, utilizing his intact left arm to swing the short-handled battle axe, carving a cunning arc aimed directly at the vulnerable joint of the blazing-scaled beast. His combat experience immediately led him to discover the optimal strategy to confront the colossal creature. Irij let out a low growl of approval, the dragon's claws remaining steadfast as they tightened into a fist, striking the ground with the force of a hammer. With a thunderous crack, the earth fractured, and the shockwave momentarily halted Mog's charge, causing his expertly aimed strike to veer off course, merely scraping the dragon's scales and sparking a flurry of embers. Seizing the opportunity, Irij swung his muscular tail, akin to a colossal whip, sweeping towards Mog. With a constricted gaze, Mog leaned backward, the scalding wind of the dragon's tail grazing past his nose. He lacked the time to regain his footing, the agonizing pain in his right arm distorting his movements. Irij capitalized on this flaw, lifting his claws once more, this time conjuring a small, searing fireball within the palm. Reminiscent of rolling lava, he did not wish for a swift conclusion, but aimed to compel his adversary to reveal their full potential. The fireball detonated at Mog's feet, not striking directly, yet the splattering molten debris and explosive force hurled him violently away, crashing heavily onto the charred ground. He struggled, attempting to prop himself with the short-handled axe, but the injury to his right arm robbed him of balance, forcing him to kneel once more. "Is this truly all you have? Is your fighting spirit so easily extinguished? How profoundly disappointing." This scornful taunt acted as the final catalyst. Mog unleashed a deafening roar, a manifestation not merely of sound, but of a wild ferocity. Activating his martial technique, Solid Stone, his muscles swelled, causing his wounds to rupture and bleed profusely. Yet a raw power surged through him. He sprang to his feet, discarding the short-handled axe, his uninjured left hand forming a fist, enveloped in a concentrated, earthy-hued aura, resembling an indomitable warhammer, surging towards Irij. However, just as he neared, the red dragon deftly evaded, resulting in Mog crashing to the ground. "Warrior, your strike is commendable. But regrettably, in your current state, it holds little efficacy. The game ends here." With that, Irij severed the neck of the pig-headed warrior, and the light in Mog's eyes faded rapidly, his strength receding like a receding tide. In his final moments, he witnessed countless pig-headed warriors pierced by ice spears in their frantic state or reduced to cinders by sudden thunder strikes. Mog realized that the Great Boar Fortress had fallen. As had the pig-headed empire, 3 organized dragons acted in unison, hinting at a formidable force behind them. His arduous battles had merely made him a pawn on another's chessboard. Following the slaughter of the pig-headed warriors, Irij joined in the destruction of the fortress. He preferred the obliteration of a complete city. Yet he was unwilling to miss the opportunity to eliminate a formidable opponent. As the sun cast its first gentle rays upon the remnants of the fortress, Gosh's heart sank at the sight of the charred ruins. Chapter 43. The reward. The flames of the shattered bone fortress had yet to extinguish completely. The air thick with the scent of charred flesh, sulfur, and the distinct, swampy decay of the black dragon's presence. The massive black dragon, Kelasana, reclined upon the ruins of a destroyed mage tower. Her scales shimmered like shards of obsidian, reflecting a greasy, dark green hue in the glow of the distant city flames. Burrowed, my subordinates have successfully demolished 5 pig-headed fortresses. It is time you fulfill your promise. Do not tell me you are unprepared with the reward. Kelasana, your efforts remain insufficient. Remember, Balga's army has recently suffered defeats and is in low spirits. We must continue our campaign. Is that so? Then you intend to withhold the reward. The number of defeats your pig-headed warriors have faced is of no concern to me. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory recompense, there will be consequences. Ha ha ha, little black dragon, you truly amuse me. I am curious how a master tier being dares to threaten me. I have never claimed to come alone. Your intellect is as lamentable as that of your pig-headed subordinates, devil. Are you referring to the harpy and the 5 dragon beasts accompanying you? Such meager strength dares to intimidate me. How absurd. Indeed, such lackluster followers can only resort to bluster. You would do well to consider your words carefully. I have the Duke of Sakawi backing me. If something were to happen here, do you truly believe you could depart unscathed? That foolish black dragon guarding his treasure? He is merely a legendary tier spellcaster. What is there to fear? Do not forget, I am also of the legendary tier. I shall not ignore that remark. If you were to perish, would your queen even be aware of your existence as this devil? Kelasana, I must concede that your cunning surpasses my expectations. I intend to honor our agreement, truthfully. Working under that foolish dragon stifles your talents. Consider this. The treasures you have painstakingly plundered will be largely appropriated by that black dragon. It is profoundly unjust. Do you not agree? Your argument is quite compelling. If you could provide tangible evidence to support your claims, I would be inclined to contemplate your proposal. I delight in engaging with intelligent individuals. Your rewards await here, and you may inspect them now. Beyond this threshold, I will not acknowledge any claims. His assistant, the master-tier devil Bazel, appeared silently below him. Clad in a well-tailored crimson suit, his skin gleamed like polished rubies, and a wisp of smoke from a hapless soul clung to his small horns. With an elegant gesture, a colossal chest, wrought from twisted metal and adorned with anguished faces, materialized with a resounding thud in the clearing. As promised, Lady Kelasana, Bazel's voice glided like silk against glass. This is your due reward for breaching 5 fortresses, valued at 1 million standard gold coins, converted into a more intriguing form. Kelasana lowered her massive head, molten gold eyes locking onto the chest. She refrained from immediate contact, instead inhaling deeply, savoring the essence of the treasures in the air. She detected the rich, unyielding aroma of metal and gemstones. Yet beneath it lingered a more intricate and alluring scent, the magical fragrance of ancient parchment, the cold sharpness of arcane crystals, the faint wails of sealed souls, and a hint of the devil's signature, treacherous sweetness. This aroma intoxicated yet alerted her. Magical items from devils always bore the essence of contracts, souls, and deceit. She delicately pried open the chest with the tip of her claw, as sharp as a dagger. Inside lay a mountain of coins, but they were no ordinary currency. Some bore the engraved faces of wailing souls, others flowed with magma at the edges, and some were forged from pure black iron, exuding an aura of despair. Indeed, devil, you have delivered a delightful surprise. These currencies, traded only in select locales, are rare collectibles, yet that is all they amount to. She swept aside a layer of coins, revealing weapons beneath. A long sword ablaze with eternal wraith fire, its crossguard embedded with a cursed eyeball, an obsidian tower shield that absorbed all light, its surface etched with countless faces silently screaming, and a bundle of whips crafted from the tendons of dwarven heroes, each segment inscribed with runes that sap willpower. Kelasana grasped the blazing longsword, scrutinizing it with a discerning eye, and remarked with appreciation that it was indeed a rather fascinating toy, suitable for passing the time, albeit lacking any practical utility in battle. As she continued to peruse, her gaze fell upon an entire set of exquisitely forged dragon scale armor, its surface intricately etched with protective enchantments. 3 longswords hovered in midair, their blades engulfed in flames of varying hues, the green of purgatorial fire, the blue of ice death, and the pale glow of a soul-sucking blade. A dragon rider's shield, adorned with a lifelike dragon head bas-relief, seemed poised to spring to life and unleash a torrent of dragon breath at any moment. Observing the array of weaponry before her, she nodded slightly and spoke, expressing satisfaction that this was more akin to what she had expected, finally encountering something that pleased her. At the very bottom lay several scrolls crafted from the hides of magical beasts, not inscribed with ink, but rather drawn with solidified blood, depicting complex magical arrays. Mariku glanced at one and immediately recognized it as a high-tier death array capable of instantaneously siphoning the vitality of all life within a designated area, transforming it into pure negative energy. What a waste, she commented, noting the exquisite artistry of death that could only be utilized once. Nonetheless, as a singular surprise, it was sufficiently lethal. Her attention was then drawn to several peculiar magical artifacts. A compass made of brass, its needle not pointing north, but rather rotating slowly to track the nearest life force, a perfect tool for hunting and predation. A statue of a lustful demon carved from magical wood concealed a formidable curse within its alluring form, exuding an ominous aura. There was also an unassuming bone talisman. Yet Klausuna sensed within it the power to distort space, granting a precise opportunity for short-distance teleportation. In a nondescript little box lay dozens of flawless gemstones, including starry blue sapphires, red zircon, and imperial emeralds, haphazardly piled together. Among them, one sole prism even contained a tortured, twisted elven specter, silently screaming in agony. Without a hint of emotion, Klausuna placed it into her spatial ring. The rewards were substantial, beyond reproach. The bounty for attacking the next fortress was already en route. Yet, the devil never engages in a losing venture, my lady. I trust you will continue to uphold your promise. Ahead lies the path with 7 fortresses remaining. Her voice carried a hint of languorous satisfaction as she added, once I tire of these toys, I shall pave the way for you again. Now, do not disturb me. Hey, Black Dragon, do not forget that during this time, your subordinates have plundered numerous pig-headed towns. You must understand that this is our wealth and does not belong to you. Bazel's voice interjected at an inopportune moment. There was no stipulation forbidding plundering in our agreement. How I choose to seize what is mine is my prerogative. The devil commanded the dragon to relinquish its treasure. You are neither the first nor will you be the last, but I assure you, your demise will be the most lamentable of all. The devil Bazel bowed slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he quietly withdrew. He knew that this dragon had become a steadfast investment. Once the devil departed, Klausuna casually retrieved a black coin from the 9th layer of the Hell of Barto, emblazoned with the mark of Asmodeal, emanating a faint wicked glow. Gazing at the alluring coin, the black dragon momentarily succumbed to a frenzied greed, as if a voice in her mind urged her to keep this substantial treasure for herself. How amusing the devil is, thinking that sealing a few souls within coins could sway me. That is a gross underestimation of a dragon. With that, she returned the coin to the box and inscribed a sealing spell, causing the whispering voice to vanish instantly. Over the course of more than 20 years in the Duke's domain, Klausuna had learned a crucial lesson. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength, a solitary dragon fighting alone faces immense difficulty, as various ill-intentioned individuals or organizations will descend upon her like vultures sensing carrion. This is also why Sakavi remains unperturbed by disobedient subordinates. As long as they lack the power to overthrow him, they must obediently fulfill their duties. Constrained by the pervasive checks and balances within the territory, preventing anyone from aspiring to carve out their own dominion, Sakavi has consistently turned a blind eye to Klausuna's endeavors, allowing her to seize opportunities for personal gain as long as the tasks are executed effectively. However, should anyone presume to act outside his knowledge, intercepting half their earnings, such egregious behavior would assuredly provoke Sakavi to remind them of the consequences of their actions and ensure they remain ever wary. For those who prove to be of little use, indulging in deceit and trickery, Sakavi's method has always been to execute them publicly on the city walls. Chapter 44. Swamp Brawl. As the dragon beast wings swept over the swamp, casting their gaze upon the so-called tribe below, an unexpected sensation surged within them. There was no chaotic stench, no disorderly clamor. Instead, a vigilant order prevailed. All structures were strategically erected in the most defensible positions, interconnected by sturdy pine walkways. The drainage channels were clearly visible, ensuring that the tribe would not succumb to mud during the rainy season. The totem poles no longer bore primitive symbols of fear, but rather depicted a druid transforming into a stag, guiding the lizard folk towards abundance and order. This was a faith molded by intention. Here, nature was not destroyed but utilized. Thorns were cultivated into natural barriers, and poisonous mushrooms were planted along critical paths as a botanical defense. In one corner of the tribe, countless small compartments formed a fish farm, where several robust lizardfolk fishermen seemed to be casting something into the pond. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that numerous swamp giants lurked beneath the main waterways and mud pits leading to the tribe. These swamp giants were far larger than their wild counterparts, their scales exhibiting an almost blackish-green hue, adorned with hard moss and barnacles, as though they had completely merged with the swamp environment. Their gazes no longer reflected pure beastly madness, but rather a calm, almost cold anticipation. Most notably, their heads and key areas along their spines were covered with biologically crafted armor made from resilient vines, hardwood, and polished beast bones. This was not mere binding, but rather a symbiotic relationship with their scales, providing additional protection without compromising agility. The watchtowers of the lizardfolk tribe were not hastily constructed either. They were built from massive, fire-treated hardwood mixed with vines, cleverly supported by the tallest ancient trees or natural high ground, forming an unobstructed cross-visibility. Each tower not only housed regular lizardfolk archers, but also featured specially reinforced platforms equipped with genuine crossbows. More critically, the tower structures were entwined with living thorn vines, capable of rapidly growing under the druid's command, ensnaring any enemies attempting to scale them. The harpy could clearly sense that these vines were an extension of the druid's natural perception network. These crossbows appeared to be unconventional equipment. Their bow bodies were composed of swamp ironwood and tendons from some gigantic creature, rugged yet potent. The bolts were particularly striking, resembling massive throwing spears rather than typical crossbow bolts. The tips were not made of pure metal, but rather crafted from polished obsidian, inscribed with simple runes for armor-piercing and windwalking techniques. Igor scoffed. Humph, a pen of tamed poultry. Look at those buildings, so meticulously arranged like a beehive. It truly incites my ire. Such things ought not to exist. That druid transformed the lizard men into docile sheep. There is no glory in conquering this place. It is akin to crushing a delicate model, though it is indeed quite amusing. The white dragon beast Selassie inquired, perplexed. Where are the treasures hidden? Her ice-blue pupils scanned below, where all supplies, including sun-dried fish, gathered moss, and polished stone tools, were meticulously categorized and stored in specific huts or elevated platforms. How impoverished. Not even a decent trophy in sight. They must have hidden the good stuff away, undoubtedly in that stone longhouse. The bronze dragon beast Aquilin exclaimed, "What an efficient order!" He observed with military precision. Look at those warriors. Their scales are maintained to a brilliant sheen, and the angles of their spears are uniformly aligned. Their gazes lack any hint of wildness, only vigilance and obedience. This druid has accomplished what many commanders find difficult. She is indeed an extraordinary figure. Valantha, enough of the idle chatter. State your intentions. Do not tell me you are merely passing through. I do not believe that, she said. Aunt Tolly, my father sent us to invite you over. Would you prefer to come willingly, or shall we compel you? Valantha gritted her teeth. Realizing why Cadovan had become increasingly chaotic lately, it was that scoundrel's doing. She regretted not eliminating him on the spot. Tolly, you speak too much, Vix said, casually unleashing a linear lightning bolt towards Valantha, which she easily evaded. The druid retaliated. Instead of charging into the fray, she stood upright, her front hooves striking the ground forcefully. Suddenly, the marshy ground of the entire tribe began to churn violently, and thick thorny vines erupted from the earth like giant serpents, winding around the limbs of the four dragon beasts, attempting to restrict their movement and casting spells. Then, a long and ancient stag's call resonated, and several massive swamp crocodiles surged from the surrounding waters, while a fierce horde of lizard-men berserkers charged from the shadows toward the dragon beasts. Vix disregarded the vines at his feet and unleashed several linear lightning breaths, accurately sweeping through the charging lizard-men berserkers and crocodiles. The air filled with the scent of charred flesh as the first wave of ground forces collapsed instantly. Simultaneously, he cast mirror image, causing several indistinguishable illusions to appear around him, disrupting the druid's targeting. Selassie appeared to be exceedingly enraged by the vines that bound her. She raised her head and unleashed a cone of frigid breath, not aimed at the druid but directed at the ground beneath her. Instantly, the surface of the marsh, along with the two approaching crocodiles, was frozen into a massive ice sculpture. Indeed, a remarkably clever druidic spell, Aquilin remarked, but this will not restrain us. If you have no other tricks up your sleeve. The bronze dragon beast seemed more interested in observing the battle than participating. showing no intention of breaking free from her bindings. Bug, you have angered me. Let me show you the might of Igor. It is too late to beg for mercy now. With that, he flapped his dragon wings, forcibly tearing apart the singed vines, and locked onto the druid, unleashing a blast of cone-shaped fire breath that incinerated huts and trees in its wake. The druid stag nimbly sidestepped, yet her mane was singed by the intense heat. Just as she landed, Valantha, sensing imminent danger, transformed into a turtle and flipped backward, simultaneously invoking a thorn cage. After a brief pause, countless ice spikes rained down, barely blocking the lethal strike. Yet, Vix charged in like lightning, and just as he approached, a deafening crash erupted as the blue dragon beast was thrown to the ground by the explosion. Immediately, the ground sprouted several vines, ensnaring Vix firmly and beginning to take root within his body, causing the blue dragon beast to wither in agony. At that moment, a small tornado appeared from the earth, instantly shredding the perilous vines. Meanwhile, 3 spherical lightning orbs flew towards Valantha, and after breaching 2 layers of shield walls, the storm magic spheres detonated, their blinding lightning engulfing the druid's figure. The explosion's shockwave sent all surrounding mud and water flying. As the lightning dissipated, half of the druid stag's antlers were shattered, her body charred and kneeling in the muck, her breath faint. The emerald light in her eyes dimmed. Observing this, the 4 dragon beasts encircled her from different angles. Yet none dared to advance, having learned the druid's formidable prowess. No one could guarantee she had no trump cards left. Thus, they stood in a standoff, seemingly awaiting the moment the druid could no longer endure, though this was clearly a misguided hope. Suddenly, a green light illuminated between the druid's brows, and the surrounding plants began to wither and decay, while her injuries miraculously healed. Witnessing this scene, the 4 dragon beasts dared not hesitate, and their attacks came in succession. The first to strike was Irog, enveloping the entire area in a raging inferno, forcing Valantha, unable to stand her ground, to transform into an eagle and flee towards the marsh, playing right into Zalasi's hands, who unleashed a freezing torrent, encasing the marsh in ice. With no retreat remaining, Valantha stood atop the ice to confront her foes. Before she could stabilize herself on the icy surface, several blades of wind flew toward her. With no choice but to evade, she did not anticipate the ice to shatter suddenly, allowing a blue dragon claw to send her flying. Just as she was about to rise, the thunder spear of the harpy was already upon her. Aunt Valantha, compared to the past, your abilities have indeed improved significantly. However, we are many today, and you need not resist futilely. Humph, not a chance, the druid stag replied, casting a final, sorrowful glance at the ravaged natural landscape, emitting a low cry filled with both sadness and resolve. Then, her form transformed into countless swirling leaves and specks of light, merging into the mist of the marsh. She utilized her last strength to cast would escape and fled the battlefield. Impressive, such battlefield calculation and analysis. To withstand 5 master-level opponents for this long is truly remarkable. If it weren't for our numbers, we might have faltered. Wouldn't you agree, Black Dragon Vix? Ha ha ha. Aquilin's words elicited laughter from all present, and the charred Vix looked at his own body, joining in the laughter. Tali, cease your laughter. If you continue, Valantha will truly escape, and then we shall see how you will manage the situation. Aquilin, I anticipated this. I specifically borrowed a hunter's compass from Klausina to ensure she cannot flee. This place resembles a corner forgotten by time. Towering ancient trees grow in a circular formation, their gnarled roots exposed like slumbering serpents, forming natural steps and barriers. The treetops intertwine high above, nearly obscuring all sunlight, with only a few shafts of golden light piercing through like sacred illumination, precisely illuminating the center of the clearing. There lies a crystal-clear spring, its surface adorned with softly glowing water lilies, starkly contrasting the murky waters of the outside marsh. The air is infused with a rich essence of life, a blend of earth, blossoms, and ancient trees, nearly dispelling the sulfuric, ozone, and bloody scents brought by the dragon beasts. The druid stag stands by the spring, her charred wounds healing slowly under the nurturing energies of the surrounding life. Her gaze reflects neither the terror of a fugitive nor the weariness of defeat, but rather a profound fatigue and an unassailable dignity. Irog stepped forward first, his burning claws scorching the verdant grass into charred remnants. He shattered the silence with a voice like thunder. Run, old stag. Why do you not flee? Your jungle traps and those slippery lizard spawn have failed to save you. The druid slowly lifted her head, her gaze calmly sweeping over the red dragon. Her voice, like the wind rustling through a forest, was hoarse yet filled with power. Flee? No. I merely sought to lead you away from the land to which I have devoted so much of my heart. Every patch of earth burned by your flames and frozen by your ice weeps for me. This place is the last sanctuary, unworthy of your defilement. Zelash growled impatiently, her cold breath causing the moisture in the air to crystallize into frost. Enough of the idle chatter. Where is the glimmering treasure? Hand it over, and I will grant you a swift end. She greedily inhaled, yet all that met her senses was the fresh fragrance of plants and water, leaving her exceedingly displeased. There was none of that filthy substance. Instead, the essence of this forest, the peace of the tribe, and the cycle of life permeated the air. These are things you shall never comprehend, nor can you ever take away. Vix stepped forward with heavy strides, his voice imbued with cold authority. Your tribe indeed displays a rare order, worthy of acknowledgement. Yet, order shall ultimately yield to a stronger force. Surrender, Druid. Your knowledge may yet hold value for our master. Surrender? The Druid stamped his forehoofs, causing the very light of the forest to tremble. Nature never submits. I may fall here, but the forest will remember your scent. Vines will entwine your bones, fungi will decompose your scales, and rain will wash away every trace of your existence. Nature's revenge, though slow, will inevitably arrive. Aquiline Druid, you may not be entirely mistaken, but perhaps you should take a look at this. With that, he produced a scroll that exuded a sinister aura, evoking profound discomfort. I believe you can guess its purpose. Are you now willing to discuss surrender? At the moment the bronze dragon beast revealed the scroll, Vilancer had already discerned its intent, and could only helplessly respond. I can surrender, under the condition that you do not harm any beings in the forest and marsh. Deal. Chapter 45. The Throat of the Abyss. Vilancer, grandmother, I plan to feast on roasted venison today. Do you have any objections? I detest black dragons, and wish not to converse with you. What does your disdain for dragons have to do with me? I am, in fact, a dragon beast. Ha ha ha. You are as filthy as that creature. Nonsense. I swim in the river every day. How can you compare me to someone who hasn't bathed for years? You are sorely underestimating me. Humph. You have committed many evils alongside that wretch. One day, you shall reap the consequences. You truly wrong me. I, Clazuna, am solely interested in gold. My greatest passion is pillaging. I have no interest in murder or arson. Look what we have captured. Oh, it is the cunning Druid. Old fool, you have slain many of my subordinates. Did you ever expect to fall here? Barat, this is my capture. If you want it, pay up. I have no intention of giving it away for free, Clazuna declared with pride. Madam, it seems you have forgotten the main issue. This Druid, though detestable, is not our primary threat. That remains the army of Gosh and his pig-headed minions. Barat, have you been with those pig-headed fools for too long? Your mind seems to have dulled. If your people do not arrive soon, this plane will have no place for you. My dear lady, do not be hasty. You must understand that devils are unwelcome in any plane. Establishing a stable teleportation route for a large army requires substantial sacrifices, and your support is still needed. Typically, no matter the plane, the Pantheon would never allow devils to establish teleportation routes, as they do not wish to share the resources of their followers. However, there are always exceptions. The deity of that pig-headed Gosh, Bubrasapmog, is universally despised by all factions of the Pantheon, which has led to the situation in the Kaduan Plain being intentionally overlooked by the gods. Does that mean you are now of no use? What purpose do you serve? I could conquer the plane myself. It seems you cannot provide any assistance in that regard. Madam, please remain calm. I assure you that this time your profits will double. Money in hand is what counts, is it not? If you delay for a few months, I believe Duke Sakavi will not find it problematic. This idea seems quite promising. However, I have a proposal for more immediate gains. What if we sell you and the entire plane? Wouldn't that yield instant profits? What do you think of this proposition? Ms. Clazuna, this deviates from our agreement. You cannot act so untrustworthily. Indeed, Sakavi must keep his word, which is why I did not consult him this time. Do you have any further questions, Baron Barat? Black Lizard, being untrustworthy comes with consequences. Do you truly think I can be easily deceived? You shall be held accountable for your excessive greed. His figure was tall and gaunt, resembling an elongated skeleton, with skin the color of dried parchment, embedded with countless icy bone spikes. His voice rasped like two icebergs scraping against each other, each word carrying the chill of the fifth layer of the glacial expanse. With that, Barat launched the first strike. He stomped his foot, and from the ground erupted a series of frozen spikes, rapidly growing like a black crystal forest, surging towards the black dragon beast. Scatter! Clazuna shouted, transforming into a shadow that darted swiftly through the gaps between the ice spikes. Gathering the elemental energy of lightning in her hands, 3 arrows shot forth in a triangular formation towards the devil's vital points. Yet Barrett's movements were more agile than they appeared. He floated backward like a wisp of black smoke as the arrows pierced through his afterimage. He then raised his hand and extracted several rib segments from his spatial ring, which swiftly shattered into countless sharp bone blades, like a whirlwind of death, hurtling towards the 5 dragon beasts. With a roar, a thick wall of ice, emanating a bone-chilling aura, instantly formed. After breaking through 3 walls as hard as iron, the bone blades reached their limit, falling short before the 4th barrier. The arrows flew silently, yet carried the power to corrode the soul, precisely striking Barrett's vulnerable back. The devil's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He attempted to evade, but Sewell's arrows were too swift, leaving him no time to react. The arrow struck true, causing Barrett's body to convulse violently, as several of the bone spikes on his back were corroded and shattered. Barat howled in rage, feeling the agony of his soul being torn apart. However, the injury did not seem fatal. Instead, it ignited his fury. A violent flame surged forth from the front as Ilog made his move. At that moment, Tali in the sky emitted a piercing shriek. With arms outstretched, a thick chain of lightning descended from her hands, like a silver serpent, wildly leaping upon Barat. Boom! The entire fortress trembled. Smoke and flame shot skyward. Yet amid the haze, Barrett's dry laughter echoed once more. Naive. Did you think such an assault could vanquish a legendary devil? As the smoke cleared, Barat was encased within a prison of bones and vengeful spirits. All magical attacks had been absorbed by the bone prison, which only bore a few charred marks on its surface. Barat, there is no need to struggle. Your subordinates are all dead. With that, Sewell tossed over a severed head, which was none other than that of his assistant, Bazel. Ms. Klazuna, this time I concede you have triumphed. However, I am curious as to where I faltered, as I had accounted for every factor. It is quite simple. This time, I did not come with merely 6 master-tier individuals, but with 10, alongside 30 high-tier dragon beast mages, more than sufficient to deal with you. Following the principle of maximizing benefits, I should have acted when the Kaduan War reached its zenith, but you overlooked one vital point. Dragons never adhere to any rules. It seems I underestimated you. I initially intended to capture you and take you back to Bada Hell, offering your soul to Her Majesty the Queen. I believe she would have taken great pleasure in it. Now, it appears that this endeavor cannot be completed. Barat, let us strike a deal. Leave behind all the treasures you brought, and I shall grant you a reprieve. Here, my subordinates have set up a magical array. Without my permission, you cannot open the portal to the Hades of Barto. How amusing indeed. You are the most intriguing dragon I have ever encountered, capable of causing demons to falter in their dealings. Madam, I shall remember you. Please keep your gift safe. With a sudden clap upon the ground, the demon unleashed a potent, chilling mist from the 5th layer of hell, enveloping the entire hall in an instant. We shall meet again, dragonlings. The voice of Balat echoed through the fog, steeped in malice and resentment. As the cold mist dissipated, the demon had vanished, leaving behind only a pool of melted ice water and the payment he had made. A ring forged from an unknown black metal, its surface adorned with intricate, natural patterns resembling wood grain. At its center lay a dark green gemstone, not jade or turquoise, but semi-translucent, as if it contained a drop of viscous poison that would never dry. In the light, tiny bubbles within the gemstone slowly rose, reminiscent of the last breaths escaping from the depths of a swamp. Touching it elicits an icy chill that seeps into the bones, accompanied by a faint numbing sensation. This ring is the key to the abyssal throat, a conceptual wound. It does not store energy itself, but serves as a perfect medium, connecting to a specific layer of the bottomless abyss. It is a highly compressed and stabilized planar anchor point. To activate the portal, a sufficiently large mirror is required, which may be water or a true mirror, on which the user must inscribe a true name rune from a layer of the abyss using their own blood. This rune acts as the access code to open the passage. When the hand adorned with the ring touches the rune on the mirror, it will ignite as if alive, emitting an eerie green flame. The mirror will instantly lose its reflective quality, transforming into a swirling, pitch-black portal resembling the abyssal throat. The size of the portal is determined by the dimensions of the mirror. The abyssal throat is not a rare phenomenon. It exists widely throughout the multiverse. Many large organizations or nations utilize it to connect to a specific layer of the abyss, thereby gaining combat experience or various magical resources. However, these items are not available for purchase, as each one is prohibited from sale in the Pantheon. Even without activating the portal, simply placing the ring in one location for an extended period will continuously leak faint abyssal energy. This process is exceedingly slow, but over the years, it can darken and distort the entire ecosystem, giving rise to various mutated creatures corrupted by this energy, and can also impact the psyche and body of individuals, turning them into grotesque beings. The Abyssal Throat Ring is a quintessential artifact of the Black Dragon. It condenses world-destroying power into a small space, satisfying the Black Dragon's insatiable thirst for strength, while perfectly aligning with their suspicious, greedy, and secretive nature. Such an item greatly pleased Klausuna. The gains far exceeded Sakavi's expectations. Initially, Sakavi intended to take the demon's life, but upon confronting Klausuna, she discovered Ballot's extraordinary strength. To forcibly kill him would surely cost the lives of several draconic beasts. And to avoid unnecessary losses, she altered her plans on the fly. Chapter 46. The Kingdom of the Trolls. Madame Velna, welcome to the Cadillac Plain. Marud the Great Fist has sent me to greet you. Please, lead the way. Velna walked along the path leading to the Troll Palace. The air thick with a primal essence of life, mingled with damp earth, spicy herbs, and a faint scent of roasted meat. The sky appeared ominously deep purple, with 3 moons of varying sizes faintly visible. The path itself was not meticulously paved with stone bricks, but rather formed from uneven, unpolished slabs, interspersed with resilient moss and thorny vines that emitted a dim phosphorescence, providing illumination during the night. These plants were intentionally cultivated, evidently a part of troll horticulture. Towering totem poles flanked the road, not depicting deities but illustrating the trolls tearing apart enemies in battle, regrowing severed limbs, and ultimately standing victorious. This serves as both a historical record and a proclamation of their core belief. Immortality and strength are the true essence. On some prominent rock faces or the exterior walls of buildings, colossal, petrified troll limbs, arms, hearts, and even half a head were embedded. These remnants belonged to heroes who lost parts of their bodies in legendary battles, but ultimately triumphed and lived to the end of their natural lives. For them, scars that could not heal symbolized the highest honor. This is not a horrific decoration born of barbarism, but rather a means for trolls to propagate their glorious achievements. Troll architecture is not lifeless. Many homes appear to have grown from enormous, stone-like fungi. Their surfaces are covered with thick, root-like veins that pulse gently, radiating warmth. Velna could keenly sense that destroying these structures would be exceedingly difficult, as they would slowly self-repair. The watchtowers along the way are not simple wooden or stone constructs, but rather composed of living, spiny giant trees still growing slowly. The sentinels are not ordinary troll warriors. They are moss trolls, their bodies partially fused with the watchtowers. They stand motionless like statues, only opening their eyes, glimmering with amber or green light when strangers approach. Bridges spanning canyons or rivers are formed from thick, interwoven living vines, covered in moss that emits a green glow. And walking upon them evokes a faint sense of life's rhythm. The patrolling troll warriors march with heavy, synchronized steps, wielding massive weapons studded with the spines of unknown plants or bone spears, clad in armor made from thick hides or some shimmering shell. Most importantly, they exhibit strict discipline, remaining silent, their eyes reflecting trained vigilance rather than frenzied savagery. This clearly indicates to Velna that the trolls here possess an efficient, militarized organization. After 26 years of recuperation, the scars of the horrific calamity have faded from this land, leaving only some desiccated orc limbs hanging from eaves or a tattered banner that still narrates the tale of their indomitable struggle. During the 3rd year of the siege of Rugo's city, the human allies from the Duophone Republic finally sounded the horn of counterattack. Hundreds of thousands of troll warriors set forth from here to annihilate the orc invaders. Upon her arrival at the troll capital, sculpted from living mountains and adorned with everlasting scars of glory and roaring totems, she understood that she was not facing a savage tribe, but a race that has elevated survival and resilience to the heights of civilization, one that commands both awe and caution. Friends from afar, welcome to Rugo's city, the glorious troll metropolis that will bestow upon you unforgettable memories. I am Gruner of the Shattered Spine, the Chancellor of the Trolls, and a feast has been prepared for you. Please, follow me. Under the guidance of this towering troll, Velna passed through a gate resembling the jawbone of a giant beast. The door itself was composed of a type of black living wood that continued to grow slowly, warm to the touch, as if pulsating with vibrant life. Behind the door lay an exceptionally wide corridor, the floor paved with massive skeletal stones, flanked by towering vertical cliffs reaching hundreds of meters high. Embedded within these rock walls were countless colossal troll hearts, ranging in color from dark red to nearly stone-like grayish-white, standing as living monuments. In a deep voice, Gruner explained, "These are the immortal hearts of the Galmok line, and the heroes who sacrificed themselves for the nation." On either side of the road stood the formidable troll guard, clad in complete sets of dark green bone armor, motionless as if they were one with the earth itself. It was only when their sharp, ancient gaze subtly shifted with the footsteps of Wierna that she realized these were living, battle-hardened warriors. The entire passage was eerily silent save for the sound of footsteps. Wierna understood that this was a display of power, a warning to the Drow elves. Notorious for their schemes and betrayal, not to attempt any underhanded maneuvers here. It also served to intimidate the hidden black dragon lurking in the shadows, urging it to relinquish any thoughts of breach. Even the seasoned Wierna could not help but marvel at the overwhelming presence of the trolls. The banquet hall resembled not a meticulously crafted palace, but rather a vast cavern hollowed out from the heart of a mountain. The towering dome reached into darkness, adorned not with crystal chandeliers, but with countless glowing giant firefly nests and bioluminescent vines that undulated gently, casting ever-changing shadows. The seating arrangements were made from massive, flat tree stumps, covered with thick, warm pelts of rare beasts. There were no exquisite tableware. Instead, heavy obsidian plates, naturally formed wooden goblets, and sharp-boned knives, each serving as both utensil and weapon, adorned the table. Gazing at the rugged yet aesthetically pleasing dining arrangement, Wierna briefly questioned whether this was truly the creation of trolls. "Lady, are you curious as to how the seemingly crude trolls possess such a unique civilization?" Every visitor to this place would ponder that thought, following the sound. When Wierna's gaze fell upon the figure seated upon the throne, even she felt a shiver of awe. Galmok was far larger than any troll she had ever encountered. Sitting like a mountain cloaked in moss and ancient patterns, his skin bore a deep, rocky gray hue, riddled with countless petrified scars that formed a visual tapestry more striking than any tattoo. He did not wear a crown, yet from his head grew massive, branching bone horns reminiscent of ancient stag antlers, entwined with glowing vines and tiny runes. Merely by sitting there, the very vitality of the banquet hall seemed to flow around him as if he were its heart. He was a demigod, the embodiment of the concept of rebirth manifested in the mortal realm. A thunderous laugh reverberated through the hall, startling Wierna from her reverie. "Ha ha ha, lady, do not be afraid. You must understand that trolls are not a race that revels in reason. If I were to show even a hint of weakness, they would think me near death. I must always maintain this fearsome presence. My apologies, Lord Morgus, for my momentary lapse. I hope you will not take offense." "Not at all. Let us discuss matters at hand. What splendid treasure do you intend to procure from me this time?" "I am quite curious. The Rebirth Forge. We seek a device capable of mending any wound, along with its method of use." "Excellent. Your offer aligns with my expectations. However, you must understand that the core of every Rebirth Forge is the heart of a troll demigod. While we possess more than one, none are superfluous. You must present a sufficient price. We offer half the rights to the Kaduan dimension." "Agreed. This transaction brings me great joy. Those humans attempt to deceive me with various linguistic traps to lower my price, much like a vexatious devil. This time, I shall grant you an additional blood and flesh scroll, detailing the crafting of blood puppets. Thank you for your generosity. May our collaboration flourish, Lord Morgus. Now, let the feast commence, and let those rascals handle the tedious transaction details. Find them some tasks to occupy themselves and prevent them from brawling about." As the banquet began, the first courses presented were 3 side dishes. Night dew berries, a deep purple fruit that only achieves flavor after the swamp dew has condensed post-midnight. Its skin was crisp, its flesh smooth like gel, with a sweet and sour flavor intertwined, reminiscent of blackcurrant and pomegranate. It was elegantly served in a vessel carved from hollow vines, tailored specifically to delight the Drow elves. Moonlight lotus root, harvested from the central life pool, was sliced into translucent pieces, crisp and mildly sweet, suitable for raw consumption or quick cooking in meat broth as a side dish. Crispy fern shoots, the tender curled tips of ferns harvested in early spring, were briefly blanched in boiling spring water and then soaked in fruit vinegar, creating a refreshing cold dish that balanced the richness of meats, specially prepared for esteemed guests. Next came the main courses, starting with the ethereal marsh crayfish, a large crayfish from the swamp that emitted a ghostly blue glow in the dark. The trolls skillfully removed the succulent flesh, lightly marinating it with local herbs that carried minty and spicy notes, then quickly grilling it to preserve the meat's sweetness and tenderness. The second dish was crystal cave blind fish sashimi, caught from underground rivers, the fish transparent like crystal. The trolls sliced the fattiest belly meat into paper-thin pieces, served on chilled obsidian plates, accompanied by a small dish of tangy sauce made from fermented berries and spicy roots to cater to the drow elves' preference for bold flavors. The piece de resistance was spiced roasted giant lizard tail, which showcased strength. The tenderest portion of a young giant lizard's tail was marinated with various swamp spices over time, and then slow roasted until the skin turned crispy while the interior remained juicy. This dish offered a texture akin to premium lean meat, rich in flavor, displaying both the troll's hunting prowess and a cooking style palatable to the drow. The beverage served to Wierna was the first brew of the Spring of Life, a sparkling wine fermented from berries using the spring water as its base. It carried a complex palette of honey, orchids, and minerals, with delicate bubbles infused with the troll's characteristic ruggedness. Additionally, shadow moss tea, a hot drink brewed from special moss that grows in the shadows of troll constructions, was served. The tea exhibited a deep amber hue, rich in smoky flavor with a hint of earthiness, invigorating the mind. The troll's instruments primarily consisted of stone zither, a series of polished black slate pieces of various sizes, suspended from skeletal frames. Musicians struck them with thick-skinned mallets, producing crisp, ethereal melodies reminiscent of water striking stone. The thorn harp was the most astonishing instrument, made from living, thorny vines, its strings formed from resilient, glowing tendrils secreted by the thorns. As the troll musicians plucked the strings, the tendrils shimmered with light and emitted a subtly calming fragrance. The banquet proceeded joyfully amidst the performance of Awakening of the Root. Initially, only the slow, solitary beat of the earth drum echoed, reminiscent of an ancient heartbeat. Soon, the stone zither joined in, its notes falling like raindrops, symbolizing the budding and tentative stirrings of life, expansive, ancient, and mysterious. Wierna felt the very ground beneath her feet tremble in response. Chapter 47. The new landscape of Cadouin, standing atop the watchtower on the walls of Regeo City, Wierna gazed into the distance, observing the trolls at work in the open-air foundries, hammering red-hot metal. Their craftsmanship was rugged yet practical. Other trolls were busy constructing hydraulic forging mechanisms from massive stones or guiding creatures resembling earth-dwelling serpents to transport goods. Outside the city, vast tracts of land were not cultivated with grains, but rather nurtured a thick, writhing, dark red meat moss, the primary food source for the trolls. Troll farmers wielded gigantic cleavers to harvest the meat moss, which would regenerate within days. The scene was somewhat unsettling yet remarkably efficient. Wierna observed the docile, sluggish, giant salamanders laboriously tilling the land under the watchful eyes of the trolls. The estate was adorned with an array of bioluminescent and spiny plants, evidently cultivated for the creation of potions that enhance regeneration and heal non-magical fire and acid damage. "Madam, what do you think of this land?" Bruno's voice suddenly broke through her contemplation. "It is quite astonishing. In my homeland, trolls have always symbolized barbarism and chaos. Here, I must reassess my perspective." "Indeed, you are correct. It is not only trolls, but also the boar folk and gnolls, who embody disorder. In a multiverse dominated by humans and orcs, they can only barely sustain their races in remote areas where survival is challenging. However, given sufficient time, they can establish splendid civilizations. I have heard of many planes where subhumans hold dominion, yet they share a common trait. Some power supports or directly intervenes. Is this the case here as well? Not entirely. 6 millennia ago, the entire multiverse was the domain of the elves. Our progenitor, Glomaga the Giant Skull, fought alongside the Dark Elves against the Abyss. After thoroughly cleansing this plane, the elves left it to our trollkin due to its unsuitability for farming, having extracted the high-value minerals. Under the elves' influence, we gradually established our own civilization. Once, Cadillac boasted 5 demigods, but sadly, they fell in various battles, leaving only Galmok. In our war against Rosen, we exhausted all our strength. The residents you see now are products of the post-war rebirth. Under tremendous pressure, we had no choice but to seek refuge with the Dofu Republic, despite their untrustworthiness. With Rodman's assistance, we ultimately expelled the invaders from Rosen, albeit at the cost of 5 regeneration cores. Is there only one demigod remaining here? No, there is also a Dark Elf bishop. When the elves began to retract their dominion, they came here, hoping we would serve as their shield in seclusion. To gain the protection of the Pantheon, we agreed. It is worth noting that the Dark Elves need to revere Lady Shuanana, the Moon Goddess, who is also a member of the Pantheon. Cadillac cannot face the incursions of demons or the Abyss alone, and we are unwilling to abandon our faith in Mother Yugashla. Thus, the arrival of the reclusive Dark Elves became the best choice for the trolls. So, does this mean that only these 2 intelligent races inhabit the entire plane? Not quite. There are also numerous tabaxi who accompanied the Dark Elves, but they lack fixed tribes and tend to operate individually in any available corner. Perhaps you might spot one while strolling through the alleys of Rugwa City. This is indeed intriguing. I believe Duke Sakavi would be quite fond of these shadow-dwelling creatures. However, I have more pressing matters to attend to today. You are indeed a diligent subordinate. This transaction is of utmost importance to us. I hope to complete the transfer within a year. The urgency of relocating the populace is inherently a complex and slow endeavor, and given the distance from Catalan, hasty actions may lead to complications. We cannot afford to wait. You must understand that humans have always harbored disdain for any subhumans. We must complete the migration before the Dofu Republic becomes aware of it. We plan to establish a temporary teleportation route, so I hope you can expedite the process. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. In the capital of the Boarfolk, Bloodaxe City, a group of Boarfolk were engaged in a heated debate. While a black dragon on the throne dozed with closed eyes, a human hurried in and whispered something in the black dragon's ear. The dragon slowly opened its eyes, nodded at the human, acknowledging the information, and then spoke. All right, gentlemen, that will suffice for the debate. The Jaluo Forest and the Mondo Plains belong to us. You may occupy the remaining lands. This is our final concession. Madam, you must understand the value of the Mondo Plains, the most fertile land. We cannot relinquish it. While you may take the other areas. Is that so? Then it seems negotiation is no longer on the table. Governor Gosh, prepare yourself for the return of Duke Sakavi, who is on his way. You may leave now. If you can relinquish the Lodzi River Valley, I agree. Gosh, you are testing my patience. Some words I do not wish to repeat, unless you desire to engage in conflict here. I can accommodate that request. With a swift motion of his claw, 8 dragon beast mages swiftly encircled the Boarfolk governor, while in the distance, Sulade had already drawn his bow, aimed at the governor. Very well, I accept your proposal. But I require a binding agreement from the Church of Justice to ensure you will not retract your words. Is that unreasonable? After a piece of cream-colored parchment spontaneously combusted, the Boarfolk present left the room, their heads hung low. Observing this scene, Klausuna finally exhaled with relief. If a confrontation had erupted here, she would not have been a match for 2 legendary figures. Grandmother Villancer, I will need your lizard folk to assist in constructing a rudimentary teleportation door at the forest's edge. I will provide the technology and materials, while you supply the labor. How many times must I say it? Do not call me grandmother. Can you not remember? Or are you hard of hearing? Villancer replied, clearly displeased with the title, yet feeling powerless to change it. Humph, who told you to accuse me of harboring ill intentions? I came all this way to assist you, and you dare to slander me. Black dragons are known for their grudges. You plundered your way here from the Jaluo forest, rummaging through even the dens of the earth-shattering bears for anything that glows. Have I wronged you? Not robbing your home is already a testament to my conscience. What more do you want? Speak again, and I might just take something from your abode as well. Besides, you've lived for over 700 years. Normal thorn deer only live for 600. If you cannot break through to the legendary stage, you won't live beyond 800. What else should I call you if not grandmother? 7 months later, in a clearing at the edge of the forest, the light appeared somewhat unnatural. As sunlight passed through this area, it seemed to bend slightly, akin to the heat waves on a summer road, yet colder and sharper. The air there pulsated rhythmically, as if a massive, transparent curtain fluttered in the wind. Even in the absence of a breeze, the air seemed to breathe on its own. The portal was not a perfect ellipse. Its edges were highly irregular, resembling shattered glass after a heavy blow, replete with jagged cracks. The entire teleportation door quivered slightly, with occasional bursts of tiny, crackling energy sparks erupting between the fissures. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, mixed with the odor of scorched metal and a hint of damp earth from another plane, distinctly foreign to this forest. Through the portal, one could glimpse the scenery on the other side, yet everything appeared as if viewed through rippling water or scorching updrafts, distorted and blurry. At times, the image of the opposing forest would vanish entirely, replaced by streaking stars or indescribable swirling colors. Observing the mutated and distorted plants around the portal, Wayerna remarked while reinforcing the energy anchor points, Klausuna, this teleportation door you constructed is quite rudimentary. Merely drawing a magic circle and inserting a few sticks hardly suffices for a teleportation gate. Aren't you afraid of the space closing unexpectedly along the way? What is there to fear? I am not the one using it, and if something goes awry, it is the trolls who will bear the loss. Who told them to be so impatient? With my limited manpower, it's commendable that I could create anything at all. I just came through it. And you assure me there won't be issues? Is this what you call no problems? Ah, you are still among the living. Furthermore, Even if we were to lose an arm or a leg, we possess the rebirth forge to remedy that. When reason failed to prevail, Verna took it upon herself to lead the troll shamans in reconstructing the magical array with the inscribed black stones. Replacing the rudimentary sigils drawn upon the ground with charred wood, colorful pebbles, and the blood of magical beasts. They utilized basalt columns, intricately carved with special array patterns, to substitute the originally used white wax wood that secured the portal. The resecured portal appeared significantly more stable, as a steady breeze, imbued with the essence of foreign flora, wafted from within, causing the visibly growing and rapidly wilting tendrils on the basalt columns to tremble, ruffling the grass at the forest's edge and creating ripples that spread outward. A portal capable of facilitating the passage of hundreds of thousands across great distances is far from simplistic. Beneath it lie 6 energy cores, contained within oak boxes and extracted by special devices, along with an expansive magical array diagram for the entire region, each step requiring the blood of magical beasts to inscribe. Certain crucial runes even necessitate a mixture of dragon blood and potions for their engraving. "Salutations to you, Lady Verna," came a low, raspy voice as a tall, stooped troll crossed the portal. He appeared older and more emaciated than his kin, yet his gaze burned with the flames of wisdom and fervor. His back was adorned with fungi and moss, resembling a living swamp. "Klausina," he said languidly, "please sign here and take this map. The green areas belong to you. Do not attempt to encroach upon the other regions, especially that marshland, at least for the 50 years stipulated in the agreement." With that, she produced a contract from the Church of Justice and a pristine ivory parchment map. As the troll shaman meticulously examined the contract, Suld strolled over with something in hand. Klausina, intrigued, inquired, "What delectable treat have you brought for me to sample?" Suld shook the object in his hand, grinning, "Something you would never expect. Open wide. But do not look, for you might find it unpalatable." Suddenly, a crystalline scorpion was tossed over, half of its body exhibiting mechanical modifications. Klausina realized with a start that the other side of the portal was no longer Cadillac. It seemed the unstable magical disturbances had connected it to an unknown realm. "Suld, would you care to explore that side, and perhaps capture a few pets?" As for Klausina, she ought to remain here to thoroughly inspect her array and consider whether she dares to create such an unstable contraption again. With that, Verna stepped through the portal, followed sequentially by Suld and 8 dragon beasts. In order to expedite the migration task, Gallilu had no choice but to collaborate with Klausina to re-evaluate the array's inscriptions and patterns. Chapter 48, Training in the Abyss. "Klausina, where are my dragon beasts? Are they not right before you? Why is there only you left? Where have the others gone? There are still 30 outside engaged in combat. Do you wish to partake? Why are 8 missing? Do you think I cannot count or am easily deceived? Those were sold by Verna. Haha. I sense your aura has strengthened considerably. Have you reached a breakthrough into the legendary realm? Do not attempt to change the subject. Confess where my dragon beasts have gone, or I shall extract your teeth. Do not do that. I genuinely do not know where they have gone. Even if you were to extract all my teeth, it would be futile. Then where did Verna go? If you dare claim ignorance again, I assure you, you will regret it." She was whisked away by Suld. "Truly, I am not deceiving you. I do not know where they are." "Very well, I shall trust you this once. What are the profits? Do not tell me you have come back empty-handed. I have secured valuable items. I shall take half of the devil's reward for my considerable efforts. I have yet to inquire about your plunder. Do you dare come to me for money? Let us split the earnings 80-20. You take 80%, and I will discuss with the participants how to distribute the remainder. If we give it all to them, they may prioritize their own gains next time, and if everything is taken, none will be willing to seize it again. Fine. I shall heed your advice this time. Aside from the throat of the abyss, you may choose a few items. Just do not take them all. I want that set of armor and the hunter's compass. The rest is yours. Sakavi, you have truly hit the jackpot this time. 1 throat of the abyss is more than enough for you. Bragg, you are responsible for the training in the abyss. Exercise caution and remember not to exceed the exploration range of the Shadow Intelligence Institute over the past 3 years. If danger arises, you may abandon the Fong Legion and return alone. Your life is more precious than theirs. Rest assured, I, Bragg, swear by the bull god Morgese that I shall return your legion intact. I am merely perplexed as to why we venture to Abyss now. 11:37 at this time, when many of our higher-ups are absent. This is inconsistent with your usually cautious approach. The Black Forest has been silent since we established our domain here 29 years ago. You must understand this reality. No faction permits another to rise in proximity unless there are greater ambitions at play. Time has never favored us, and we must prepare for the possibility that Verna and the other high-ranking officials may not return. New combat strength must be cultivated swiftly. I understand your concerns. The elves, who delight in covert machinations, are indeed untrustworthy. I shall exercise caution. That is good. Under normal circumstances, I would lead this operation personally, but our resources are severely depleted, and many forces from the underworld have already begun to mobilize. I cannot spare the time. With that, Sakavi prepared to open the portal to the abyss upon the surface of the swamp, first sketching a massive, irregular circle. The lines of this circle were not smooth. Instead, they were filled with jagged spikes and spirals, reminiscent of the orbit of a frenzied star. With each segment he completed, the surface of the swamp swiftly solidified, darkening to the hue of charred coal, only to gradually reliquefy into a murky, ominous green sludge. The purpose of this circular formation was to anchor the space and prevent the portal's energy from spiraling out of control and tearing the fabric of space, leading to irreparable rifts. Within the outer circle, Sakavi began to inscribe a series of complex runes of abyssal language. These runes twisted and contorted, exuding malevolence. They were not merely written, but rather seared into the water surface. These runes served as a conduit, signaling to the abyss that this passage bore no ill intent and need not be excessively rejected. The core of the formation comprised a geometric pattern of countless inverted triangles and intersecting lines. This area acted as an energy converter, guiding the ring's power to properly interface with the abyssal barrier. At the intersection of the patterns, Sakavi marked 9 sigils with dragon's blood, resembling 9 pulsating hearts, radiating an ominous glow. Once the formation was complete, Sakavi aligned the ring with the center of the array, softly uttering ancient draconic incantations, each syllable imbued with chilling authority. The rough textures on the ring began to illuminate, a dark green light seeping from within, akin to lava coursing through veins. The ring grew scalding hot, and the surrounding air crackled with a hissing sound of evaporation. Gazing toward the other side of the rift, he beheld a roiling, dark red sky, with the earth fragmented into black floating rocks, while immense, indescribable silhouettes moved languidly in the distance. Green lightning streaked across the abyssal sky, illuminating this eternal battlefield. With a stoic expression, Bragg raised his hand and leaped into this demonic realm. As the last of the pig-headed warriors leaped into the rift, Sakavi seized the ring, and the space instantaneously sealed shut, causing the intricate patterns of the magic array to warp and dim. After a brief moment, it transformed into a viscous black substance that sank into the marsh. Although it had only been open for a mere 3 hours, the surrounding environment of the marsh had undergone significant distortion. The Pantheon possessed a comprehensive system for purifying lands tainted by the abyss, and such resources were readily obtainable from the astral black market. Under the influence of the Lock of Order, the pollution was firmly contained within a 3-mile radius. The marsh waters, thickened and tainted with a hue reminiscent of murky blood, quickly regained clarity under the illumination of the holy light. In the wake of the abyssal corruption, the ground no longer sprouted ordinary moss, but was instead cloaked in a greasy, dark purple fungal carpet that emitted a sticky sound upon contact and a noxious odor reminiscent of rotting fruit and tar. Faces, voiceless and screaming, appeared upon the tree trunks, while vines writhed like serpents, and fruits morphed into pulsating, pus-filled eyeballs. Under the radiance of the holy light, all of this withered in a gradual lamentation. Simultaneously, in the abyssal plain of 1137, the fully armed vanguard of the Fang Legion, commanded by the Minotaur General Ugru, formed countless small defensive rings using enchanted tower shields and spears, centering their efforts on the drop zone to eliminate scattered demons. He commanded the vanguard not to hold their position, but rather to converge gradually towards the center, like a moving iron wall, advancing slowly yet resolutely to expand the secure perimeter of the core area of the encampment. Their mission was not annihilation, but rather to compress and drive back the enemy, creating a relatively safe operational space for the shamans within the inner circle, allowing them to construct defensive fortifications and a secure camp before the demonic horde arrived. Within the inner circle, under the urging of Bragg, the accompanying geomancer quickly drove massive obsidian rune stakes deep into the earth with a giant hammer. As the rune stakes illuminated, the anguished cries of purged abyssal worms echoed from below, swiftly expelling the abyssal energy harbored in the land. Meanwhile, the energy priests began laying out vast trenches, not for drainage, but to channel chaotic magical energy. Through ingenious design of the magic array, they directed the endless abyssal energy from the surrounding environment to several specific energy release points at the camp's edge, preventing its chaotic accumulation throughout the encampment. As the construction of the magic array neared completion, the first wave of organized demonic retaliation arrived. A tide primarily composed of berserkers and cowardly demons surged from all directions. This level of force was insufficient to draw the attention of more powerful demons, however, driven by their hatred for order. Some minor commanders among the low-ranking demons launched frenzied suicidal assaults. The pig-headed army needed to withstand the demonic onslaught with their weapons before the fortifications were completed. When the demonic assault became overly concentrated in a certain area, threatening to breach the Fang Legion's defenses, Ugru personally led his heavily armored guard to initiate a devastating countercharge from the flanks. Following the purification of the foundation, the engineering corps began assembling prefabricated walls with remarkable efficiency. At this moment, as the pig-headed army retreated, the wall itself became the foremost line of defense. Pig-headed soldiers stood upon the incomplete wall, battling the demons attempting to scale its heights. The junction of the wall erupted into the fiercest of skirmishes. Ultimately, when the final brick was set into place, the entire legion erupted in a fatigued but victorious roar, finally acquiring a solid physical barrier. However, this was not the end, but merely the beginning. Such a conspicuous structure would not only draw the attention of wandering low-level demons, but also attract the gaze of the powerful demon lords who held sway over the land. Further defensive enhancements were necessary. After a period of regrouping, the High Command of the Fang Legion resolved to take the initiative and thoroughly eradicate the first wave of demons. Under Ugru's leadership, the first, second, and third armies of the pig-headed warriors emerged from the city. Shielded by a multitude of archers stationed atop the wall, they began a rapid advance. Faced with overwhelming odds, the demons quickly routed. Bragg ordered the engineering corps to dig trenches in front of the wall to impede the more troublesome demon lords that might follow. The practical training method involved each unit taking turns on the wall, confronting various combinations of demon types under different commanders, rehearsing various strategies for defense, counterattack, and emergency response. Through trials of blood and fire, the Legion swiftly transformed from inexperienced recruits into battle-hardened elites. Only those who had endured the abyssal bloodbath could be deemed a competent instrument of violence. Yet, despite the protective measures, the ordinary pig-headed warriors could not resist the encroachment of the abyss. After 5 months, they would need to rotate out and undergo a complete purification. Chapter 49, Aerial Combat. The sky over this land was eternally bathed in a dark crimson hue, and the ground was riddled with sulfurous fissures and putrid marshes. The magical turbulence was severe, making standard communication difficult. Under the watchful gaze of low-tier demons filled with hatred, a squadron of harpies soared over the canyon, maintaining a standard V formation, flying close to the valley walls, seemingly placing something against the cliffs. Accompanied by explosions and the shrieks of winged demons, the harpies, led by their captain, plunged into the smoke, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter, where thunder and flames erupted in rapid succession. Suddenly, a maddening shriek pierced the air, prompting the harpies to retreat swiftly from the battlefield, evading the curses of the winged demons, leaving behind a field strewn with their corpses. At the mouth of a cliffside cave, several harpies clad in inscribed leather armor anxiously observed the approaching figures. In this perilous and unfamiliar land, even upon recognizing their kin, they dared not let their guard down, for no one could tell what malevolence lay hidden behind familiar faces. This was a lesson learned through blood. Halt immediately and report your designation, or I shall order an attack. Do not attack. I am Vizia, captain of the 1st Squad of the 2nd Battalion of the Reconnaissance Flag of the Fang Legion's 3rd Army, bearing urgent military intelligence. The command phrase, officer's name? Captain Sherlai of the Dark Blood Tide, and Battalion Commander Zelafenji. What of yesterday's report? A storm is approaching. Welcome back. Lord Blackwing is waiting inside for news from the front. Please enter. With that, the harpies swiftly cleared the path to the cave entrance. The cave's mouth was shrouded by cascading black vines, yet the interior space was remarkably expansive. The air was suffused with the unique scent of a harpy nest, a blend of feathers and raptor essence. The cave walls were embedded with luminescent moss that emitted a dim, bluish glow, providing just enough light to see. Inside, a harpy clad in intricately engraved black chainmail was listening intently to a report from a subterranean gnome. Her feathers displayed a pure, abyssal jet-black hue. Rumors suggested she was a hybrid of harpy and black dragonborn. Yet this topic was one that few dared to broach, save for the chief of the Public Security Bureau. Captain Vizia, I have heard of you, the finest soldier in the reconnaissance unit. What grim news do you bring me this time? Vizia lifted her head to meet a pair of pale golden, reptilian slit pupils fixed upon her, the gaze both calm and ruthless. Report, my lady. We have discovered a demonic army ahead, numbering no less than 200,000, with a significant presence of berserkers and winged demons. And there are indications of a demon lord among them. I see. Did you bring the image recording crystal ball? Vizia hastily produced a small, purple crystal orb the size of a marble and handed it over. The harpy with black wings gestured for a nearby subordinate to catch it, instructing them to swiftly relay the information back. Sisters, it is time to take action. We must intercept these damned demons before the Legion is fully prepared for battle. Zayla, you are to notify all reconnaissance units to cease their current missions and assemble here immediately. Weishia, you and your squad should rest as soon as possible. We will have much to do shortly. At the rear camp, upon receiving the battle report, Bulagu and Wugulu promptly ordered the 1st to 7th armies to mobilize at once, forming a line before the fortifications to confront the demonic horde. According to the imagery, the majority of the demons are low-level Qianma, with only a few of the more formidable Quangzhan Ma and Ima among them, while the scant number of Pan Huan Ma and Shoma Zhu are troublesome foes. Bulagu deduced that this army is likely commanded by Baifu Ma, with the potential presence of a Gue Lizi, capable of spewing forth low-tier demons in large numbers. Defending from the city walls would be a passive endeavor, hence. The strategy is for Wu Gulu to attract the demon's attention directly, while the centaur Lion Shi Yuan leads the light cavalry for a flanking assault. Before the demonic army, hundreds of Ima detached from the main force. Their wings beat with ferocity, producing a piercing shriek that rent the air as they charged toward the team of eagle-headed women. Their eyes glinted with cruel malice as they began to conjure ghostly green fireballs of malevolence, heralding an inevitable and brutal conflict. Scatter. Execute the wind call plan. Shire's command resonated through a specific whistle. The well-trained eagle-headed women instantly erupted like fireworks, dividing into dozens of smaller teams, diving and ascending in various directions, utilizing their petite forms and agility to weave through the jagged stone forests and columns of sulfurous smoke. A bloody aerial skirmish unfolded beneath the dark red sky. Malevolent fireballs grazed their wings, exploding into corrosive craters upon the rocks. Strikes of blue lightning cleaved the heavens, targeting the rampaging Ima, with several plummeting amidst their screams. Yet many more, driven by hatred, surged forth relentlessly. They provocatively displayed taunting postures at high altitudes, even firing precise crossbow bolts at the Ima to enrage them, drawing the pursuers toward a preordained location. This group faced the greatest danger and incurred severe casualties, with each feigned attack accompanied by the fall of eagle-headed warriors. Nevertheless, the cost proved worthwhile, as the enraged Ima, burning with fury, relentlessly pursued the forward prey. Within a gorge, after several explosions, the fortunate Ima discovered they were met by the eagle-headed women's slaughter squad, who had long awaited their arrival. Sensing that a substantial number of Ima were vanishing without return, the commanding demon issued orders forbidding any offensive actions. In the ensuing battle, regardless of how the eagle-headed women attempted to lure them, the Ima remained steadfastly with the main army, merely launching malevolent fireballs from above in retaliation. Observing this, Heiyu directly commanded the harassment squad to commence operations. They relied on their speed, daringly flying close to the ground, skimming past the flanks of the demonic marching column. They deployed their carried flash bombs and alchemical explosives. The blinding light and ear-splitting noise erupted amidst the Qianma and Quangzhan Ma, though the immediate casualties were limited. They successfully incited widespread turmoil and chaos. The enraged Quangzhan Ma began attacking one another, while the Qianma scattered in terror. They soared toward an unstable rocky hill adjacent to the marching path. Utilizing their geological knowledge and precise control of power, they struck critical support points with spells and detonated all their explosives. A thunderous roar erupted as the mountainside collapsed, sending a torrent of boulders and dust crashing down. While not directly striking the demon lord, it successfully buried a section of the marching route, forcing the vanguard to slow or divert. As the harassment continued, the demonic marching speed noticeably decreased, further exacerbating the chaos within their already disordered ranks. Enraged by the humiliation, the demon commander ordered all Ima to launch a full-scale assault, determined to eradicate this troublesome band of eagle-headed women within a short time frame. Upon witnessing the Ima swarm out, intent on exterminating all her subordinates, Heiyu's dragon-like vertical pupils reflected not fear, but a glimmer of cold calculation. An enraged enemy is most prone to err, and she was poised to meticulously set a trap for these foolish demons, crafting an aerial grave. Heiyu personally led the most elite squad of guards to serve as bait. They boldly circled at the canyon entrance, their scornful shrieks successfully provoking the ire of the Ima. When the dark swarm of Ima charged like enraged hornets, Heiyu commanded a retreat, guiding her team with a seemingly chaotic yet precisely controlled pace into the designated hunting ground of Lifu Gorge. Two steep cliffs, adorned with razor-sharp protrusions like blades, flanked a narrow passage, the tightest section barely allowing 3 or 4 Ima to fly abreast. The unique terrain generated chaotic updrafts and downdrafts, presenting lethal traps for unfamiliar flyers. The rock faces were riddled with cavities and fissures of varying sizes, ideal ambush points. Sound-burst explosives detonated within the confined space, generating intense echoes and shockwaves that caused the Ima to lose balance, disoriented, colliding with the sharp rock walls like headless flies. Thrown hand axes spiraled downward, gaining momentum from gravity, cleaving through the wings and skulls of the Ima with ease. Amidst the ensuing turmoil, the second ambush team, long concealed within the horizontal fissures of the rock face, sprang into action. They glided forth like phantoms, striking at close range amidst the chaos. Their claws targeted the Ima's delicate wing membranes and throats, striking swiftly and vanishing without delay. By the time the nearby Ima comprehended what was happening, they had already melded back into the shadows of the rocks. Heiyu, overseeing the battle from above the canyon, periodically unleashed attacks, accurately striking each Ima attempting to retaliate or any particularly cunning individual, ensuring that none escaped her grasp. This one-sided massacre lasted less than 10 minutes. The gorge was soon filled with the corpses of Ima and the moans of the wounded, the chaotic air thick with the scent of blood. Heiyu hovered above the gorge's exit, coldly surveying the hell she had wrought. She emitted 3 sharp, brief whistles, the signal for a full retreat. The eagle-headed women displayed no reluctance to engage. Regardless of the tantalizing spoils, they immediately ceased their assault and swiftly, orderly departed through the designated evacuation route. As if merging with the shadows of the mountains, they carried away the bodies of their fallen comrades, leaving no valuable remnants for the enemy. When the new reinforcements of Ima entered this valley of death, they were greeted only by empty cliffs and the corpses of their kin. The eagle-headed women had eliminated at least 1/3 of the pursuing Ima at minimal cost, significantly undermining the aerial reconnaissance and strike capabilities of the demonic legion. Chapter 50. The blood battle of Kajiao Wilderness. On the periphery of the fortress, after a month of initial cleansing, the wilderness remained tainted by the bloodied earth. According to the demons captured by the eagle-headed women, the demon lord arriving this time was named Kasi, the Skin Peeler. A brutal Quangzhanma elevated to the rank of demon lord, his power equivalent to that of a master, notorious for his penchant for flaying demon skins. As the chaotic demonic army emerged from the distant horizon, clad in iron armor and wielding massive wooden shields, 35,000 spear wielders had already formed their ranks, their shields deeply embedded in the earth, creating an iron wall. From the gaps between the shields protruded 3-meter-long piercing spears, resembling a forest of death. The second line of defense consisted of archers and accompanying shamans. The shamans continuously chanted, bestowing stone skin and rage of heart upon the frontline soldiers, while inscribing weak domains upon the ground, persistently weakening the demons breaching the line. 15,000 archers positioned themselves on the elevated slopes and makeshift wooden arrow towers behind the first line. They were divided into 3 waves, ready to unleash uninterrupted shots at the command of their standard bearer. 20,000 heavy armored soldiers stood as the reserve force, personally led by Wu Gulu. The soldiers were clad in formidable steel plate armor, wielding massive axes or spiked clubs. They sat quietly behind their battlements, conserving their strength. While even the colossal wild boars were adorned in heavy armor, their defenses impeccable. As the demonic vanguard appeared within range, resembling a moving forest of flesh and blood, the heavy crossbows stationed in the formation roared to life under the command of the battle standard bearer. The enormous barbed bolts soared through the sky, piercing the ranks of demons, impaling several berserkers like candied hawthorn on a stick, pinning them to the ground. As the demons advanced within 300 paces, the flag officer of the archers signaled. The first wave of incendiary arrows ascended like a swarm of locusts, tracing lethal parabolas in the air before crashing down into the demonic horde with a sharp whistle. The agonized screams of the timid demons mingled with the roars of the berserkers as the leading edge of the assault seemed to be scythed away by an invisible blade. The demon legion retaliated swiftly, hurling clusters of green fell fireballs from their rear, which struck the pike formations, causing burning slime to splatter everywhere and instantaneously creating breaches. Under the urgent commands of the battalion commander, the rear ranks of pikemen quickly filled the gaps. At the same time, a small group of winged demons attempted to dive upon the archers, but were immediately intercepted by the air defense crossbow bolts blessed by shamans. Amidst the continued rain of arrows, the vanguard of demons finally collided with the steel forest of pikes, battered and bloodied. Yet, the archers did not cease their fire. They began shooting over the top, delivering death to the demons in the rear ranks. The ferocity of the demonic assault shook the entire formation, yet it held firm. The pikes pierced through the front ranks of timid demons like harvesting wheat. The mid-tier demons, the berserkers, soon crashed against the shield wall, their immense strength shattering shields and knocking soldiers down, but the comrades behind them immediately moved to fill the void. The entire first line stood resolute, a black dam amidst the crimson tide. Initially, the demon commander dismissed the situation, believing that sheer brutality could shatter this wall. He unleashed more powerful demons, including heavy-armed judgment demons, attempting to tear open breaches in the defense line. The archers, aiming at the highest angles, rained arrows down upon the depths of the demon ranks. Although lacking in precision, the dense barrage severely hampered reinforcements from the back, effectively disrupting and inflicting casualties on the mid-tier demons rallying the timid ones. Crossbowmen and sharpshooters calmly targeted the judgment demons and other large threats with their heavy crossbows and armor-piercing bolts. The cold arrows flew from behind the shield wall, striking true at the demons' vulnerable eyes and throats. A judgment demon, just raising its massive axe, was instantly struck down by 3 bolts, crashing to the ground. As the corpses accumulated, they formed a climbable slope, allowing the advancing demons to leap over the pike tips. Realizing the moment was ripe, several judgment demons and other heavy units began to concentrate their assault on a single point of the line. With their terrifying weight and strength, they barreled through the ranks of soldiers like bowling balls, forcibly creating gaps. In response, the flag officers commanded, "Focus fire. Pierce." Surrounding pike formations abandoned their individual targets to simultaneously thrust at the joints, eyes, and throats of the colossal beasts, their coordinated attacks compensating for individual weaknesses. The demonic onslaught faltered, just as the formation began to stabilize. The giant devouring worms and earth giants dispatched by the demon lord launched a surprise attack from beneath the formation, causing numerous soldiers to tumble into deep pits, instantly shattering the integrity of the line, while the lower-tier timid demons seized the opportunity to strike. Simultaneously, a demon sorcerer unleashed a vast cloud of putrid miasma, delivering a devastating blow to the tightly packed pike formation, which began to sway precariously. The fear aura emitted by the mid to high-tier demons relentlessly assailed the soldiers' psychological defenses. The entire army teetered on the brink of collapse. "It is time," declared Yujilu, donning his helmet and commanding the heavy cavalry to charge. The colossal wild boars stood nearly 2 meters tall and weighed over a ton, clad in thick plate armor with only narrow slits for their eyes. They were trained for the sole purpose of charging and destruction. On the battlefield, they displayed their massive, metal-clad tusks, resembling 2 enormous battering rams. Any demon struck directly, whether timid or berserker, would be sent flying as if struck by a catapult, their bones shattered. The cavalry, fully armored and armed primarily with long-handled spiked clubs, warhammers, and great axes, did not aim to thrust but to slash and crush. Leveraging the immense momentum from the boar's charge, they wielded their terrifying weapons with lethal precision. A simple horizontal slash could sever multiple demons in their path or crush their skulls. Their core strategy was to remain in constant motion, to halt mint encirclement and death. They would plunge repeatedly into the demonic tide, turning over vast swathes of demonic earth into a chaotic maelstrom. Yujilu commanded 2 battalions to wedge in from the flanks or gaps in the defense, advancing in a wedge formation to strike at the side of the attacking demon legion. This maneuver effectively alleviated the pressure on the pike formation. The other 2 battalions launched their assault from a different direction, creating a crossfire with the first wave, completely surrounding and segmenting a large mass of demons. Meanwhile, he retained the last elite battalion, personally leading them to address any emergencies or to launch a decapitating charge against the demon commander. Faced with the sudden upheaval, the demons fell into evident disarray, with numerous timid demons screaming and fleeing. The judgment demons and other large demons attempted to halt the charge, hurling hooked axes or colliding head-on. A handful of brave individuals managed to topple 1 or 2 wild boars through sheer brute strength, but more often than not, they were simultaneously struck by multiple boars from various angles, only to be crushed by the cavalry's heavy weapons from above, ultimately succumbing to overwhelming force. In a fit of rage, the demon lord commanded his elite guard to intercept. "Stop those damned pigs," he ordered, gathering all remaining large demons to form a line of flesh and blood, attempting to delay the cavalry's charge through sheer numbers. "Aim for their legs," shouted a demon commander. Some clever succubi attempted to use magic to target the relatively vulnerable leg joints of the boars. Kill the riders on their backs. Another commander bellowed. As winged demons and those capable of ranged attacks concentrated their fire upon the cavalry. Suddenly, the ground erupted in the path of the charging boar cavalry, as several abyssal armored behemoths, clad in rocky shells, burst forth. These monstrosities, more robust than the wild boars, lacked sharp claws but sported massive, club-like forelimbs. Their singular task was to block the charge with their bodies. The momentum of the heavy cavalry began to wane, and sensing peril, Ujalu immediately commanded a regrouping into foot combat, leading to a fierce clash once more. However, at that moment, several glazes appeared unexpectedly from behind the demons, unleashing torrents of diminutive demons, while swarms of insect demons began to harass and attack. Though these demons lacked combat strength, they became the final straw that broke the pike formation's back. Witnessing their most powerful cavalry being stymied, the morale of the demon legion surged. The Kar Skinner let out a triumphant roar, deploying all reserves, including the final wave of winged demons and its most bloodthirsty bleeders guard, into the assault against the pike formation. Already under immense pressure and suffering heavy casualties, the pike line finally reached its limit. Seal the left flank. Quickly seal it. The battle standard bearer's voice was hoarse. Yet this time, the breaches came too swiftly and too numerous. A judgment demon sent several soldiers flying, and behind it, the bleeders surged into the ranks, not seeking to destroy the formation, but to savagely slaughter the officers, flag bearers, and shamans within. Panic spread like a plague. Soldiers, bereft of unified command and the support of faith, began to fight individually, leading to fragmentation and encirclement. Countless fissures appeared upon the once solid iron wall, ultimately shattering into numerous despondent circles of resistance. Observing the faltering formation of pikes, the centaur commander, Lien, ordered a surprise assault. The centaurs aimed their lances at the unprotected rear of the demon legion, unleashing a furious roar of charge. Gone were the thunderous hoofbeats. Instead, a great tempest surged forth. 5,000 centaurs accelerated to their utmost speed, akin to the scythe of death, silently sweeping across the land until the final moment. When they erupted into a deafening battle cry, like a hot knife through butter, they pierced through the demon's frail rear guard, obliterating the positions of the plagued toads and succubi who were responsible for long-range support, instantly neutralizing the magical threat. The remaining centaur detachments wove through the demon ranks, relentlessly hurling javelins and firing arrows, their thunderous hoofbeats and battle cries spreading the terrifying message that we were encircled. The demons engaged in battle at the front lines, upon hearing the screams from behind, felt their morale shatter in an instant. Those demons besieging the boar cavalry were thrown into disarray, granting the beleaguered heavy cavalry a moment to breathe, allowing them to mount a vigorous counterattack, creating a pincer movement alongside the centaurs. The demons' chaotic nature became their own hell. They jostled and trampled one another, even brandishing their weapons against their comrades in a frantic bid for survival. Ogru and Lien converged amidst a sea of corpses and blood. The Minotaur Legion commander solemnly nodded in respect to the centaur commander. Everything was understood in silence. This victory did not belong to any singular unit, but rather to the collective cooperation and sacrifice of all forces that refused to surrender in the face of despair. Chapter 51. The infernal drill. After the centaur light cavalry entered the fray, the demon army demonstrated a swift and catastrophic defeat. Following several charges, the demon formation collapsed entirely, with the fleeing cowards significantly disrupting the siege on the heavy cavalry. Observing this, Ogru immediately commanded a forward push of the heavy cavalry. Without reinforcements, the line formed by the abyssal armored demons was quickly shattered by the relentless assault of the pigmen. The reactivated heavy cavalry once again became the demon's nightmare, as the heavy horn sounded, rallying the army swiftly toward the demon lord's position. Meanwhile, under Lien's leadership, the light cavalry continued to batter the berserk demon commanders attempting to reform their ranks. After the fifth disarray of the regrouping demon forces, the demons finally broke completely. All demons facing the pigmen now frantically twisted their bodies, using claws and horns, employing every means to shove aside their kindred in a desperate attempt to flee. The hoarse roars of the demon commanders were entirely drowned out. No commands remained on the battlefield, only a cacophony of countless screams representing fear, pain, and extreme selfishness, merging into a dissonant symphony of chaos that belonged to failure. The weak, cowardly demons became the most direct victims, hurled aside like refuse by the towering berserk demons. Any that blocked the escape route of the powerful demons would be instantly torn apart by their so-called kin. Some cunning succubi unhesitatingly cast spells, detonating or enchanting the surrounding low-tier demons, turning them into meat shields to draw fire from pursuing forces. Meanwhile, injured soul judges, in their flight, would even seize fleeing cowardly demons, grinding them in their jaws, attempting to regain a semblance of strength or heal their wounds through the consumption of these demons' residual energies. The demon lord, Cass, the Skinner, was now swept up in the torrent of retreat. His roars were filled with unwillingness and pure rage. He personally executed several deserters, attempting to rally his forces, but the tide of defeat was like an avalanche, unstoppable. Ultimately, realizing the dire situation, he unleashed the most venomous curse, tearing open an unstable portal in a desperate bid to escape this hellish battlefield. Yet this was a vain hope. A highly compressed, nearly transparent blade of wind shot forth silently. It did not target the demon lord's remarkably resilient form, but instead sliced through the most vulnerable, chaotic edge of the portal with surgical precision. The wind blade's elemental magic clashed violently with the chaotic energy of the portal, akin to cold water splashing into boiling oil. The already unstable edge was violently ripped open wider. The intricate maintenance of the portal, despite its chaotic nature, was brutally severed. The internal energy vortex lost its constraints, transforming from ordered circulation into utter chaos. Filthy colors surged forth like a burst abscess, rapidly spreading in a frenzied manner. The portal could no longer maintain its form. After a dazzling flash of foul light, it collapsed inward. It was not an explosion, but rather akin to being crushed by an invisible hand. The very fabric of space seemed to emit a pained groan, and soon, the location of the portal transformed into a transient, absolute void of darkness. An invisible shockwave, merging fragments of space and chaotic magic, expanded rapidly from this void. Demons swept up in its wake, whether powerful soul judges or weak cowardly demons, were as if tossed into a meat grinder, their bodies twisted and torn apart, becoming clouds of blood mist. The Skinner, maintaining the portal, faced the most direct and terrifying backlash of magic. He emitted a wail utterly unfit for this world. His massive form violently ejected by the uncontrolled magic from the collapsing portal, his body riddled with wounds that appeared as if carved by the very space itself, deep enough to see bone. In a state of madness, the demon lord seized a nearby soul judge, ripping out its heart and stuffing it into his mouth. After repeating this grotesque act 5 times, he seemed to regain some strength. Simultaneously, he regained confidence, audaciously challenging the defenders to a duel, though Bragg clearly had no intention of acquiescing to such a demand. Ugru, Hey You, and Sha Lu Te, you 3 go forth to engage. Do not hold back too much, as this is primarily to enhance your combat experience. There are others waiting for the opportunity. As a master-level warrior, Bragg intended to make full use of this training opportunity to accelerate their growth. Sha Lu Te, the broken-toothed demon, remember your grandfather's name. When your soul reaches our abyssal sovereign, be sure to explain clearly who it was that struck you down. Suddenly, a pigman, towering like the minotaurs, brazenly charged forward, wielding a wolf-toothed club while riding a massive wild boar. The demon lord, seeing this, wasted no time, raising his weapon for a strike. Sha Lu Te did not attempt to block, instead sidestepping the blow and raising his club to smash down upon the demon lord's head, enhanced by martial prowess. The wolf-toothed club shattered the demon lord's entire left shoulder and arm. You filthy pig, you have angered me. You shall pay dearly for this. With that, a shadowy figure struck, and Sha Lu Te, unable to evade in time, raised his club defensively, accompanied by a sickening crunch and a shower of sparks. He was sent flying, landing heavily amidst the bodies of cowardly demons. The demon lord, having reformed his arm, was upon him in an instant, swinging his blade once more. Just as the chaotic great blade was about to strike Sha Lu Te, it unexpectedly released its grip and withdrew. Meanwhile, employing a side slash with martial skill, Sha Lu Te awkwardly swung his club through the very spot where the demon lord had just been poised to strike. Sha Lu Te pressed the attack again, but the demon lord, enraged, blocked with fury. The collision of the chaotic great blade and the wolf-toothed club produced a deafening sound. Shagit staggered back a half-step, his palm splitting, yet he let out an exhilarated roar. He disregarded defense entirely, utilizing the overwhelming power of the wolf-toothed club to unleash a series of relentless heavy strikes, each aimed at the weapon and joints, the hard points of contact. Sha Lu Te seemed to be using his body to feel the power level of the master tier. He validated his limits through practical combat. gauging how many such impacts he could endure in direct confrontation while learning to effectively utilize the characteristics of his weapon to inflict damage under greater force. After 10 exchanges, he gasped for breath, his arms trembling, yet he retreated with an exhilarating expression, his wolf-toothed club bearing the marks of the demon lord's weapon, which had shattered under the strain. Observing that Shalati had exhausted himself, Wugulu promptly charged in with his battle axe to replace his boar-headed comrade. His enormous double-bladed axe gleamed with a cold, fierce light in the dim surroundings. Unlike Shaget, his combat was a harmonious blend of the traditional strength and precision of the Tauren. Wugulu did not rush into attack. Instead, he moved steadily around the demon lord, who was slowed by their previous clash. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his axe not cleaving, but rather executing a cunning upward thrust aimed at the vulnerable junction between the demon lord's arm and torso. Each of his strikes fell upon the demon lord at the moment when its old strength had waned and new strength had yet to materialize. The heavy axe in his grasp seemed to possess a spirit of its own, at times crashing down like thunder, forcing the opponent to brace against the impact, depleting the last remnants of its stamina. At other moments, it struck like a viper, the axe tip seeking to pry open the chest plate, now riddled with cracks, inciting the demon lord's ire. Wugulu practiced how to confront an opponent whose power and experience far surpassed his own, yet was in a severely weakened state. He learned to read the enemy's micro-expressions and muscle movements, seeking flaws in their defenses. His combat was a masterful demonstration of lethal technique. After a strike that nearly cleaved the opponent's scapula, he withdrew calmly, allowing space for the final companion to practice. The harpy descended from the heavens, her pure black feathers giving the impression that she had coalesced directly from shadows. She did not approach, but hovered at a safe distance, her golden slit pupils calmly scrutinizing the battered, enraged, yet faltering demon lord. She raised her hand, needing no incantation, and unleashed several compressed blasts of wind that struck the demon lord's ankles, knees, and wrists with pinpoint accuracy. These were not fatal blows, but rather served to further weaken and disrupt, shattering its balance and interrupting any desperate spells it might have been preparing. She manipulated the air currents to lift the swirling dust and sulfur smoke from the battlefield, creating a small obscured area to hinder the demon lord's vision. Simultaneously, she conjured a barrier of sharp winds, invisible yet tangible, which spun rapidly before her, preemptively detonating or deflecting the demon lord's futile projectiles of dark flame or ground-shaking attacks. The harpy was practicing how to unilaterally ravage a formidable melee combatant with her magic, testing the limits of his magical resistance while honing her ability to exert maximum control and disruption with minimal magical expenditure. She showcased to all how a top-tier spellcaster could render a brute's attempts to even graze her garments an unattainable aspiration. Following the conclusion of the first round of battle, Brague dispatched another wave of combatants, this time featuring the centaur lion Chiyuan, the word Gisk Rustclaw, and the boar-headed Karlog Ironfang. Except for Karlog, who was a warrior, the others were rangers. Lion preferred long-range attacks with his bow, complemented by dual curved blades for close combat defense, while Gisk favored laying traps and executing stealthy attacks with a dagger. After 3 consecutive rounds of battle, the demon lord appeared to be drained of energy, kneeling as it gasped for breath, barely propped up by its chaotic great blade. Seeing this, Brague approached and swiftly dispatched it with a single strike, ordering mid-tier forces to practice combat techniques against higher-tier demons. Chapter 52. Change of guard. Has the casualty report for the Brague Legion been compiled? Wugulu confirmed, stating that the Spear Squad lost 315 men, with 426 disabled and 524 rendered incapable of combat, excluding the deceased and incapacitated. After simple treatment from the priests, 161 could continue fighting. The heavy cavalry suffered 314 fatalities, with 138 incapacitated, leaving the remaining with varying degrees of disability, and only 548 able to continue combat, thus unable to execute large-scale operations. The light cavalry and aerial scouts had casualties of 241 and 317 respectively, with those severely injured unlikely to return alive, leaving 123 and 54 completely incapable of combat. The archers and sorcerers lost a total of 133 men, with 215 rendered incapable of battle. The total loss of combat effectiveness amounted to 277, with only the 20,000 reserves remaining at camp capable of continuing the fight. Brague inquired about the total number of demons slain. Wugulu had already tallied the figures: 120, 500 fear demons, 3. 142 winged demons. 1. 371 berserk demons. 630 soul-judging demons. 570 begul demons. 460 succubi. 437 plague toads. 412 minotaurs. 350 hunting spiders. 304 abyssal armored demons. 206 giant devouring worms. 113 earth giants. 106 blood-sucking demons. 8 claws. And an additional 30 tons of insect demons and 20 tons of dwarf demons. These figures only reflect those left on the battlefield. Had a pursuit been ordered, the tally would have been even greater. It is well known that demon bodies are highly sought after, essential for various magical materials and weapons. Break. You must understand that our purpose here is to train, not to engage in a life or death struggle, nor to seek profit. We have no knowledge of whether a more powerful entity exists above this demon lord, nor can we predict encounters with other demon lords along the way. Our legion has lost its combat effectiveness. Our current task is to secure the camp and await the reopening of the portal in a month. Now, please compile a list of personnel who have gained promotions and those who require rewards, as this is of utmost concern to Duke Sakawi. Wugulu had already compiled the results. Shaluti and Gisk had both been promoted to master rank, over 50 others to high rank, and more than 120 to mid-rank. It must be said that these two graduates from the Agurike Academy far surpass us veterans. The number requiring rewards is substantial. Aside from the 3 standard bearers and 15 camp officers who fell in battle, all other senior commanders achieved varying degrees of merit. Among them, the standard bearer Orwell exhibited exceptional command skills, showcasing the astonishing potential of the academy-trained boar-headed warriors. The remaining details have been documented in a comprehensive report, including the operational experience summary requested by the Duke, which they are currently drafting. Break, my dear brother, I recall hearing how resistant you were to the Duke's management plans, adamantly refusing to attend the academy, preferring to train the boar-headed warriors instead of participating in territorial development. Is that true? Wugula chuckled, recalling his youthful ignorance, feeling at the time that the Duke was deliberately bullying them, believing that the way of life maintained for over 10,000 years could not be altered simply due to the arrival of an evil 5-colored dragon. After spending over a decade in the Legion, I have witnessed this group, who could hardly walk in unison, transform into a well-trained, unyielding elite force. When I saw the graduating boar-headed students take command, replacing the drow elves, I realized that the Duke's wisdom far exceeded our imagination. Within a month, the camp had become an unyielding steel rivet amidst the abyssal territories, standing firm against relentless assaults day and night. The bloodstains on the walls had been cleaned, the damaged areas repaired, and even reinforced. The atmosphere remained grim, yet bore a semblance of the calm associated with order. Waizue, you say our Duke must be exceedingly bored to send us to such a place, spending our days merely standing guard or engaging in combat. It is not a matter of fearing those rascals, but rather an incomprehension of why we journeyed so far to do this. I say, Dia, why do you concern yourself with so much? We are fed by the Duke's grain and compensated by the Duke's coin, and should he demand our heads, we shall comply without hesitation. It is his prerogative to engage in his whims. Alas, our captain has suffered greatly. Just the other night, he was dragged down from the city wall by those vile demon hounds, a truly gruesome sight. You weren't on duty then, but I assure you, the sound was enough to deter anyone from ascending the wall. I witnessed him being torn asunder. Do not be absurd. I am not boasting, but I, Dia, once challenged a minotaur atop that very wall. My entrails spilled forth, and without a moment's thought, I shoved them back in and continued to fight. Even the flag officer praised my valor, while you were reduced to a quivering mess by those demon hounds. I suspect the flag officer was merely jesting about your ineptitude. Luku, do you hear that sound from the watchtower? The two men hastily turned to the direction pointed by Gomu, and a majestic silver light suddenly illuminated the center of the square. It was not blinding, yet it radiated a purity that seemed out of place amidst the abyss. Within the light, countless arcane runes danced with life, swirling and weaving into a grand and flawless ring. At the center of the ring, the very fabric of space rippled like water, revealing a clear azure sky that they had nearly forgotten. Arcane. It is the power of arcane magic. The crooked-mouthed man instantly perked up, his eyes wide with excitement. Reinforcements are finally arriving. The Duke has remembered us. How splendid. Upon hearing of the reinforcements, Diya's heart raced, a wave of long-forgotten warmth washing over him. He recalled the brutal bloodbath from a month ago, the countless comrades who had fallen, and the relentless demons that had tormented them for weeks. At last, those demons would pay the price they deserved. He clenched the shaft of his spear tightly, his weary back straightening in an instant. and turned to the crooked-mouthed man, his voice hoarse with excitement. I see it. I see it, brother. It is a portal. Our reinforcements have arrived. Once this fresh force joins us, we shall charge out with Lord Brage and annihilate those wretched demons spawn outside. We will avenge our fallen brothers. He envisioned countless new armors and weapons pouring forth from the portal, merging with the veteran soldiers within the fortress, transforming into an unstoppable tide of steel that would crush every demon in sight. A surge of enthusiasm coursed through him. Even the blood-red sky seemed to brighten. Just then, they beheld rows of gleaming soldiers clad in polished armor marching out from the portal. Soon thereafter, the rallying horns sounded throughout their camp. And he knew the time for retaliation had come. The Duke's army would finally crush these loathsome demons once and for all. All units assemble. Prepare for the handover of defenses. The commanding officer's robust voice echoed through the encampment. Handover? Daya and the crooked-mouthed man exchanged puzzled glances, their fervor frozen on their faces, replaced by overwhelming confusion. Soon, the news spread like wildfire among the troops, unmistakably reaching their ears. We are going home? A rotation of forces. A rotation of forces. The new legion is taking over for us. We can return to the prime material plane. Home. Home. No. I will not return. I shall remain here to eradicate these demons. I am going nowhere. Suddenly, a furious cry erupted, reverberating throughout the camp of the pig-headed men. One such creature, missing a tusk and a leg, threw down his leather armor, exposing his sturdy chest, and shouted angrily at the commanding officer. Take your anger out on me, not on your captain. He is merely following my orders. A voice, soft yet piercing, resounded, and the camp fell silent. All eyes drawn to the rooftop. There, a massive lizard resembling a skeleton regarded them below. Its seemingly plain black scales gleamed with the subdued luster of polished obsidian under the dark red light of the abyss. A pair of molten golden vertical pupils surveyed the soldiers calmly, as if capable of penetrating their very souls, revealing the fervor and fatigue within each warrior's heart. Atop its head, a pair of black dragon horns curled gracefully backward, resembling a crown crafted from black jade, embodying ancient power and wisdom. Its vast black dragon wings, folded behind, shimmered with a metallic glint, casting a comforting shadow even in repose. A long, muscular dragon tail swayed gently behind it, gracefully cutting through the air with the elegance and strength of a predator. There was no aura of slaughter emanating from it, only a profound calmness born from ages of witnessing life and death. This tranquility itself was a declaration of immense power. To the black dragon, the warriors present were his kin. In an instant, all dissatisfaction, anger, and restlessness transformed into pure excitement and loyalty. Whether pig-headed, minotaur, or harpy, every soldier, regardless of their faction, instinctively paid homage to the figure atop the roof with their race's most revered gestures. The sound of fists striking breastplates, the clattering of weapons, and the rustling of wings converged into a harmonious reverence, as if the most devout pilgrims were paying their respects. What burned in their eyes was no longer the flame of vengeance, but rather the fervor and trust found in the presence of their revered black dragon lord. The first pig-headed warrior to stand and shout the loudest now pressed his lips tightly together, a massive palm resting on his chest. His eyes filled with reverence for the black dragon. The black dragon lord spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in every soldier's ear, deep and magnetic, carrying the unique resonance of dragons, as if the very earth itself were whispering, "I have heard your resilience and courage." He paused, a glimmer of nearly paternal warmth flickering in his molten gaze. But now, I must take my children home. Many soldiers, who had just moments ago been filled with indignation, now fully released their burdens, allowing joy to surge within them once more. However, this time, it was not the prospect of returning home that thrilled them. Rather, it was the acknowledgement of their deepest desire, recognized by their most esteemed black dragon lord, that validated their courage. The soldiers of the Iron Fist Legion had already formed ranks, imbued with the sharpness of fresh warriors and a subtle hint of exhilaration. However, as they beheld the remnants of the Fang Legion, silently converging from the barracks, watchtowers, and city walls, that exhilaration was abruptly frozen, shattered into an intangible chill. What they witnessed was an army that had crawled forth from the depths of hell. The battered shields bore claw marks and corrosive scars, while the dulled weapons seemed to narrate countless clashes with bones and shells. The dried, darkened blood on their armor had become its new coating. Their faces were etched with indelible fatigue, and the depths of their gazes harbored a lingering murderous intent alongside a deeper, numbing sorrow. More importantly, their numbers. The soldiers of the Iron Fist instinctively scanned the ranks, quietly tallying the staggering, heart-wrenching voids. The horrors they had heard about had materialized into the empty spaces before them, manifesting as the oak boxes containing the ashes of their fallen comrades. The terror of the abyss was no longer mere vocabulary. It had been etched into every survivor, a living testament reflected in their eyes. Their once fervent enthusiasm now appeared pale and insipid. The entire handover transpired in this oppressive silence. Flags, defense maps, and fortress keys were exchanged wordlessly. The remnants of the Fong Legion began to move, forming a sparse yet orderly line, trudging heavily towards the portal leading home. Their footsteps upon the stone of the square produced not the light-hearted echo of a homecoming, but rather the somber cadence of a funeral march. The soldiers of the Iron Fist instinctively parted to either side, standing at attention, observing with complex expressions filled with awe. They were not bidding farewell to heroes. Rather, it resembled the somber act of witnessing a living history, a prelude to the harsh future they were about to personally experience. The master, Wugulu, Heiyu, and Lian applied to stay behind, intending to break through to the master rank before returning. I deemed their request quite reasonable. May it be granted? No issue. You are the chief authority here, and I shall not interfere with matters pertaining to the Legion. I plan to establish a 5th Legion, with Shalu as its commander. What are your thoughts on this? Our strength indeed requires enhancement, yet the cost of training in the Abyss is exorbitantly high. I believe our Security Institute's Rapid Response Division and the Guard troops should also undergo some training. How about we proceed with the cleanup of the underground world next? This decision rests with you. I must concentrate on developing new necromantic spells and currently lack the energy to manage these affairs. You must return this time. Leave this place under the watch of Jizik, as we need to provide ample training opportunities for the youth. Chapter 53. The Warg Scout Team Shalu. The Fong Legion has suffered considerable losses. Although injured and disabled soldiers can be restored through the Regeneration Forge, we have nonetheless lost 320 warriors. According to the Duke's directives, we need to establish a new legion. Please select half of the personnel from the Fong Legion. Rest assured, my Lord Brake, the formation of the new legion will be entrusted to me. I assure you that the Iron Legion will achieve effective combat capability within a year, without affecting the training plans for the Abyss next year. Indeed, I trust your abilities, Vice Commander Orwell. The supplementary training for the Fong Legion will be your responsibility. While the Fong Legion has a fixed organizational structure, the recent losses and personnel transfers are significant, and your task is quite demanding. Do not take it lightly. Fear not. My lord, the Minotaurs have never shied away from challenges. I promise that the Fong Legion will forever remain the Duke's most formidable Fong, and in the coming Abyss, we shall continue to etch our own glory. Indeed, the Duke's territory requires individuals like yourselves. Well then, I shall refrain from further words. Commence your search for new recruits. Once the warriors return from their leave, we shall begin training. I wish you good fortune. Finota, have the demon corpses been classified? This must not be taken lightly, for the pollution from demons is exceedingly perilous. My lord, you need not worry. When have our subterranean gnomes ever disappointed you? All have been duly registered and stored, and Lady Klausina has already dispatched personnel for inspection. We are capable of processing and handling them. She will send a list within a month. And for the portions we cannot handle, we have contacted various factions for potential sale. Lady Tali, following the Duke's command, we are to initiate a cleanup operation in the underground world shortly, both to deter the restless factions and to train the troops of the Rapid Response Division. Do you have any concerns? No issues. However, due to the complex circumstances in the underground world, I intend to personally lead the team to avoid any unforeseen encounters with entities such as the Chromatic Dragon or the Mind Flayer. The Rapid Response Division was established by my own hands. No problem, but you must understand that the Rapid Response Division is not an army. Refrain from attacking the cities of the Drow or the Duergar. That task is reserved for the Guard troops. Your primary mission is to eradicate the forces of the Earth Gnomes and the Quatoa. The Vanguard Scouts of the Rapid Response Division consist of 12 of the most elite Warg Scout teams. Their gray fur seamlessly blends with the rocky terrain of the underground world, and specially designed soft pads on their boots allow them to traverse silently. Along the main road leading to Blackclaw Fortress, Captain Duanya was the first to notice an anomaly. He raised his left hand, and the entire team instantly froze in place. He pointed to the ground, where several seemingly ordinary fragments of stone were scattered. However, Duanya gently sniffed with his nose and then cautiously prodded one aside, revealing a taut, slender wire that was nearly indistinguishable from the ground. A tripwire trap set by the Earth Gnomes. Duanya communicated through gestures, indicating the rockfall net above. Stepping on it would turn us into mere pulp. They circumvented the trap, yet their spirits remained heavy. The cunning of the earth gnomes was indeed well-deserved of its reputation. This was merely the periphery, to avoid an increasing number of traps and patrols along the main route. Duanya decided to lead the team into the natural limestone forest known as the Labyrinth of 1,000 Caves. Here, the stone pillars were numerous, and the pathways intricate, a perfect concealed passage. However, it was also a paradise for the earth gnomes' hidden sentries. While traversing a narrow stone crevice, the warg at the tail suddenly felt a chill at his neck. He quickly ducked, and an almost invisible metal wire sliced through the spot where his throat had just been, embedding itself deeply into the adjacent stone pillar. That was a throat line set by the earth gnome razor hunters. Almost simultaneously, heavy sounds of metal boots crunching on gravel echoed from ahead. A patrol of earth gnomes was coming from the opposite corner, less than 20 meters away. Retreat was no longer an option. The footsteps were alarmingly close. Exposure would mean the failure of the entire operation. Duanya, without hesitation, made an exceedingly risky decision. He emitted a short, startled squeak reminiscent of a rock bat. The entire team froze as if a pause button had been pressed, and each member instinctively began seeking the nearest shadow. They either curled into the recesses of the stone pillars or pressed against the ground in the ditches, with one member even lying flat in a cold puddle, leaving only his mouth and nose exposed. The earth gnome patrol approached, torches in hand. The flickering flames illuminated the stone pillar behind Duanya. One of the earth gnome soldiers seemed to sense something, sniffing the air and gazing curiously in the direction of their concealment for several seconds. In that moment, time appeared to stand still. Duanya could hear his heart pounding fiercely within his chest as he gripped his blackened dagger tightly, prepared to strike with lethal precision at the moment of exposure. Fortunately, the earth gnome merely muttered about the damned draft and continued onward with his squad. Only after the footsteps and flames had completely vanished into the passage ahead did the wargs emerge from the shadows like statues coming to life, continuing their advance. Each member was drenched in cold sweat. After navigating through the labyrinthine 1,000 caves, Duanya and his team found themselves facing a relatively open area, strewn with jagged rocks and luminous fungi. The Black Law Pass loomed at the end of the slope, constructed against the natural rock walls of the underground world, with the coarse commands of the earth gnomes faintly echoing from atop the towering walls. Crossing this expanse directly would be tantamount to suicide. The nostrils of Liqua flared slightly, as the air was thick with the scent of sulfur, mixed with the distinctive body odor of the earth gnomes and the metallic tang of traps. He signaled with a series of intricate gestures, and the team immediately dispersed like a plume of gray smoke, adopting a ghostly leap style of advancement. They utilized every shadow cast by the rocks and every shift in the patrol's line of sight to execute brief, rapid sprints, then froze at the next cover point, merging with the stone. Their movements were swift and silent, the only sound being the heavy throbbing of their hearts within their chests. Along the way, they relied on their keen senses of smell and sight to detect and evade 3 pressure plate traps set by the earth gnomes, as well as an almost invisible tripwire. During one maneuver, they nearly collided head-on with a patrol of earth gnomes that had emerged from a side passage. Liqua abruptly pressed down on a companion's head, and they pressed tightly against a rock fissure, listening as the heavy footsteps and the clinking of armor passed mere inches from their faces, even catching a whiff of the soldier's pungent sweat. After enduring numerous perils, they finally reached their designated reconnaissance point, an abandoned ventilation duct exit that overlooked a significant portion of the fortress's interior. Peering through the rusted grating, Duanya's pupils constricted slightly as the sight revealed that the earth gnome's strength far exceeded the intelligence reports. Within the training ground, at least 500 to 600 earth gnome soldiers were engaged in drills, their formations relatively orderly as they wielded standard long swords and spears. More soldiers moved between the barracks, transporting defensive equipment and supplies. A rough estimation suggests that the permanent garrison comprises no fewer than 1,500 troops, excluding those who may be on rotation or stationed in other regions. They observed 4 tamed werewolves clad in rudimentary iron armor, confined within specially crafted enormous cages, evidently intended for assault or pursuit. Outside the command post at the pinnacle of the fortress, they witnessed a larger-than-usual Jing, adorned in leather armor embedded with iron plates, bellowing at several subordinates resembling captains, clearly orchestrating defensive measures. The walls were not only towering but also bristled with spikes and iron caltrops. The sole gate was a formidable iron-clad wooden door, appearing remarkably robust. On the battlements, several crude yet powerful trebuchets and crossbows were secured, with munitions piled nearby. Most critically, They noted the watchtowers situated at the four corners of the walls, each manned by vigilant sentinels and embedded with enormous crystals emitting an unstable green glow, a substandard version of the true sight eye capable of detecting invisible units, posing a significant threat to stealthy forces. The broad main slope led directly to the gate, yet it was entirely exposed to the firepower of the defenders, littered with traps, rendering it a suicidal choice. He observed that on the southeast side of the fortress, a segment of the wall was constructed against a natural rock face. Steep, yet not insurmountable, and due to the treacherous terrain, the number of defenders above and the attention of the watchtower were evidently diminished. Below the rock face lay a vast heap of rubble, offering an excellent venue for gathering and concealment. In the northwestern corner of the fortress, there existed a large drainage ditch, its iron grating severely rusted. Although the ditch might harbor stagnant water, sludge, or even guards, it undoubtedly represented the optimal passage for infiltration and chaos. The fixed sentries appeared quite lethargic, often dozing off. Mobile patrols circled the fortress approximately every 40 minutes, adhering to a set route that, when traversing the section by Shadowstrike Cliff, would quicken their pace due to the complex terrain, resulting in more cursory observations. The outer patrols were primarily comprised of Da Dijing infantry, with a formation of 80 to 100 men, seemingly random in their routes, but inclined to operate around several fixed water sources and open highlands, with intervals of about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Duanya meticulously recorded all he witnessed with his claws on specially crafted, water-resistant black sheepskin parchment, utilizing symbols and sketches comprehensible only to the war commander. Troop strength, approximately 1,500 Da Dijing, inclusive of werewolf units and a high-ranking chieftain. Defense, reinforced walls, trebuchets, crossbow artillery, and true side-eye towers. Weakness, relatively feeble defenses at the southeast Shadowstrike Cliff, and the polluted path in the northwest offers potential infiltration. Patrol, 40-minute cycles on the walls, with outer patrols every 1.5 to 2 hours. He carefully rolled the parchment and placed it within a hollow tusk container, handing it to the most agile and silent member of the team, Huiying. Huiying accepted the tusk, seamlessly melding into the shadows, vanishing along the path from whence they came. Duanya, accompanied by the remaining members, continued to lie in wait like statues, intent on confirming the specifics within the drainage ditch and the subsequent movements of the Da Dijing chieftain. Their mission was far from concluded. With each heartbeat, they remained entwined in the rhythm of death. However, the intelligence they procured had become pivotal for the rapid response team to ascertain if they could chew through this tough bone with minimal cost. Chapter 54. Striking the underworld forces with the intelligence regarding safe pathways transmitted by the reconnaissance team. The main force of 3,000 warg troops commenced their operation. They divided into smaller units of 100, akin to countless streams of gray, silently traversing the moss-covered concealed routes marked by the scouts, gliding through the rugged caverns. Naturally, the operation was not without its challenges. One detachment nearly alerted 2 Da Dijing sentinels across an underground river, narrowly avoiding detection thanks to the decisive command of their leader, who ordered all to remain hidden in the frigid waters for half an hour until the sentinels changed shifts. Another team encountered a swarm of subterranean rockshell scorpions. After a brief and silent skirmish, they vanquished the scorpions but suffered several poison casualties, necessitating their concealment until the operation concluded. Ultimately, within the designated time frame, the 3,000 wargs appeared like phantoms at their predetermined attack positions surrounding the Da Dijing war fortress. They lay hidden in the shadows of rocks, within abandoned mines, and beneath desiccated riverbeds. A silent, lethal noose had firmly ensnared the neck of the Black Claw Pass, while the Da Dijing remained blissfully unaware. The rapid response unit of the Black Dragon Duke demonstrated their value and terror through a textbook-style infiltration behind enemy lines. When the last messenger returned with the designated call of the second squad's readiness, the entire underworld seemed to plunge into a silence reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Ward leader Tai Zhao Yin stood at the command position, the dim light from the subterranean river casting shadows over his scarred visage. Drawing a deep breath, he emitted a series of bat-like squeaks, signaling the attack. The distinctive call of the bat resonated low and clear in the ears of each captain. Translated into the rapid response unit's internal code. Heed my command. Fainting unit, launch a strong assault on the main gate to create chaos and draw fire. Main assault unit, scale Shadowstrike Cliff, breach and seize the walls, open the gates. Infiltration unit, penetrate through the polluted path, detonate explosives, and incinerate the granaries and beast pens. All units advance. There were no grandiose speeches, only the clearest, coldest directives. The commands rippled through the stillness like stones thrown into placid waters, instantly stirring waves of destruction. The moment the orders were issued, a thundering war drum erupted from the direction of the fortress's main gate, accompanied by the frenzied howls of the warg troops. Hundreds of warg soldiers emerged from behind massive boulders, not charging in a dense formation, but rather advancing in a loose array, shields raised to protect vital areas, unleashing arrows and thrown spears toward the gate. Enemy attack. Main gate. All personnel to the walls. The anguished alarm of the Da-Dijing echoed throughout the fortress. As predicted, the main gate became the focal point for the defenders. The troops on the walls were entirely captivated, the sound of crossbow strings, the thud of trebuchets, and the officers' furious shouts mingling in a cacophony. Boulders and debris rained down like a deluge, while arrows densely blanketed the area in front of the fainting unit. The soldiers of the fainting unit adeptly utilized the terrain to evade, embodying a realistic assault with their lives at stake. Each step back stained with the blood of their comrades. Yet they successfully anchored the fortress's attention firmly on the main gate. Just as the clamor of battle erupted at the main gate, genuine peril began to stir beneath the southeast shadow strike cliff. The main assault unit, already lying in wait, commenced their silent ascent like phantoms along the wall. Utilizing grappling ropes and sharp claw covers, they swiftly scaled the rugged rock face. While the commotion of Da-Dijing soldiers rushing to aid above perfectly masked the subtle sounds of their ascent. As the first warg soldier peeked over the edge, the last two Da-Dijing sentinels on the wall were craning their necks, peering toward the commotion at the main gate. Cold, lethal blades swept across their throats from behind, and they could not utter a single warning. Increasing numbers of elite wargs surged over the walls like an inundating tide of gray. They wasted no time. Splitting into two groups, one darted down the inner staircase of the walls, pouncing upon the defenders who were fully engaged with the feint at the main gate. The other surged directly toward the gate tower, their objective to eliminate the gate guards, lower the drawbridge, and swing open the heavy gate. Almost simultaneously with the main assault unit scaling the walls, the infiltration unit successfully navigated through the rusted grating of the drainage ditch, penetrating into the fortress's interior. The foul stench and stagnant water within served as their best cover. They spread rapidly throughout the fortress like ink droplets in clear water, pairing up in twos, darting toward their designated targets. A tremendous explosion resonated from the direction of the granaries, a towering inferno igniting instantaneously, with thick smoke billowing. The cage doors confining the war wolves were pried open, and the startled beasts charged forth, indiscriminately tearing into friend and foe alike, further exacerbating the internal chaos. Simultaneously, from the command post, the furious roar of the earth elemental chieftain and the clashing of weapons resonated, as the elite infiltration team engaged in combat with his personal guard. Accompanied by the heavy whirring of the winch and the clanking of chains, the enormous iron gate of Hyansai slowly descended from within. The drawbridge crashed heavily onto the opposing bank, heralding victory. At the moment the gates swung open, the main force of the Wolfmen, led personally by Tiezhua, unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed like a tsunami. An hour later, the cacophony of battle began to subside, drawing the conflict towards its conclusion, leaving only the task of exterminating the remaining foes. It was then that Tiezhua took a moment to appreciate the war fortress of the earth elementals. This Wolfman commander appeared exceedingly pleased with his handiwork. He inhaled deeply, the air heavy with the sweet, cloying scent of blood, nearly overpowering the inherent sulfuric aroma of the underworld. Intertwined with this was the faint odor of decay from the corpses, the acrid scent of smoldering wood, and the sharp smell of herbal solvents being splashed by the wolf soldiers for disinfection and odor masking. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that the carefully arranged spikes and iron caltrops were mostly stained with black blood. The few watchtowers adorned with the eye of true vision crystals were now dim, their structures marred by cleaving marks and the charred remnants of explosions, with half of the crystals shattered, resembling gouged eyeballs. Outside the main gate lay the epicenter of the fiercest fighting. The bodies of the earth elementals were piled high, mingled with the remains of a few wolfmen from the feigned assault, nearly blanketing the ground. The massive gate bore the marks of axes and blades, along with dried blood handprints, chronicling the brutality of the earlier feigned attack and the despair of the final moments when it was breached from within. The granary still billowed thick smoke, though the flames had been contained, leaving behind only a blackened skeleton. The beast pens lay utterly destroyed, the corpses of several battle wolves and earth elemental mounts scattered among the ruins. The wolf soldiers were forming teams of scavengers, silently separating and transporting the bodies of both friend and foe, stacking them methodically. Have the casualties been tallied? Report to the commander. 23 killed in action, 26 incapacitated, and 115 wounded. 2,300 earth elementals were slain, and 235 captured. Additionally, we seized 1,500 spears, 500 longswords, 300 daggers, 103 crossbows, 2 tons of food, 5,000 gold coins, and 3 enchanted crystal orbs. Excellent. Execute the captured, remove the bodies, food, weapons, and valuables, and erase all traces of our presence. I want this group of ill-intentioned individuals to understand the prowess of the Quick Response Corps. Father, what brings you here in person? Has something occurred? Indeed, I have heard that some of the 5-color dragons have been restless lately. So I decided to come and see for myself. After conducting experiments for so long, it is time I stepped out. How have the recent campaigns fared? The wolfmen have successfully captured 5 Earth Elemental War fortresses consecutively, while the fishmen raiding parties have taken 3 cities of the Kotal fishmen. I believe it is time to begin cleansing the cities of the Drow and the Grey Dwarfs. You have done well. What has been the reaction from the various factions in the underworld? A few Grey Dwarf cities have sent envoys to inquire. I informed them it was for your experiments to capture Kotal fishmen. They have yet to find any evidence linking us to the extermination of the Earth Elementals, merely suspecting our involvement. I am very satisfied with the performance of the Wolfmen. This is how the Quick Response Corps should operate. Take me to see the Kotal Fishman City. I have long been curious about the structures built by these madmen, transformed into a draconian form. Sakavi followed the Fishman commander into this heavily guarded city. Although Sakavi often bullied the Kotal Fishmen and used them for various necromantic experiments, he had never truly understood their architecture. From the outside, the city appeared not to be built, but rather to have grown organically. It centered around a massive hot spring that continually spewed forth black thermal currents and reeked of sulfur. The buildings were primarily constructed of colossal, twisted coral, the gigantic skeletons of aquatic monsters, and some luminescent deep-sea lava veins. These materials were bound together by a viscous substance resembling still wriggling tar, giving the entire city the appearance of a vast, living, diseased organism rather than a mere edifice. Upon entering the city, one would find no straight lines or symmetrical structures. All the houses and watchtowers exhibited irregular spiral, bulbous, or tentacle-like forms, swaying gently with the faint water currents. The streets formed naturally, winding through chasms between coral and rock. Rather than being meticulously planned pathways, the light sources were not torches, but luminescent moss clinging to the surfaces of the buildings. Glowing bacteria trapped within transparent jellyfish or crystal veins, and the mineral-rich fluorescent thermal currents erupting from the hot spring. The entire city was shrouded in an eerie halo of ghostly green, grim blue, and dark red, with light and shadow twisting and dancing in the water, resembling an eternal nightmare. The shattered bodies of Kotal fishmen and the bizarre, tamed aquatic beasts, including massive mantis shrimp and mutated octopus remains, did not lie still but floated in the water or were wedged between the coral structures, gently swaying with the currents, resembling some horrific decorations. Many spiral coral towers had been violently shattered, revealing their honeycomb-like interiors, with fractured sections flickering with unstable residual energy. Fully armed fishman troops patrolled the city, rudely toppling the strange idols worshipped by the Kotal fishmen, adorned with pearls and deep-sea gems, replacing them with black obelisks engraved with the insignia of the Black Dragon. These obsidian monoliths not only symbolized domination, but also emitted a suffocating aura of draconic majesty, instilling primal fear in the remaining captured Kotal fishmen. The hot spring temple stood at the heart of the city, once a site for the Kotal fishmen as priests to conduct bloody sacrifices and commune with their dark deities. Now, the bones upon the altar had been cleared away, replaced by the fishman overseer counting the spoils, mountains of pearls, magical coral, and rare metals extracted from the depths of the hot spring. We cannot utilize the resources here. Once cleared, we shall thoroughly destroy this place. Our next target will primarily focus on the Grey Dwarfs. As for the Drow, many of them work within the Shadow Intelligence Agency, making it impossible to eradicate them completely. We may have to settle for converting their followers. But Father, the Drow worship Rose, and she will not permit you to harm her followers. Many within the Shadow Intelligence Agency maintain clandestine ties with them, presenting an unstable element that we should eliminate directly. Leave the matter of faith to your Aunt Crowlina. She is the Crimson Bishop of the War God Church. Any objections from Rose should be addressed with the War God Church. That is indeed a sound strategy. However, to be honest, I am quite surprised that Aunt Crowlina has gained the recognition of the War God Church and acquired numerous spellbooks from the St. Lucan Cathedral. I am equally astonished. The portal to the abyss she opened is far more stable than mine. I should have had her assume the role of a cleric long ago. Chapter 55. The Trade Envoy of Nokron Kralina. Do you have personnel to spare from the War God Church? Sakavi, can you not see the chaos around me? The entire student body of the Magic Academy has been brought in to handle demon materials. This afternoon, 3 more groups are arriving to negotiate trades for related equipment and demon corpses. Not only can you not allocate additional personnel, but you also have the audacity to request help for other matters. I apologize. I am aware that we lack sufficient manpower for processing magical materials, especially in the area of inscription. However, I have arranged for Zhuaying and Qing Lin to capture Drow in a few days. I will need you to provide several individuals from the War God Church to help them convert their beliefs, or else we will struggle to control this lot. I possess only missionaries at my disposal, and do not entertain thoughts of assistance from the Luosan Empire. The notion of evangelizing among the demi-humans is met with considerable resistance, as few are willing to provoke the religious sentiments associated with the Drow elves, unless one is as deranged as you. The expertise and magic of the Grey Dwarfs is commendable. Do you not intend to capture them as well? Moreover, without the complications posed by the goddess Ross, confronting the Drow elves singularly would disrupt the regional power balance, which does not align with our interests. We should refrain from antagonizing 2 deities simultaneously. And the Grey Dwarves in the Longji Mountains are indeed our kin. They would vehemently oppose any issues of faith, and without a shift in belief, insurrections will proliferate among them. It is essential to remember that our relocation of the Grey Dwarves to the Longji Mountains was precisely due to this thorny dilemma. Let the Grey Dwarves address this issue themselves. Are they not fond of subjugating their own kind? This time, let us indulge them, as we do not seek to fully assimilate them. Their existence or demise bears little consequence for us, provided they do not cause further chaos. Plazuna, your method is commendable. Once this training initiative concludes, I believe we should take the initiative. Remaining idle here serves no purpose. However, it would be prudent to await Verna's return. Engaging the Luosan Empire at this moment would yield no tangible benefits for us. Can she truly return? Or do you know her whereabouts? Though she delights in mischief, her intellect is remarkably sharp, and it is unlikely she would venture into perilous territories. Based on your last description of that scorpion, I surmise it pertains to the mechanical realm, a place sealed off by the elves during their war with the gnomes, seldom found by any. You have indeed been fortunate this time. Lady Klazuna, a human priest claiming to hail from Norkron, seeks your audience, and is presently awaiting you in the hall. A subterranean gnome, appearing rather shifty, approaches to deliver the message, his eyes scanning Sakavi with an unsettling mixture of thievery and childish curiosity. I understand. I shall attend to it forthwith. Sakavi, let us conclude our discussion here. This emissary from the Norkron Empire represents a significant client. They possess advanced processing techniques and may provide us with a substantial array of equipment. Would you be interested in joining me to inspect? It appears you have little else to occupy your time. I extend my greetings to you, esteemed conqueror of the Abyss and Grand Duke of the Black Dragons. I am Romanfew, representing Archbishop Boris, and I convey my regards. This emissary from the Norkron Empire is clad in a sumptuous, deep purple ecclesiastical robe, intricately embroidered with complex star charts and geometric patterns in silver thread. This not only symbolizes the deity he serves, but also hints at his vast knowledge. Over his robe, he dons a lightweight gray woolen shawl to shield against the castle's chill, adding a touch of elegance. Sakavi gazes upward to behold a gaunt visage, with time having etched fine lines at the corners of his eyes. Yet, his deep-set gray eyes shimmer with the wisdom gleaned from countless tomes and scrolls. His demeanor is calm and collected, as though he has just strolled out of a grand library rather than traversing treacherous dimensional pathways. In his right hand, he grips an ancient walnut staff, smooth in texture, with a cube of pure light energy suspended at its apex, silently absorbing the ambient magical aura. This serves as both a tool for detection and a manifestation of his power. His left hand cradles a hefty tome, seemingly immovable, encased in metallic corners. Its cover worn black leather with the gilded title, A Compendium of Abyssal Species and Their Material Applications, 7th edition. His thumb rests between the pages, poised to reference at any moment. Your Excellency, you are too courteous. I come merely to partake in the occasion. Let the trade discussions be handled by the professionals. Today, Lady Klazuna is the star of the show, and I wish you both a fruitful negotiation. Romanfew, we are indeed familiar. Let us dispense with pleasantries. As per our usual arrangement, we shall inspect the goods before discussing prices. If all is in order, we can commence. Romanfew, unhurried, approaches a pile of demonic remnants. He refrains from directly touching them with his staff, allowing the light cube at its summit to illuminate the remains. With a swift motion, he opens the hefty tome with a finger, precisely flipping to a specific page, his gaze darting between the text and the corpses as if conducting a meticulous comparison. Remarkable magical materials, he begins, his tone reminiscent of a lecture. According to the compendium, the cardiac tissue of this variety of berserker demon serves as a premier vessel for crafting a furious core. However, he pivots to indicate the peculiar, fading patterns upon the skin of the corpse. I urge you to scrutinize these chaotic blemishes. Based on the latest research from our 7th laboratory, unless these markings are treated with the waters of order mixed with silver powder within 3 hours of peeling, the internal fragments of order will completely disintegrate, rendering them nearly worthless. Given the substantial quantity and the stringent temporal constraints for safely transporting them to the church, we would need to utilize at least 3 legendary-grade holy artifacts. The church is prepared to offer 10,000 gold coins for each standard berserker demon corpse. This price adequately accounts for transportation risks and preservation losses, representing the most favorable terms I can negotiate within the current trade framework. A glimmer of amusement flickers in the black dragon's eyes, resonating with a deep voice that reverberates through the air. Old fellow, your scholarly aura nearly makes me forget the magnitude of the Light Church's magical weapon sales. Since you are well aware of their value, you must also understand that only I can provide such a large quantity of raw materials at once. Time is of the essence. Perhaps your competitors, those mages from the Norcron Empire, possess more efficient solidification techniques. Romanfew, far from flustered, exhibits a subtle academic excitement reserved for worthy adversaries. He gently closes the tome in hand. You speak truthfully. The alchemy of the Norcron Empire is indeed formidable. However, he skillfully redirects the conversation. The Appendix 3 of the Alchemical Treaty of the Pantheon explicitly restricts the circulation of high-risk chaotic materials between major planes to prevent uncontrollable magical energy disturbances. Engaging in trade with the Church is entirely compliant with the Interdimensional Resource Safety Development Accord. In the long term, a stable, compliant, and lucrative channel holds far greater value than a singular speculative risk. Might we consider a 20% increase on the initial offer? This would not only honor your power, but also compensate for the academic risks I have outlined. Agreed, you crafty old fox. At times, I suspect you may have amalgamated the soul of a subterranean gnome. Now, let us discuss the pricing of the soul judges. Should you dare to offer me 10,000 gold coins, I assure you I will pluck every hair from your chin. The priest approaches a soul judge's corpse, the crystal atop his staff glowing faintly. He calmly articulates, akin to an appraiser evaluating a flawed antique. Undoubtedly, these are premium raw materials. Particularly, the spine of this soul judge, if the chaotic core can be fully extracted, would suffice as the core of a legendary staff. However, milady, you are aware that untreated demonic materials significantly diminish in value. He pauses, allowing the weight of his words to settle. Firstly, the abyssal contamination they carry is exceedingly perilous, necessitating at least 3 master-level purifiers to work continuously for a week, incurring substantial costs. Secondly, the inherent instability of the energy multiplies the risks of long-distance transport. We must employ the finest sealing boxes. Lastly, the market's capacity to absorb such an influx of high-tier materials is limited, which would disrupt current market prices, causing them to plummet. He raises his gaze, his ice-blue eyes locking onto the dragon's gaze, and states a price. Thus, we are willing to acquire each soul judge at a price of 30,000 gold coins. The price has adequately considered processing costs and market risks, reflecting the utmost sincerity of the Church. The black dragon beast emitted a low, sulphurous laugh. Old man, do you think I lack a few purifiers or a few demon sealing boxes? Her draconic might was slightly released, rendering the air thick and heavy. These raw materials were acquired by my warriors at the cost of their blood. They are not unsold goods. They are fragments of power. What you perceive as processing costs, I see as the cornerstone of your church's military upgrade. A more reasonable price should be 1.5 times your earlier offer. Do not forget, rejecting this deal means I only lose a pile of accumulated bones, while you stand to lose a critical advantage in the impending abyssal conflict. After several rounds of verbal sparring, both parties, having tested each other's limits, arrived at a price point that allowed both to save face. Ultimately, the transaction concluded at a price 1.2 times between the initial offer and the demand of the Black Dragon Beast. The agreement was reached in an atmosphere that appeared harmonious, both sides aware that they were dealing with a seasoned and formidable opponent. The human priest secured the lowest possible cost for the church, while the black dragon beast successfully transformed a trove of perilous spoils into tangible gold and resources for the next phase of expansion. This was a battle devoid of smoke and fire, yet equally a test of wisdom and will. After the deal was struck, Clazuna seized the opportunity to propose purchasing the church's purification equipment, a commodity typically restricted from sale, unobtainable through ordinary channels. However, in light of the substantial transaction volume, the human priest readily acquiesced. Chapter 56. The Grey Dwarf Resettlement Issue. Clazuna stood at the center of the magical array, slightly smaller than Sakavi. Her body covered in scales as dark as night, with sharp, bony spines protruding from her back like swords. She guided the ritual with a deep, grand voice, reminiscent of ancient draconic prayers. Her claws traced the air as powerful shadows and arcane energies obediently converged, forming flowing silver runes that began to weave the framework of a portal. The entire process was solemn and dignified, imbued with an undeniable divine authority. Beside the gradually stabilizing portal, emanating a cerulean glow, Sakavi and his chief of internal affairs, Bragg, were engaged in discussion. Sakavi maintained his imposing draconian form, molten gold slits gazing calmly upon the vast army before him. Bragg, fully armed, with his massive bull head bowed slightly in respect, retained a stance as steadfast as rock. Bragg, what is your plan regarding training in the Abyss? My lord, after discussions with the Legion commanders, we have decided that 4 legions will complete their training rotation this year, and next year, after the Iron Hoof Legion withdraws, the garrison forces will temporarily take over city defense, allowing the Lizardmen to practice. Once the Iron Hoof Legion completes its supplementary training, all 5 legions will simultaneously advance into the Abyss for a large-scale battle. No need for that. You must understand, we are training, not engaging in a desperate struggle. I am well aware of your situation. Many generals returning from the Abyss are pressuring you to engage in a major battle to alleviate their regrets upon withdrawal or to gain further benefits. I can comprehend their self-interest, and I am not averse to spending money. However, the Abyss is not our primary material plane. There are far too many uncertainties there. If we attract too much attention, no one can predict when a legendary demon might emerge. All we can do is proceed with caution. My lord, I understand this. But Ryan's inexplicable death is unacceptable to me. A master-level individual, brutally dismembered in a valley just 10 kilometers from our camp by an unknown force, is a severe provocation. We still do not know who is responsible. How can we simply withdraw? The opposing force is formidable, at least of legendary caliber. Do you think bringing more people will resolve the issue? Understand that as one ascends in strength, the disparities become increasingly pronounced. It is not merely a matter of increasing numbers. Moreover, the throat of the Abyss is merely a passage, not a key to a specific plane. We have many options available to us. As you command, my lord. Your will is my guiding direction. Jemu, inform Ogru that the entire Battle Axe Legion at Camp 1 is to withdraw and take whatever can be salvaged. The Iron Hoof Legion will no longer participate in the rotation. Matters concerning the Legion can be entrusted to Ogru and Heiyu. Both have been chieftains of their respective tribes since before I arrived here, and I have no doubt in their capabilities. Your next step will be to manage the Grey Dwarves and address the issue of the Drow's faith conversion. My lord, the Grey Dwarves are notoriously obstinate. Even after all these years, there are still many defectors from the Dragon Ridge Mountains. If we were to engage them in the underworld, it would be an arduous war of attrition. I do not believe we need to conquer them. You are correct. In the past, we sought their complete allegiance. Unless they instigated outright rebellion, we would impose fines and labor as punishment, never executing them without cause, nor pursuing defectors. However, this time is different. I intend to cleanse the entire management structure and then send in Drow to enslave them. My lord, with all due respect, you are calling for slaughter. I refuse to execute this order. It was precisely to avoid seeing endless bloodshed on this land that I disregarded the opposition of my kin and resolutely followed you, creating order amidst barbarism alongside my colleagues. Now you ask me to become that despicable executioner. I cannot do this, nor will I stand idly by. Bragg, I understand your sentiment, but do not forget that the establishment of order requires the nurturing of blood, and the process of maintaining order necessitates the elimination of those outstretched tentacles. If these Grey Dwarves were willing to acknowledge us, they would have already come forward to pledge their allegiance. We have never mistreated any resident willing to abide by our regulations. There is no need for mercy towards these potential threats. If they truly wage war, then they must be struck down. If they pose a threat, then they should be expelled. This is the method of handling matters within the forces of order. If we were to annihilate their leadership and enslave their people simply because they refuse to submit, What differentiates us from those demons of slaughter and destruction? We would appear far more abhorrent, for they do not exploit the final value of others. This is an act only a devil would commit. Very well. My chief of internal affairs, you have persuaded me. However, our deficit in weaponry is quite severe, particularly regarding magical weapons. Ordinary arms cannot slay demons. The only craftsmanship we have mastered here is in rune engraving, with the demon limbs accumulating in the warehouse. May I ask who will assist us in transforming them into weapons? Other factions will not afford us the time to cultivate the necessary personnel. Does this mean that if I can ensure the compliance of these grey dwarfs, we can avert bloodshed? Indeed, internal affairs fall under your purview, and I will fully support all your proposals. However, you may need to act swiftly, for the claw shadow green scale has already begun to move. You know that fellows' actions are always remarkably swift. It is possible that within a month's time, the grey dwarves in the underworld will have been annihilated. Be wary. If you kill that old bastard, I will shatter your skulls. In front of a certain grey dwarf town in the underworld, a commander-like lizard man stood upon a high platform, observing 5 robust lizard men besieging armored grey dwarf warriors. Hundreds of corpses lay strewn across the ground, dismembered limbs scattered everywhere, with most being grey dwarves. But some were also lizard men. The ground was covered with a thick, viscous carpet of blood and flesh. With each step Bragg took, the soles of his boots would lift dark red filaments. Broken axe handles and shattered curved blades were half buried in the congealed blood, while a lizard man's barbed spear was lodged in a shattered grey dwarf shield. The pungent scent of rust intertwined with the unmistakable stench of entrails, coalescing into a visibly thick crimson mist. The surviving grey dwarf leaned against a mound constructed from the bodies of his kin, gasping for breath. His once resplendent iron armor was now riddled with dents, and the left shoulder plate hissed ominously as it succumbed to some corrosive acid, revealing charred flesh beneath. The luminous stone embedded in his helmet was shattered in half, with the remaining azure glow illuminating his cracked lips and the mist escaping from his nostrils. The massive warhammer, requiring 2 hands to wield, was now dragged behind him with one arm, its head smeared with fragments of bone and brain matter, carving deep furrows into the ground. 5 lizard folk approached in a fan formation, their golden slit-like pupils narrowing to fine lines in the dim light, forked tongues flicking rapidly as they sensed the lingering air of fear. Suddenly, the leftmost lizard folk swung its long tail, sending a grey dwarf corpse hurtling toward the center of the formation, obscuring the dwarf's line of sight. In that fleeting moment, 2 companions on the right simultaneously hurled poison darts. The warhammer sliced through the air with a foul wind. The grey dwarf made no attempt to dodge, allowing the poisoned darts to clang against his breastplate, while the hammer swung in a half-circle, shattering the incoming corpse into pieces. Amidst the splattering blood and flesh, he roared and stepped forward 3 paces, his hammer crashing down to strike one of the dart throwers at the waist. However, the target vanished into thin air, only to reappear at a distance. A poisoned crossbow bolt whistled through the air. At the same time, another rogue crept in from the shadows. Yet the grey dwarf warrior neither flinched nor dodged, swinging his hammer to deflect the arrow. Nevertheless, the projectile suddenly erupted, releasing a noxious cloud of smoke. A mere trick, the grey dwarf bellowed, closing his eyes and relying solely on his other senses. The ranger on the left seized the opportunity to advance. His curved blade aimed directly at the grey dwarf warrior's neck. Just as the blade was about to strike, the grey dwarf executed a precise sidestep, the blade grazing his armor and sparking a shower of flames. At that moment, a spiked club descended from the right, and the grey dwarf warrior, unable to evade in time, felt his right shoulder cave in. "Come back, you fools. Did I not instruct you to leave one alive? Do you not understand?" The suffocating voice of Ingjoa echoed as the 5 lizard folk quickly retreated into formation, awaiting further orders. Bulake, witnessing the cessation of combat, approached with a mocking tone. "I hope you are not going to tell me that you just received my orders regarding the hundreds of corpses on the ground. I require a reasonable explanation." "Oh, my dear brother, do not blame me for this. You must understand, my task is to train the troops. This is not the abyss. There aren't enough foes for them to slay one by one. I can only select the more competent lizard folk to spar with these grey dwarfs. Have you lost your mind? Venturing into the abyss. Those lying on the ground are our young warriors. How could you do this? Ah, I almost forgot. You lizard folk are inherently cold-blooded creatures, devoid of reason in your actions. It is truly vexing. Rest assured, Bulake, I have provided medical aid for those grey dwarves who did not perish on the spot. However, I am curious, how do you intend to arrange these grey dwarfs? I plan to assign the drow elves as overseers, entrusting them with weapon forging and processing, gradually promoting those gray dwarves willing to accept order to management positions, ultimately transitioning them into residents of our territory. Eningjoa, how is the situation with the drow elves being handled? On my way here, I heard you annihilated 12 gray dwarf cities. Your methods are shockingly brutal. Opting for a direct assault, the drow elves have all been dealt with. They should be discussing how to alter their beliefs with their master. They are exceedingly cunning. But I have my ways to deal with them, employing various siege equipment and a multitude of sorcerers to leave no room for their schemes. And how successful has it been? So far, the results are quite satisfactory. Including myself, for master-tier lizard folk have emerged, and only a few of the drow cities have been destroyed. Chapter 57, The Endless Corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, do any of you harbor doubts regarding the issue of changing beliefs? If any priest fears the retribution of the goddess Ross, I can arrange for them to stay here or relocate elsewhere. I will not impede them. If there are no objections, we shall commence the transformation of the vassals. After Sakavi eliminated a group of loyalists to Ross, the remaining matriarchs and priests did not express explicit opposition, merely yielding to Sakavi's violence. However, once they become vassals, they will have no choice but to follow orders, perhaps leaving themselves an escape route, although it would be meaningless. Ideally, the most effective method would be to trample on the statue of the goddess Ross, yet such a grudge-inducing act is something Sakavi dare not attempt, opting instead to feign ignorance toward their various petty moves. Without the priests as a communication bridge, Ross's influence will face significant limitations. Eningjoa, you have been performing exceptionally well lately, but you must also understand that your task is not yet complete. The scheming drow elves will not easily submit. The matriarchs will temporarily acquiesce to us for the sake of their family's interests, yet the machinations lurking in the shadows will emerge in the days to come. Drow elves from other regions will also attempt to eliminate these traitors. Your mission is exceedingly arduous. Do not let your guard down. So, what plans do you currently have for prevention? Master, my plan is to entice rather than to defend. Since they are so fond of schemes, why not allow them to flow freely? When the moles truly begin to stir, they will discover that no conspiracy is as effective as a powerful iron fist. Those matriarchs will come to understand that to safeguard their interests, they must cooperate with us. Of course, this is a lengthy process. Perhaps the War God Church can accelerate this pace. It is worth a try. Belake, what are your thoughts on this? Master, any attempts to play tricks on the drow elves are exceedingly perilous. I suggest that this matter be entrusted to Erno personally. If any race can rival the drow elves in cunning, it would be the swamp toads. That is a commendable suggestion. Let us proceed as you advised. Additionally, ensure that Sharat and Ugler are prepared. The Fangs and Iron Legion will depart for position 1634 in 3 days to replace the Iron Hoof Legion. But Master, the Iron Hoof Legion has been stationed there for less than a month. Is it not too early? Perhaps. However, I believe it is time for a rotation, hopefully. I am merely being overly cautious. The once dark red earth appeared as if cloaked in a continuously writhing, morbid purple-black fungal carpet. This carpet was not of plant origin, but formed from the accumulation of countless pustule demons, their forms resembling hounds, lacking a fixed shape, like translucent sacks filled with pus. Crawling with pseudopods, they incessantly exuded corrosive slime, staining the land and everything upon it with foul hues. There were no thunderous cries of battle, only a low, dense, and unnerving buzzing sound accompanied by the sickening squelching of movement. This was the sound of pustule demons corroding metal, as well as the noise of their bodies pressing against one another. Amidst this repugnant backdrop, the occasional thunderous crash of a corroded stone wall collapsing or the piercing sound of an overloaded defensive array bursting forth could be heard. Standing atop the battlements, Jasike felt an overwhelming weight upon his heart. Reinforcements would not arrive for another 2 months, and he could hardly fathom how to hold the line. Within the tide of pustule demons, there were also more lethal swarms of iron-eating insects. They appeared as a massive hive constructed from countless shards of metal and blackened shells. Suspended in midair, they would lock onto the metal structures of the city walls, unleashing a barrage of densely packed, magnetically charged metal disintegration rays. The struck metal would swiftly corrode, disintegrate, and transform into iron shavings, absorbed by the swarm to augment their own mass. This abyssal plane resembled the internal organs of an infinitely vast, still breathing, and growing cancerous beast. The sky serves as its undulating inner membrane, while rivers act as its digestive fluids. Everything observed is a living part of it, eternally contemplating the disintegration, absorption, and transformation of demons into yet another insignificant pustule upon its form. This dimension is referred to by the Pantheon as the endless corruption nest. Kurogi, allow your heavy cavalry a brief respite. In 3 hours, we shall once again organize a beheading operation. Another cursed nest mind has emerged. The distant nest mind resembles a colossal, pulsating mountain of deep purple flesh, its surface adorned with thousands of constantly opening and closing eyes, alongside nerve strands that extend and retract. It is evidently the command center for all pustule demons and whisperers, akin to a living mother nest, perpetually producing and coordinating the offensive of the entire demonic legion. Gisk, Blackfeather has yet to return. Should we wait a little longer? 8 senior officers, including the legion commander, have already fallen. We cannot afford any further risks. Moreover, the Abyss Whisperers, though temporarily suppressed, pose a significant threat if we venture out. The losses would be catastrophic. The Abyss Whisperers lack a fixed form, resembling a mass of ever-twisting black smoke, with a core that flickers with a pink light that confounds the mind. They can continuously emit waves of mental pollution into the fortress, eroding the will of the defenders, inducing hallucinations, and inciting panic and internal strife. In response to this perilous presence, the Harpies led by Blackfeather frequently conduct targeted hunts. Time is of the essence. The demons of this dimension are far more formidable than the intelligence suggested. Our walls cannot withstand much longer. We must immediately curb their offensive, lest we find ourselves in urban combat once more. Suddenly, a tremendous roar of a dragon reverberates, accompanied by the exhilarating aura of draconic might. A massive black dragon appears overhead, and in the next moment, a fan-shaped breath of annihilation, thick as oil, descends. In the area covered by the breath, those writhing pustule demons, corrosive fungal carpets, and even the very earth itself dissolve rapidly as if plunged into a strong acid, vaporizing to reveal the pockmarked primordial ground beneath. The dragon's breath carved out a vast, smoking vacuum amidst the purple-black tide. At the end of the path cleared by the dragon's breath, the Boarhead Legion's heavy infantry began their advance. No longer in a loose formation, they assumed an unprecedented purifying fortress formation. The front line consisted of pikemen wielding enormous shields, their edges embedded with anti-corrosive runes. They marched in unison, their massive shields crashing heavily into the ground, forming a moving wall of steel. In the center of the formation, the Boarhead archers launched enchanted arrows, tracing high parabolas over the front line, striking accurately at the swarming Iron Eaters gathered in the rear. The feathered arrows, imbued with order magic, inflicted severe damage upon their structure. Simultaneously, the Harpies summoned a colossal tornado, forcibly pulling and compressing the Abyss Whisperers attempting to ascend and disrupt the Black Dragon. The accompanying shamans incinerated them with fireballs, transforming them into bursts of fireworks that vanished in piercing shrieks. The war shamans danced wildly, pressing their hands upon the ground. In the next moment, on the flanks of the Boarhead Legion, the earth split open, spewing forth searing flames of order, creating 2 walls of fire that thwarted the encirclement of the pustule demons, reducing them to charred remains. The Legion's sorcerers targeted the enormous swarms of Iron Eaters, casting extreme cold rays. The extreme low temperatures clashed violently with the active energy within the swarms, causing them to freeze and shatter from within, transforming into a field of glimmering metallic shards. The entire demonic army descended into chaos under the dual assault. At this moment, the molten golden eyes of the Black Dragon pierced through the battlefield, locking onto the massive flesh mountain. The nest mind sensed a mortal threat, emitting a silent psychic scream, rallying all surrounding demons, including several powerful Abyss Whisperers, to form a thick barrier of spiritual energy and flesh before it. The Black Dragon let out a roar that reverberated through the dimension, folding its wings as it descended like a black meteor. Ancient draconic runes appeared upon its surface, forming a powerful anti-magic shield. The mental assault of the Abyss Whisperers crashed against it, akin to waves battering against rocks, utterly futile. It did not unleash its breath, but instead revealed claws capable of rending space itself. The claws were entwined with profound darkness, a necromantic energy that could engulf even light. With a swift motion, akin to tearing through heavy canvas, the dragon's claws effortlessly rent the barrier of spiritual energy, piercing through the massive, pulsating core of the nest mind. Countless eyes of the nest mind instantly withered. Its vast flesh mountain body began to shrivel uncontrollably, rotting away, and within mere breaths, turned to dust carried by the wind. Master, how did you come here? The strength of the demons exceeded our expectations. We were unable to accomplish the task you assigned, and the Legion has suffered heavy losses. I am already aware. You and the Boarhead and Iron Legion will retreat together. The portal is 15 miles from here, guarded by the Iron Legion. I suspect they are currently facing multiple enemies as well. You must depart immediately. I have other matters to attend to. Understood, Master. Black Feather has yet to return. I am uncertain if she has encountered danger. I wish to wait for her here. She cannot safely leave alone. There is no need. She has perished. I can no longer sense her presence. I can feel the approximate locations of every living follower. I will handle her matters. This is beyond your resolution. Then you must be cautious. This dimension is indeed strange, almost as if it possesses life. Chapter 58. The arena. This is a vast, viscous lake of digestive fluid, perpetually bubbling, with enormous, villus-like tendrils occasionally reaching above the surface to seize anything edible. The shores are composed of a living carpet of flesh, which uses corrosive pus upon contact. The air is thick with acrid mist, obscuring vision and continually eroding armor and magical barriers. Towering around are enormous, pulsating columns of biological tissue, akin to the load-bearing walls of this living hell. The Black Dragon Wing squad encountered dire trouble here. They took refuge against a massive column of biological tissue, forming an incomplete defensive circle. The battle had persisted for nearly 10 minutes, which was their limit against an adversary of superior rank. Captain Tudge wielded the colossal shield, Mountain's Oath, its dragon engraving now dimmed. He breathed heavily, each block accompanied by splattering green hellfire. His aide, Sarah, bled from the corner of her mouth, yet her gaze remained sharp as she manipulated unstable elemental energies. Assassins Gol and Duan moved in a blur, their dual blades leaving only afterimages, though their bodies bore numerous scorch marks from the hellfire. Priestess Moss knelt, pressing her palms against the living ground, attempting to forcibly draw energy from the organic terrain, but it proved exceedingly difficult. They had no names, only code names. The blood and flesh puppets replacing them continued to use these titles, devoid of any emotions, merely executing the tasks of a killing machine. The demon Burrowed elegantly raised a hand, unleashing the command of pain, an invisible force instantly constricting around the guardian Moss. Captain Bag roared, slamming his shield into the ground, activating the Dragon Roar barrier, a semi-transparent shield with draconic scale patterns that instantly unfurled, forcibly neutralizing the command spell. Moss, taking advantage of the distraction. Priestess Moss completed her spell. She did not directly attack, but instead cast the seed of boiling blood, sending a fine red beam into a patch of living flesh beneath the demon. The flesh instantly burgeoned wildly, boiling and extending countless tendrils to ensnare the demon's legs, attempting to temporarily bind it. The Ingran brothers surged forth like twin bolts of lightning, launching their shadow dragon assault from either side. In the blink of an eye, their figures splintered into 3, transforming into 6 indistinct phantoms, their blades aimed directly at the joints and wing roots of the demon. Burrowed emitted a cold snort, a hellish aura erupting around him, as a swirling green energy ring, mingled with the wails of anguish, expanded instantaneously. The phantoms of Gore and Dun shattered upon contact with the aura, their true forms violently repelled, crashing into the flesh pillar behind them. The dragon priest Mose, enduring the backlash, unleashed a yellowish glow from his palms, activating the geomantic shackles. Several chains, forged from pure earth elements, erupted from the solid ground, ensnaring the demon's limbs. For the first time, the demon revealed a hint of seriousness, temporarily bound by the boiling blood tendrils and the geomantic shackles. An interesting insect, he mused, as his burning claws converged to form a colossal spear of despair, composed of negative energy, which he hurled forcefully at the spellcasting Sarah. Captain Bag, without hesitation, activated the Dragon Wing Guardian, a massive energy wing manifesting behind him as he charged, shield first, towards the spear. The impact was thunderous. The spear exploded, shattering Bag's great shield into fragments, sending him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth, his chest plate utterly melted, sustaining grievous injuries. Yet, he had secured crucial time for Sarah. The Flame Weaver Sarah, blood streaming from her eyes, completed her most potent spell, the Dragon Soul Flame, Sunday melding parts of her vitality with magical energy. She coalesced a small, radiant flame sun, imbued with the essence of purification, above her head, and brought it crashing down upon the demon. Faced with the flame sun, Burrowed finally unleashed his true form. No longer graceful, he roared, activating the Abyssal Covenant of Damage Conversion. A complex magic circle flickered beneath him, redirecting most of the flame sun's damage into the very cancerous abyssal plane beneath his feet. A violent explosion ensued, pushing the demon back several steps, cracks appearing in his carapace, releasing wisps of smoke. However, he successfully utilized the environment, distributing the fatal blow across the entire living plane. Simultaneously, his steel tail shot forth as if teleporting, executing a soul pierce aimed at the injured back. Priest Mose shielded this strike with his body. The tail pierced through Mose's chest, not only destroying his flesh, but also beginning to tear apart his very soul. In excruciating agony, Mose's body rapidly turned gray, disintegrating. The demon offered them no further opportunity. He instantly appeared before Sarah, who had just landed and was drained of magical energy. His claws ripping out her heart as he whispered in her ear, "Your flame returns to the void." The surviving Ingrid brothers emitted a mournful cry, initiating a suicide attack. The demon merely swiped his claws to either side, the blasphemous flames transforming into intersecting crescent-shaped shockwaves that severed Gore and Dunn, along with their weapons, igniting them in flames. Finally, he approached the barely breathing Captain Batug. "Your struggles amuse me." At that moment, Batug suddenly spoke. "Demon, you have performed admirably. You have truly surprised me. How do you think I should reward you, Baron Burrowed? You are a Sakavi. Impossible. How could you be here?" "Correct. I shall reward you with a domain of silent corridors, where only one may walk away alive. Quite fair, don't you think? Did you truly believe I had not noticed the flaws in the abyssal throat you provided? Heh. I must admit your intellect surpasses my expectations. Not many black dragons possess such cleverness. Have you considered collaborating with me for greater gains in the Rosen Empire? Fighting here has stirred the interests of the corrupted lord, which benefits neither of us, does it? You speak true, yet this is an exception, for within this dual domain, fate has been redirected. No one can breach the barriers or discover this place, and it took me 3 years to develop this connection. As the necromancer's domain activated, a vast, translucent barrier composed of spectral essence enveloped the black dragon and the demon. Centered around the black dragon, an absolute silence spread like a tidal wave, instantly swallowing all sound. The writhing flesh carpet of the cancerous abyss, the pulsating veins, and the bubbling acidic fluids rapidly faded from their vibrant, morbid colors to a monotonous gray, white, and black. The air was no longer filled with decay, but rather a chilling dust of the deepest tombs. The demon Burrowed felt his surging hellfire and vitality subjected to unprecedented suppression. As if the entire domain repelled him, a living being. Without hesitation, he launched an attack, the blasphemous flames transforming into a torrential rain of fire, cascading downwards. As the life siphon activated, a minuscule black vortex formed in the palm of the black dragon. The raining hellfire, upon nearing him, had its energy and vitality forcibly stripped away, siphoned into a dark red stream that flowed into the vortex, replenishing him instead. The flames extinguished before they could reach him. Almost simultaneously, the black dragon emitted a non-human, soul-piercing shriek. This was not a sonic attack, but a resonance of death. Burrowed felt as if his soul were pierced by countless icy needles, the agony rendering him momentarily immobile, the gathered power on the verge of disintegration. The very structure of his soul, which sustained his existence, was directly shaken. "Do you wish to judge me? The abyss is your execution ground, Black Dragon." Burrowed's roar, bolstered by the infernal flames, temporarily shattered the domain's silence. Observe the covenant of the 9 hells and the transfer of suffering. This is true power. A complex covenant rune illuminated upon his chest. The wails affecting the soul and the draining of vitality were partially redirected through a nefarious covenant law back to the very cancerous plane itself. Simultaneously, he struck the ground with his claws, and hellfire erupted. The gray-white ground of the domain was torn apart, searing green pillars of fire shooting upwards from the fissures. Not directly targeting the black dragon, but rather crazily scorching and destroying the death energy constituting the domain, seeking to dismantle this realm created by the black dragon from within. The black dragon intensified the pressure as a complex magic array unfurled beneath him, enveloping the demon. This was a decaying field that accelerated the passage of time. Burrowed, in terror, discerned that his indestructible demonic shell began to lose its luster, becoming fragile, even developing rust and cracks as if weathered through eons. His power and reactions were aging and slowing. Burrowed, enduring the force of eternal decay, swelled in size, gathering a power potent enough to tarnish divinity upon his burning claws, and directly reached for the black dragon's core. This was a strike of blasphemy, attempting to momentarily strip the concept of death from the black dragon. Where he passed, even the death rules of the domain exhibited brief rejection. However, the black dragon offered him no further opportunity. He extended his index finger towards the demon. The fingertip bore no light, yet it concentrated the very concept of death itself. This was not an energy attack, but a judgment at the level of law. An invisible, absolute directive of death traversed all physical and energy defenses, directly affecting Barot's core existence. The demon's self-sacrificial strike came to an abrupt halt. His movements froze, and the hellfire in his eyes dimmed and extinguished as if snuffed out by a chilling wind. He felt no pain, only an absolute, irresistible finality descending upon him. His life, his power, his consciousness were forcibly concluded beneath that single finger. Barot realized that conventional means would not suffice for victory. He began to burn his own hellish essence. The 7 deadly sins aura erupted with a roar, the halos of pride, envy, wrath, and the 7 sins bursting forth around him, no longer mere mental influences, but manifesting as substantive law shocks, violently colliding with the boundaries of the realm of the dead, causing the entire arena to tremble violently as spiderweb-like cracks appeared at the edges of the gray-white world. He recklessly tore open a minuscule fissure connecting to a layer of the unfathomable abyss, not in pursuit of escape, but to allow a surge of utter chaos, an energy wholly incongruous with the realm of death, to flood in. It was akin to pouring sand into a delicate instrument, igniting a tumultuous conflict of order, an endeavor to cultivate disorder in hopes of seizing a fleeting chance for survival. Indeed, a valiant struggle. The deep, resonant voice of the black dragon echoed like the final judgment of death. However, this was the end. There would be no more gentle siphoning of life. Barot felt his soul's core gripped tightly by an invisible, frigid hand. His burning essence, his surging inferno from the depths of hell. All his strength and consciousness were forcibly squeezed and extracted by this hand. The halo of the 7 deadly sins he sought to maintain extinguished in an instant, as if severed from its power source. The rift he had torn into the abyss was forcibly sealed by the more potent rules of death within the realm. His roar caught in his throat, his body visibly withered, gray and desolate. All his counterattacks and schemes appeared so feeble and pale under this most direct and tyrannical suppression of the soul. Annihilation. With the black dragon's final utterance, Barot's soul core burst like a punctured balloon, and the last vestige of his consciousness dissipated entirely. Ultimately, where the demon once stood, there remained only a dull, cracked, hollow shell devoid of luster. A gust of wind swept by, turning it into a cold, meaningless dust. Chapter 59. A new crisis. The date was January 5th, 1165 by the Red Moon calendar, and the Decennial Territorial Management Conference convened once more that morning. Compared to previous gatherings, this time saw a notable influx of new faces, with half of the attendees being graduates from various academies of a Greek. After years of practical experience, these youthful visages had long shed their initial naivety. Ladies and gentlemen, Sakavi shall personally preside over this management conference. Thanks to everyone's unwavering efforts over the past 30 years, the structure of territorial management has been thoroughly solidified, and all foundational construction tasks have been exceeded. Here, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Rewards are prepared and will be delivered to each of you after the meeting, courtesy of the Black Dragon's Wing. In the coming decade, our focus will shift towards the extraordinary. Thus far, our territory's cultivation of the extraordinary system remains inadequate. Of course, I do not deny the achievements of our vocational educators over the past decade. In fact, you have risen to the occasion, producing such outstanding students despite your own lack of experience. Your attitude and capability are commendable. However, we must also recognize that our experience in cultivating extraordinary individuals is only sufficient for the intermediate level. Beyond that, personal insight and even the trials of war are necessary. In terms of additional value, we have only made significant strides in herbal cultivation, refinement, and inscription engraving. Other areas, such as magical weapon forging and special scroll creation, remain at a rudimentary stage. I propose the establishment of an Edict Institute, primarily responsible for researching the manufacture of magical weapons, the writing of various scrolls, the development of new magic, and strategies for large battalions in the Abyss and other battlefields. Naturally, this department will not be responsible for specific military mobilization or the actual forging of weapons. It will solely focus on research tasks, with myself serving as the Grand Overseer. Do any of you have additional comments or differing opinions? Duke Blag. We have frequently encountered chaotic management of magical items over the past decade, such as the Rebirth Furnace, which many of our warriors require for repairs. Currently, it is overseen by the Department of Trade and Culture, which is clearly inconsistent with its responsibilities. Other magical weapons face similar issues, often requiring navigation through several departments for requisition, and some have even been appropriated by the legions. I believe this chaotic management needs reform. Therefore, I propose the establishment of a Department of Armaments, with all supplies to be uniformly allocated by this department. Subordinate divisions will include the inventory division, responsible for inventory, record-keeping, and establishing archives. The storage division, responsible for managing and maintaining all warehouses. The distribution division, responsible for receiving applications, approvals, and issuing supplies. The standards division, responsible for formulating and updating equipment standards in coordination with the research department. Sakavi's proposal is commendable. Do any of you have differing opinions? Duke Klausena. The Department of Education and Trade is struggling to balance advanced magical instruction and external relations. I propose relocating the intermediate level and above extraordinary cultivation academies, along with research and archive management departments, to the Edict Institute, leaving the Department of Education and Trade to focus solely on foundational teaching. Sakavi has made an excellent point. Does anyone have further contributions? Duke Rubidoux. According to our statistics, the current population of the territory has reached 5 million, but nearly 2 million of those are young individuals. We can no longer support a larger military force. Bear in mind, beyond our 50,000 regular troops, we have nearly 100,000 garrison troops and 70,000 members of the public security team. When considering various grassroots management personnel, the number of full-time personnel has already exceeded 700,000, and we cannot bear to field more troops. It is essential to remember that only the Bow River Plain is suitable for cultivation, and our food supply remains under the control of the Rosen Empire. Duke Mori. I wholeheartedly agree with the perspective of Grand Overseer Rubidoux. Over the past decade, our financial surplus stands at 1 million gold coins. Do not be misled by the seemingly large sum. We have spent an entire million just to establish the Iron Legion and provide compensation. We cannot afford to be without reserve savings. One must not wish to witness a territory stable under the leadership of a powerful black dragon. Sakavi. I will consider everyone's opinions earnestly regarding the question of whether to continue expanding our military. At this moment, a distinguished elf hurriedly approached, whispering something in Sakavi's ear. Oh, I understand now. Sakavi gestured with his forelimb, signaling everyone to remain calm. Duke Blag, if there is a matter of utmost urgency, should we temporarily suspend the meeting? No need, Sakavi replied. The situation remains under control, and there is no cause for undue tension. The meeting will proceed as scheduled. Please continue your reports. In the following hours, each department took turns presenting data from the past decade and plans for the next 10 years. However, Sakavi's mind was elsewhere. He had little interest in their discourse, merely nodding in acknowledgement after they concluded, indicating he had no further questions. The meeting concluded, with hopes that everyone would continue to work in unison, assisting one another in the days to come. All right, the conference is adjourned. Blag, Klausena, Tali, Sharat, Ugler, Jisk, and Erno, you are to accompany me to the Black Scale Hall. Have you all seen this intelligence? It is a provocation against me. If decisive countermeasures are not taken, tomorrow countless individuals will come here to take advantage. This time, I shall ensure they pay dearly. In a fit of rage, Sakavi shattered all the decor within the room. Even the typically composed Duke Blag did not voice any opposition to this display of resolute attitude. According to the intelligence from the Eye of the Veil in Neudel's Glap, members of the Radiant Church's Blazing faction have captured someone, and the church announced an intention to conduct a public execution. It is evident which faction intends to exploit this situation to instigate a conflict between the Radiant Church and Sakavi. Yet, even knowing it is a trap, one must leap into it. If no action is taken, the hearts of the people across the territory may falter. In the territories of other chromatic dragons, such matters would be inconsequential since those leaders never regarded their subordinates as equals. However, this territory is different, regardless of Sakavi's thoughts. The citizens genuinely regard Salavi as one of their own. Moreover, the battle system cannot function without the support of the territory. They cannot simply abscond with funds. Despite the current severe lack of combat power, they must face the enemy head-on. Sakavi would never engage in such outrageous tactics as allowing the church to carry out an execution without intervention. It is imperative to display a firm stance to internal personnel and demonstrate strength to external factions. The simplest approach would be to capture a bishop from the church and wait until they execute Jelapu, after which we would hang him from the city walls, thus balancing the scales. During this time, Borage has entered a state of wartime readiness, resulting in a temporary halt to external trade and a thorough investigation of all suspicious individuals within. Kalasana, Tali, Sharuda, and Gisk, you shall accompany me. I intend to purge the Cathedral of St. Novan. Kalasana, the Republic of Dofeng is protected by 5 demigods, not to mention the demigods of the Church of Light and the Church of Justice. Are we not being somewhat reckless? Sakavi, we are now the Duke of Rosen Empire. Burning the Church of Light's cathedral will inevitably fall upon Senate's shoulders. After all, His Majesty has long harbored discontent towards Rodman. For us, as unstable elements, he has always found us unpalatable. Why not give him something to occupy himself with? It would certainly keep him from devising plans to expel us. Sharudo, my lord. The defenses in Dofeng are formidable. If we proceed this way, we will undoubtedly be intercepted. Even with legitimate status, it would not suffice. I suggest you personally assume the role of trade ambassador, under the pretext of negotiating the heart of the mind flayer. This is, after all, a rare commodity. Kelasana. I can arrange this matter. We can depart as soon as the day after tomorrow. Information transmission takes time. Is there any issue? Sakavi, very well. Let us schedule for the day after tomorrow. The personnel transporting the goods will all be members of the Black Dragon Wing. Now, everyone, return and prepare. Sharuda, I am nearly at my wit's end. Why are you still eating? How long has it been since you had a meal? Tali, your impatience is of no use. Our master is over there enjoying coffee. Why should he deny me bread? Furthermore, we do not even sell such jam-smeared baked goods back home. You should learn from Kelasana. Ever since she arrived, she has been lavishly spending the Duke's money all around. The entire city of Omaster is aware of her wealth. We are ostensibly representing Rosen and must appear righteous, not like thieves. Are we not here to commit murder and arson? You seem to be enjoying yourself. If Jelapu were to perish in flames, would that not render our efforts futile? You should address him as Uncle, Tali. How is it that you lack even a modicum of courtesy? Jelapu is your elder, is he not? Take that money and buy yourself some fine garments. Remember to let it be known that you are the daughter of Duke Sakavi. Why? We have more pressing matters at hand. If our existence becomes known, how can we proceed? Are you becoming senile? Do tread carefully. Otherwise, no one will remain oblivious. They are well aware of our significant lack of combat power. It is not as if this information is hidden. Soon, you will understand why. Now, go do as I instructed. My lord, there is a delightful place nearby. May Sharuda and I spend the night there? Gisk, holding a hawk, entered from outside, sharing a knowing smile with Sakavi. Such places are indeed alluring. Yet they hold no appeal for Sakavi. After years of mingling with humans, elves, and succubi, he has long since lost interest in the mundane haunts of ordinary folk. You may go. I wish to visit the Grand Library. Remember to return early tomorrow morning, as we shall depart for the Grey Mist Valley in the afternoon. Chapter 60. The Battle of Grey Mist Valley. As the immense shadow of the Black Dragon began to envelop the edges of Grey Mist Valley. The first sight was not a clear landscape, but rather an expansive, slowly undulating sea of gray. The dense haze loomed like a colossal gray wall, submerging everything within the valley. Only a few particularly towering peaks pierced the misty ocean, revealing their summits. Here, sunlight was thoroughly filtered, leaving behind a cold, monotonous light. The dragon's wings stirred not only the air but also the dust-laden, damp fog. As it descended, cutting through the mist, visibility began to fragment. The fog below was not uniform. Under the influence of the valley's air currents, it formed fissures. Through these fleeting gaps, the unfathomable depths of gorges, steep rock walls that resembled the claws of a giant, and the twisted branches of dead black trees could be faintly discerned. The entire valley lay in silence. The sound absorbed by the thick fog, only the low, mournful whistle of its wings echoed against the rocky walls. The arrival of the Black Dragon was the sole, undeniable cacophony in this desolate expanse. As the dragon ventured deeper, a stable light point began to emerge in the heart of the fog. This light gradually became clearer and larger, ultimately revealing its entirety. It was not a resplendent sight, but rather a fortress built from gray boulders that harmonized with the valley, exuding a style that was both weighty and resolute, as if excavated directly from the rock. The lofty spire stood as the second highest point in the valley, defiantly piercing the gray mist. Warmth emanated from the stained glass windows, the flickering candlelight and magical luminescence creating a beacon of unwavering faith within this somber world. One could observe the towering walls, the battlements atop, and the sporadically placed arrow towers. The entire cathedral complex was constructed against a massive cliff at its rear, making it a stronghold that was difficult to assail. Legend has it that centuries ago, Grey Mist Valley was not as lifeless as it is today. It once thrived with lush greenery and vibrant life. However, a catastrophic disaster transformed this place. A fissure connecting to the abyss was opened deep within the valley by cultists. The tainted energies from the abyss surged forth like a tide, leaving death in their wake, corroding the land, and filling the air with an everlasting, fallen power-laden gray mist. Upon learning of the situation, the governor of the Vakana province, Novinkolo, immediately ordered his stationed troops to accompany him into the valley to suppress the cultists and demons. Facing enemies 20 times his number, the governor held his ground at the valley's entrance for a grueling 20 days, ultimately awaiting the arrival of the church's order of the Knights Templar. Sadly, Governor Novin succumbed to his severe injuries and the grave abyssal corruption he suffered. In his honor, and to suppress various malevolent forces, the Church of Light constructed this cathedral within the valley and dispatched a highly regarded bishop to oversee it. In truth, it became a place for various church members who were marginalized and exiled, which is also why Sakavi chose this location. Some matters only require a mere semblance of action. At the moment the black dragon circled high above the cathedral, searching for a landing spot, the massive doors of the cathedral swung open with a resounding crash, and troops began to pour out from the training grounds to the side. A battalion of paladins clad in shining silver armor swiftly assembled on the open ground before the cathedral. They quickly formed a tight defensive formation, with shield bearers at the front, spear wielders behind, and clergy at the center. Each shield radiated a soft, holy light, intertwining and resonating above the formation, gradually forming a golden glass-like barrier to combat the valley's gloom and the shadows cast by the Black Dragon. Black Duke of Rosen, please declare your intentions, otherwise we shall regard you as an intruder. Humph. Inform your bishop that his conspiracy with the Rosen court to overthrow His Majesty the Emperor has already been thwarted. It is time to pay the price for his actions. Today, I come at the behest of His Majesty's Senate to apprehend Fankodo. Non-combatants, step aside. Such a clumsy excuse. How could you even think of it? Robbery does not choose its location. How dare you come to Grey Mist Valley to capture someone? I, Valerius, have no intention of acquiescing. If you wish to leave the Fankodo dimension alive, now is the time to retreat. Is that so? Perhaps you are correct. But today I have no intention of reasoning. With a flick of Sakavi's dragon claw, 300 black dragonkin emerged from the gray mist, wielding black iron battle axes and tower shields, their scaled armor reflecting a cold, hard light. The black dragon wing, as flesh and blood puppets, similarly required combat to gain experience. Shaluti issued commands, and 60 groups swiftly dispersed, resembling a pack of hungry wolves, encircling the holy paladin order from all directions. The draconic mages utilized the terrain for cover, commencing the casting of expansive control spells. Under the influence of the spells of Black Fog and Death Cloud, the formation of the paladin order began to falter. Observing this, the draconic mages shifted to unleashing fireballs, ice spikes, and curses, targeting the priests and commanders positioned at the rear of the knightly ranks. The priests of the paladin order promptly united to cast protective spells against evil and remove fear, while simultaneously invoking large-scale sanctified effects to cleanse the areas tainted by the draconic mages' spells. Rangers and thieves moved like phantoms along the periphery of the battlefield, using poisoned arrows to eliminate isolated knights or infiltrating the flanks to assassinate key figures. The paladins, unwilling to be outdone, feigned vulnerabilities under their commander's leadership, luring the draconic forces deeper before swiftly regrouping, overwhelming them with sheer numbers and divine power. Perhaps they had not anticipated such a large-scale assault in this inland region. Or perhaps this area was deemed insignificant by the headquarters of the Church of Light. Regardless, the Paladin Order's personnel quality and equipment were rather lacking, bordering on rudimentary. Seeing the Paladin Order ensnared, Sakavi strode directly into the church. The battle outside was so fierce that the bishop did not even show his face. If he were not paralyzed with fear, he must possess immense confidence in his own power. The heavy oak doors groaned under Sakavi's claws before crashing down. Dust and the mist from outside surged in as he entered the church. Beneath the statue of the main deity, Lormidu, sat an elderly man clad in a white holy robe. The hall was extraordinarily vast, with astonishingly high ceilings supported by dozens of enormous stone pillars that resembled silent giants. The light was exceptionally dim, with only a few rays filtering through the high, narrow stained glass windows, tinted dark red, ghostly blue, and sickly gold, like dying rays of twilight slicing through the internal darkness. The air was permeated with the sense of aged wood, cold stone, and the spices that had burned for years, which made Sakavi, a necromancer by nature, feel profoundly uncomfortable. His gaze, as if drawn by invisible chains, slowly traversed the magnificent sanctuary to the far end of the hall, where a massive statue stood. The deity's visage was both compassionate and majestic, hands raised in a gesture of blessing, yet the statue bore scars. One wing had already broken off and lay on the ground, coated in dust. The elderly man beneath the statue seemed less prepared for battle and more engaged in a prolonged vigil that had spanned many years. The holy robe he wore, once perhaps pure white, now appeared a solemn grayish white, tainted by the passage of time and the present crisis. He was exceedingly frail, with a form that seemed somewhat gaunt beneath the voluminous robe, yet his back remained straight, as if he were one with the statue behind him and the foundation beneath his feet. His hands rested naturally on his knees, fingers thick, indicative of someone who had once wielded a sword or staff with strength. Young black dragon, what brings you here to disrupt centuries of tranquility? Is it divine guidance or the machinations of fate? There was no anticipated roar, no flickering holy light, nor a battle-ready stance. Instead, there was only a profound compassion that seemed to understand all, coupled with an unwavering resolve deeply rooted in the soul. It is fate, Your Excellency. I apologize for disturbing your peace, yet due to certain unique reasons, I am compelled to act thus. During their dialogue, the battle outside raged on. The draconic warriors formed resilient small formations, maneuvering around the Paladin Order's shield wall, provoking attention with their weapons, should a knight break formation to pursue. They would be swiftly overwhelmed by concentrated fire from the small squads. The priest sheltered behind the warriors, casting healing and defensive blessings while covertly applying weakening spells upon the paladins. Faced with this swarm tactic, the paladin commander immediately ordered the entire order to abandon the chase and swiftly consolidate into a circular steel fortress. All knights faced outward with their tower shields, spears positioned within, forming an impenetrable defensive formation. The priests and commanders were shielded in the center. This draconic force was evidently well prepared, equipped with various magical artifacts and an abundance of restorative potions, fighting recklessly, leading to a misjudgment by the Paladin Order as their formation began to unravel. Seizing the moment, Shalati commanded the warriors to charge forward, aiming to disrupt the Paladin formation at speed, creating opportunities for the rangers and thieves. In the face of this sudden upheaval, the Paladin commander decisively ordered a contraction inward. The surviving paladins clustered together, bracing against the backs of their comrades, layering their towering shields to form a massive steel hedgehog formation that glimmered faintly with holy light. Yet, in the face of overwhelming force, any tactic appeared utterly futile. Under the renewed, concentrated fire from the draconic mages, the formation began to waver once more, ultimately collapsing under the relentless assault of the draconic warriors, who fought without regard for casualties, leading to their near annihilation. Although the draconic forces suffered a toll of 230 lives to completely eradicate this Paladin Order, it remained a decisive victory. For the numerous draconic warriors were destined to breach the planar defenses, as long as they were not purified on the spot. Their souls could be extracted and reincarnated in new vessels. Chapter 61. Bishop Ignatius Young Black Dragon, might you enlighten me as to why you have come here? I do not recall offending anyone, nor have I participated in any events. Rather than concerning yourself with that, perhaps you should focus on your paladins. They are on the brink of extinction. Your ability to find this place indicates you are well prepared. They are certainly not destined to survive today. As loyal guardians of Nalu, dying in the course of protecting the church is an unavoidable fate for them. Do not be hasty. Soon it shall be your turn, esteemed elder. Upon uttering this, the domain instantaneously enveloped the entire church, dimming even the light from the candles. The awe-inspiring holy light gradually turned gray and feeble, as if everything associated with light was repelled by this domain. Impressive necromancy. Is this your own creation? This formation is unlike any I have encountered before. No wonder you dare come here to wreak havoc. However, this level is insufficient. The elderly bishop slowly rose, placing his hands before his chest, and began to chant a hymn that had been passed down since the age of elves. As the song continued, the entire church began to tremble violently, as if colossal hands sought to uproot it entirely, while fissures began to emerge in the surrounding realm of the deceased. Sakavi could not allow the ground to suddenly erupt with cracks. The ashen energy beams connecting life and death slithered like venomous serpents towards the bishop. Where they passed, the floor's color faded, as if it had endured decades of wear in an instant, rapidly coiling around the bishop, ravenously draining his life essence. The bishop, however, appeared unfazed, as he declared, "Protection." A diamond-shaped shield of pure holy light materialized, firmly blocking the gray energy beams that had crawled up to his waist. The two forces clashed violently, emitting a painful hissing sound as the life energy was continuously purified and dissipated by the holy light. Immediately thereafter, Sakavi clawed the air, casting the soul wail. This was not a physical attack, but a piercing shriek directly targeting the soul. A nearly transparent gray skull phantom emerged from his claws, its sound waves carrying boundless despair, sweeping towards the bishop in a fan shape. attempting to shred his spirit and faith. Ignatius' expression grew grave as he raised his staff across his chest, praying aloud, "Holy light, please protect your devout follower and dispel all confusion and suffering." Subsequently, a more intense radiance surged forth from within him, transforming into a circular divine shockwave that confronted the soul-affecting sound waves. At the moment the holy light made contact with the intangible sound waves, those anguished cries seemed to undergo a brief purification and repose, gradually quieting down before dissipating into the air. Realizing that conventional spells would not yield victory swiftly, the true draconic power of Sakeway began to manifest. He inhaled deeply, his chest swelling, yet what emerged was not the breath of a dragon, but rather the deathly breath imbued with the essence of decay and rot. A gray conical exhalation enveloped Ignatius, reducing sturdy benches to mere dust as if they had weathered centuries, while the marble floor lost its luster, becoming marred with cracks. In the name of holy light, may evil be dispelled. Bishop Ignatius, undaunted, channeled all his holy power into his staff and swung it forcefully. The luminous gem atop the staff erupted with the brilliance akin to a miniature sun, unleashing a solid ray of holy light that penetrated the heart of the black dragon. With no protection in place, the body swept by the dragon's deathly breath swiftly withered and crumbled. "O holy light, grant strength to your faithful servant, dispelling the ominous forces." Bishop Ignatius's form began to radiate pure holy light, which swiftly vanquished the deathly breath, leaving only a carpet of dust behind. As Sakeway rose from the ground, Bishop Ignatius had already reshaped his stooped figure within the holy light. "What a troublesome individual you are, my lord bishop. I must concede that your power exceeds my expectations. Yet today you shall not triumph in this battle." With that, Sakeway dashed forward like a bolt of black lightning toward Bishop Ignatius. Just as he was about to close in, he suddenly rolled aside, dodging a pure surge of holy energy that fell upon his previous position. Still unsteady, the black dragon executed a spatial shift, instantly appearing behind Bishop Ignatius, his foreclaws entwined with lethal negative energy, striking forward at the man. Ignatius reacted swiftly, evading to the side while wielding his staff in his left hand, delivering a blow to the black dragon's chest with the staff transformed into a hammer of holy light, sending Sakeway crashing to the ground like a cannonball. After a few breaths, the black dragon staggered to his feet, continuously spitting blood. "My lord bishop, you will pay the price for your actions today," he declared, producing and shattering a purple, crystal-like object, his concave chest instantly restored. Aware of each other's strength, both men became cautious, abandoning their reckless exchange of blows. In a close encounter, Sakeway feigned a weakness, absorbing a searing strike of holy light from Ignatius, his scales charred. Yet he successfully grasped the bishop's shadow. Shadowbind. Soul pain. The movements of Bishop Ignatius suddenly faltered, as if his shadow had transformed into a heavy shackle. Simultaneously, an excruciating pain surged from the depths of his soul, overwhelming his focus. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Sakeway's dragon claw had already gripped his throat, a powerful dark energy invading instantaneously, sealing his ability to summon holy light. "Your light shall never illuminate all shadows, my lord bishop." Sakeway's voice was low, tinged with a hint of victorious mockery. Although restrained, Bishop Ignatius's gaze remained resolute as he gasped, "Darkness will eventually fade, and holy light shall endure." Just as Sakeway, indifferent to this declaration, turned his back to the ravaged altar, his attention momentarily relaxed. Ignatius, who had been subdued, suddenly concentrated his previously unfocused eyes, unleashing an unprecedented sharp brilliance. He had not truly lost all power. He had been enduring, compressing, and waiting for the opportune moment. "Evil black dragon, you imprison life and desecrate souls, but do you truly understand the meaning of sacrifice?" The bishop's voice now resonated with a solemnity akin to a great bell, echoing throughout the cathedral. He need not break free from the powerful bindings, for his ultimate, genuine strike did not originate from himself, but from the land beneath his feet, blessed by holy light for centuries, and from the ultimate sacred technique he had long prepared, using himself as the beacon. "By my flesh as a guide, by my soul as faith. O slumbering sages, heed my call. Gather here, faith transformed into a blade." Simultaneously, the weathered holy images adorning the cathedral walls ignited with a gentle yet resolute light. Countless streams of pure belief, flowing with fervent energy, converged from all directions, not towards the bishop, but wildly into the altar area where he had just stood. A vast and intricate holy light array suddenly illuminated the ground, its core not the altar, but the very spot where Sakeway stood. It turned out that Bishop Ignatius had been retreating strategically, step by step leading the black dragon toward this location, which he had secretly activated, yet lacked a sufficiently powerful source of evil to fully awaken the exceptionally potent purification array known as Sacred Judgment. No, Sakeway realized he had fallen into a trap. Emitting an enraged roar, attempting to escape, but it was already too late. The Holy Light Array, gathering a millennium of faith from the cathedral and using the soul of a legendary figure as the final guiding key, erupted with cataclysmic force. Multiple pure white beams, several meters in diameter, surged forth from the center of the array, entwined with countless golden sacred runes, resembling lances of judgment, ascending skyward and completely engulfing the black dragon. Even the improved substitute puppet could not withstand such overwhelming might. From within the beams came the anguished roar of the dragon, not merely searing from holy light, but directly purifying and dismantling his malevolent essence. The protective dark energy surrounding him melted away like snow. His sturdy scales shattered piece by piece in the face of the ultimate brilliance, and the violet flames of his soul flickered violently, on the verge of extinguishment. His massive form was violently propelled against the cathedral's dome, shattering the grand stained glass, ultimately falling heavily to the ground like a broken kite, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Sakeway's figure reemerged, looking utterly wretched. Half of his scales had peeled away, revealing charred flesh and even glimpses of dragon bone. His wings battered, and the once flaming soul fire dimmed considerably. Sakeway strained to support his body, each breath accompanied by painful blood spittle. Black dragon, your tenacity in life surpasses my expectations. Yet even so, I must slay you here, lest you bring calamity upon the land. Bishop Ignatius, exhausting all his strength to break free from the seal, knelt weakly on one knee, his face as pale as parchment. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the cloud of dust. Klausana, come here at once. If I perish, I assure you, you will never enter Tiamat's sanctuary. Do not feign death. Oh dear, where did this roasted dragon come from? It appears to be nothing but skin and bones, remarked the newly appeared black dragon, tilting her head slightly, her light golden vertical pupils sweeping over Sakeway's pitiful form. Charred flesh, peeling scales, tattered wings, and a trembling stance struggling to remain upright. She let out an exaggerated gasp, though all could discern the absence of sympathy. Look who it is. Could it be our esteemed Duke Sakeway? Klausana glided forward, her tail sweeping the ground without disturbing a speck of dust. It hasn't been long since we last met, yet you have adopted such a uniquely withered aesthetic. She deliberately lingered on Sakeway's exposed, charred wounds, her tone filled with genuine admiration. The layered texture of your peeling scales, the irregular beauty of your damaged wings, truly remarkable. Did you come to this sacred light to undergo an unconventional physical transformation? Sakavi emitted a deep, rumbling sound from his throat, laden with anguish and fury, as the violet flames of his soul flickered violently, clearly enraged. Klausana, close your mouth. This fellow is treacherous. Treacherous? Klausana seemed to find amusement in this, letting out a series of melodious laughs. Oh, my dear Duke, it appears that you have driven a holy bishop to the extent of using himself as bait to set such an elaborate sealing trap. She circled Sakavi slowly, as if admiring a failed masterpiece. I recall a certain dragon confidently proclaiming before his departure that a mere bishop would be no match for him. And now? She deliberately paused, allowing the silence to linger. It seems the result of that bravado nearly led to him being roasted by the holy light into a massive, negative energy spewing. Well, charred dragon steak. Sakavi abruptly lifted his head, eager to retort, but the movement aggravated his wounds, triggering a violent cough. And he expelled another mouthful of dark, energy-laden blood, ultimately emitting a pained groan, his appearance growing increasingly disheveled. All right, I shall not jest further, Klausana relented, her tone becoming slightly more serious, yet the teasing glimmer remained. At this rate, you might struggle to defeat even a goblin. She then turned her attention to the weakened but still vigilant Bishop Ignatius, her expression filled with a new, playful interest. Let us have a proper conversation with this cunning and tenacious bishop, shall we? Your staff, is this it? It appears to be broken. At that moment, the gathered crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, revealing an unexpected figure beside the main altar. He possessed a typical lean and muscular humanoid frame, covered in tawny fur, with a pronounced snout and alert, pointed ears, his amber eyes glinting with a mixture of cunning and greed. However, what stood out most was not his wolfman traits, but rather his exceedingly mismatched, even comical attire. Perched askew atop his head was a somewhat tattered velvet tricorn hat, the once elegant contours barely discernible, adorned with a colorful feather from an unknown bird. He wore an overly tight crimson vest, embroidered with intricate yet somewhat distorted golden thread. The buttons straining against his robust chest, seemingly stained with blood. Below, he sported ill-fitting beige silk trousers speckled with mud, and on his feet were oversized, yet impeccably polished leather boots. This ensemble, cobbled together from a human marketplace, appeared utterly absurd on his furry wolfman form, yet he remained blissfully unaware, taking great pride in his garb. At this moment, he deftly grasped Bishop Ignatius's fallen holy light staff with his clawed, furry hand. The radiant gem atop the staff seemed to dim somewhat, having fallen into non-human possession. The Wolfman Ranger grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, a mix of pride and boastfulness evident in his expression as he waved the staff before the ill-tempered bishop. "Old man, this hefty stick of yours looks rather valuable. How about I borrow it for a bit?" "Fear not. I, Gisk, have never returned what I borrowed." He laughed boisterously, even mimicking the gestures of human nobility, playfully adjusting his tricorn hat with his empty hand and offering a clumsy bow to the bishop.